cells disappear, right? It just doesn't. The biology doesn't offer any specific step. It's incredibly smooth and continuous. And so I think this idea that it just sort of magically shows up every point, and then humans have true selves that don't exist elsewhere. I think it runs against everything we know about evolution, everything we know about developmental biology. These are all slow continua. And the other really important story I want to tell is where embryos come from. So think about this for a second. Embryos, so this is humans, birds, and so on, mammals and birds, and so on. Imagine a flat disk of cells. So there's maybe 50,000 cells. And in that, so when you get an egg from a fertilized, let's say you buy a fertilized egg from a farm, right? That egg will have about 50,000 cells in a flat disk. It looks like a little tiny little frisbee. And in that flat disk, what will happen is there'll be one set of cells will become special, and it will tell all the other cells, I'm going to be the head. You guys don't be the head. And so it'll amplify symmetry breaking amplification. And you get one embryo. There's some neural tissue and some other stuff. Now you say, okay, I had one egg and one embryo, and there you go. What else could it be? Well, the reality is, and I did all of this as a grad student. If you take a little needle and you make a scratch in that plastic or in that disc, such that the cells can't talk to each other. For a while it heals up, but for a while they can't talk to each other. What will happen is that both regions will decide that they could be the embryo, and there will be two of them. And then when they heal up, they become conjoined twins. And you can make two, you can make three, you can make lots. So the question of how many cells are in there cannot be answered until it's actually played all the way through. It isn't necessarily that there's just one. There could be many. So what you have is this medium, this undifferentiated. I'm sure there's a psychological version of this somewhere that I don't know the proper terminology, but you have this ocean of potentiality. You have these thousands of cells, and some number of individuals are going to be formed out of it. Usually one, sometimes zero, sometimes several, and they form out of these cells because a region of these cells organizes into a collective that will have goals that individual cells don't have. For example, make a limb, make an eye. How many eyes? Well, exactly 2. So individual cells don't know what an eye is. They don't know how many eyes you're supposed to have, but the collective does. The collective has goals and memories and anticipations that the individual cells don't. And that the establishment of that boundary with its own ability to maintain, to pursue certain goals, that's the origin of selfhood.
Right. Is that goal in there somewhere? Are they always destined? Like, are they discovering that goal? Like, where the hell did evolution discover this? When you went from the prokaryotes to eukaryotic cells, and then they started making groups, and when you make a certain group, you make it sound. That's such a tricky thing to try to understand. You make it sound like the cells didn't get together and came up with a goal, but the very act of them getting together revealed the goal that was always there. There was always that potential for that goal.
So the first thing to say is that there are way more questions here than certain. Okay, so everything I'm telling you is cutting edge developing, stuff. So it's not as if any of us know the answer to this. But here's my opinion on it. I think I don't think that evolution produces solutions to specific problems. In other words, specific environments. Like here's a frog that can live well in a froggy environment. I think what evolution produces is problem-solving machines that will solve problems in different spaces. So not just three-dimensional space. This goes back to what we were talking about before. The brain is evolutionarily a late development. It's a system that is able to pursue goals in three-dimensional space by giving commands to muscles. Where did that system come from? That system evolved from a much more ancient, evolutionarily much more ancient system, where collections of cells gave instructions for cell behaviors, meaning cells move, to divide, to die, to change into different cell types, to navigate morphous space, the space of anatomies, the space of all possible anatomies. And before that, cells were navigating transcriptional space, which is the space of all possible gene expressions, and before that, metabolic space. So what evolution has done, I think, is produced hardware that is very good at navigating different spaces using a bag of tricks, right? Which I'm sure many of them we can steal for autonomous vehicles and robotics and various things. And what happens is that they navigate these spaces without a whole lot of commitment to what the space is. In fact, they don't know what the space is, right? We are all brains in the back, so to speak. Every cell does not know right? Every cell is some other cell's external environment, right? So where does with that border between you and the outside world, you don't really know where that is, right? Every collection of cells has to figure that out from scratch. And the fact that evolution requires all of these things to figure out what they are, what effectors they have, what sensors they have, where does it make sense to draw a boundary between me and the outside world. The fact that you have to build all that from scratch, this autopoiesis, is what defines the border of a self. Now, biology uses like a multi-scale competency architecture, meaning that every level has goals. So molecular networks have goals, cells have goals, tissues, organs, colonies. And it's the interplay of all of those that enable biology to solve problems in new ways. For example, in xenobots and various other things. This is, it's exactly as you said. In many ways, the cells are discovering new ways of being, but at the same time, evolution certainly shapes all this. So evolution is very good at this agential bioengineering, right? When evolution is discovering a new way of being an animal, or an animal or a plant or something. Sometimes it's by changing the hardware, changing protein structure and so on. But much of the time, it's not by changing the hardware, it's by changing the signals that the cells give to each other. It's doing what we as engineers do, which is try to convince the cells to do various things by using signals, experiences, stimuli. That's what biology does. It has to, because it's not dealing with a blank slate. Every time, as if you're evolution, you're trying to make an organism, you're not dealing with a passive material that is fresh and you have to specify. It already wants to do certain things. So the easiest way to do that search to find whatever is going to be adaptive is to find the signals that are going to convince themselves to do various things, right?
Your sense is that evolution operates both in the software and the hardware, and it's just easier and more efficient to operate in the software.
Yes, and I should also say I don't think the distinction is sharp. In other words, I think it's a continuum, but I think it's a meaningful distinction where you can make changes to a particular protein and now the enzymatic function is different and it metabolizes differently and whatever, and that will have implications for fitness. Or you can change the huge amount of information in the genome that isn't structural at all. It's signaling. It's when and how do cells say certain things to each other, and that can have massive changes as far as how it's going to solve problems.
I mean, this idea of multi-hierarchical competence architecture, which is incredible to think about. So this hierarchy that evolution builds, I don't know who's responsible for this. I also see the incompetence of bureaucracies of humans when they get together. So how the hell does evolution build this? Where at every level, only the best get to stick around. They somehow figure out how to do their job without knowing the bigger picture. And then there's like the bosses that do the bigger thing somehow, or you can now abstract away the small group of cells as an organ or something, and then that organ does something bigger in the context of the full body or something like this. How is that built? Is there some intuition you can kind of provide of how that's constructed, that hierarchical competence architecture? I love that. Competence, just the word competence is pretty cool in this context because everybody's good at their job somehow.
Yeah, it's really key. And the other nice thing about competency is that, so my central belief in all of this is that engineering is the right perspective on all of this stuff because it gets you away from subjective terms. People talk about sentience and this and that. Those things are very hard to define. People argue about them philosophically. I think that engineering terms like competency, like pursuit of goals, right? All of these things are empirically incredibly useful because you know it when you see it, and if it helps you build, right? If I can pick the right level, I say this thing has, I believe this is X level of like competency. I think it's like a thermostat, or I think it's like a better thermostat, or I think it's various other kinds of many different kinds of complex systems. If that helps me to control and predict and build such systems, then that's all there is to say. There's no more philosophy to argue with. So I like competency in that way because you can quantify. You have to make a competent at what, and then or if I tell you it has a goal, the question is what's the goal and how do you know? And I say, well, because every time I deviated from this particular state, that's what it spends energy to get back to. That's the goal. We can quantify it. We can be objective about it. So we're not used to thinking about this. I give a talk sometimes called "Why Don't Robots robots get cancer, right? And the reason robots don't get cancer is because, generally speaking, with a few exceptions, our architectures have been, we've got a bunch of dumb parts, and you hope that if you put them together, the overlying machine will have some intelligence and do something or other, right? But the individual parts don't care. They don't have an agenda. Biology isn't like that. Every level has an agenda, and the final outcome is the result of cooperation and competition both within and across levels. So, for example, during embryogenesis, your tissues and organs are competing with each other. And it's actually a really important part of development. There's a reason they compete with each other. They're not all just helping each other. They're also competing for information, for limited metabolic constraints. But to get back to your other point, which is this seems like really efficient and good and so on compared to some of our human efforts, we also have to keep in mind that what happens here is that each level bends the option space for the level beneath, so that your parts basically they don't see the geometry. So I'm using and I think I take this seriously. Terminology from relativity, right? Where the space is literally bent. So the option space is deformed by the higher levels. So that the lower levels, all they really have to do is go down their concentration gradient. They don't have to. In fact, they can't know what the big picture is. But if you bend the space just right, if they do what locally seems right, they end up doing your bidding. They end up doing things that are optimal in the higher space. Conversely, because the components are good at getting their job done, you as the higher level don't need to try to compute all the low level controls. All you're doing is bending the space. You don't know or care how they're going to do it. Here's a super simple example in the tadpole. We found that so tadpoles need to become frogs, and to go from a tadpole head to a frog head, you have to rearrange the face. So the eyes have to move forward, the jaws have to come out, the nostrils, and everything moves. It used to be thought that because all tadpoles look the same and all frogs look the same, if you just remember if every piece just moves in the right direction, the right amount, then you get your frog, right? So we decided to test. I had this hypothesis that I thought actually the system's probably more intelligent than that. So what did we do? We made what we call Picasso tadpoles. So everything is scrambled. So the eyes are on the back of the head, the jaws are off to the side, everything's scrambled. Well, guess what they make? They make pretty normal frogs because all the different things move around in novel paths configurations until they get to the correct frog face configuration, then they stop. So the thing about that is, now imagine evolution, right? So you make some sort of mutation, and it does, like every mutation, it does many things. So something good comes of it, but also it moves your mouth off to the side, right? Now, if there wasn't this multi-scale competency, you can see where this is going. If there wasn't this multi-scale competency, the organism would be dead. Your fitness is zero because you can't eat. And you would never get to explore the other beneficial consequences of that mutation. You'd have to wait until you find some other way of doing it without moving them up. That's really hard. So the fitness landscape would be incredibly rugged. Evolution would take forever. The reason it works, well, one of the reasons it works so well, is because you do that, no worries, the mouth will find its way where it belongs, right? So now you get to explore. So what that means is that all these mutations that otherwise would be deleterious are now neutral, because the competency of the parts make up for all kinds of things. So all the noise of development, all the variability in the environment, all these things, the competency of the parts makes up for it. So that's all fantastic, right? That's all great. The only other thing to remember when we compare this to human efforts is this: every component has its own goals in various spaces, usually with very little regard for the welfare of the other levels. So as a simple example, you as a complex system, you will go out and you will do, jujitsu or whatever. You'll have to go rock climbing and scrape a bunch of cells off your hands, and then you're happy as a system, right? You come back and you accomplish some goals and you're really happy. Those cells are dead. They're gone, right? Did you think about those cells? Not really, right? You had some bruising out.
Selfish SOB.
Right? That's it. And so that's the thing to remember is that, and we know this from history, is that just being a collective isn't enough, because what the goals of that collective will be relative to the welfare of the individual parts is a massively open
The
question.
ends justify the means. I'm telling you, Stalin was onto something. No,
That's the danger.
Well, exactly. That's the danger of for us humans. We have to construct ethical systems under which we don't take seriously the full mechanism of biology and apply it to the way the world functions, which is an interesting line we've drawn. The world that built us is the one we reject in some sense when we construct human societies. The idea that this country was founded on that all men are created equal. That's such a fascinating idea. It's like you're fighting against nature. You're saying, well, there's something bigger here than a hierarchical competency architecture.
Yeah.
But there's so many interesting things you said. So from an algorithmic perspective, the act of bending the option space, that's really profound. Because if you look at the way AI systems are built today, there's a big system, like I said, with robots, and it has a goal, and it gets better and better at optimizing that goal, at accomplishing that goal. But if biology built a hierarchical system where everything is doing computation and everything is accomplishing the goal, not only that, it's kind of dumb, you know, with the bent option space, it's just doing the thing that's the easiest thing for it. In a sense. And somehow that allows you to have turtles on top of turtles, literally dumb systems on top of dumb systems that as a whole creates something incredibly smart.
Yeah, I mean, every system has some degree of intelligence in its own problem domain. So cells will have problems they're trying to solve in physiological space and transcriptional space, and I can give you some cool examples of that. But the collective is trying to solve problems in anatomical space, right, and forming a creature and growing your blood vessels and so on. And then the collective, the whole body is solving yet other problems. They may be in social space and linguistic space and three-dimensional space, and who knows, the group might be solving problems in I don't know, some sort of financial space or something. So one of the major differences with most AIs today is the kind of flatness of the architecture, but also the fact that they are constructed from outside their borders and their so to a large extent, and of course there are counterexamples now, but to a large extent, our technology is such that you create a machine or a robot, it knows what its sensors are, it knows what its effectors are, it knows the boundary between it and the outside world, all of this is given from the outside. Biology constructs this from scratch. Now, the best example of this that originally in robotics was actually Josh Bongard's work in 2006, where he made these robots that did not know their shape to start with. So, like a baby, they sort of floundered around. They made some hypotheses. Well, I did this and I moved in this way. Well, maybe I'm a whatever. Maybe I have wheels, or maybe I have 6 legs, or whatever. Right? And they would make a model and eventually crawl around. So that's really good. And part of the autonomous is where we can go a step further. And some people are doing this, and they're sort of working on some of this too. Is this idea that let's even go back further. You don't even know what sensors you have. You don't know where you end in the outside world begins. All you have is certain things like active inference, meaning you're trying to minimize surprise. Right? You have some metabolic constraints. You don't have all the energy. You don't have all the time in the world to think about everything you want to think about. So that means that you can't afford to be a micro reductionist. All this data coming in, you have to coarse grain it and say, I'm going to take all this stuff. I'm going to call that a cat. I'm going to take all this. I'm going to call that the edge of the table I don't want to fall off of. And I don't want to know anything about the microstates. What I want to know is what is the optimal way to cut up my world. And by the way, this thing over here, that's me. And the reason that's me is because I have more control over this than I have over any of this other stuff. And so now you can begin to, right? So that's self-construction, that figuring out, making models of the outside world and then turning that inwards and starting to make a model of yourself, right? Which immediately starts to get into issues of agency and control, because in order to, if you are under metabolic constraints, meaning you don't have the energy, right, that's all the energy in the world, you have to be efficient. That immediately forces you to start telling stories about coarse-grained agents that do things, right? You don't have the energy to, like Laplace's demon, calculate every possible state that's going to happen. You have to coarse-grain, and you have to say that is the kind of creature that does things, either things that I avoid or things that I will go toward. That's a major food or whatever it's going to be. And so, right at the base of very simple organisms starting to make models of agents doing things, that is the origin of models of free will, basically, right? Because you see the world around you as having agency, and then you turn that on yourself. You say, wait, I have agency too. I do things, right? And then you make decisions about what you're going to do. So all of this one model is to view all of those kinds of things as being driven by that early need to determine what you are and to do so and to then take actions in the most energetically efficient space possible.
Right? So free will emerges when you try to simplify, tell a nice narrative about your environment.
I think that's very possible. Yeah.
Do you think free will is an illusion? So you're kind of implying that it's a useful hack.
One.
Well,
You're not
I'll say
right.
two things. The first thing is I think it's very plausible to say that any organism that's or any agent that's whether it's biological or not, any agent that self-constructs under energy constraints is going to believe in free will. We'll get to whether it has free will momentarily, but I think what it definitely drives is a view of yourself and the outside world as an agential view. I think that's inescapable.
So that's true for even primitive organisms.
I think so. I think that now they don't have. Now obviously you have to scale down, right? So they don't have the kinds of complex metacognition that we have, so they can do long-term planning and thinking about free will and so on and so on. But
the sense of agency is really useful to accomplish a task, simple or complicated.
That's right. In all kinds of spaces, not just in obvious three-dimensional space. I mean, we're very good. The thing is, humans are very good at detecting agency of like medium-sized objects moving at medium speeds in the three-dimensional world, right? We see a bowling ball and we see a mouse, and we immediately know what the difference is, right? And how we're going to
mostly things you can eat get eaten by.
Yeah. That's our training set, right? From the time you're little, your training set is visual data on this like little chunk of your experience. But imagine if from the time that we were born, we had innate senses of your blood chemistry. If you could feel your blood chemistry the way you could see, right? You had a high bandwidth connection, and you could feel your blood chemistry. You could see, you could sense all the things that your organs are doing, so your pancreas, your liver, all of this. If we had that, we would be very good at detecting intelligence in physiological space. We would know the level of intelligence that our various organs were deploying to deal with things that were coming, to anticipate the stimuli, but we're just terrible at that. We don't, in fact, people don't even, you talk about intelligence, they use other spaces, and a lot of people, that's just crazy, because all we know is motion.
We do have access to that information, so it's actually possible that evolution could, if it wanted to construct an organism that's able to perceive the flow of blood through your body, the way you see an old friend and say, "Yo, what's up? How's the wife and the kids?" In that same way, you would feel like a connection to the liver.
Yeah. I think
maybe other people's liver, or no, just your own, because you don't have access to other people's.
Not yet, but you could imagine some really interesting connection, right? But
like sexual selection, like, ooh, that girl's got a nice liver. Like the way her blood flows, the dynamics of the blood is very interesting. It's novel. I've never seen one of those.
But that's exactly what we're trying to half-ass when we judge judgment of beauty by facial symmetry and so on. That's a half-assed assessment of exactly that. Because if your cells would not cooperate enough to keep your organism symmetrical, you can make some inferences about what else is wrong, right? Like that's a very basic.
Interesting. Yeah. So there's a deep sense actually that is what we're doing. We're trying to infer how health we use the word healthy, but basically how functional is this biological system I'm looking at, so I can hook up with that one and make offspring.
Yeah. Well, what kind of hardware might their genomics give me that might be useful in the future?
I wonder why evolution didn't give us high resolution signal. Like, why is the whole peacock saying with the feathers? It doesn't seem. It's a very low bandwidth signal for sexual selection.
I'm not an expert on this stuff, but but I'll take a stab at the reason. I think that it's because it's an arms race. You see, you don't want everybody to know everything about you. So I think that as much as, and in fact, there's another interesting part of this arms race, which is, if you think about this, the most adaptive, evolvable system is one that has the most level of top-down control, right? If it's really easy to say to a bunch of cells, make another finger, versus, okay, here's 10,000 gene expression changes that you need to do to make it to change your finger, right? The system with good top-down control that has memory, and when we need to get back to that, by the way, it's a question I couldn't neglect to answer about where the memory is and so on. A system that uses all of that is really highly evolved, and that's fantastic. But guess what? It's also highly, it's parasites, by cheaters of various kinds, by conspecifics. Like we found that out. And then that goes back to the story of the pattern memory. In these planaria, there's a bacterium that lives on these planaria. That bacterium has an input into how many heads the worm is going to have, because it hijacks that control system and it's able to make a chemical
What are we doing
that basically interfaces with the system that calculates how many heads you're supposed to have, and they can make them have two heads. And so you can imagine that if you are too, so you want to be understandable for your own parts to understand each other, but you don't want to be too understandable because you'll be too easily controllable. And so I think that my guess is that opposing pressure keeps this from being a super high bandwidth kind of thing where we can just look at somebody and know everything about them.
With the kind of biological game of Texas Hold'em.
Yeah.
You're showing some cards and you're hiding other cards. There's part of it is bluffing and all that. And then there's probably whole species that would do way too much bluffing. That's probably what Peacock's called. There's a book that I don't remember if I read or if I read summaries of the book. It's about the evolution of beauty and birds. Is that a book or does Richard Dawkins talk about? But basically, there's some species start to like over select for beauty. Not over select. They just for some reason select for beauty. There is a case to be made. Actually, now I'm starting to remember. I think Darwin himself made a case that you can select based on beauty alone. So
Yeah.
that beauty, there's a point where beauty doesn't represent some underlying biological truth. You start to select for beauty itself. And I think the deep question is there some evolutionary value to beauty? But it's an interesting kind of thought that this can we deviate completely from the deep biological truth to actually appreciate some kind of the summarization in itself. Let me get back to memory because that's a really interesting idea. How do a collection of cells remember anything? How do biological systems remember anything? How is that akin to the kind of memory we think of humans as having within our big cognitive engine?
Yeah. One of the ways to start thinking about bioelectricity is to ask ourselves, where did neurons and all these cool tricks that the brain uses to run these amazing problem-solving abilities on and basically an electrical network, right? Where did that come from? Did it just evolve, appear out of nowhere? It must have evolved from something. And what it evolved from was a much more ancient ability of cells to form networks to solve other kinds of problems. For example, to navigate morphin space, control the body shape. And so all of the components of neurons, so ion channels, neurotransmitter machinery, electrical synapses, all this stuff is way older than brains, way older than neurons, in fact, older than multicellularity. And so it was already there. Even bacterial biofilms, there's some beautiful work from UCSD on brain-like dynamics of bacterial biofilms. So evolution figured out very early on that electrical networks are amazing at having memories and integrating information across distance and different kinds of optimization tasks, image recognition and so on, long before there were brains.
Can you actually step back and we'll return to it? What is bioelectricity? What is biochemistry? What are electrical networks? I think a lot of the biology community focuses on the chemicals as the signaling mechanisms that make the whole thing work. You have, I think, to a large degree, uniquely, maybe you can correct me on that, have focused on the bioelectricity, which is using electricity for signaling. There's also probably mechanical, like knocking on the door. So what's the difference and what's an electrical network?
Yeah. So I want to make sure and kind of give credit where credit is due. So as far back as 1903 and probably late 1800s already, people were thinking about the importance of electrical phenomena in life. So I'm for sure not the first person to stress the importance of electricity. There were waves of research in the 30s, in the 40s, and then again in the kind of 70s, 80s, and 90s of sort of the pioneers of bioelectricity. We did some amazing work on all this. I think what we've done that's new is to step away from this idea that, and I'll describe what bioelectricity is step away from the idea that, well, here's another piece of physics that you need to keep track of to understand the physiology and development, and to really start looking at this as saying, no, this is a privileged computational layer that gives you access to the actual cognition of the tissue of basal cognition. So merging that developmental biophysics with ideas in cognition and computation and so on. I think that's what we've done. That's new. But people have been talking about bioelectricity for a really long time, and so I'll define that. So what happens is that if you have a single cell, the cell has a membrane. In that membrane are proteins called ion channels, and those proteins allow charged molecules, potassium, sodium, chloride, to go in and out under certain circumstances. And when there's an imbalance of those ions, there becomes a voltage gradient across that membrane. And so all living cells try to hold a particular kind of voltage difference across the membrane, and they spend a lot of energy to do so. When you so that's a single cell. When you have multiple cells sitting next to each other, they can communicate their voltage state to each other via a number of different ways, but one of them is the symbol of gap junction, which is basically like a little submarine hatch that just kind of docks, right? And the ions from one side can flow to the other side and vice versa. So
isn't it incredible that this evolved? Isn't that wild? Because that didn't exist.
Correct. This had to be evolved and
had to be invented.
That's right.
Somebody invented electricity in the ocean. When did this again?
Yeah. So I mean, it is incredible. The guy who discovered gap junctions, Werner Lowenstein, I visited him. He was really old.
Human being.
He discovered them.
He was one what really discovered that was probably 4 billion years ago.
Good point.
So you're giving credit where credit is due.
He rediscovered gap junctions. But when I visited him in Woods Hole maybe 20 years ago now, he told me that he was writing. Unfortunately, he passed away, and I think this book never got written. He was writing a book on gap junctions and consciousness, and I think it would have been an incredible book because gap junctions are magic. I'll explain why in a minute. What happens is that, just imagine, the thing about both these ion channels and these gap junctions is that many of them are themselves voltage sensitive. So that's a voltage-sensitive current conductance. That's a transistor. And as soon as you've invented one, immediately you now get access to, from the Platonic space of mathematical truth, you get access to all of the cool things that transistors do. So now, when you have a network of cells, not only do they talk to each other, but they can send messages to each other, and the differences in voltage can propagate. Now, to neuroscientists, this is old hat because you see this in the brain, right? These action potentials, the electricity. They have these awesome movies where you can take a zebra, like a transparent animal like a zebrafish. You can literally look down and you can see all the firings as the fish is like making decisions on what things like it's right. Amazing. Well, your whole body's doing that all the time, just much slower. So there are very few things that neurons do that other cells, that all the cells in your body don't do. They all do very similar things, just on a much slower time scale. And whereas your brain is thinking about how to solve problems in three-dimensional space, the cells in the embryo are thinking about how to solve problems in anatomical space. They're trying to have memories like, hey, how many fingers are we supposed to have? Well, how many do we have now? What do we do to get from here to there? That's the kind of problems they're thinking about. And the reason that gap junctions are magic is magic, right? From the earliest time. Here are two cells. This cell, how can they communicate? Well, the simple version is this cell could send a chemical signal. It floats over and it hits a receptor on this cell. Right? Because it comes from outside, this cell can very easily tell that came from outside. This is whatever information is coming. That's not my information. That information is coming from the outside. So I can trust it. I can ignore it. I can do various things with it, whatever. But I know it comes from the outside. Now imagine instead that you have two cells with a gap junction between them. Something happens. Let's say this cell gets poked with a calcium spike. The calcium spike or whatever small molecule signal propagates through the gap junction to this cell. There's no ownership metadata on that signal. This cell does not know now that it came from outside because it looks exactly like its own memories would have looked like of being whatever had happened. So gap junctions, to some extent, wipe ownership information on data, which means that if you and I are sharing memories and we can't quite tell who the memories belong to, that's the beginning of a mind meld. That's the beginning of a scale up of cognition from here's me and here's you to no, now there's just us.
So they enforce the collective intelligence.
That's right.
Gap junctions.
That's right. It helps. It's the beginning. It's not the whole story, but it's
where is state stored of the system?
So there are
is it in part in the gap junctions themselves? Is it in the cells?
There are many layers to this, as always in biology. So there are chemical networks. So, for example, gene regulatory networks, right, which or basically any kind of chemical pathway where different chemicals activate and repress each other, they can store memories. So, in the dynamical system sense, they can store memories. They can get into stable states that are hard to pull them out of, right? So that becomes, once they get in, that's a memory, a permanent memory of or a semi-permanent memory of something that's happened. There are cytoskeletal structures, right, that are physically they store memories in physical configuration. There are electrical memories like flip-flops where there is no physical, right? So if you look, I showed my students this example as a flip-flop, and the reason that it stores a 0 or 1 is not because some piece of the hardware moves. It's because there's a cycling of the current in one side of the thing. If I come over and I hold I hold the other side to a high voltage for a brief period of time, it flips over and now it's here. But none of the hardware, the information is
I don't
in a
even know
stable
that song.
dynamical sense. If you were to X-ray the
I
thing, you couldn't tell me
don't
if it was
remember
0 or 1, because all you would see is where the hardware is. You wouldn't see the energetic state of the system. So there are bioelectrical states that are held in that exact way, like volatile RAM, basically, like in the electrical state of the
It's
system.
very akin to the different ways that memory is stored in a computer. So it's
that song.
hard drive.
You can make that mapping, right? So I think the interesting thing is that based on the biology, we can have a more sophisticated. I think we can revise some of our computer engineering methods, because there are some interesting things that biology that we haven't done yet. But that mapping is not bad. That's one thing.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, the way we build computers, at the root of computer science is the idea of proof of correctness, where we program things to be perfect, reliable. This idea of resilience and robustness to unknown conditions is not as important. So that's what biology is really good at. I don't know what kind of systems. I don't know how we go from a computer to a biological system in the future.
Yeah, I think that the thing about biology is all about making really important decisions really quickly on very limited information. I mean, that's what biology is all about. You have to act. You have to act now. The stakes are very high, and you don't know most of what you need to know to be perfect. And so there's not even an attempt to be perfect or to get it right in any sense. There are just things like active inference, minimize surprise, optimize some efficiency, and some things like this that guides the whole business.
I mentioned to you offline that somebody who's a fan of your work is Andre Kapati, and he's amongst many things also writes occasionally a great blog. And he came up with this idea. I don't know if he coined the term, but of software 2.0, where the programming is done in the space of configuring these artificial neural networks. Is there some sense in which that would be the future of programming for us humans, where we're less doing like Python-like programming and more? How would that look like? But basically, doing the hyperparameters of something akin to a biological system and watching it go and keeping it, adjusting it, and creating some kind of feedback loop within the system so it corrects itself. And then we watch it over time accomplish the goals we wanted to accomplish. Is that kind of the dream of the dogs that you described in the Nature paper?
Yeah, I mean, that's what you just painted is a very good description of our efforts at regenerative medicine as a kind of somatic psychiatry. So the idea is that you're not trying to micromanage. I mean, think about the limitations of a lot of the medicines today.
Fuck this shit.
Try to interact down at the level of pathways, right? So we're trying to micromanage it. What's the problem? One problem is that for almost every medicine other than antibiotics, once you stop it, the problem comes right back. You haven't fixed anything. You were addressing symptoms. You aren't actually curing anything again except for antibiotics. That's one problem. The other problem is you have a massive amount of side effects because you were trying to interact at the lowest level. It's right. It's like I'm gonna try to program this computer by changing the melting point of copper. Like maybe you can do things that way, but my God, it's hard to program it right at the hardware level. So what I think we're starting to understand is that, and by the way, this goes back Because that's exactly right. Because once you start thinking about it that way, you realize that the better locus of control is not always at the lowest level. This is why we don't program with a soldering iron, right? We take advantage of the high level intelligences that are there, which means trying to figure out, okay, which of your tissues can learn, what can they learn, why is it that certain drugs stop working after you take them for a while with this habituation, right? And so can we understand habituation, sensitization, associative learning, these kinds of things in chemical pathways? We're going to have a completely different way, I think. We're going to have a completely different way of using drugs and medicine in general when we start focusing on the goal states and on the intelligence of our subsystems, as opposed to treating everything as if the only path was micromanagement from chemistry upward.
Well, can you speak to this idea of somatic psychiatry? What are somatic cells? How do they form networks that use bioelectricity to have memory and all those kinds of things?
Yeah.
What is somatic cells? Like basics.
The somatic cells just means the cells of your body. So much just means body, right? So somatic cells are just the cell. I'm not even specifically making a distinction between somatic cells and stem cells or anything like that. I mean, basically all the cells in your body, not just neurons, but all the cells in your body. They form electrical networks during embryogenesis, during regeneration. What those networks are doing, in part, is processing information about what our current shape is and what the goal shape is. Now, how do I know this? Because I can give you a couple of examples. One example is when we started studying this, we said, okay, here's a planarian. A planarian is a flatworm. It has one head and one tail, normally. And there's several amazing things about planaria, but basically they kind of, I think planaria hold the answer to pretty much every deep question of life. For one thing, they're similar to our ancestors, so they have true symmetry. They have a true brain. They're not like earthworms. They're much more advanced life form. They have lots of different internal organs, but they're these little. They're about maybe 2 centimeters in the centimeter to 2 in size. They have a head and a tail. And the first thing is planaria are immortal, so they do not age. There's no such thing as an old planaria. So that right there tells you that these theories of thermodynamic limitations on lifespan are wrong. It's not that over time everything degrades. No, planaria can keep it going for probably how long have they been around? 400 million years, right? So these are the planaria in our lab are actually in physical continuity with planaria that were here 400 million years ago.
So
Alex, buddy, Andy, bro, Ben,
what do you mean?
burnt toast.
Because what they do is they split in half. The way they
I love
reproduce
burnt
is they
toast.
split in
Sometimes
half. So the planaria in
when
the
I have
back,
a toaster or
end
toast,
grabs
I'll
the
burn
nutrition,
it.
the front end takes off,
Just to
and
eat it.
they rip themselves
Tastes like
But
fucking
isn't this some sort
charcoal.
of weird? Like you are a physical continuation.
Yes, except that we go through.
What is this bullshit?
Which is the egg. They do not. I mean, they can. There's certain planaria that.
Got it. So we go through a very ruthless compression
Yes,
process,
yes.
and they don't.
Yes.
Ah.
Sort of squashed down to one cell and then back out. These guys just tear themselves in half, and so the other amazing thing about them is they regenerate. So you can cut them into pieces. The record is, I think, 276 or something like that by Thomas Hunt Morgan. And each piece regrows a perfect little worm. They know exactly, every piece knows exactly what's missing, what needs to happen. In fact, if you chop it in half, as it grows the other half, the original tissue shrinks so that when the new tiny head shows up, they're proportional.
Come on, you little bitch.
Perfect proportion. If you starve them, they shrink. If you feed them again, they expand. Their control.
This
their
thing is
anatomical
sucking.
control is just insane.
Somebody cut them into over 200 pieces.
Yeah. Thomas Hunt Morgan.
Hashtag science.
Yeah, and maybe more. I mean, they didn't have antibiotics back then. I bet he lost some due to infection. I bet it's actually more than that. I bet you could do more than that.
Humans can't do that.
Oh, that's nice.
Well, yes, I mean, again, true, except
Maybe
that.
you can at the embryonic level.
Well, that's the thing, right? So I tell when I talk about this, I said just remember that as amazing as it is to grow a whole planarian from a tiny fragment, half of the human population can grow a full body from one cell, right? So development is really, you can look at development as a just an example of regeneration.
Yeah, to think we'll talk about regenerative medicine, but there's some sense it would be like that worm in like 500 years. Where I can just go regrow a hand.
Yep, with given time, it takes time to grow large things, but
For now,
yeah, I think so.
I think it probably why not accelerate? Oh, biology takes its time.
I'm not going to say anything is impossible, but I don't know of a way to accelerate these processes. I think it's possible. I think we are going to be regenerative, but I don't know of a way to make it fast.
I just think people from a few centuries from now be like, well, they used to have to wait a week for the hand to regrow. It's like when the microwave was invented. You can toast your what's that called when you put a cheese on a toast? Um, it's delicious. Is all I know. I'm blanking. Anyway. All right. So planaria. Why were we talking about the magical planaria that they have the mystery of life?
Yeah. So the reason we're talking about planaria is not only are they immortal, okay, not only do they regenerate every part of their body, they generally don't get cancer, right? So which we can talk about why that's important. They're smart. They can learn things. You can train them. And it turns out that if you train a planarian and then cut their heads off, the tail will regenerate a brand new brain that still remembers the original information.
Do they have a biological network going on, or
yes,
no?
Yes.
So their somatic cells are forming a network, and that's what you mean by true brain. What's the requirement for a true brain?
Like everything else, it's a continuum, but a true brain has certain characteristics as far as the density, like a localized density of neurons that guides behavior.
In the head.
Exactly. Exactly. If you cut their head off, the tail doesn't do anything. It just sits there until the new brain until a new brain regenerates. They have all the same neurotransmitters that you and I have. But here's what we're talking about them in this context. So here's your planaria. You cut off the head. You cut off the tail. You have a middle fragment. That middle fragment has to make one head and one tail. How does it know how many of each to make, and where do they go? How come it doesn't switch up, right? So we did a very simple thing, and we said, okay, let's make a hypothesis that there's a somatic electrical network that remembers the correct pattern, and then what it's doing is recalling that memory and building to that pattern. So what we did was we used a way to visualize electrical activity in these cells, right? It's a variant of what people use to look for electricity in the brain, and we saw that it has that fragment has a very particular electrical pattern. You can literally see it once we developed the technique. It has a very particular electrical pattern that shows you where the head and the tail goes, right? You can just see it. And then we said, okay, well now let's test the idea that that's a memory that actually controls where the head and the tail goes. Let's change that pattern. So basically incept the false memory. And so what you can do is you can do that in many different ways. One way is with drugs that target ion channels to say, and so you pick these drugs and you say, okay, I'm going to do it so that instead of this one head, one tail electrical pattern, you have a two-headed pattern, right? You're just editing the electrical information in the network. When you do that, guess what the cells build? They build a two-headed worm. And the coolest thing about it, now no genetic changes, so we haven't touched the genome. The genome is totally well there. But the amazing thing about it is that when you take these two-headed animals and you cut them into pieces again, some of those pieces will continue to make two-headed animals. So that information, that memory, that electrical circuit, not only does it hold the information for how many heads, not only does it use that information to tell the cells what to do to regenerate, but it stores it. Once you reset it, it keeps. And we can go back. We can take a two-headed animal and put it back to one-headed. So now imagine, so there's a couple of interesting things here that have implications for understanding of genomes and things like that. Imagine I take this two-headed animal, and by the way, when they reproduce, when they tear themselves in half, you still get two-headed animals. So imagine I take them and I throw them in the Charles River over here. So 100 years later, some scientists come along and they scoop up some samples and they go, oh, there's a single-headed form and a two-headed form. Wow, a speciation event. Cool. Let's sequence the genome and see what happened. The genomes are identical. There's nothing wrong with the genome. So if you ask the question, so this goes back to your very first question, is where do body plans come from, right? How does the planarian know how many heads it's supposed to have? Now, it's interesting because you could say DNA, but what as it turns out, the DNA produces a piece of hardware that by default says one head. The way that when you turn on a calculator, by default it says zero every single time, right? When you turn it on, it says zero. But it's a programmable calculator, as it turns out. So once you've changed that, next time it won't say zero; it'll say something else. And the same thing here. So you can make one-headed, two-headed, no-headed worms. We've done some other things along these lines, some other really weird constructs. So this question of, right? So again, it's really important. The hardware-software distinction is really important because the hardware is essential, because without proper hardware, you're never going to get to the right physiology of having that memory. But once you have it, it doesn't fully determine what the information is going to be. You can have other information in there, and it's reprogrammable by us, by bacteria, by various parasites, probably, things like that. The other amazing thing about these planarias, most animals, when we get a mutation in our bodies, our children don't inherit it, right? So you could go on, you could run around 50, 60 years getting mutations, your children don't have those mutations because we go through the egg stage. Planaria tear themselves in half, and that's how they reproduce. So for 400 million years, they keep every mutation that they've had that doesn't kill the cell that it's in. So when you look at these planaria, their bodies are what's called mixoploid, meaning that every cell might have a different number of chromosomes. They look like a tumor. If you look at the genome is an incredible mess because they accumulate all this stuff, and yet their body structure is they are the best regenerators on the planet. Their anatomy is rock solid, even though their genome is all kinds of crap. So this is kind of a scandal, right? That when we learn that what are genomes? Well, genomes determine your body. Okay, why does the animal with the worst genome have the best anatomical control, the most cancer resistant, the most regenerative? Really, was just beginning to start to understand this relationship between the genomically determined hardware. And by the way, just as of a couple of months ago, I think I now somewhat understand why this is, but it's really a major puzzle.
I mean, that really throws a wrench into the whole nature versus nurture, because you usually associate electricity with the nurture, and hardware with the nature, and there's just this weird integrated mess that propagates through generations.
Yeah, it's much more fluid. It's much more complex. You can imagine what's happening here is just imagine the evolution of an animal like this. That multi-scale. This goes back to this multi-scale competency, right? Imagine that you have you have an animal that where its tissues have some degree of multi-scale competency. So, for example, if like we saw in the tadpole, if you put an eye on its tail, they can still see out of that eye, right? There's incredible plasticity. So if you have an animal and it comes up for selection and the fitness is quite good, evolution doesn't know whether the fitness is good because the genome was awesome or because the genome was kind of junky, but the competency made up for it, right? And things kind of ended up good. So what that means is that the more competency you have, the harder it is for selection to pick the best genomes. It hides information, right? And so that means that so what happens? Evolution started all the hard work is being done to increase the competency.
So they'll learn all this
Because
terrible
it's harder and
information.
harder to see the genome.
William didn't see
And so I
anything
think
back,
in planaria, what
which
happens
is where
is
he
that
earned
there's
Look at
his
this
a
move, guys.
phenomenon where all the effort went into the algorithm, such that
When he returned to
we know you've got a crappy genome. We can't.
the war
we
was
can't clean up
largely
the genome. We
unacclaimed.
can't keep track of
It
it.
took
So
place
what's
mostly
going to happen
in
is
smaller
what survives
conflicts and
are
battles
the
rather than
algorithms that can create
outright
a great
warfare.
worm.
But in key points,
So
it was something that
everything
could
went into
truly be
the
totally.
algorithm, and which of course
In
then
France, the
reduces the
Huguenot
pressure on
forces
keeping
were
it
entrenched
keeping
against the
it
forces
legit.
of the king, and
So
they'd
So
been
this
really
idea
in a
of right,
decades-long
and
civil
different
war.
animals have this at
But in the Low
different levels.
Countries, where much of our
This
story
idea
today takes
of putting
place,
energy into
things
an
are moving
algorithm
from the
that
realm of
What do you think?
diplomacy
does
and
not
conflict
overtrain
to
on
outright
priors, right?
warfare.
You can't assume
No.
genetic
Now, the
biology
armies
is
of both the
general.
Huguenot forces
Evolution
of the
doesn't take
French
the past
and the
too
Dutch armies,
seriously because it makes
they were
sense.
well trained, but they were really
Basically,
no
problem
match
solving
for the
machines
French
as
and
opposed to
Spanish
like
armies that
exactly what
exist.
you know
These were two of the
to
greatest
deal with
armies of
exactly
the
what
world.
happened
In
last
fact,
time.
not only by the
Problem
respected
solving
kings,
versus
but by
memory
the full
recall.
force of the Catholic
A little
Church.
memory, but a lot
So the
of
Protestant
problems.
forces
I
of
think
the
so.
Huguenots
Many
and
cases.
the Dutch and the English all turned to a third option. Instead of facing these armies on land, they faced them at sea, for they had a better chance. Now, while the Spanish did have the greatest navy in the world, unparalleled by anyone else in the West, we've learned that you don't need great warships and massive armada to take on a great naval power. You need smaller fleets, quick, smaller vessels, manned by sailors who, while perhaps lacking in moral fiber, possess the will to fight for their cause. This is episode number 11, The Sea Giants.
Controversial. Did you guys get in trouble for using
To understand today's story, we're going to need to take a step back. We've talked about the sea beggars before. We've talked about the Dutch and the Low Countries, but they've always been footnotes. They've been background characters in the story of Queen Elizabeth and her sea dogs, and they're going to be such important players in the story to come that we need to take a closer look at them. The Low Countries, well, that's the 16th century name for what is today comprised of the Netherlands, Belgium, and Luxembourg. And even the name the Netherlands in German and Dutch means the Low Countries. Now, these countries don't really have as ancient a past as most of the rest of Europe. Compared to Italy or Germany or Spain or France or England, they're a relatively newcomer on the block. The whole region was largely uninhabited for most of its history. While there were some people living in certain select areas, it was difficult for them to really build a civilization. It wasn't really possible to build much in the way of towns or cities until the Romans arrived and began industrializing the area. You see, the Low Countries are on the North Sea and the English Channel. They're that region where the Rhine enters Europe, and they're a very marshy, swampy area. It's that same region that's famous for their dikes, and it was the Romans who built really the first system of dikes in the Low Countries. The Roman border in continental Europe was essentially the Rhine, and they had it extremely well defended. And they had it defended all the way up to the North Sea, where they built forts and ramparts. In order to man and fortify these forts, they built roads, and because of the problem of frequent flooding and the marshy nature of the area, they had to build these roads on raised embankments. And these embankments really were the first system of dikes that dried out some of the Low Countries and allowed people to start inhabiting the place full time. Now, the post-Roman history of the region is extremely complex. Due to all the flooding and the politics of Europe at the time, things are very difficult to follow, but really, this isn't important to our story. What is important to realize is that what became known as the Low Countries never really had a centralized government. Occasionally, one man or another would gain power under him and unify some of the Low Countries, but for the most part, they were essentially city-states that had a cultural significance to each other, but weren't really politically aligned. And they had something of a democratic aspect to them. Most of the people of the Low Countries didn't seem to want a single overlord over all of them. The cities in the Low Countries, such as Antwerp or Amsterdam, they usually had a governing body that is a city council, led mostly by white men who were pillars of the community, but that had a more democratic bent than what was going on in the rest of Europe, where feudalism and monarchy was the order of the day. Now, these 17 regions in the Low Countries, what were called the states, well, they did have feudal lords, but those lords gave their people certain, what were called privileges. These privileges are something that today we would consider rights. Usually they were an exemption from certain taxes that didn't benefit the people who lived there, or sometimes it was the right to govern themselves in their city. Almost all of these provinces had an independent court of law in which you could be tried by a jury of your peers instead of by the local lord or the church. Now, that's not to say the church wasn't powerful in the Low Countries. It was. It was the most powerful organization in Europe and had as much influence on the people in the Low Countries as everywhere else. However, the Low Countries were always kind of a hotbed for dissent. It was the place that birthed and housed men like Erasmus of Rotterdam, who, though he was a Catholic his entire life, was famously critical of some of the church's less savory aspects at the time. This was something that was very common in the region. They were notorious free thinkers in Europe at the time. Now, the people in the Low Countries, if you were to hear one of them refer, I think even today, to the enemy, they wouldn't be referring to a foreign power. Usually, they would be talking about the sea. Life in this region was centered around the sea. It was a constant threat in the form of flooding, as well as really the thing that kept them alive. You see, farming was a dicey proposition in most of these regions. They usually didn't have farmland for very long, and if it flooded with seawater, that land wasn't too good to farm on after that. So most of the people in the Low Countries made their money and their fortunes through trade, through merchant activities, and due to that, the major trading hub in all of Northern Europe grew up in the Low Countries, the city of Antwerp. Now again, we've talked about Antwerp on the show before. It was that city that was closely allied with England, largely because they bought nearly all of England's wool, the prime export of the English countryside, and cities in the region would spin that wool into some of the finest cloth made in all of Europe. Now, people from all over Europe would come to Antwerp to buy that cloth, and they would trade things such as spices and fine wine and riches that you couldn't get anywhere else in Europe. So Antwerp became a serious financial power in the whole of world politics. However, during all of these centuries, since the fall of the Roman Empire, these small principalities and dukedoms, they all stayed independent for most of their history, up until the time of the 16th century. That was when a line of dukes in the region known as Burgundy began to amass power. Between shifting marriage alliances, open warfare, and sometimes outright buying land, these Burgundian dukes began to unify the provinces. And then in 1543, all of the 17 provinces of the Low Countries fell under the rule, finally, of one man. And that was Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor. That same emperor that was in office when Martin Luther became a powerful force in Europe. Charles V was arguably the most powerful man that Europe had seen since the height of the Roman Empire. He was heir to the Holy Roman Empire. That was his by birth. However, also his by birth, from a marriage alliance a generation before, he also had control of the Low Countries. That marriage alliance was to that same line of Burgundian dukes that had taken control. Now beyond that, on his mother's side, his grandparents were Ferdinand and Isabella of Spain, the Catholic monarchs, those very same monarchs that sent Christopher Columbus across the Atlantic Ocean and founded the Spanish New World Empire. Charles inherited their throne as well. So Charles ruled not only the Holy Roman Empire, not only the Low Countries, but Spain, as well as all of Spain's overseas holdings, including those in the Atlantic, in North Africa, and in the Americas. He controlled what was, in terms of sheer land mass, the largest empire the world had ever seen. This, however, proved to be a bit much for Charles V. Even the Roman emperors at the height of the empire decided they needed to split up the empire because ruling that much territory was simply too much work for one single man. So in 1555, Charles V abdicated his throne. In his homeland, the Holy Roman Empire, in Italy and in Germany, he abdicated in favor of his brother. However, for the rest of the empire, that being essentially Spain, the Low Countries, and all of Spain's holdings overseas, he abdicated that in favor of his son, Philip II. That is the same Philip II who we've talked about so much up until now. The Spanish king who married Queen Elizabeth's predecessor, Mary, sat on the throne of England, fought a war with those two countries against France, and finally, when Mary died and he lost his power in England, treated for peace with France and decided it was time to meet this young new Queen Elizabeth. It was at those peace talks in France where Philip II met the young Queen Elizabeth that we meet the real major player in our story, a man named William of Orange. William was born in 1533 as William of Nassau. For those of you who have some idea of what's to come, yes, that will come into play later. He was born the son of a minor noble house, and despite their blue blood, they were not a wealthy family. There were a grand total of 17 children in their family, and his mother made clothes for all of them with her own two hands and cooked every meal for all of them. This was not the lap of luxury he was born into. He was educated at home by his mother, not in Latin and courtly manners, but primarily in how to read, and what they read was the Bible, along with some other theological works, mostly that taught him the tenets of Protestantism. In a lot of ways, William's upbringing was very similar to Francis Drake's. They were both educated young men who weren't members of the upper class. They knew what it was to come from the lower echelons of society. Then, at the age of 11, William's entire life changed. One of his cousins died, a man who had been prince of some of the richest land in the Low Countries, as well as a province known as Orange, that was within the borders of France, but not under the control of the French crown. And he left William as his sole heir. This made William of Nassau, at 11 years old, William of Orange. Now, the King of France and the King of Spain were not willing to let a young nobody who happened to be a Protestant become one of the more powerful nobles in their lands. But instead of refusing his claim, they elected to have him sent to court where he could be educated in all the courtly trappings that he was going to need to know. He was sent to the court of Mary, who was the regent of the Low Countries. She also happened to be sister to Charles V, the current Holy Roman Emperor. His life at court was an antithesis to everything he had known so far. While he had been raised a Protestant, Mary was a Catholic, and his first action was to be baptized and taught about the Catholic faith. Well, his home had been an austere place. The court was opulent. He traded his homespun black wool for colorful silks and linens, and the solemn hymns that he had learned at home for the most popular and robust music of the day. William excelled in his studies, not just in the things that he would need to know as far as manners, but as far as the church was concerned and in politics. He became a favorite of Mary very quickly, and even the emperor himself took an interest in the young lady. He was known to, when the emperor would visit the Low Countries, one of his provinces, have long talks with William of Orange, alone in private, and whenever they would have diplomatic meetings with other lords, he would frequently bring William with him to learn and discuss for himself. William became a spectacular musician and artist. He really took to his new life very well. But through all of that, he never forgot his roots. He never forgot his hardworking mother, who he loved for the rest of his life. And he always remembered the populist leanings of his elders. When Charles V abdicated his throne in 1555, William was there. He had really grown to be something of a second father to William of Orange, and when Charles V climbed down off his throne, he leaned on the shoulder of William of Orange. And William continued to play an important role in politics. He was there in France when Charles's son, Philip, met King Henry of France to sign that peace treaty. As a powerful noble who had lands not only within the borders of France, but one of the few nobles there that had lands in the Low Countries, he was chosen as a hostage to stay with the King of France until the treaties were on more solid footing. This was something that was typical at the time. These hostages were honored guests of the other court, and frequently William would go on outings with the French king, along with some of the other Spanish nobility around. One of their favorite activities was to go on long, extravagant hunts. On these hunts, Henry would speak freely. Everybody there, they were friends. They were all good Catholic gentlemen, nobility. Now, William learned that King Henry of France and Philip II of Spain, well, they had plans to oust all of the Protestants from Europe. Now that the war between Spain and France was over, the French were able to concentrate on their civil war with the Huguenot rebels. Philip, on the other hand, had plans to burn every Protestant out of the Low Countries. Henry would talk about this at length, and William listened to him, listened to all of his boastings, but he said nothing. However, his mind must have been troubled. He came from a Protestant household. His mother and father were members of Lutheran nobility. His own lands in the Low Countries were filled with untold numbers of Protestant peasants. And then, in addition to everything that Henry had to say, William got troubling news from back home in the Low Countries. When Philip had left the Low Countries, after signing the peace accords and after having all those Spanish troops on Low Countries soil to fight the French, he had left around 3,000 Spanish troops on their soil, something that he had promised not to do. More and more Spanish officials were being appointed in high positions of power as well, something that was technically illegal. You see, King Philip was not the king of the Low Countries. He was either duke or prince of the Low Countries, but to be a lord in these nations, you had to be essentially elected by the people. You had to be agreed upon by them, and he had been universally agreed upon by all of the states, but he didn't have the political authority to do what he was doing. However, those 3,000 troops that he had left on Low Country soil, well, they make a powerful argument. Every day the situation in his home and in his lands was growing more and more dire. But William's position itself was tenuous. He was a hostage of the King of France, a well-treated, noble hostage, yes, but still at the King's mercy. So though learning all this terrible information, William didn't say anything back, which is where he earned his name, William the Silent. When he returned to his lands in the Low Countries, William went to war. While he had been a hostage, a new regent had been appointed in the Low Countries by Philip. This was his sister, his half-sister, Margarita de Parma. She was officially supposed to rule through correlation with an official council called the Council of State. This was something of a parliament. All of the highest nobility in the Low Countries belonged to it, including William the Silent. But in reality, that wasn't how things really worked. Margarita ruled the country in concert with one man, really, Bishop Antoine de Granville. This was Philip II's chosen representative in the Low Countries. Granville was a proud Spanish Catholic. He had really no love for the Low Countries and absolutely detested the Protestant element there, so really he was perfect for Philip's purposes. William spent his first couple of years back home contacting all of the nobility of the 17 different states in the Netherlands. He organized them and built strong ties and allies among them, and even began a network of communication between them, correspondence, that they would be able to talk to each other very quickly and relay news even faster. This network of lords had several objectives, but the first and most important to them was to petition Margherita de Parma, Granvelle, and Philip II himself to remove those 3,000 Spanish troops still stationed on their soil. The petitions, and they sent many of them, went unheeded for 2 full years, until Philip finally had a need to move those troops off Low Country soil into his war with the Arabs and Turks in the Mediterranean. So William's coalition immediately shifted its focus. With the withdrawal of those Spanish troops, Granvelle was raised to be a cardinal and archbishop, and this granted him the authority to call in an inquisition. This inquisition did what inquisitions were intended to do. They searched out anyone who wasn't a Catholic and kidnapped them and questioned them, usually ending in torture and sometimes even an execution. It terrorized the countryside of all of the Low Countries, and naturally, William and his group of nobles that had banded together to fight this injustice, well, they decided to press for Granvelle's removal. They took to wearing a symbol on all of their coats. They had this symbol embroidered on the coats of their soldiers and their servants. The symbol they decided upon was a quiver full of arrows. The quiver represented the unity among these nobles. The fact that a single arrow could be broken, and yet many arrows together could not be broken. It also represented the fact that they were open to rebellion. They were fighting the power that they saw as unjust, and they were not afraid to tell that power exactly how they felt. In fact, they would put this symbol on banners and march it through the city square of every town in the Low Countries. They even went so far as to promise Margherita de Parma that if Granvelle were not removed, all of the taxes that they were required to pay would not be paid at all. They said that if Granvelle stayed in office beyond that, they could not promise that the Low Countries would stay peaceful. This was essentially telling the regent of the Low Countries, Philip's representative, that if they did not remove the man that they hated so much, they would go into open rebellion against them. However, on the other hand, if Granvelle were removed, taken away from power, then they promised that there would be no acts of insubordination and the taxes would flow freely. This was an argument that Margherita definitely understood. You see, her realm was always hurting for money, especially in this time when taxes were not exactly forthcoming. So, learning there was a way to get more tax revenue, which she desperately needed, she wrote and petitioned Philip herself to remove Granvelle from office. And finally they did. Granvelle was sent away to, I believe the excuse was, visit his aging mother, but really, he went to Italy and was never to return to the Netherlands again. Now, in much the way that William had been set to learn courtly manners as a young man, and similar to how he had been held hostage after the signing of the peace accord with France, William sent his daughter to Margherita de Parma, to her court, to be a lady in waiting and learn all the courtly manners that she would need to make a good match. In return, Margherita granted William a new title. She gave him the position of stadholder, which was a high office in 3 provinces, that was Zeeland, Holland, and Utrecht. The stadholder was the commander-in-chief of all the armed forces of that area, as well as the highest magistrate, the highest official of law in the region, and someone who was essentially in complete control of these areas. This was a big promotion for William, and something that he definitely appreciated. William saw, along with the other nobles who had received a similar treatment, that all of their taxes were paid on time. They had had their demands met, and they attempted to make this a lasting peace. However, the Inquisition was still in place. Granvelle, the man who had called the Inquisition, had left, but all of the inquisitors, all of the soldiers, all of the officials that were there performing the Inquisition, they were still there, doing their jobs. Ousting Granvelle had really done nothing to improve the situation of the common people in the Low Countries. Everywhere, poor Protestants were arrested and tortured. Families lost their land, merchants lost their shops and their ships. Whole families were left fatherless, with no land, no money, and no hope. I'm going to quote from a book called William the Silent and the Dutch Revolt by Hermine de Jong. It's not exactly the most reputable source. It's from the 70s, and in a lot of ways it's heavily biased, but it has some of the most colorful writing about this period that I've found, and I'm really in love with this passage, so I'm going to read it to you. Quote, "Everywhere there was unrest. For some years, the harvest had been a great disappointment. The winters were severe and long. There was underemployment, poverty, and even starvation. The heretics became more daring, even in the face of the prosecuting magistrates. The poor attended the secret Protestant meetings and watched the heretics dying like martyrs and heroes. Everywhere there was fear. Fear of the king, of the Inquisition, of another severe winter without food. There were whispering groups of people on street corners and in the inns talking of resistance. At last there was open action. Groups of people chanting psalms, marching the streets in the night, hidden in long, dark coats, putting out lanterns and knocking down the guards. They broke into the prisons to free their fellow heretics, and they even attacked the executioners, who threw paving stones at the guards around the scaffolds and snatched the victims out of their hands. There are several stories about half-burned martyrs. These were the ordinary people, and they acted in despair. End quote. The attitude in their country was changing, and while the higher nobility, such as William, had been largely bought off by Margarita de Parma, many of the lower nobility had not been. So, in 1566, a group of about 300 lesser nobles, these are younger sons of these noble families primarily, even including William's younger brother, Louis de Nassau, signed a pact called the Compromise of Nobles, and they pinned a list of grievances that they intended to be read by both Margarita and Philip II. They took this list, which they called the Request, and they marched up to the regent's palace to present it to him. This was intended to end the hostility towards the Protestant underclass. However, when Margarita saw this force approaching her palace, she was reportedly unnerved. But one of her advisors was said to have leaned over to her and whispered in her ear, quote, "Fear not, madame, they are only beggars," end quote. The man who was at the head of that column, right next to Louis de Nassau, a man named Henry of Bredero, he overheard this, supposedly, and he was a man that certainly looked the part. He had long, unkempt hair and a very long, wild beard, and he was said to have a temperament that matched. In a lot of ways, he was something of a barbarian in the eyes of many of these very genteel Renaissance people. But what that advisor said, "Fear not, they are only beggars," that went on to be something of a let-them-eat-cake moment. See, it was something that Margarita did not say, and likely was never said at all, but it proved to be something that galvanized this nobility and the common people. It became a rallying cry for their burgeoning movement. When they were at dinner later that night, feasting and celebrating after Parma agreed to bring the letter to Philip's attention, the nobles laughed at being called beggars, and they raised a cheer. They called out in unison, "Long live the beggars!" And it was something that was going to become a rallying call and a battle cry for all of the Dutch. In a lot of ways, it's really kind of a perfect symbol for them. First of all, they were beggars who had had their titles, lands, and riches stripped away by this Spanish overlord, and beyond that, most of these men were Protestants, people who believed that they followed the true word of God, while the Catholics didn't. They were people who believed that their poverty mirrored that of Christ. They attempted in all of their actions to be as Christ-like as possible, even, and perhaps even especially, mirroring Christ's actions at the temple when he drove the money changers out. It was around this time, actually, that many works of art were created, one notably by a man named El Greco, of Christ driving the money changers out. This was something of a response to this large amount of people who believed they were very Christ-like, outing the sources of power from their towns and cities. But all of these letters, all of this diplomacy, it was intended to avoid the violence that was simmering right under the surface. This violence was due almost entirely to the Inquisition. People were dying, and they were unable to fight against the Inquisition, and it was becoming a more and more dangerous situation all across the land. Yet the Inquisition didn't stop. It kept executing and torturing the Protestant Nazis. The group of that lower nobility, they knew that this situation was bad. So did the upper nobility, men such as William and Silent. Even so did Margarita. So did Philip. But they didn't do anything to stop it. On July 22nd, Margarita de Parma received a letter informing her that there was a destruction of churches and church property imminent. This was something that people across Europe had seen for years, ever since the Lutheran Reformation. In France, for years, they had been dealing with Huguenot radicals defacing effigies of saints, attacking priests in the streets, and burning churches. It had only been 30 or so years since the town of Munster in Germany had been taken over by Anabaptist rebels and had executed or exiled every non-Anabaptist in town, including not only the Catholics, but the more moderate Lutherans as well. This must have been at the forefront of Margarita's mind when she received that letter. She knew that these were possibilities, that these people were growing desperate, and that she had to do something to stop them. Unfortunately, the letter came too late. She was out of time. It was on August 10th, 1566, the feast day of St. Lawrence, and that storm of Protestant rage engulfed the Low Countries. It was called the Bildungsstrom, or the Iconoclastic Fury, and it began in a town called Strasbourg. Today, it's part of France in the very southwest, but within the Low Countries. It was when a group of pilgrims invaded the chapel of St. Lawrence. This group of pilgrims destroyed all of the Catholic icons, the saints' effigies, and as much church property as they could get their hands on. It was a tremendously violent affair, but it wasn't as violent as what had happened elsewhere in Europe. There was no loss of life reported, no clergy killed, no people attacked beyond defending their property that these Protestants took from them. It was as civilized as it could be. But it would get worse. This iconoclastic fury, it spread. Churches all over the Low Countries began burning. It moved almost as a wave. People would hear about what had happened and attack the church in their town. By August 20th, only 10 days later, this movement had reached Antwerp, the cultural hub of the region. They attacked one of the preeminent cathedrals in all of Europe. It was the Church of Our Lady in Antwerp. They did terrible damage to the church, much of which can actually still be seen today. There are images of religious significance that the church fathers decided not to repair to show what had happened on that day. The interior of the church was nearly destroyed, and luckily it caught fire, but not bad enough to destroy the church. If we're going to use our metaphor of this being similar to the French Revolution, they are but beggars being similar to what can eat cake, well then this attack, it acted sort of like a Dutch version of the storming of the Bastille. The revolutionary Protestants, as well as many of the opportunists who were just joining in, were inspired him. And the following days, churches, monasteries, convents, chapels, hospitals, basically anything that was attached to the church, even priests' houses and houses of those people in town who were well-respected members of the church, well, they were attacked and destroyed. And the non-violent attacks earlier were becoming more and more violent. It was a dangerous time to be a Catholic in the Low Countries. This Bildungsstrom moved finally to Amsterdam, then further north and east along the coast. It hit Holland almost worst of all. Hundreds of churches all across the states were destroyed. An Englishman who was a Catholic that was in exile in the Low Countries, he described an attack on one of these churches. Quote, "These fresh followers of this new preaching threw down the graven and defaced the painted images, not only of Our Lady, but of all others in the town. They tore the curtains, dashed in pieces the carved work of the brass and stone, brake the altars, spoilt the clothes and corporesses, wrested the irons, conveyed away or brake the chalices and the vestments, pulled up the brass of the gravestones. The blessed sacrament of the altar they trod under their feet, and, horrible as it is to say, shed their stinking piss upon it. These false brethren burned and rent not only all kinds of church books, but moreover destroyed whole libraries of books of all sciences and tongues, yea, the holy scriptures and the ancient fathers." As horrific as this must have been for any of the priests or even any of the Catholics who witnessed it, for the people taking part in the Bildungsstrom, this was almost a fun affair. It had an element of carnival to it. There were people who were around this, not exactly taking part, but serving beer and sausages and bread and cheese. In some of these attacks, there were even plays put on by some of the youth around who were enacting a play of papists versus beggars. These attacks lasted for just over 3 months, and naturally, after they died down, neither Margarita de Parma or Philip II could allow this to go unpunished. So Philip II sent in a man called the Iron Duke, named Fernando Alvarez de Toledo, the Duke of Alva. The Iron Duke was a military hero who was renowned all throughout Europe for his prowess. He had done extremely well against the Muslims in the Mediterranean. He had done very well in the war against France. He was a man that was greatly feared by any of Spain's enemies. And now he brought down his full force upon the Low Countries. The nobility in the Low Countries did everything they could to distance themselves from this iconoclastic hero. Immediately, just a few days after arriving in Brussels, the Duke of Alva established what he called the Council of Troubles, an organization that the locals in the region knew as the Court of Blood. They began arresting anybody that was even suspected of having anything to do with the iconoclastic hero. They arrested everyone from the lowest peasants and actual beggars up to the higher nobility. William the Silent knew that it was time to leave the Low Countries. He began making preparations even before the Duke of Alva arrived. He attempted to persuade one of his very closest friends, a man called the Count Egmont, to accompany him. But Egmont was a lifelong Catholic. He'd had nothing to do with this iconoclastic hero. He was also a war hero in many of Spain's wars against France. He was a member of what was called the Order of the Golden Fleece, as was the Duke of Alva. They were brothers in that sense. But William the Silent did not believe that this would be enough to protect his friends. According to legend, when William left on his journey, Egmont's last words to him were, quote, "Farewell, Prince without a land," to which William replied, "Farewell, Count without a tail." End quote. And as it turned out, they would both be proven correct. Now, William wasn't alone in his exile. There was a flood of noble refugees from the Low Countries. Not only William the Silent, but also two of his brothers left, along with many, many others. And it wasn't just nobility. The common people were leaving in droves. Many people who had had their lands taken away, their families destroyed, left and tried to find exile elsewhere, tried to find some land that would succor them. And this was difficult because they were nearly all Protestants, and there were very few places in Europe that would take in Protestants. The only two that were really available were England and parts of France or parts of Germany. The nations of France and the Holy Roman Empire would officially not take Protestant refugees, but there were many Protestant sympathizers there that would sneak in. William and his brothers fled back to their familial lands in Germany, but this tide of people who were escaping elsewhere in Europe, they began making contacts. Many of these people already knew each other and had lines of communication open. Between the Huguenot lands in France, the many, many Dutch exiles in England, and those like William of Orange that were living in the sympathetic parts of Germany, they began to organize a military resistance. The French Huguenot force that allied itself decided to attack in the southwest from France itself. William's brother, Louis of Nassau, he was going to attack from the northeast into Holland. And William the Silent was going to attack right in the center, heading straight for Antwerp. The French Huguenot force never even made it to the Low Countries. They were intercepted by a force of the French king before they were able to make it and turn back. Alva, who was supposed to be distracted by this initial Huguenot invasion, was able to deal with Louis very easily. His army was small and meant to be more of an irritant, taking back valuable lands while Alva was engaged elsewhere, but Louis was defeated quickly. So William, who had 21,000 troops, faced off against the Duke of Alva. However, the Duke of Alva decided not to fight William the Silent. He entrenched his forces nearby. William presented battle to him time and again, a total of 29 times over 3 months. But every time he would present battle to the Duke of Alva, Alva would not take. He would keep his defenses up and not allow William to make any attacks on his position. Any time that William would try to take a city or any other valuable resources, Alva would block his path, but he would never enter battle with him. This wasn't cowardice, this was strategy. You see, these 21,000 troops of William the Silent, the vast majority of them were paid mercenaries from Germany. And eventually, all of his money dried up. And when mercenaries aren't getting paid, they're not fighting for a cause. The army dissipated and fled. Soon, William the Silent was forced to flee as well. The planned glorious military reconquest of the Low Countries was a complete failure. The Huguenot forces were invested in France and could no longer be of any help. William, he was completely broke. He had spent all his money on what essentially was an entirely useless army. He realized that he had to turn to other tactics, other troops, other battlefields, and other allies. To quote the Dutch American historian, Bingham University, quote, all were men without a country, outlawed by the blind instruments of a foreign potentate, who had endeavored by all possible means to make a royal will law in a country of constitutional liberty. Revenge was their motive, privateering their object, while necessity often drove them to piracy. They ended their career by becoming the co-founders of one of the most illustrious republics of modern times. In history, they are known as the Sea Beggars, that unique aggregation of freebooters and avengers whose like never before nor since has been viewed upon the scene of the world's events. End quote. Even before the arrival of the Duke of Alba, or before the arrival of the Inquisition, or even before the Spanish arrival on the Low Countries at all, the coast of the Netherlands was home to pirates of all stripes. The Dutch were a seafaring people by nature. Piracy was inevitable, especially in a region that was so rich with foreign trade routes and foreign ships. But with the arrival of the Inquisition, the arrival of the Duke of Alba and his court of blood, thousands of people were turned away from their homes. The prospects for any young Protestant man who was growing up in this region, well, they were vanishing quickly. And in the Low Countries, there was a tide of patriotism rising. The men who had for decades been nothing more than outlaws were becoming to the Dutch a valuable resource. Any man who had a ship and the will to attack Spanish ships, or Portuguese, or French, or really any Catholic ships for that matter, well, they had their ranks swelled with hundreds upon hundreds of young men who had no other prospects in life. These men were hungry, desperate, and angry, and they were joining pirate ships at an alarming rate. What had once been just a few small, sleek pirate ships grew. They would take any merchant vessels they could find, arm them with the cannon from any forts or cities that had been conquered by the Spanish and abandoned by the Dutch, and turn them into fighting ships that they used for piracy. The first historical record of these pirates turned patriots comes from the regions known as Friesland and Holland. They began to congregate, primarily in a town in Holland called Emden. There was an inn in Emden called the Golden Fountain that they favored. It became such a popular hangout for these pirates that it wound up being called the Beggars' Inn. Now, at the Beggars' Inn, a pirate captain could buy a round of drinks for his meal. He could meet up with other pirate captains, talk about the best places for fishing grounds, as well as where any Spanish ships might be in the future. They were also able to meet up with merchants of ill repute who were likely to fence their goods and give them any leads they might have. And occasionally, they could meet up with a representative of some rebel nobleman. I imagine these representatives were well-dressed and slightly out of place, but they were an important facet of the Beggars' Inn. These noblemen's representatives would confer with these pirate captains. When they had a certain need of naval warfare, they would ask these pirate captains, frequently pay them well to attack a trade route or attack a city. Sometimes this was just to keep the Spanish occupied while the Dutch noblemen attacked somewhere else, but frequently they would employ these pirates to attack targets of a certain political or military import. The Duke of Alba took note of these pirates. They were becoming a real menace, and in April of 1568, he commanded the authorities in all the regions of the Low Countries to be on watch for them. He had towers in all the ports, manned guns that could take out any pirate ships that invaded. In Holland, the man who was the stadholder, the military leader in that region, on May the 6th, after Louis of Nassau had that unfortunate invasion, he released a command. He informed any villages in the district called Waterland of the danger of a possible invasion from the direction of England, saying, quote, We have learned that those congregating about Emden and Wed are equipping and arming some vessels, and warn you to be prepared, so that they will not be able to invade any of His Majesty's towns. End quote. It was around this time that King Philip II of Spain enacted a new rule in the Netherlands. Any captain, be they Spanish or Dutch or French or English, had to obey the rules and laws of a Catholic country. Any Protestants had to behave as though they were Catholic, and if they did not, they could be taken by the Inquisition into Low Countries. This was something that we talked about a few weeks ago, when many English captains were taken by Spanish soldiers in the Low Countries. This is that very same event that enraged Elizabeth so much against Philip of Spain. Not only had Philip led England into a disastrous war against the French, not only had he destroyed their trade prospects abroad, he had entered into open war, a war of conquest against one of England's closest allies in the Low Countries, and now he was kidnapping England's own captains and commandeering their ships. It was said that in London her rage could be felt throughout the city. However, her chance for retribution came quickly. Both French Huguenot pirates and Dutch pirates used many of the English ports as a port of call. It was a safe haven, a Protestant country where they would not be persecuted, and frequently were able to sell many of their stolen goods in English towns. As things grew worse and worse in Europe, they became less merely friends and trading partners and closer to what you would call allies. In November 1568, a fleet of Huguenot pirates chased 4 Spanish ships into English harbors. The English and the Spanish were still technically allies, and the Spanish needed a safe haven from these Huguenot pirates, which is why they chose to land in England. You see, these ships were important. They were very valuable, and they needed a safe place to wait out the storm. It turned out, on inspection, that these 4 Spanish ships that had been chased by Protestant pirates into English ports carried all of the gold that the Duke of Alva was to use to pay his forces in the Low Countries. This was an extremely dangerous situation for the Spanish. They knew exactly how angry Queen Elizabeth was. She had made her rage apparent, and the Spanish ambassador in England wrote to King Philip, quote, "Up to the present, 2 cutters and 1 other vessel have arrived safely in Antwerp, and for the rest of them, Benedict Spinola asked me to intercede. At the same time I received news of them, I requested an audience with the Queen, which was granted on the 29th, and the Queen consented to give me a passport for the money to be brought overland, or to lend one of her own ships to convey the vessel in safety, of which I gave notice to the Duke of Alva. I warned the captains of the vessels, and had letters from the Queen sent to the officials of the ports, ordering them to defend the ships, which was highly necessary, as, although in the cases where the ships could get shelter near the towns, they had done so, the pirates had attacked them, and some of our men had been killed defending their vessels, with a greater loss still on the part of the corsairs. Many people have advised the Queen to seize the money, and Vice Admiral has written of this effort to Plymouth. I am in hourly expectation of the Duke's order." End quote. Elizabeth had signed an order of safe conduct, a passport for all of the gold to be taken overland to the town of Dover. From there, it would be given a naval escort to Antwerp. This was all exactly what she was supposed to do. She was still technically allied to the King of Spain, and this was his goal. So she didn't have any intention at the time of betraying this, and, as many in her court suggested, taking the gold from Philip. She signed this document on December the 2nd. It was then, the very next day, on December the 3rd, that a letter arrived in London. It went into the hands of William Hawkins, the older brother of John Hawkins, who was the man that had written the letter. The letter came from the Caribbean, informing William Hawkins, who informed the Queen, that a hurricane had dashed her fleet in the Caribbean, and that they had subsequently been betrayed and attacked by Spanish officials in the Gulf of Mexico. The day after Elizabeth signed the letter of safe passage, that was when she learned of that troublesome voyage of John Hawkins, that same voyage that Francis Drake was the captain of the Judith and where he abandoned the rest of the fleet to return to England. The Queen learned that the Spanish officials in the Caribbean had killed her appointed naval officers. And currently, all of the gold intended to pay the troops who were occupying England's closest ally was traveling overland within her borders. Elizabeth learned that that gold did not actually belong to the King of Spain. It was a loan from a wealthy Italian merchant at 10% interest. Elizabeth, after learning of the betrayal at the hands of the Spanish, sent her top advisor, William Cecil, to discuss the terms of that loan with the Italian merchant. She gave him a better offer on those terms of interest, and considering how dangerous the situation was in the Low Countries, the Italian merchant saw that loaning the money to Queen Elizabeth was a much safer bet. So while en route to the city of Dover, all of the gold that had formerly belonged to the King of Spain was transported directly to the Tower of London, where it was put under heavy guard. All of this happened so quickly that King Philip did not learn of it until after it was already in the tower. Again, a letter from the Spanish ambassador to King Philip. Quote, "The Queen has taken possession of the boxes of money brought by Lope de Sierra's ship and 64 boxes from the cutters in Plymouth. She is going to do the same with the other 2 cutters in Falmouth, notwithstanding her promise and letters, besides the passport she gave. The Duke of Alba has ordered all English ships and property to be seized. They tried to raise the mob against the foreigners, but the aldermen and constables acted well and took possession of the streets, so that matter was ended in the seizure of property. The sloops that these pirates have taken are 4, with a Spanish ship, all very valuable. They, the English government, have also seized the property of Portuguese. The heretic knaves of the council are going headlong into perdition, incited by Cecil, who is indescribably crazy in his zeal for heresy. The council are in consultation every day, and I know not how it will end." End quote. The Duke of Alba was quickly losing control of the situation in the Netherlands. His army hadn't been paid in months, and they were threatening mutiny if there was any further delay in their payment. As it turned out, there would be a delay. The Dutch sea beggars and the English sea dogs, they controlled the North Sea because the Spanish fleet, the majority of it, was engaged in the Mediterranean against the Turks. Alba needed money fast, and he needed to keep all of the Dutch from learning of how tenuous his situation there really was. So he decided to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. In order to raise the money and keep things quiet in the Netherlands, he seized every English ship in the Netherlands, every ship's captain, and all of the property on board. This action was in direct opposition to nearly every one of the treaties ever signed between the English and the Spanish. He had broken these treaties, which freed Elizabeth's hand. She decreed, quote, "Any merchants born or living under the allegiance of the King of Spain who may be found in towns, ports, or other places under suspicion of hiding or disguise, or in any manner of fraud in order to prevent the detention of themselves and their goods, shall be called to account by the officers of justice of such places with the help of all justices of the peace, who shall inquire and examine the said merchants by all legitimate methods and cast them into prison, no matter to what nation they belong, including all those who may abet or help to hide those who practice such fraud, and especially those who may have concealed such persons in their property. Her Majesty, having also learnt from trustworthy sources that it was the intention to detain her subjects beyond the sea, under the pretext that the Queen had detained in one of her ports a certain ship and 3 or 4 small boats in which were a certain sum of money, Her Majesty thinks fit to declare briefly the facts of the case, by which it will be seen that the detention of her subjects was unjust and without due cause." End quote. This was a dangerous situation, but as it turned out, it was exactly what Elizabeth was hoping for. She needed this pretext to enter into war with Spain. Things had grown so dire, but if she were the one to break the treaties, then many of the independent powers in Europe would have sided against her. But now that Spain was the first to break the treaties, she had every excuse she could possibly need. Finally, William Cecil could now meet with William of Orange officially and begin to collaborate. The English would offer any aid and succor to any Dutch patriots that needed it, especially the sea beggars, and the sea beggars began to use England really as their primary base of operations. In return, the sea beggars would do all they could to repel the hated Spanish from the Netherlands and restore England's place as their primary trading partner. After the meeting, William the Silent sent his brother, Louis, to the French Huguenot port of La Rochelle, where there waited 18 ships of the Dutch sea beggars, led by a man named William de la Marck. William the Silent had provided his brother Louis with 18 letters that he was to present to each one of the ship's captains in this small Dutch fleet. Each of these letters was a letter of reprisal, a letter of marque, that would legally under the terms of the Dutch Revolution, allow them to attack any Spanish ships in their waters. At almost the exact same time, Elizabeth had done exactly the same thing to many of her sea dogs in both the North Sea and the Channel and the Atlantic Ocean. So had many of the Huguenot pirates been given leave to attack any Spanish ships they cared to. The Dutch, the French Protestants, and the English were all allied together now. The battle lines had been drawn. The lines were drawn down divisions both religious and political. These were really the first maneuvers in what would be called the 80 Years' War. That was a global war that for its first years would be fought by pirates on the high seas. But that's going to be all for today. We've given a lot of background on the Dutch pirates, who are going to be a major player in the story to come, and set the stage for some of the most notorious acts of piracy in history. Next week, we're going to look briefly at the Huguenot pirates and some of their earlier days, and then we're going to look at the actions of both the French and the English and the Dutch in their fight on the high seas against the allied forces of the Spanish and the French. This was going to be a war that would shape Europe forever and shape the politics of the Caribbean for centuries. I hope everybody enjoyed this episode. It took a little longer to get out than most of our previous episodes have. This story is getting very complex, and all of a sudden, there are a lot of moving parts, and I wanted to give some pretty important background information into one of the key players. We're really going to need to know some of this stuff because things are coming to a head very rapidly, and things are about to get, frankly, quite explosive. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have, on every episode, a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the 8books.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, 8books is kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. We also have an 8books search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an 8books and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either 8books or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, they're kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps with the podcast notice, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you.
Nice to know what that is, and then to make a rational decision of whether we're going to go along or we're going to pop out of it, or we're trying to pop out of it.
Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. In March 1569, at the French port of La Rochelle, a group of 18 sea captains met and conferred. Some of these men had spent their entire lives as outlaws, raiding shipping in the North Sea and the English Channel. Others were more recently brought into the trade. They were men who had been pushed from their lives, and as talented mariners, people who decided to take up piracy. They were talking about a new development in their lives. Each of these 18 men was in possession of what was called a letter of reprisal, better known as a letter of marque. They had just received it from Louis of Nassau, the brother of William II. For these men who had always been outlaws, on the run, on the high seas, from the authorities, be they Spanish, French, or from the Low Countries, they now had a measure of legitimacy, and they had to decide exactly what they wanted to do with it. To many in Europe, they were still outlaws. They would have to run from the Spanish, just as they always had, and from most of the Dutch authorities. However, in the ports that were friendly to them, be they the port they were currently in at La Rochelle in France, a Huguenot port, or any of the ports in England, or even some of the ports in their homeland in the Low Countries, they would be able to stay there without having to sneak in and pretend they were somebody else. They could sail in proudly, and instead of pirates, they would be seen as freedom fighters. Some of these captains saw this as an opportunity to better themselves, make themselves a proper navy in the service of their country. Others, and some of the most powerful among them, saw this as license to plunder, sack ships, and raid. This is episode number 12, the rising tide. These 18 captains were the most prominent in the group known as the Sea Beggars, those pirates turned patriots that were now fighting for the cause of Low Country independence. They cast a net out across the coast of the Netherlands and into the North Sea. Any Catholic ship, be it French or Spanish, that was foolish enough to make their way into their path, well, they took that ship. Any worthy ship that they took, they sailed into a friendly port and had it outfitted for war. There was no shortage of young men eager to serve on these pirate ships, not just for the plunder, which they would be getting plenty of, but also for the chance to serve their newly founded country. 3 of these captains at this conference stood out as leaders of the Sea Beggars. There was Lord Dalheim, the man who was giving most of the orders in the group. There was another named Jan Abels, and another named Jan von Troyen. These 3 men, more than any others, realized that these letters of marque gave them not just legitimacy, but responsibility, and not just increased risk, but also the chance for increased plunder. At nearly the same time that William and Louis of Nassau were granting these letters of marque to their pirate captains, Queen Elizabeth of England is issuing a decree against them. Any Englishman, any English port, or any English merchant that either gave harbor to or assisted these sea beggars would face severe consequences. At least that's what the decree said on paper. In reality, things were somewhat different. When one of those sea captains, Jan Abels, took 5 ships off the coast of Holland, the local authorities there in Holland sent 3 ships out to capture him. Now, Jan Abels had 10 or maybe 11 ships in his command, so he easily could have taken these Dutch vessels, but for 2 reasons he decided not to. First, these weren't Spanish ships. Though they had been ordered by the Spanish to capture them, they were Dutch vessels, and he didn't intend to fight them. And second, despite the fact that he would have won that fight, he was a pirate, a man whose object was plunder, not battle, so he decided to flee to England. He had a particular hiding place in mind, but unfortunately, one of those channel storms blew in and forced him to seek harbor in an English port. Naturally, an English harbor official came out to inspect his vessel, a vessel stolen from the Spanish, filled with Spanish loot, and manned by heavily armed Dutchmen. Jan Abels, though, wasn't worried in the least, despite Elizabeth's proclamation. He produced his letter of marque from Louis de Nassau and presented it to the inspector, and he assured the man that they had not harassed any English vessels. The harbormaster inspected the letter of marque and the Spanish cargo and agreed that everything seemed to be on the up and up. Jan Abels asked the harbormaster where might be the best place to sell his entirely legally obtained cargo. The Spanish ambassador in England, well, he would have been outraged at any other point in his life had this happened. However, he had other things occupying his mind at the time. Only recently, Queen Elizabeth had acquired all of the gold intended to pay the Spanish troops in the Netherlands. She had locked it away in the Tower of London, never to see the light of day. His king, King Philip II, was understandably outraged by this, and there was a constant line of communication going between these 2 men, and it was very clear that the Spanish ambassador was in deep trouble. Beyond that, ever since the Spanish had seized the English ships in the Low Countries that were Protestant vessels not adhering to Catholic law, the Spanish ambassador had been placed under house arrest in England, only ever allowed to leave his home to visit court and see the Queen, and even then, only under heavy guard. It was on one of these occasions while visiting the English court that he saw the Queen meeting an emissary from a notorious source. He was the ambassador from William the Silent, the de facto prince of the undeclared Netherlands Republic. That emissary was Lord Dalheim, that man who was essentially the admiral of all the sea beggars. He was the admiral even of that Jan Abels, who was busy in that English port, selling his ill-gotten goods, buying rounds of drink for his men, and presumably enjoying some of the local English women's company. Lord Dalheim was in England attempting to build an alliance between his men, the sea beggars, and William of Nassau and Queen Elizabeth. He had also been to La Rochelle meeting with Huguenot leaders, attempting to build an alliance there. These 3 groups were essentially creating a league of Protestants in Europe, a league that was struggling against the combined papal forces of Spain and France and the Holy Roman Empire. This was in response to many of these papal forces' moves against the Protestants in Europe. For example, the Duke of Alba and King Philip had elected to blockade all of the English shipping in their English home ports. Notably, there was a wine fleet that was stuck in London. It was bound for La Rochelle in France, but not allowed to leave the harbor, and more importantly, there was a wool fleet unable to leave English shores. They were intended to sail to Germany, where they would sell a large percentage of England's wool, so much in fact that this really threatened English livelihood. It was even feared at court that if this fleet weren't allowed to sail, this might collapse England's entire economy. To break the blockade, Elizabeth sent out her most trusted sailors. She sent out the Hawkins brothers, John and William Hawkins, from the troublesome voyage. She sent out the Winter brothers. She also sent out Francis Drake and all of his brothers as captains of different vessels to harass any Spanish ships that were blockading their trade and occasionally engage in what was really almost outright naval warfare. This was really one of England's first naval actions as a nation. After chasing off the Spanish blockade, she aided the Huguenot forces in the Channel and kept open the port of La Rochelle, both for the French and for the English to trade with. The Channel was becoming a place that was deadly for any Catholic ships. So many French corsairs, these Huguenot forces, were tied down in the Caribbean that really they had been unable to keep the Channel free. However, with this new alliance with England, they were really able to bolster their numbers and keep both the Royal French forces and the Spanish from interceding in their trade. Now, on the east coast of England and in the North Sea, as well as along the coast of the Netherlands, it was really the sea beggars that ruled the waves. During this time, after the break of the blockade, hundreds of French and Spanish ships were taken, many of them stolen and still more burned. The navy of the Huguenots had, for a long time, really been a well-organized force. The Huguenot rebellion had a well-established naval arm. However, now that the sea beggars and the English navy were both in the fray, they really were able to press their advantage in their seas. This was the first time that England had really been able to put that massive navy they had been building to use. And the Dutch were organizing as well. Beyond the group of ragtag pirates they had been, they were becoming something more. Their fleets had grown too large, and their numbers swelled too much to rely on backroom meetings at the Beggars' Inn. They decided to elect, officially, Lord Dalheim as their admiral. Then, on August 15, 1569, they signed an accord. It read, quote, "Whereas, during the past years, the greater part of the nobility of Friesland, as well as Holland and this country, have been driven away from their fatherland, leaving behind goods, wives, and children to assist one another with all their possessions, bodies, and lives, only for the purpose of damaging, destroying, and annihilating the Duke of Alba and his bloodthirsty adherents. None of us shall, on his own account, either conceive and plan or begin any attack without the knowledge of all, and without the consent of our common council and assembly." End quote. They were still not quite a navy. They were still pirates, and their object was still plunder, but they did agree in that decree to give half of all of their proceeds to William of Orange in the cause of Netherlands independence. The combined forces of the Protestant forces at sea proved to be too much, at least in the North Sea, for the Catholic navy. So they turned to a higher power. They turned to Pope Pius V. He published a papal bull on February 25th, 1570. It was called the Regnans in Excelsis, and it read, quote, "We declare the said Elizabeth heretic and patroness of heretics, and her adherents to have fallen under the sentence of anathema, and to be cut off from the unity of the body of Christ, and her, Elizabeth, to be deprived of her pretended right to the realm, and of all and every dominion, dignity, and privilege, and also the nobles, subjects, and peoples of the said realm, and all else who in any manner have made oath to her to be for ever absolved from such oath, and all duty of liege, fealty, and obedience, as by the authority of the presence, we absolve them, and deprive the said Elizabeth of her pretended right to the realm, and of all else aforesaid." End quote. I've mentioned this papal bull before. It was this action that so enraged not only the Queen and her Privy Council, but Sir Francis Drake. He, after this occurrence, finally convinced Elizabeth to allow him to go on what would wind up being known as Drake's War. If you are new to the show, or this is your first episode, I'd really suggest going back sometime and listening to episode number 8, at the Treasure House of the World. We go into some depth there, but in short, what Francis Drake did was take a subsequent number of voyages to the Caribbean, where he attacked and plundered all along the many Spanish-held Caribbean islands and the Spanish Main in more and more audacious fashion as the voyages continued, culminating in what was one of the most notorious acts of piracy ever undertaken in the entirety of the New World. It was there that Francis Drake met up and allied with many French Huguenot pirates and really opened up an American front in what was becoming a global war between these two religious factions. Back in Europe, there was a fleet of sea beggars that left the English shores where they had been harbored to go and find a new home. They needed a port that was not La Rochelle, a Huguenot port, and not one of the many Protestant English ports, but a true Netherlands port, something that they could call their home base and center all of their actions around. Now, many of the ports in the Netherlands were somewhat friendly to the sea beggars, especially in the north. The locals there were not people that hated the sea beggars. The sea beggars never harassed the locals, only the Spanish. To show, though, the lack of ill will that the locals held toward the sea beggars, I'd like to read a bit from a letter to prove this point. The author of the letter wrote from his homeland near Amsterdam to some exiles in England. He wrote that, quote, out of heartfelt pity, have been moved to write you for the purpose of highly recommending to you an honest skipper of Amsterdam named Dietrich Allertzoon, alias Black Dietrich, who, having arrived here at England from England, has informed us of his great misfortune and misery, that his ship has there, to his great loss, been seized, and to the great affliction and sorrow of his dear wife and children, of whom he is a large number. Whereas we have had such information concerning the said derrick from the mouth of the witnesses, and from other honest merchants of Amsterdam, who have taken refuge there, therefore, upon kind request, we have not deemed it inadvisable to inform the brethren of the same, hoping that it will assist not a little in relieving his sad case. End quote. This man, Black Dietrich, he was just a poor merchantman from Amsterdam who was sailing from English shores and had his vessel seized. At least that's how this letter painted it. I imagine that the Spanish in the region didn't see him in the same way. To them, he was nothing more than a loathsome pirate, and despite these friendly locals, the Spanish really controlled all of the coastline of the Netherlands. So that fleet of Dutch vessels that was sailing from England, led by Lord Dolphin, to find a port that they could seize from the Spanish and hold against them, with the aid of both their Huguenot and English allies, much like the port at La Rochelle and several of the ports on the English coast were. However, as they approached the Netherlands coast, a storm arose, and it forced the Dutch fleet into a Zeeland harbor. The harbor was called Weil. Now, while they waited for the storm to die down, another fleet sought shelter there. A total of 60 ships sailed into their harbor. These ships, as it turned out, were from the Baltic and bound for Spain. These ships were fair game for the pirates. The Dutch couldn't let a prize such as this slip through their fingers, so they spent the next 2 or 3 days plundering these 60 vessels of everything they had on board. However, after those 3 days, another fleet sailed into the harbor, chased by the very same storm. 40 ships that were even more richly loaded. These were some of the greatest prizes that the Dutch would ever take. I think about how something like that must have looked. In a relatively small port on the Dutch coast, battered by storm winds and ceaseless rain, 100 ships from around the North Sea were stuck there, unable to move. They had nowhere to run. Where could they go? Back out into the ocean, into that ship killer of a storm? No, they were forced to stay at anchor and attempt to defend themselves against this roving band of pirates that was going from ship to ship, taking anything on board any of these vessels that they cared to, and beyond that, these pirates took not only the ships that they had taken a fancy to, the crews of all of these vessels. They intended to hold them for ransom. Word spread quickly of the depredations of these pirates, and spread inland to the Spanish officials in the region, who marched a column of soldiers directly to the shoreline, who halted there and made a base camp, letting the Dutch know that if they were to disembark, they would be immediately attacked. This was intended to deter these Dutchmen from raiding inland, taking parties ashore, and raiding some of the smaller villages in the area. This was something the Spanish were always somewhat fearful of. If the Dutch were to attack, it would prove to the locals in the region that the Spanish couldn't protect them and weaken their rule, so they took sharp measures to keep it from happening. Now, the Dutch knew that they had to leave, but they weren't deterred from their search for a home. Some of the ships in this fleet sailed to England or to La Rochelle to sell some of their plunder, but still more ships from around the area joined their fleet, swelling their ranks even larger than before. The fleet traveled to an island called Ameland, that they had long used as a base where they unloaded much of their cargo. There was a lord in the area, a man named Peter van Keninga, who was sympathetic to their cause. He allowed them to use his island as essentially a storehouse for any of their goods, but the sea beggars learned that Lord Peter had, well, he had been pressured into betraying the sea beggars by the Spanish. Before he could strike, the sea beggars acted first. They stormed his castle and took it relatively quickly. When they controlled the castle, they essentially controlled all of the island, and this was a strategic location for an island. It controlled a large amount of harbor and ocean around them, so this was a great place for the sea beggars to have as a home base. For several months, this island served as a base of operations for the Dutch. They launched countless raids from the island, and all over the North Sea, people knew that this was a place of terror to come near. Now, of course, the Spanish couldn't have that, so they gave a man named Robles the task of liberating this island from the sea beggars. I'm going to read a passage from The Sea Beggars by Damon Bursty. This book was written in 1901, and though some of the history is somewhat questionable, it's one of the best sources we have on some of these men, and the language, that Victorian-era history, is just fantastic. Quote, Robles' first plan was to dislodge the beggars from their strongholds. For this purpose, he dispatched, in December 1569, a force of Spanish soldiers to the island of Ameland. Here, however, the Spaniards were so warmly received by the sea beggars under their impetuous commander, the famous Grongire nobleman Barthold Anton von Mentheda, that the attacking party was obliged to beat a precipitate retreat. Anton and his sea beggars remained for a month longer in undisputed possession of Keninga's stronghold and the island of Ameland, whence they continued plundering the Groniger and Frisian coasts whenever the opportunity was favorable. This was not to be borne much longer, and Robles was resolved to drive them away at any cost. In January 1570, he sent out a much stronger expedition than the one of the previous December, and this time he was more successful. Under his own leadership, his troops surprised and attacked the sea beggars on Ameland. A short, decisive battle ensued in which the beggars were completely routed. End quote. Once again, without a home base, the beggars tried to find somewhere new that they could take. For months and months, they tried one harbor after another. One of their more famous captains, a man named Jan van Troyen, well, he took a market town that was directly between Antwerp and Amsterdam. This was a fairly important port of call. The Spanish were quick to send a battalion to oust him. The Spanish, well, they had garrisoned troops and many cannon in every harbor of the Netherlands. They intended to repel the sea beggars anywhere that they called. Still, they were becoming a real threat to the Spanish rule in the Netherlands. So, the Duke of Alba established a fleet. It was originally composed of 12 large Spanish warships with the express purpose of destroying the sea beggars. This was a fleet, the likes that the North Sea hadn't seen for some time. The beggars, well, they fled as fast as possible. They were tracked by the fleet, however, and while running from this overwhelming firepower, they decided to try and take refuge in the harbor of a local inlet, a local river. They didn't expect these large Spanish vessels to follow them. However, some of the vessels were able to. The fleet chased them upriver, and finally, they soundly defeated the sea beggars. They took 2 of the sea beggars' largest ships and sinking 2 others. This was, of course, hardly all the ships that the sea beggars had in their armada. There were many remaining vessels in and around England at the port of La Rochelle and sailing elsewhere in the North Sea. A call went out to any of the sea beggar ships that could be found to rendezvous on the shores of England. They were received there by the Countess de Montgomery, who presented the Dutch with really a splendid ship, something that could be a flagship for them to replace one of their lost vessels. They named this in her honor the Countess. Despite this warm welcome by the English nobility, and despite the many friends and allies that the sea beggars had on British soil, England was no home to the sea beggars. The edict that Elizabeth had made against them still stood. Frequently, when they would chase in Spanish ships into English ports, they would be fired at and occasionally arrested. Now, these weren't acts of true violence, but they were made to ensure that the sea beggars didn't use England as their real home base. This was due in large part to the actions of the beggars themselves. They were a rough, violent, and uncouth lot who caused trouble wherever they went. Even those of them that were members of the nobility knew that they had to play a role and become a pirate. It had to be a part of who they were. They had to strike fear into their enemies' hearts. And to do this, they had to upset many of their allies as well. Even other friendly ports, like the port at La Rochelle, began to refuse some sea beggars' entrance into their harbor because of their propensity for causing trouble. So the sea beggars continued their search for a port of call. They needed a place that they could call home, a real base of operations. For months and months they searched, trying again and again to take different ports, and again they were defeated by the Spanish and their Dutch enemies. In one such encounter, that man Jan van Troen, that favorite among the sea beggar captains, one of the most popular among their ranks, well, he was boarded before he was even able to mount an attack. The Spanish attacked him at sea. His men fought hard to defend their vessel. However, they were overwhelmed very quickly. All the men that were left had to jump overboard to escape Spanish capture. Now, there were other ships in this fleet that were still fighting the Spanish. But the men who had jumped off of Jan van Troen's ship, well, they swam to the nearest vessel they could get to. They climbed aboard, and unfortunately, they found a company of Spanish troops had already taken her. Before they even climbed over the rail, they found themselves staring down Spanish steel and Spanish muskets. This began happening with alarming frequency. The sea beggars were under attack by the Dutch and Spanish authorities. That fleet that had been organized to fight them was doing pretty well. So Lord Dalhine sent most of the sea beggar fleet to England, but he himself stayed with only 12 ships left on the Dutch coast. The sea beggars' ranks had moved to the safer harbors of English soil, while only a few of them, some of the most notorious among them, stayed to fight the good fight. This proves to have been something of a tactical mistake, however. While he may have saved the majority of the fleet of sea beggars, those 12 ships became the prime target for all of the Dutch in the region. That fleet, backed by the Spanish, caught up with those 12 ships in short order. His two largest ships were captured by the Spanish, taken. They were the best vessels they had, with nearly all of the arms and ammunition that they had in the fleet. 9 of the other ships were burned by the Spanish, and only one, carrying Lord Dalhine himself, managed to escape. Now, he went to England to join the rest of the sea beggars, but at the request of Prince William II, when Lord Dalhine arrived in England, well, he was promptly arrested by the English government. This was due to a number of factors. There was money involved, as there typically is. Lord Dalhine had taken out loans that he had refused to repay, other people had taken out loans that he did as well, and several other things that aren't exactly exciting. The reality is, if he'd been doing better as the admiral of the sea beggars, he likely would not have been arrested. William II promoted another man to the rank of admiral, a nobleman who was one of his friends, in the hopes that he would do a better job. However, this man wasn't the most experienced at sea, and if anything, the experience of the sea beggar fleet got worse. The core element of the sea beggars continued trying to take a home port and continued being rebuffed. However, many of the other sea beggar ships, those that had rounded out their numbers, well, discipline began to break down among their ranks. The captains weren't able to keep them in line, and in many cases the captains themselves decided to go rogue. They began going back to their old habits of attacking any shipping they could find and putting all the money into their own coffers rather than paying that half allotted to Prince William II. Not only the Spanish and the Royal French, but also Dutch, English, and Huguenot vessels were now under threat from these rogue sea beggars. They were giving the beggars who were trying to be a Royal Navy a truly bad name and turning this from a fight for a good cause into real piracy. They were losing many of their allies and many of their friends during this period, and it was happening alarmingly quickly. So Prince William fired that second admiral as soon as possible. He promoted a third man, the most famous of all of the admirals of the sea beggars. He was the Baron of Lumley and the Count of Lamarck, known to history as William Vandermark. William Vandermark was, well, he was one of the first and most ardent supporters of Dutch independence and William II. However, initially, his fight was on land. He was a man who acted as a general in some of these armies, not a sea captain, but being from the Netherlands, he did have sea experience and reportedly quite a bit of experience with piracy in general. he contacted any of these rebel rogue sea beggars. Any of them that were still willing to fight for the cause under his leadership were allowed to come back in the fold. Any who had decided that regular piracy was more their liking, they were essentially exiled from the Netherlands community. Now, he rallied all of the ships that were still loyal to the cause of Dutch independence and moved operations to England. The Netherlands had become an extremely dangerous place because of that Spanish-backed fleet that was patrolling her shores and had caused the sea beggars so much trouble. So, under William Vandermark, they operated out of the safe harbors of England, primarily in the Channel. Around Dover was their real base of operations. A second contingent of the sea beggars, who was doing perhaps even better than the main contingent, operated off of the Isle of Wight. Now, their attempts to take a home base, to attack a port on land and take it and hold it, had all ended in failure, and the sea beggars were essentially broke, as was Prince William Sound. They needed to raise some funds as quickly as possible. So, rather than attempting naval warfare or on-land warfare, the sea beggars turned back to outright piracy. They were taking only Spanish and French ships, only the Catholic ships that were their enemies, but they would take them, steal everything they had, ransom the sailors, and sometimes sell the vessels themselves. They became a real danger and a real menace. While that edict of Elizabeth's against the sea beggars still stood, the sea beggars were smart about this. Making so much money through piracy, they bribed any harbor masters on English soil that they needed to, as well as any government officials that came looking. They sent some of their money back to William, as they had before, but most of it went to go to the sea beggars, not so they could while it away on drink and women, which I'm certain they did, but much of it went to create a new, bigger, and better sea beggar fleet. Under William Vandermark, the sea beggar fleet was reborn. Discipline was brought back to their ranks. Despite the fact that they were acting as pirates, they were acting in unison and attacking every French and Spanish ship they could get their hands on. The Channel, for the French and Spanish, was now more dangerous than ever. It was split between England and La Rochelle. There was a region that it was just immensely dangerous to travel through, and to get any shipping through, they had to send it through with a large fleet to guard it. All of these acts of piracy, done by the sea beggars, originated from English ports, which, in reality, suited Queen Elizabeth just fine at first. But then, on the 10th of February, 1572, everything changed. Without warning, one of the more notorious of the sea beggar captains was arrested by English officials. That very same day, William Vandermark received an order from the English government instructing him to quit English waters with every vessel under his command. Several other captains were arrested in the following days. They were subsequently released, but Elizabeth went so far as to declare William the Silent a false prince, and that made his letters of marque null and void. John Hawkins himself was sent to chase his sea beggar fleet out of English waters. This ended what was one of the more profitable periods in the history of the sea beggars, and it was a serious blow to the Dutch, but it wasn't exactly the betrayal that it seemed to be. You see, around this time, Elizabeth really needed to garner some Spanish goodwill. She needed, just for a while, to have some of their favor. This was due to some of the politics involving the Catholic Church and the Scottish. There were developments in the Catholic Powers War on Queen Elizabeth that required her to play it safe for a while. However, Elizabeth ordered that no violence be used except by direct command of either herself or the Privy Council against the sea beggars. They weren't to be attacked, just to be chased off. This had to appear as legitimate as possible. Now, she neglected to enforce any of her decrees against the sea beggars through either her harbor masters or her merchants. This was all political theater, and it was well timed too. The sea beggars had a plan, so well timed, in fact, that it's almost suspicious. It makes you wonder if Elizabeth had messages from some of the sea beggars that now they had big plans, and she was able to garner that goodwill with the Catholics that she needed. This plan that the sea beggars had was very bold, and it would require them to quit the English waters, so one way or another, it seemed that everything was working out for them. The Duke of Alba in the Netherlands, well, he was in trouble. His taxes, this tax that he had enacted on the Low Countries, well, they were not being paid. Due to the lack of tax income, he was unable to enforce his rule, and many towns in the Low Countries stood in open rebellion against his rule. The sea beggars had returned in large numbers to the Netherlands, being unstoppable due to that Spanish fleet not being paid. Despite his early successes, for the Iron Duke, the Duke of Alba, the Netherlands proved to be too much for him as well. His successor, the Duke of Medina, was set to arrive in the Netherlands shortly. Now, William Vandermark did not intend to allow him to make landfall in the Low Countries. His fleet included the Sea Beggars, which at this point was comprised of almost 40 ships, who each one of them flew the colors of William of Orange, their prince, and each of them carried an additional red hammock that had 10 pennies upon it, which was the declaration of their intent to deliver their homeland from Alva's hated tax, which was known as the 10 penny tax. They sailed to the Low Countries in battle formations toward the city of Brill. This was the rumored landing of the new Duke. Now, when they were close to arriving, the town watch recognized them, and a cry arose, quote, "The Sea Beggars have come," end quote, and the town was reportedly filled with panic. However, a local fishmonger who was sympathetic to the Sea Beggars was in the harbor, and he made his way over to their fleet. He met with William Vandermark and discussed terms with them. He returned to town after discussing these terms and met with the city council there. He told them, quote, "You need have no fear. The Sea Beggars will harm no one and have come only to save the city for the king from Alba's tyranny and his ruinous 10th penny tax." End quote. He showed the town fathers a token that William Vandermark had given him to prove his legitimacy and told them that the town had 2 hours to decide on what to do. The town fathers were in a quandary then. They knew that if they were to surrender, the Spanish would send an army out to crush their town, doing great damage, perhaps killing women and children. That if they did surrender, he would bathe their town in blood. However, this threat standing right in front of him, the Sea Beggars, well, he knew that if he didn't surrender to them, they would sack the town immediately. While they were waiting for an answer, an army of Sea Beggars began to march towards town, and it appears that these men were beggars in truth. There are many reports of how haggard they looked. Their clothes were in tatters, nearly rags. All of them looked gaunt and hungry. The word want is used in the old text. They were starving. These men were desperate to find somewhere that they could be safe, find something to eat, and use as a new home. The town council told that fishmonger that they acquiesced to the beggars, and then they began to evacuate their entire town by a gate on the far side of the city. Now, the beggar captain didn't receive word of the town's surrender, so he ordered his ships to fire on the gate. He ignited casks of gunpowder on the gate, and he dropped down a mast from one of his ships and began to use it as a battering ram. Around 8 o'clock on the evening of April 1st, 1572, the Sea Beggars took the town of Denbril and their first foothold in the Netherlands. They didn't sack the city, though, as most would have expected them to do. They took up residence in the homes of some of the town's richest who had evacuated. These were mostly Catholic merchants and leaders that were loyal to the Spanish and their Dutch subordinates. No, well, they didn't sack the towns, they did ransack those homes. They used any of the goods that they found and any money to buy themselves food and drink. They feasted after a good night's sleep. They were described as the very best kind of conquerors. In fact, they were trying to be gentlemanly and quite a lot of fun. Now, it wasn't entirely without violence. The Sea Beggars did take prisoners. They took 19 priests in Denbril, and, well, they wrote to William II. Now, William wrote back that no man was to suffer for his religion. The beggars were reported to have said, quote, "Who captured Denbril, he or we?" end quote. And all 19 priests were hanged. A listener pointed out to me on the website, piratehistorypodcast.com, that there's a saying in the Netherlands. On April 1st, Alva lost his glasses. This is something of a pun, because the Dutch word for glasses is Bril, B-R-I-L, while the town of Den Bril is spelled somewhat differently depending on when you're reading about it, but they sound very similar. Now, this listener told me that this is typically used as a way to teach something of the language to students, but it's also a little history lesson, which is similar to many of our rhymes and funny little childhood sayings. Things were going well for the Protestant cause all across Europe. The taking of Denbril was a turning point in the Dutch revolt. The Duke of Alva was finally leaving. The Sea Beggars were finally victorious and home on their native soil. The brothers, William the Silent and Louis de Nassau, were finally having some success on land as well. William Vandermark was made the stadholder of Zeeland and Holland. It was a position that he quickly turned over to William the Silent when he arrived. In the north of the Low Countries, they had really began to establish the Dutch Republic. Cities all across that north area were in open rebellion against the Spanish. Finally, they had a cause that everyone could get behind. William had even gone so far as to garner the support of the Ottoman Empire under their ruler Suleiman the Magnificent, who claimed that he held a kinship for the Protestant cause. He said that they both rejected idolatry and the Pope's rule, as well as their perceived polytheistic belief in the Trinity. I imagine the fact that both of these men, William the Silent and Suleiman the Magnificent, were fighting the Spanish, had something to do with it as well. Now, in this republic, things were going well. There was a mass migration of many of the wealthiest and best educated men in the Low Countries to this newly founded Dutch Republic. They were people who, even if they were Catholic, were tired of the rules and high taxes of the Spanish, so they moved to this new country where they could, once again, follow their own path. In the southern Low Countries, where the Spanish still held sway, Louis de Nassau marched at the head of an army of Huguenot soldiers. They intended to finally, once and for all, oust the Catholic menace from the Low Countries. This was a daring move, to be sure, but it had unforeseen and unintended consequences. 2 years prior, in France, the Huguenot forces had signed a peace treaty, with their Catholic rulers called the Treaty of Saint-Germain. This allowed Huguenot leaders to finally hold political office, and there was a marriage alliance promised between the French royal family and the Huguenot prince, Henry of Navarre. When 2 years later the weddings finally took place, it brought all of the Protestant leadership to Paris. Now, when I think about this, I see almost direct parallels to a Game of Thrones. There are characters here who are almost certainly inspirations for characters within the story. If you're a fan of either the books or the show, I'd like you to imagine that there was a marriage alliance between King Rob in the north and, say, Princess Marcella Baratheon in the south. And when the marriage was to take place, all of the leaders of the rebellion in the north marched down to King's Landing to be there at the wedding ceremony. What do you imagine that Queen Cersei would do in that situation, with all of her enemies in her grasp? Well, it was probably very similar to what Catherine de' Medici did in France. In the days before this wedding, Paris was an uncomfortable place for people both Catholic and Protestant. Arguments and fights broke out all over the city, and mobs were raised, but the peace held. On August 18th, 1572, the marriage finally took place, and Paris was able to breathe a sigh of relief. But a mere 4 days later, a man named Admiral de Coligny, who was the most powerful man in the Huguenot forces, he was shot on his way home. Coligny was a staunch Protestant, he was an anti-monarchist, and he was a personal friend of John Calvin. He established Huguenot colonies in both Brazil and Florida, that Florida colony being the one that Englishmen visited in one of our previous episodes, where they allied themselves with Huguenot pirates. And this man, this Greek thinker and leader, now lay, critically wounded by a French bullet in his bed in Paris. Now, who actually ordered this assassination attempt is unclear. It's possible that it was Catherine de' Medici, the mother of the French king. She worried that Coligny, who was very close to her son the king, would convince him to invade the Netherlands and drag France into another war. So, after the marriage alliance was consummated, well, she had Coligny in her grasp. Although it may also have been the Duke of Alba that ordered the assassination. Coligny was the man who was behind that Huguenot army, marching behind Louis de Nassau, who was currently besieging the Duke of Nassau. After the assassination attempt, while Coligny lay critically wounded, the king went to visit him personally. And that same day, while Catherine de' Medici was at dinner, a group of Protestant leaders burst in on her and demanded justice. She promised them they would have it. Again, if Catherine de' Medici were Queen Cersei, then I think Coligny would best be described as the High Sparrow. He was the leader of a group of religious zealots who were reformers that had their eyes on the throne. They were gaining influence through Coligny's close friendship with Catherine's son, the young and impressionable king. The next day, after that mob broke in on Catherine of Medici at dinner, a group of royal officials entered the home of Admiral de Coligny, murdered all of his guards as well as the noblemen that accompanied him, and finally threw Coligny from the window, killing him. The gates of Paris were closed and locked. The Swiss Guard, the king's personal soldiers, armed with a list of Protestant leaders in the city, as well as their swords, marched out of the castle. The bells of the Church of Saint-Germain began to chime. Protestants came out of their homes to see why the bells of Saint-Germain were ringing as they sought out. What they saw was a force of heavily armed Frenchmen waiting for them. The streets had been blockaded and chained. There was nowhere to run. The Protestant leaders were dispatched, shot, and beheaded. Their blood ran in the streets. Their bodies were thrown in the river or paraded through the streets. The head of the Huguenot forces in France had been severed. But the mob smelled blood. Catholic loyalists rose in huge numbers, and for 3 days they murdered any Protestant in the city. When order was finally restored, nearly every Huguenot or Huguenot sympathizer in the city was dead. The massacre spread all throughout France, and thousands were killed. In cities all across the realm, men were run through. Women were raped and murdered. Babes were torn from their mothers' arms and dashed against the pavement. The highest death toll is estimated to be 70,000. It was said that the bells of Saint-Germain were heard around the world. They heard them in England. Queen Elizabeth's ambassador to France escaped barely with his life and gave Queen Elizabeth this tragic news. Tsar Ivan the Terrible of Russia wrote of it, denouncing this heinous crime. Suleiman the Magnificent decried the villains that perpetrated it. And Catherine de Medici, she marched through the streets in triumph. I imagine that the Duke of Alba and King Philip II smiled when they heard the news. I wonder if Francis Drake, on board his ship in the Caribbean halfway around the world, heard the bells of Saint-Germain. It's possible that he was meeting with his Huguenot allies in the abandoned and doomed French colony in Florida. The Protestant cause was wounded. It was a dire blow to be sure, but now they had something to rally around. This was something that proved that there could not be peace through negotiation. Now, open war was upon them. Next week, we're going to turn our eyes that way. We're going to look at the alliances and treaties, the declaration of hostilities, and turn back to Francis Drake. We'll look at his singeing of the King of Spain's beard and the Spanish Armada. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have, on every episode, a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the 8books.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, 8books is kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. We also have an 8-book search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an 8books and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either 8books or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, they're kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps with the podcast numbers, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you. Hello, and welcome to Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. While Francis Drake was on his voyage of circumnavigation around the globe, he had really no news of England or European politics. No news of the ever-heightened tensions between England and Spain. Now, he must have had some notion of this, since his piracy and raiding were directly responsible for most of Spain's complaints to Elizabeth. But, halfway around the globe, he had no news. It was really impossible for him to hear anything of either the Queen of England or the many Catholic plots against her. When he finally sailed into Plymouth Harbor in September 1580, his very first question was asked after the Queen. He held a deep love for Elizabeth, and she appears to have trusted and respected him, but Francis Drake had no idea of how he would be received. Immediately after returning to England, he sent word to court of his return and his adventures, his trials, his exploits, and his treasure. Now, King Philip II of Spain and the Spanish ambassador in England, they demanded the return of all Spanish property stolen by Francis Drake. They had before them a restitution that had been drawn up for their eyes, and they argued bitterly over whether or not to sign it to appease the King of Spain. Now, some of these privy councillors argued that the treasure should be locked up in the Tower of London, perhaps along with Francis Drake, to await return to King Philip. Others, including Lords Leicester, Walsingham, and Hatton, they refused to sign this order. They were, after all, financial backers of Drake's voyage, and they stood to lose a fortune if the treasure were returned. Now, all this bickering was really ultimately pointless. These men were powerful and influential, but Elizabeth was queen. She sent personally a missive to Francis Drake, summoning him to court, asking that he please bring a sample of the treasure from his adventure. For 6 hours, the two met in a private council. Drake certainly reported about the trial and summary execution of the Lord and Commander on his voyage. He would have told her of his exploits in the Pacific, and not to be discounted his many important geographic discoveries, his conquest of Nova Albion and his exploration of the potential western edge of the Northwest Passage. However, perhaps most notable to the Queen were the trade deals that Drake had struck between the English and the Malacca Islands. These ensured future profit and goods from the East Indies. This future income, not to mention the windfall of Spanish gold and silver, must have been a balm to Elizabeth. I imagine she told Drake this, as she described the dire situation in Europe. She would have told him of the Cold War in the Netherlands that was threatening ever to break out into a firefight. She would have told him, certainly, about the death of the King of France and the raising of the new king, Henry III, which didn't bode well for England, seeing as how Henry III was so closely tied to Mary Queen of Scots. In addition to that, there were several plots on Elizabeth's life personally, as well as many Scottish plots to see her executed or overthrown. Beyond that, Ireland was a constant problem. The Spanish, French, and all the Catholic forces of Europe continued to use Ireland as a thorn in Elizabeth's side, fomenting rebellion there. There was a plot where not only were the local Irish Catholic lords rising up, they were funded and sometimes bolstered by soldiers from all around the Catholic European nations. Francis Drake had been gone for years, and his absence had been felt severely in England. All men with older names and greater titles were lords of the Admiralty. It was to Francis Drake that Elizabeth turned again and again in her war with the Spanish. And after she had given him his rewards, she would send him back out on the open ocean. This is episode number 13. The world is not enough. On April 1st, 1581, the Golden Hind, Francis Drake's ship, traveled to Deptford for the Queen and all of London to see the ship that had traveled around the globe. The quay was filled with hundreds of onlookers, hoping to catch a glimpse of the captain that they all adored. Drake was not just a captain and not just a soldier, but he was really a celebrity in England. He was a man who was not unlike the common people, and he had been able to tell Philip exactly what he could do with his empire, with his pope, and with his ships. With the Golden Hind at anchor, Queen Elizabeth ascended the gangplank to view the Golden Hind, and the crowd thronged the plank after her, collapsing it and them into the mud flats below. The crowd laughed and cheered at the antics of these people trying to escape. Now they were unharmed, but they must have been covered in filth. The Queen, who was ever the entertainer herself, lost one of her garters, which a man who was gallant and dashing, the French ambassador, Monsieur de Lachemont, he collected it for her. In front of all of the onlookers, in fact, all of London, the Queen raised her skirts to replace the garter, and she told Marchemont coyly that when she was done with it, she would give it to him as a gift. Now that the crowd had been awed by the ship, amused by these people's antics, and just a little bit titillated by the Queen, it was time for formalities. Francis Drake kneeled before the queen, and she raised her gilded sword above her head, asking the audience if she should strike off Francis Drake's head. The crowd, of course, bellowed a resounding no. The queen bowed her head to them, passed her sword to Monsieur Marchemont, and asked him to perform the ceremony of knighthood on Francis Drake. She was going to need him. He was the new knight. He was her dragon. And the threat to England that was poised by Spain really cannot be understated. All of the things that she had told Francis Drake, be it the situation in the Netherlands, the rebellions in Scotland, the open rebellion in Ireland, or the many plots against Elizabeth's life, they were all backed by the Spanish. Be it financially, or with spies, or even with soldiers, the Spanish were behind everything. Spain was growing ever more powerful too. While Francis Drake had been on his voyage in the year 1578, there was a battle on the shore of Morocco called the Battle of the Three Kings. There, King Sebastian of Portugal was killed. His elderly uncle, a deaf and blind old man named Cardinal Enrico, was raised to the throne. Now, it's arguable that he didn't have the best claim. In fact, both Catherine de' Medici and Philip II had more legitimate and better claims than him. However, Philip bided his time. He didn't want to be seen overthrowing an old man. And when the cardinal inevitably eventually died, Philip ordered the Iron Duke, the Duke of Alba, into Portugal. Now, most of the rural country in Portugal fell almost immediately, but Lisbon held out for their king, a man who was the bastard nephew of Cardinal Enrico, a man named Dom Antonio. Now, Antonio was not a legitimate claimant to the throne. However, really, Portugal had nobody else to put forward. The throne was likely to go to either a French woman or the Spanish king himself, and that was something the Portuguese just couldn't stomach, seeing a foreign monarch sitting on their throne, so they supported this man, Don Antonio, fiercely. In Lisbon, the fighting was urban fighting. Soldiers with spears, arrows, and swords in the streets, going home to home, killing anybody who stood against them. It was bloody, and it was violent, and it was terrible, but finally, the forces supporting Don Antonio were defeated. And on September 12, 1580, Philip II was made King of Portugal. He sent a letter to Alba thanking him, saying, quote, "I don't know how to express the gratitude I owe you for this." End quote. Spain had been, up until now, the richest and the largest empire in the world. With the Empire of Portugal added, with her possessions in Brazil, parts of Africa, and the greatest European holdings in Asia, Spain was now a truly global empire, the largest that the world had ever seen. After taking Lisbon, Philip found 12 very pleasing surprises. He found 12 brand new galleons ready to sail. The Portuguese galleon was really the greatest warship in the world, and these 12 had more guns, more men, and more sail than any other ships in Europe. With these, Philip could really crush the sea beggars. He could cripple this new English navy and, hopefully, reclaim the Mediterranean from the Turks. In land, in wealth, and now in naval power, they eclipsed England, France, and the Holy Roman Empire combined. They were now the world's only superpower. And Philip's eyes were trained directly on English shores. Now, he wanted to avoid open war with Elizabeth, but he supported every Catholic plot against her and her nation. But despite their superiority, Philip was quickly going to be rivaled in naval power by the English. The Portuguese, who had become sort of allies with the English, had shared their design of the galleon with Elizabeth. John Hawkins, who was now the treasurer of the Navy, had been tasked with building England's fleet up. He went to work constructing these Elizabethan ships, this version of the Portuguese galleon. Now, the first ship completed bore a name that would become forever a defining trait of the Royal Navy. They called that first galleon Dreadnought. By the time Francis Drake was back in England, they completed several other ships, including the Revenge, the Scout, and work was progressing on even more English galleons. It's worth taking a second to look at exactly what a galleon is and why it is such a vast improvement on former English vessels like the Caravel, or even those ships like the Jesus of Lubbock, which had really massive fore and aft castles. If you picture those old-time medieval ships that have massive constructs on the back of them that look so imposing on the waves, well, that was what the old ships were like. And while they looked so domineering, they were really ungainly on the sea. These galleons, they had a smaller fore and aft castle, and they had a much longer keel relative to their width, which really made them extremely swift and very maneuverable. So, in addition to the stability by shortening the fore and aft castles, they had been given a much longer keel, which really let them cut through the water, and almost more importantly, these warships would give them a whole lot more room for guns. Now, while the Portuguese and the Spanish and the English and perhaps the French were all now building these galleons, it was really in those guns where the English excelled. For years, perhaps decades in Europe, it had been agreed by every navy that the only proper material to build a cannon out of was bronze. Bronze guns were far superior to their precursors, the iron guns, in both their weight, their durability, and the lack of probability to explode on deck and kill all of the men on board. They were able to take the concussions from these explosions much better. Now, bronze guns were extremely expensive, though, and they were difficult to produce. The Spanish and the Portuguese relied almost exclusively on the German foundries making these bronze guns. The English, unfortunately, were unable to buy any more of these bronze guns. Due to the war in the Netherlands, they had had their trade cut off primarily with the continent, so they had to do something radical to produce their own guns. So John Hawkins turned to an old source. All the way back in the reign of Henry VIII, the king had turned to the foundries in Sussex in England and told them to start working on producing new guns, not made of bronze, but made of cast iron. Now, this was agreed by all the navies to be inferior. However, he told them to develop a gun that could take these concussions and was less likely to break and also extremely maneuverable on board a ship. When John Hawkins turned to them, he found that while their guns were still inferior to the bronze guns, they were able to produce them much more safely than they had before and much more quickly and cheaply than anybody could produce bronze guns in Europe. These guns were lighter than their forebears, more maneuverable, and most importantly, capable of rolling from one side of a ship to the other. They were now built along extremely strict plans that were much more stable and less prone to destruction. These cast iron guns were all identical. All of the galleons they were building were also made by very specific plans that matched these new iron cannons. So you could fit so many of these guns on board that really looked like monsters bristling with thorns. These new English galleons had more firepower than any other ships in Europe, all due to these improvements on the iron cannon. So the Queen and John Hawkins now had all these brand new ships with brand new guns, and the question remained, though, what exactly to do with this new and powerful navy. The ships that were owned by Drake and the Hawkins family and the Winter family continued their activities in and around Europe, that being primarily the North Sea and the Channel, and in the West Indies. They would take prizes, they would take plunder, they would sack ships, and they would raid villages. But these were really nothing more than pinpricks to Spain's all-encompassing empire. They needed a true plan to showcase their naval might and to deal a real blow to King Philip of Spain, something that would make him stand up and take notice. This new navy was a big deal, and whatever the plan was going to be was discussed all around him. In lords' castles and tavern rooms, these armchair admirals would discuss exactly what should be done with this new navy. But the men who were really in charge of the navy, men like William Winter, John Hawkins, and Francis Drake, well, they came up with many plans, and some of these plans they even planned out meticulously, down to where they would get all of their materials from. However, again and again, these plans were vetoed by sometimes the Privy Council, but more frequently by Elizabeth. Her new navy was expensive, and she didn't want to see it wasted in some reckless naval action. She needed proof to be convinced that whatever their plan was, it would go off without a hitch. The first and most audacious of these plans, to at least be seriously considered by the Privy Council Elizabeth, was brought to the council by Sir Francis Drake. Now, Drake had befriended and made an ally of that Don Antonio de Claro, that dethroned and exiled king of Portugal. The plan that they had come up with together was to attack the Spanish treasure fleet at the Azores, which was really a Portuguese loyalist stronghold. However, now Philip was using it as it was now part of his empire. This was a means not only to rob the king of Spain of all of the riches in his treasure fleet, but also to take back that stronghold for Don Antonio and perhaps lead a rebellion against the king of Spain. This would have stung him on 2 points very strongly, and it appealed to everyone in England, but it was imperfect for a number of reasons. First, being that it was risky and potentially disastrous. Elizabeth wanted something that was less probable to failure. The second being that this would be an open declaration of war with Spain. It would be allying with this Portuguese king in a civil war for the throne, which was something that, as yet, Elizabeth was not ready to consider. So Drake had other plans that he decided to bring to the attention of some of the more powerful men in England. This time, he went directly to the Earl of Leicester and pleaded with him for another mission. This was a voyage that Drake would plan and fund, but he would not actually lead himself. The plan was to go trade with that Sultan Babu in the East Indies that Drake had made that trade alliance with. The voyage was backed by Drake, and Leicester got behind it as well. After those two, Walsingham, Hatton, and Admiral Lincoln all got on board. In addition, that Muscovy Company and many of the other corporations in London got on board as well. It was quickly fully funded. Any operation backed by such a list of people got a lot of support. However, Drake wouldn't be on board, and that absence, well, left sort of a power struggle to see who would actually lead this voyage. Drake had men that he thought would be best for it, but these were among his friends, people who were those rough West Country Englishmen that these nobles in London didn't think would be best for the voyage. Perhaps they should have listened to Drake in the long run, but eventually, the captain of the voyage went down to a man named Edward Fenton. Now, Fenton was a distinguished military man. However, most of his distinctions came from military actions on land. Really, he had almost no experience with the sea, which has proved in the past disastrous. And in the fleet that Drake was putting together, it showed. When Drake went to survey the ships, he found that every ship was light on tackle and wine, and so he appointed several of his own trusted Marines to supervise the provision of these ships. Now, the council had gone over Drake's head to appoint Fenton, but Drake had every confidence that his own men who were on board each of these ships would see that the voyage went well and would return with a wealthy and resounding success. The voyage was a disaster. Almost immediately, Fenton found himself alienated from the more seasoned sailors, and in the vast expanse of the Atlantic Ocean, where he began to lose his mind. His men on board demanded that the fleet sail west rather than east to go back to the Strait of Magellan and plunder Peru as Drake had done a year before. Fenton, who had quickly lost complete control of the men on board these ships, had really no command left, so he acquiesced to it. And when they reached Brazil after sailing west, it showed why a wise and competent commander like Francis Drake really was vital to action like this. The fleet attacked the very first Spanish ship that they came in contact with, 3 of them, and one of them they wound up sinking. So immediately, all of the ports in the region closed up shop and defended themselves with whatever guns and ships they had available. Now, Francis Drake, while he may have taken certain ships, he wouldn't have sunk them. He wouldn't have sunk the first ships he encountered. He would choose his prizes much more wisely. So, the fleet was forced to fled back east, penniless, destitute, and Fenton, well, he raged at the men on board, and he demanded that they take the island of St. Helena, and also demanded that they name him king. He told the men that they could plunder every ship traveling to and fro the Cape of Good Hope, and they could build themselves a paradise. They did it. The fleet returned to England. They were smaller and they were broken, and one of Drake's brothers, John Drake, had been left behind, never to be seen again. The mission was a disaster. The captain, that king of St. Helena, he was ushered into retirement quietly. Elizabeth seethed in court. In the 13 months that the doomed voyage had been gone, Philip had crushed the fleet of ships loyal to Dom Antonio and the Azores. Now, this wasn't the English Navy, but these were allies to Elizabeth. And that wasn't the end of the bad news. William of Orange had been assassinated. The Duke of Parma in the Netherlands, who had taken the place of the Iron Duke, was even more merciless than Alva had been, and Dutch independence was faltering. Elizabeth turned to Sir Walter Raleigh, who was her new favorite at court. She had given him the nickname Juan, as she realized that she couldn't live without either of them. She asked him to found an American settlement at Rome, which was something that Raleigh and his brothers were eager to do. Now, as that settlement wasn't getting off to the best start, Elizabeth was forced to turn, once again, to her most powerful weapon. She planned to unleash her dragon. Now, Drake's plan hadn't worked out, but he hadn't been at the helm, so John Hawkins brought a plan that he had mentioned to Elizabeth before. He brought it back to her. This was a plan, simply, to go back to the West Indies and continue raiding. Now, he was fresh off a voyage that his family had been involved in that had gone extremely well, but that wasn't an official Royal Naval voyage. A document from November 1584 shows the Queen, Sir Francis Drake, John and William Hawkins, and the Lords Leicester, Raleigh, and Hatton planning a voyage. Now, it was possible that they were planning a voyage to the Moluccas. This was something that hadn't happened on the last voyage because Hinton had lost control of the fleet. However, this voyage would not be so small. This would have 11 large ships, at least 4 barks and 11 pinnaces, carrying at least 1,600 men. This was going to be an official English naval fleet, the largest ever commissioned by the Queen, and there was only really one choice for admiral. On Christmas Eve, 1584, Sir Francis Drake was named admiral of the English fleet. Now, only a few days later, on December 31st, Philip II of Spain and the French royal family signed what is called the Treaty of Joinville, forming the European Catholic League against the Protestant forces of Elizabeth and the Netherlands and the French Huguenot forces. Now, Philip was nervous about Elizabeth's intentions and the rumors of her masked fleet. Since the Spanish ambassador, Mendoza, had been exiled in England, news was unreliable, and he wanted as strong an alliance in Europe as possible. Now that ambassador, who was in exile in Paris, did get occasional word of what was happening in England, and he sent Philip word of the amassing fleet, which was a confirmation of Philip's worst fears. Now, in only a few days' time, Philip received another message, this time from the Duke of Parma in the Low Countries, informing him that the English had cut off all trade with the Spanish Netherlands. The signs were clear that Elizabeth was no longer playing games with Spain. Now, Philip's highest military officials urged him to act. Both the Iron Duke of Alva and the Admiral of Santa Cruz pushed for open war with England. They encouraged him to take their ships, destroy Drake and his fleet, and invade English shores immediately. But Philip hesitated. Open war could still be a disaster, and Philip still had cards up his sleeve. I'd like to read a passage from historian Susan Ryan. This is less of a quote and more of a reading because it is quite lengthy, but I think it gives a perfect picture of what's about to happen. Quote, Valabo, Spain, 6 p.m., Wednesday, May 26, 1585. Master Foster gazed upon Valabo Harbor, feasting his eyes on the fine sight of so many Londoners that repeated the King of Spain's call for help. Philip II had invited English merchants to send cargoes of corn and assured the Queen's Majesty that the people would have his very own assurance of safe conduct in these troubled times. Payment for the corn would be made by bills of exchange payable to the city of London and Antwerp at fair market prices. And so, the Primrose, a 150-ton Londoner, had been stocked with nearly 20 tons of corn and several ells of broadcloth and set sail for Valabo in Biscay. Master Foster had heard that the country was starving, that the whole of Iberia had had a harsh winter. Though the master of the Primrose and his men could be no firm judges of that fact for themselves, Valabo had been bathed in warm sunshine for the past 2 days in port, and the Spaniards they had seen appeared to have been well fed. Indeed, as Foster took in the near idyllic scene with the sun low in the sky, its rays reflecting lazily on the bay, Valabo seemed a welcoming voice on the wind as she had always been. It was then that he noted the soft wind of his rigging. A fine southwesterly was stirring. Foster prayed it would still be blowing the following day when they would weigh anchor and head for home. He hunched over the rail of his ship, leaning heavily on his arms, and looked on as a number of sleek Spanish pinnaces darted between his fellow Londoners. It was one of those rare moments of leisure for the captain of an English merchantman. Perhaps that was why he did not spy the pinnace heading for the Primrose. When the watch called out the approach of the Spanish vessel, and that there were 7 souls aboard, Foster awoke from his reverie and barked his orders to the crew, alerting them that a small party wished aboard. What the devil could they want this time of evening? The Primrose's cargoes had been unladen. It was most unusual for the Spanish merchants to settle their bills of exchange at this time of day. Further, the master of the Primrose had already settled the matter of loading the Spanish wines for the return voyage the following day. It was a wary Foster who greeted the corregidor of this day. The hale and hearty fellow presented Foster to the 6 other men as Biscayan merchants and claimed that they wished to give him a small token of their esteem. They had brought a hamper full of fresh cherries as a gift, a favorite of the English queen, or so they had understood. Master Foster thanked them and ordered that beef, biscuit, and beer be brought to the impromptu gathering in his cabin. Yet, before they sat down to eat, 4 of the Biscayan merchants made their excuses and announced their intention to return to the shore aboard the Spanish pinnace. This lack of common civility made Foster truly smell danger. He ordered his first mate to accompany the Spaniards back on deck, simultaneously giving him the signal that all was not as it should be. It was a well-rehearsed exercise for English merchantmen in foreign waters, and the first mate knew how to alert the crew in secret to be ready for an assault. The master of the Primrose returned to his unwanted guests, laughing and joking with them in broken Spanish and English, noting all the while through the porthole the pinks and oranges of the setting sun, wondering undoubtedly if it would be his last sunset. After some 15 minutes, the watch called out again that the pinnace had returned, carrying more than 20 men, and that a larger vessel with perhaps as many as 70 merchants also followed. Foster silently prayed that God would be English this day. The master bade the corregidor and his men to return to deck to greet the ships, expecting the worst. They were, after all, only 26 men against some 90 or more Spaniards. He could only imagine that these Biscayan merchants meant to board the Primrose, capture the crew, and at best imprison them all. Many a merchantman had been imprisoned before them, and most had fallen foul of the Inquisition. It was a destiny that he could not wish upon his enemies. Once above deck, Foster's suspicions were confirmed. Turning to the magistrate and his 2 friends, he said that he could not allow such a group of men to board his small ship, and the corregidor nodded compliantly. Yet, before Foster could give his crew the final signal to repulse an attack, he heard the beat of the battle drums from the Spanish ship below, and the unmistakable sound of their swords being unsheathed. The thud of the grappling irons and the roar of the Biscayans wrestling alongside the Primrose to board her by force drowned out his orders to his men. The corregidor and his merchants seized Foster with daggers drawn at his throat and cried out above the shouts of the melee, "Yield yourself, for you are the king's prisoner." Foster narrowed his eyes and bellowed back, "We are betrayed." The crew of the Primrose had fortunately taken the defensive measures that her master had laid down for circumstances such as these. Within seconds, 5 calaveers were fired through the grates from below decks at the Spanish scuffling above. There were screams from those Biscayans who had legs blown off, and shouts to abandon their action from the others. They could not know it, but it was the only gunpowder and shot the Primrose had on board. But the few seconds of confusion the blast created was enough to turn the tide. Foster prized himself loose from his captors and gave the order to fight to the death. Many of the Biscayans fled back to the boarding vessels, fearing that they would be blown to smithereens, as several of their number had been seconds before. Others stood their ground. Hand-to-hand battle broke out, and the well-practiced English drill of a skirmish at sea ensued. The English, knowing that if they were forced from the ship they would die 1,000 slow deaths, fought like demons possessed with boar spears and lances, which whipped through 2 to 3 Spaniards at a stroke. Yet, despite the heavy carnage on the Spanish side, the outcome of the battle remained in doubt for a time. The only certainty to Foster and his men was that the deck of the Primrose was stained red with the blood of the Spaniards and Englishmen. The fighting raged on for another half an hour, with many Spanish Biscayans butchered, flung overboard, or drowned before the English could claim victory. Amazingly, only 1 Englishman, John Tristram, had been killed. 6 other members of the crew were injured, but Foster thought that they would survive their wounds. He had to presume that his 2 men, John Burrell and John Broadbank, who had delivered the last of the corn cargo, had been taken into custody ashore. While the master and his crew made ready to set sail, Foster was perplexed why the Biscayan merchants who had escaped in the pinnaces did not bring reinforcements. He could not understand, at the moment of his own victory, why no armed relief for the corregidor had come. While he decided what should be done with the unfortunates struggling for their lives in the bay, Foster looked out across the harbor for the first time since the assault. All the other Londoners had the King of Spain's flag flying high on their masts. The Spanish treachery was now clear. The English ships had been lured into Spanish harbors for Philip II to confiscate and master piratical act, and leave England helpless. End quote. I understand that was a very long quote, but despite my best efforts, I couldn't find a better way to tell that tale than Susan Arnold did. Her book, The Pirate Queen, which we have used frequently on this show, is really spectacular. She's got a true gift for narrative. She's able to tell the stories of real history in a way that is extremely readable. Her stories are really a page turner. If you're interested in this period, I really recommend picking one of her books up. There is a link to the books in the show notes, so if you're interested, go to the website and pick one up. So the Spanish had betrayed the English and taken an entire fleet and their crews hostage. Luckily, the Primrose was able to escape, the only ship in the fleet that was able to do so. Perhaps even more luckily, they still had on board those two agents of the King of Spain. Under what I imagine was a fairly unpleasant questioning, they sang and they told everything they knew of King Philip's plans. More to the point, they had in their possession, both of them, direct written orders signed by the King of Spain telling exactly what was going to happen and giving undeniable proof of what had happened in the Bay of Biscay. This was exactly what Elizabeth needed. On July 1st, Elizabeth signed a decree granting Francis Drake and any English merchant who had suffered from the seizure of their ships the right of reprisal. Now, this wasn't a declaration of open war, but it was almost as good. It gave huge numbers of English sailors leave to attack Spanish shipping or goods on land anywhere in Spanish territory. It was free license to plunder at will. In addition, Elizabeth signed the Treaty of Nonsuch with the Netherlands. She agreed to send almost 7,000 troops and 1,000 cavalry to relieve the besieged city of Antwerp. There was also financial aid as well, amounting to almost a full quarter of all of the Netherlands' wartime costs. In return, Elizabeth was granted use of and dominion over the forts at Brill and Flushing. These were strategic staging grounds against the Spanish. Then, she gave Sir Francis Drake his orders, and she sent him to war. The seizure of the English ships on the Bay of Biscay at Galicia had changed everything. The English were forced to rush their timetable, and as preparations for the original plan to raid the West Indies were still incomplete, the fleet was understocked and underprepared. Still, Drake elected to leave with the entire fleet. His orders were to sail for the Galician coast to free the imprisoned English, to take back their vessels, and to deliver a return blow to King Philip. After those orders were completed, Sir Francis intended to continue on with the plan to the West Indies and attack. The Earl of Leicester approved. He wrote, quote, "That is the string that toucheth Philip indeed, for while his riches to the Indies continue, he thinketh he will be able with them to weary out all other parties, and I know by good means that he more feareth this action of Sir Francis than he ever did anything that hath been attempted against him." End quote. It was on September 14, 1585, that the largest Royal Naval fleet ever to set sail from English shores left port. The vessels included such illustrious names as the Elizabeth Bonaventure, the Abe, the Talbot Bark, the Galleon Leicester, the Sea Dragon, the White Lion, the Bark Bond, the Hope, the Bark Hawkins, the Galleon Duck, the Bark Bonner, the Thomas Drake, the Francis, the Elizabeth Drake, the Tiger, and the Primrose. They were captained by such illustrious names as Francis Drake, Edward Winter, William Hawkins, and Martin Frobisher, among many others. Now, there was some controversy over who exactly was going to be captaining some of these ships. Drake had very particular ideas on who these men should be, considering the last voyage he had planned had ended in such a disaster because of the marrying of English lords. He left in quite a rush. He wanted to leave some of these captains behind, and he needed to avoid any chance that Elizabeth might send a message to call him back to port. Now, in the rush, the fleet left more than half of their victuals, their food, behind. So, all of the captains were, at first, without orders, or really a rough outline at all of what the plan was. So after sailing into the Channel, and getting away from Elizabeth's potential messengers, Drake put a halt and called all of his captains in to have a meeting. Now, all of the captains gathered aboard the Elizabeth Bonaventure, the ship that Drake captained, and they discussed exactly what was going to happen from then on out. The very first issue that everybody had on mind was the lack of food, and Francis Drake had plans to address this. He believed that they had enough food on board to get them to Spain, where they could restock any provisions they needed. While this meeting of the sea captains was taking place, Philip of Spain received his very first news of the English fleet. His spies told him that the fleet was anchored off the Isle of Wight, which, in fact, they weren't, but he did know that they were in the Channel. Drake discovered something at this meeting, too. He discovered that he really didn't care for this sort of large command. In the past, he had been little more than a pirate captain, commanding a very small fleet of fiercely loyal men. Now he was a royal admiral, forced to confer with at least a dozen other proud and powerful noblemen before coming to any decision. He felt hindered by this rather than empowered. Now, back in England, Drake was known as Sir Francis Drake the Fortunate, and his luck on this voyage seemed to hold as well. They happened upon a Spanish vessel carrying fish, wine, and the usual other victuals. This vessel would keep the men fed and happy at least until they reached the coast of Spain. On the 27th of September, the fleet set anchor at the mouth of the Vigo River near Bayona, Spain. Drake sent one of the most important men in the fleet, the on-land military commander named Christopher Carlisle, with a force of soldiers. They were to take a number of pinnaces and land at Bayona. This fleet of pinnaces was met in the river by the Spanish governor, and in their boats these two men conferred. Drake had sent Carlisle with one question, one request, and one demand. His question: is Spain at war with England? Now this might sound like bravado or posturing on Drake's part, but it was likely a legitimate question. With the Spanish ambassador in exile, it's possible that Spain had declared war on England without notifying the English of it. But the governor replied that no, they were not at war. So then came the demand: release all English captives and English ships, or face the full might of the fleet's guns and armies. The governor allowed that the terms could be met, but he would need to speak with Sir Francis Drake directly. And in the request: allow us to trade for supplies until we are well stocked, and we will leave Spain in our wake forever. It was framed as a request, but the threat was really clear. Allow us to trade, or we will bring down the full might of our fleet upon you and take your town and everything within. The governor, though, carried on this plan. Trading with the English was very frowned upon by the Spanish authorities. He did, however, allow that since he was unsure whether or not he could grant this request, he would go ahead and release all of the English prisoners. Now, when Drake came ashore, he wanted first to meet with these sea captains and see that they had been actually released and see exactly what it had been like in the Spanish hands. Now that their freedom was secured, he sent his men to Bayona. They entered the town, and for one night they plundered, pillaged, and pilfered without commitments. Churches were desecrated or destroyed, homes were entered and ransacked, and taverns were certainly emptied of all their food and drink. However, for all the destruction, it appears that rape and murder were kept in check. Drake intended to scare them, not to galvanize the town against him. And it appears to have worked. The next day, he met with the governor, and they agreed that trade could proceed peaceably with the English. Now, the plunder had only amassed to about 6,000 ducats, most of which was quickly traded back to the local merchants for food and victuals. For some reason, though, the fleet waited at anchor. Perhaps they needed repairs to some of their vessels. A storm had hit while they were in the harbor. Perhaps some of the other captains believed that they were not still provisioned well enough to travel west across the Atlantic Ocean. Or perhaps there were other reasons. Drake did have other plans that he hadn't exactly told all of the captains about. Whatever the reason was, though, it cost the fleet. Their primary target on this voyage, aside from freeing the English, was to take the Spanish treasure flota. They knew that it was coming, and they had plans to take it. And the Bay of Biscay, where they stayed, may have been a perfect place to wait. Unfortunately, while they dallied at anchor, the Spanish treasure fleet passed by just over the horizon, completely oblivious to the English presence. This fleet carried millions of dollars in Spanish silver, and it passed less than 12 hours away from their grasp. It appears that they had been waiting for it on the coast of Galicia, and it's unclear exactly why they waited so long. It's likely that it was in fact a simple mistake. The Spanish and most of Catholic Europe had recently transitioned over to the Gregorian calendar, while the English and the other Protestant nations refused to transfer over to something that Pope Gregory was enacting. So the English were still 10 days behind the Spanish, and they would be for years and years to come. It's possible that whatever news Francis Drake had about the Spanish treasure fleet was in fact correct, but he was 10 days behind on his calendar from the Spanish. Regardless, this was a blow to the sailors when they learned just how close they had been to being rich men. So in mid-October, they left the coast of Spain and sailed for the Canary Islands, and then on to the Cape Verde Islands, where they arrived at the island of Palma on November 2nd. The fleet immediately began taking fire from the fort. According to an anonymous sailor who left a journal on board, quote, "The first shot was made at our admiral, which went fair over. The second being likewise shot at her stake betwixt our general's legs, standing his galley with Captain Frobisher and C. Carlyle of the Captain George, and the other, the splinters of the plank where they stood, hurt George a little, but there was no more hurt done by it, it being a minion shot." End quote. What he's saying here is that this cannonball passed between Drake's legs while he was pacing on board with the other captains, and this has gone down in Drake's legend as a symbol of his luck and fearlessness in battle. However, the resistance from the island fort was too much for the English to bear, so they turned tail and ran. They raided all throughout the Cape Verde Islands, but they found really little or no plunder, and still even less food, water, or wood. Their last landfall on the island at Santiago, several men visited a local curiosity, something they didn't see back in London, the hospital bed. These men were impressed by the cleanliness and order, but they spoke of the 20 or so suffering inside from, quote, foul and filthy diseases, end quote. 5 days after sailing away from Santiago into the Atlantic, these foul and filthy diseases began to race throughout the crews of every vessel in the fleet. For the 2 weeks of the crossing of the Atlantic, this plague decimated the men. Every vessel reported at least 2 or 3 deaths per day. It finally passed 200 or 300 men, as many as 500 according to the Spanish records, dead. Many more were permanently disabled by the illness. Upon reaching the Caribbean at the island of Dominica, Drake sent all of the sick men on board ashore, ostensibly so that the climate could help them heal. He sailed away to the northwest. It was on New Year's Eve, 1585, when the fleet arrived at Santo Domingo on the island of Hispaniola. On New Year's Day, the town was theirs. Santo Domingo was a city that had a rich past in the Caribbean. It had been one of the most prominent early settlements of the Spanish. It was a capital and a trading hub that had paved streets lined with tall, whitewashed mansions peppered by statues and fountains. Drake and his men expected a fantastic haul, but the luster of Santo Domingo had begun to fade. The trade and prosperity of the town had dried up in the last years, and despite the English having free reign in the town for days, they found almost no booty. So, in frustration, Francis Drake ordered captives taken into the town, and he attempted to ransom the city for a full 1,000,000 ducats. When the sheriff of the region countered that so much money simply did not exist in his jurisdiction, Drake began to burn the town down, one building at a time. In the end, they left Santo Domingo with nearly 25,000 ducats, a very paltry sum compared to what he believed the town was worth. After the fact, when the exploits of this raid were to be published, about a year later in England, the events were enhanced in glory and valor. Only 2 of the mentions in that appear to be at least confirmed by the Spanish. Now first, the English despoiled every church, abbey, or convent they found. From that same anonymous sailor journal, quote, "At our coming to the town's end, we burnt an abbey in which lay an old friar dead, who was killed by some of the soldiers which were disorderly." End quote. The second of these events, confirmed by the Spanish, occurred in a local audiencia building, kind of a town hall, where Drake found and removed a shield bearing a motto in Latin. It said, "Non sufficit orbis." Drake asked the local leaders to translate this message, but they lowered their eyes, embarrassed to do so, and being fearful, they declined. However, one man did speak Latin and did translate for them. The shield held the banner of King Philip II of Spain, and it said his words, "The world is not enough." Drake resolved to return this item to the Queen, proof of Philip's, quote, "proud and unreasonable reaching vain of his," end quote. The governor of the town wrote back to Philip of Spain, describing Sir Francis Drake, El Draque, to him. He wrote, quote, Drake is a man of medium stature, blond, rather heavy than slender, merry, careful. He commands and governs imperiously. He is feared and obeyed by his men. He punishes resolutely, sharp, relentless, well-spoken, inclined to liberality and to ambition, vainglorious, boastful, not very cruel. End quote. Back in Spain, Philip received word of this attack on his home shores, on his islands, and his New World possessions. He contacted the Duke of Parma, and he asked him, formally, to draw up plans for the invasion of England. The talk in every inn, household, and royal court in Europe, though, was still of Sir Francis Drake, and his raid on the West Indies. The reports were nearly always exaggerated. Drake had taken Havana, conquered Cuba, freed 200,000 slaves, or, on the other hand, Drake had been killed in battle and soundly defeated. Now, while these rumors were inflated, they did hold a nugget of truth. Drake had not sacked Havana, however, he had considered it, and he did free slaves, but not nearly 200,000. Among the slaves he did free, some of them went to join their brothers in the wilderness, while still more joined up with Drake's crew, intending to take revenge upon the Spanish. Now, while the cash prize that he had taken had been so small, ransoming one of the oldest and most prestigious colonial possessions of Spain was a symbol of English strength against Spain. And instead of taking Havana and going towards Cuba, Drake elected to go south towards the Spanish mainland and the port of Cartagena. As the fleet neared the port, Drake landed a force of about 1,000 seasoned, armed, and armored troops under that man, Christopher Carlisle, about 4 miles up the beach from Cartagena. His fleet sailed near to the well-defended port area. They suffered a lot of withering fire from the fort. There was a chain barricade across the port as well, and 2 galleys in the harbor holding them back, firing at them. Now, Drake's guns fired relentlessly, drawing all eyes from the town. They didn't really do much damage, but everybody was paying attention to the fleet and harbor. While he was unable to breach the defenses, it's doubtful that was actually his purpose. Because while Cartagena looked on at the battle in the harbor, those 1,000 Englishmen marched into town. The only resistance that Carlisle faced were some poisoned stakes that were blocking the path that were easily avoided, and an amateurish ambush by citizens of the town, not even trained soldiers. There were attacks from the trees and from the city walls by some natives that were allied to the Spanish, but their arrows just bounced harmlessly off the English armor, so there really weren't any impediment at all. When the town had fallen and Carlisle sent word to him, Francis Drake focused all of his fire on the fort, bombarding it from sunup until sundown. After the sun set, every soldier manning the gun batteries fled in the night. The English took minimal casualties in taking Cartagena, but still, the plague continued to rip through them. The Spanish spoke of, quote, boatloads of English dead, end quote, and said that the English were burying their dead in secret to hide how reduced their numbers were. Much like at Santo Domingo, Drake entered into negotiations to ransom the town back to the Spanish. This time, he didn't expect as much. He demanded only 500,000 ducats, and that offer was summarily rebuffed. The local bishop, who was in on the negotiations, called Drake a pirate, at which point Drake flew into a rage. He insulted the bishop's pope and his king. The negotiations faltered. Drake once again set to burning the town piece by piece, culminating in one of his ship's cannons being fired at their newly completed cathedral. It hit one of the arches that was a support to the rest of the cathedral and toppled the entire structure to the ground. Finally, the town agreed that they would give Drake 107,000 ducats to make the English leave, which Drake accepted. In both of these attacks on Santo Domingo and Cartagena, the records of the Spanish don't indicate that the English were as violent as one might expect when taking a town. They, of course, called Drake a pirate and a villain, which he was, but they also called him a gentleman and an honorable man. Now, yes, the English burned and looted, but as I said before, they didn't murder or rape. They warned the locals in advance before they burned their homes or their buildings. Drake even went so far as to befriend a man in whose home he was staying. Drake, when he found out that the man's wife had died, gave his wife a funeral with full honors. He had his own men dig her grave. They raised the Spanish flag, and he had his soldiers beat their muffled drums. There was a real respect that grew between this Spanish man and Sir Francis Drake, which showed because when Drake finally left Cartagena, he demanded only 5,000 ducats from the man instead of his regular 6,000 because he had been such a hospitable host. From Cartagena, the fleet sailed north. They went on to Cuba, took on some wood and water, and continued on, sailing north to St. Augustine. Drake called his war council together, and they decided that the fort at St. Augustine, and especially the watchtower there, were a serious threat to the English settlement at Roanoke, and they opened fire on it. For 2 days, the cannons rang, and typical the men manning St. Augustine's defenses retreated. The fleet, the men on it at least, were weary of what had been happening. They didn't want to spend a long time in the fort ransoming a town, so they decided to go into St. Augustine and see what was there. Luckily, the soldiers defending the fort had left in such a hurry that they had failed to secure the thousands of pounds stored in the fort for a safe haven. The fleet moved on to Roanoke, where they delivered some supplies and news, and then they sailed back to England. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have, on every episode, a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the 8books.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, 8books is kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. We also have an 8-book search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an 8books and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either 8books or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, they're kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave... Hello. Welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. Back in Spain, Philip raged. This devilish pirate, this dragon, had burned his cities, insulted him personally, and stolen his gold. In the Low Countries, his heretic Queen Elizabeth had installed her former lover, Robert Dudley, the Earl of Leicester, as the de facto king. Had his assassination of William of Orange been completely for naught? In France, his Protestant seemed ready to take the French throne. And on the British Isles, that heretic Queen Elizabeth executed his strongest Catholic ally there. She beheaded Mary, Queen of Scots. Everything appeared to be slipping away from Philip. So he called once again for his military leaders, and he ordered plans for invasion to be sped up. The Pope, intending to help, published a papal bull condemning Elizabeth once again. This bull ordered all church proceeds taken in Spain and Portugal to go directly into the coffers of Philip, and presented a lineage from Edward III, the King of England, which named Philip the rightful Catholic ruler of the English and the English throne. In preparation to help Philip take that throne, the Lords Parma and Santa Cruz gathered ships into one of the largest gatherings ever seen. Unfortunately, when they returned to England, the news that Francis Drake and the other captains brought back was not good, especially for the families of all of those lost in the voyage. The sailors had lost at least 40% of their number due to that horrible sickness that tore through them. It was a failure in other ways as well, a financial failure especially. The Crown had to come in and cover the shortfall to pay the soldiers and sailors their full wage because they had not made enough money on that voyage. Despite this ill news, though, the Queen was not entirely displeased. Her ships were still in good repair, none of them had been lost, and back home to guard the English shores, which is exactly where Elizabeth wanted them. And they had freed those English vessels and their crews and dealt that severe blow to King Philip. That blow was really taking its toll on Philip, who lay in bed, tormented both by the physical ailment, he had gout, but also by the psychological stress of what he saw as losing the war and perhaps losing the favor of his God. For a time, Drake was sent to Holland to give aid to the Dutch there, but quickly he was recalled. His plans to once again sail west and raid the Indies had to be put on hold. That amassing of ships, well, that was the worst kept secret in all of Europe. Everybody knew that they were gathering a massive armada for the invasion of England. Once again, Elizabeth turned to Drake. The Navy, the English Navy, was busy building as many ships as possible. They were amassing cannon and crews while the Winters and the Hawkins family constantly patrolled the English Channel. And Elizabeth turned to Drake and told him to gather his fleet. Once again, Drake was going to command from the ship the Elizabeth Bonaventure. The Crown also granted the fleet the ships the Golden Lion, the Rainbow, and the Dreadnought. They had a full complement of soldiers and cannon on board. This new fleet was supplemented by Drake and some of the other West Country investors. They had ships like the Drake, the Thomas, the White Lion, the Hawkins, the Elizabeth, the Edward Bonaventure, and the Minion, along with a host of smaller yet still armed vessels and pinnaces. Back in Plymouth, Drake had some trouble finding enough men to crew these ships, though. At the last minute, hundreds of the men who had agreed to go on board deserted, wary of Drake's dangerous ventures and the shadow cast by his last outing. Sailors can be a superstitious lot, and so many had died on Drake's last voyage that this one was avoided by a lot of men. This angered Drake, and he sent a missive to the Crown asking that any of the men who had deserted this voyage be arrested. The Queen declined to send her sheriffs to arrest them, but she did send soldiers to fill the crews, and on April 2nd, 1587, the fleet departed. It appears that the Privy Council sent some last-minute orders to Francis Drake. Quote, "You shall forbear to enter forcibly into any of the said king's ports or havens, or to offer violence to any of his towns or shipping within harboring, or do any act of hostility upon the land." End quote. However, this command, for some reason, never seemed to reach Sir Francis Drake. On April 19th, near midday, the fleet anchored just off the Spanish coast. They waited near the port at Cadiz, which was a busy and well-defended harbor that was connected by river directly to the city of Seville. Drake called his captains in for conference. All along the Spanish and Portuguese coast, the armada was gathering, but especially here. As yet, the ships from the farthest reaches of Spain's empire had not reached them, and all of the ships and ports still lay at anchor. Nearly all of these ships were unmanned, and only a few merchant vessels were actually under sail, bringing necessary goods from ship to ship in the harbor to prepare for the invasion. Drake, against the wishes of many of the captains, ordered an immediate attack. At about 5 o'clock that evening, the English sailed toward the harbor. At first, the Spanish there assumed that it was the returning fleet of a friendly Spanish captain, and they sent a delegation to greet him. Drake, though, quickly dispatched them of this notion. He opened fire on the vessels. A couple of them were sunk, and the rest of them retreated to defend the harbor. Now, the Spanish galleys' guns, these smaller vessels, were no match for these English galleons, who fired well out of the Spanish range. The English sunk those two manned vessels, and still not properly actually in the harbor there, well, they took a 1,000-ton merchantman and then a 700-ton Biscayan galleon. They took 5 smaller merchant vessels, and then they took a galleon owned by Santa Cruz, the Spanish admiral himself. When these 8 ships had been fully ransacked and robbed of all of the valuables on board, including the victuals and wine, they were set ablaze and cut adrift. Throughout the night, then, the fort and the towers fired at Drake's fleet, and whatever ships could be manned set their guns to fire against the English. However, it was really a poorly organized and ineffectual defense. The Duke, a man named Medina Sidonia, led reinforcements into the town. He had a contingent of both foot soldiers and cavalry, but they were unable to stop Drake from entering the harbor. All they could do was stop Francis Drake from entering the town, landing his men ashore, and taking the townland. At dawn, the fleet sailed into the harbor at Cadiz. They took every ship that laid at anchor and all of the crews that were too slow or too foolish to escape, and then lashed all of those ships together, which made it easy for them to take all of the riches they found on board. But more importantly, to this mission at least, they took all of that which is required to outfit a navy. They took rope, and tackle and tar and lumber and sail and any navigational instruments they might find. They did this so they could cripple the Armada before it even got started, and they could use all these goods to bolster the English Navy. It was really a well thought out plan. Now, Drake did falter in one of his orders, though. The Queen had told him specifically that he was to burn any ship that he found in the harbor at Cadiz. And though Drake had all of these ships slashed together with plenty of tar and certainly plenty of fire, he failed to do so. Why? He exchanged the prisoners he had taken for gold, and the Duke of Medina Sidonia himself gifted Drake with a cask of wine and a basket of sweetmeats, and Drake left the harbor in a rush. Why? He left over 60 vessels in the harbor unharmed, if a bit lighter, in defiance of his direct royal orders. Why? Well, one possible answer is that Drake had taken some of those Spanish prisoners and had them questioned. One of these prisoners may have given up some sensitive information, perhaps even more valuable to Drake than burning the ships. It appears that he had learned that Spain's second most accomplished admiral, a man named Juan Martinez de Recalde, sailed with a squadron that was half the size of Drake's and was, at this very moment, anchored off Cape St. Vincent. It's also possible that this smaller fleet was accompanying the Spanish treasure floater, which was Drake's greatest lust in life. En route to get to the Cape, Drake encountered a fleet of tiny merchant vessels, really little more than fishermen's boats, and found on board what would actually wind up becoming perhaps the most valuable cargo that he would take this entire voyage. He found bound together bundles of barrel staves bound for Cadiz. I understand that this might not sound like much, but you have to understand that life on board a ship required many, many barrels filled with water. If you didn't have these iron barrel staves to hold the barrels together, you couldn't have water or wine, and your ships would be unable to sail, and it took time and money to produce. So perhaps the greatest delay that Drake affected this entire voyage was stealing these barrel staves. Still, though, barrel staves, while they were important, weren't exactly a rich prize. Drake needed a real haul, both to repay his investors and to line his own pockets, so he chased after Recalde, who had sailed away from the Cape. He was headed towards Lisbon, but Drake believed he could catch him. Unfortunately, the winds weren't in his favor, and Recalde managed to beat him there. Lisbon was far too well defended a port for the English to take, so Drake turned his attention elsewhere. He took what was called the Sagres Castle, which had once, strangely enough, been the home of Prince Henry the Navigator. This was a symbolic victory, but not a rich one. Still, one monk did record, quote, "They committed their usual feasts and drunkenness, their diabolical rampages and obscenities. They stole everything they found and then set the place on fire, having first committed 1,000 excesses and diabolical desecrations of the images of the saints, like wicked heretics." End quote. Then, on June 1st, Sir Francis Drake's fortune changed once again for the better. He learned of a ship called the San Felipe, owned by Philip himself and carrying all of the goods from the Orient directly into Drake's clutches. It's said that the San Felipe was taken without a single shot being fired because her holds and her gun ports were too crammed with goods to fire any guns in her defense. On board, Drake found gold, he found silver, he found precious gems, ivory, silk, rich dyes, cinnamon, cloves, and pepper, all in all worth $32 million in modern money. With this haul, Drake was finally able to sail for home. It was around this time that Francis Drake enlisted perhaps one or maybe two men to write all of his letters and document all of his deeds. You see, Francis Drake needed better representation to both the Queen and the English people, and the results turned out to be ludicrous. You see, Drake was uneducated, he was poorly read, and he had really abysmal penmanship, and suddenly his correspondences were beautifully composed with allegory in reference to God, the Bible, and history. For example, he is reported to have said at Cadiz, when the wind turned to his favor, "The wind commands me away." Yeah, no, he didn't say that. Francis Drake was a sailor and a pirate, and he knew ships and violence, not poetry. Similarly, at this raid on Cadiz, he was reported to have claimed that he, quote, "singed the King of Spain's beard," end quote, which was not true. that was actually said by the Grand Vizier of the Ottoman Empire in reference to his own beard rather than King Philip's. Now, this new eloquent correspondence may have actually helped Francis Drake, though, when he returned to London. He found himself out of favor with the Queen, at least in official record, and defending some of his decisions during the raid on Cadiz. However, Drake showered Elizabeth with gifts, and he still had her ear. He may have failed to burn all of the vessels that he had been ordered to, but he had really delayed the invasion, and that was Elizabeth's need. He also brought news of Philip's true plans. He wrote to Lord Walsingham, quote, "I assure your honour, the like preparation was never heard of nor known, as the King of Spain hath and daily maketh to invade England. All possible preparations for defence are very expedient to be made. I dare not almost write into your honour of the great forces we hear the King of Spain hath in the straits. Prepare in England strongly, and most by sea. Stop him now, and stop him ever. Look well to the coast of Sussex." End quote. Drake begged again and again to be allowed another voyage, this time in force to go to Lisbon, where he could destroy the Armada before it even began sailing. The Crown, however, decided not to grant it. Finances in England were once again tight, and Elizabeth hesitated to back any venture that would take English vessels away from English shores. Philip, too, though, had suffered setbacks. In addition to the raid on Cadiz, he had been forced to call off the treasure fleets for the year, fearing that they would be taken by English pirates. They stayed in port in the Americas. And then his plans were dealt a truly terrible blow. His close friend, the Admiral Santa Cruz, died. Philip was forced to name the Duke Medina Sidonia, that man who was a hero of the raid on Cadiz, who had gifted Francis Drake wine and sweetmeats. He was forced to name him Admiral in the Spanish Armada. Medina Sidonia was a morose man, especially about the state of the Spanish Navy. He surveyed the fleet, and he found it lacking. They didn't have enough guns. They didn't have enough soldiers that were trained well, and the ships themselves were even sometimes in poor condition. He was forced to smuggle in at least 100 cast-iron English cannon, something that the Spanish thought were so low quality they weren't even worth using, but he needed the guns, but still they weren't enough. The Spanish had little powder, they had less shot, and they had only a very few properly trained gunners. Only 6 vessels in the Spanish fleet carried more than 40 guns, while every English vessel carried more than 250. However, Philip refused to hear of these complaints. He believed that God was on his side. The Pope himself granted special indulgences for every Spaniard on the voyage, and when confronted with the possibility of bad weather, Philip said, quote, "Since it is all for his cause, God will grant us fair weather," end quote. As he lay in his sickbed and his admiral continued to bring complaints to him, his very last command to Medina Sidonia was, quote, "Sail, sail," end quote. The Spanish plan was simple. The Armada would sail into the Channel. They would break the English naval defense there, and they would hold a landing site. Then, somewhere between 30 and 60,000 soldiers, under the command of the Duke of Parma, would sail from the Netherlands to England. They would sail upriver and take London in what they believed would be no more than 2 or 3 days. The sailors, though, in the Spanish fleet, well, they knew better. As the Spanish Armada was preparing to sail, one sailor wrote, quote, "Things hang in the balance. Please God, let the events be for his cause, and may he assist us, as is so necessary," end quote. Another sailor, when he was speaking to a papal official, a papal nuncio, said to him, quote, "The English, who have faster and handier ships than ours, and many more long-range guns, and who know their advantage just as well as we do, will never close with us at all, but stand aloof and knock us to pieces with their culverins, without our being able to do them any serious hurt." When the nuncio asked him what the Spanish needed to win, the officer answered, "A miracle," end quote. The English weren't entirely aware of the Spanish shortcomings, though. They thought that the fleet was a lot better defended than it really was. I think that Winston Churchill gives a good description of the English attitude. He said, quote, "The chances were heavily weighted in favor of Spain. From the mines of Mexico and Peru there came a stream of silver and gold which so fortified the martial power of the Spanish Empire that King Philip could equip his forces beyond all known scales. The position was well understood in the ruling circles in England. So long as Spain controlled the wealth of the New World, she could launch and equip a multitude of armadas. End quote. On the English side, the Queen's plan was to separate her navy, to guard the western end of the Channel from Spain, and to guard the eastern end from the Netherlands. However, she acquiesced to her advisors. The Lord Admiral was now a man named Charles Howard of Effingham, and he was in command of the Queen's Navy. His plan was to have Lords Winter and Hawkins await the Armada in the middle of the Channel, while the Lord Admiral Howard himself and Sir Francis Drake would wait at and near Plymouth. They would be in a fleet of sleek, fast, and heavily armed smaller vessels that would be able to chase and harry the Spanish. They were going to follow behind the Armada after it sailed into the Channel. The plan was to allow the Spanish Armada to sail until it nearly encountered the fleet of larger English galleons, and then the Lord Admiral and Drake would come up behind them, bite their heels, and then catch the Armada in the crossfire and demolish her. Now, the plans of both sides were interrupted by some inclement weather. Some of those famous Channel storms blew in, and the fleets of both the Spanish and the English, well, their timetables and their charts were thrown off course, so they had to regroup and make some new plans as quickly as possible. However, the basic plan for Drake to follow behind still stood because Drake and his fleet were still at harbor. Legend has it that when Drake received word of the Spanish Armada entering the Channel, he said, "Time enough to finish the game," and beat the Spanish after. Now, this sounds like some of Drake's famous propaganda, but this might actually be something that he said. See, the tide was high in Plymouth Harbor at the time, and it was too high for the fleet to leave, and he knew they would have to wait until sundown. However, once sundown came, the fleet did set sail, and they rushed after the Spanish Armada. When the Duke of Medina Sidonia awoke the next morning, it must have been something of a shock to him. He found the English fleet not before him as he had thought, but waiting behind. Their entire formation was planned to meet the English fleet waiting before them. However, that formation and the Armada itself must have been something of a fight as well. It was at least 2 miles in width. It was a virtual forest of mast and sail, punctuated by these massive Spanish aft castles who towered over the smaller English vessels. Lord Admiral Howard said, quote, "All the world never saw such a great force as there was," end quote. All the same, Lord Howard ordered a single pinnace called Defiance forward to fire a single shot at the Spanish flagship. This was a gesture of formal challenge. Think of a knight pulling off his glove and slapping another man in challenge for a duel. This was that sort of move. The Spanish, they had their ships arrayed in 4 columns. Their heaviest ships were in the center, with their faster and smaller galleys along the sides. They made a tight crescent formation, all meant to face forward so they could surround the English fleet whenever they encountered it. However, somehow, these massive vessels had to turn around and change their entire formation because they were now facing a force that was coming from the opposite direction. Really, their formation was perfect. The Spanish were spectacular sailors. If the English had been waiting in front, they would have destroyed them immediately. However, they didn't account for what the English actually had planned. I'm going to quote historian Arthur Herman in his book, To Rule the Waves, How the British Navy Shaped the Modern World, which is really a pretty excellent read, especially for any nautical or military historians out there. It goes all the way from the very earliest days of the British Navy to all the way up until World War II. He writes about this battle, quote, "The English rushed forward with gun ports open, and as many guns wheeled and lashed pointing forward as possible. This was no classic battle of broadsides. Each gun was aimed on its own, while the master gunner himself gave orders to the helm. Bow chasers fired first, then the guns on the leeward side, and, as the ship turned, then the guns in the stern as the boatswain shouted to his men aloft to lull sails and brought the ship to a halt. Then, as the ship turned back, the guns on the other broadside opened up as the ship completed its stately pirouette past its target. Wreathed in smoke, the Revenge, or Bear, or Vanguard, then tacked back windward to reload. In this way, the English guns got off an average of a shot an hour, whereas the Spanish, keeping to their tight box formation, were sometimes lucky if their guns could fire back one shot a day. End quote. It was really, at the end of the day, an ineffectual battle on both sides. While the English had proved that they could fire many more shots, their tactics weren't doing a whole lot of damage to the Spanish fleet. They took out a few of the smaller vessels, but from the distances they were firing, they were unable to take out any of the massive Spanish warships. As night fell, though, Drake was given the order to light the lantern on his stern that would guide the way for the rest of the fleet. On the Spanish side, they faced disaster. While their ships were still nearly all floating, the Nuestra Senora de Rosario was rammed by another Spanish vessel in the night. The Rosario lost her bowsprit, her mizzenmast, and her main yard. Then, in a separate event, another ship in the Armada carrying somewhere near 383 men and almost all of the gold meant to pay the soldiers suddenly exploded. It's unclear exactly what happened, but apparently something lit their entire powder magazine alight. In the chaos after this explosion, Francis Drake seized on its opportunity. He broke formation from the fleet, endangering all of those relying on his lantern, and he took the Rosario, along with the reported 55,000 golden ducats aboard, and he ordered the ship to be sailed home. Despite Francis Drake's knighthood, all of his titles and his lands, he still couldn't fight what he was at heart, a loathsome, no-good West Country pirate. The next morning, when Lord Admiral Howard came on deck, he discovered that he had not in fact been following Sir Francis Drake's lantern, but one for the Armada. A fierce morning firefight ensued, the exact kind of thing that a good English navyman needed to get the blood pumping, but he managed to remove himself from the Spanish Armada. Francis Drake returned to the fleet and was called on board of the Lord Admiral's ship. There's no record of exactly what the Lord Admiral said to Francis Drake, but man, I wish there was, because I imagine that even the Spanish in the Armada, a mile or more away, could hear the curses of this old sea captain to Francis Drake. The Admiral went on to confiscate the 55,000 ducats and send it to London. The Admiral ordered that the English would continue dogging the Spanish fleet, and the fight on water continued the same way for the next day. On land, Elizabeth stood before her rallied troops, who were preparing to defend the city of London and the land of England against any invasion. She gave them this speech, quote, "My loving people, who have been persuaded by some that are careful for our safety to take heed how we commit ourselves to armed multitudes, for fear of treachery, but I assure you, I do not desire to live in distrust, my faithful and loving people. Let tyrants fear. I have always so behaved myself that, under God, I have placed my chiefest strength and safeguard in the loyal hearts and goodwill of my subjects, and therefore I am come amongst you, as you see, resolved, in the midst and heat of the battle, to live or die amongst you all, and to lay down for my God, and for my kingdom, and for my people, my honor and my blood, even in the dust. I know I have the body of a weak and feeble woman, but I have the heart and stomach of a king, and of a king of England too, and think foul scorn that Parma or Spain or any prince of Europe should dare to invade the borders of my realm, to which, rather than any dishonor shall grow by me, I myself will take up arms. I myself will be your general, judge, and rewarder of every one of your virtues in the field. I know already for your forwardness you have deserved rewards and crowns, and we do assure you, in the word of a prince, they shall be duly paid you." End quote. Imagine her surprise, as well as the surprise of Admiral Medina Sidonia, when none of those troop ships arrived. Perhaps Elizabeth wasn't so surprised after all. The troops had never even left port. The sea beggars had sailed south, swooped in, and halted any thought of Parma's of setting sail. It was here that the Spanish Armada knew they were lost. On the third day, short on food, shot, powder, and soldiers, the English finally closed ranks and opened fire. Finally, the English had found their mark at 300 yards, which would become the naval policy for firefights for centuries. They sank dozens of Spanish vessels, but still the Armada stood in tight formation. The English captains began to worry. Despite their superior battle skills, how could they defeat that armada? So, after nightfall, 8 smaller English vessels sailed silently forward toward the armada. Their guns were charged fully to the muzzles. Their decks and their holds were filled with pitch, tar, and hemp, anything that would burn. The Spanish saw these ships primed to explode and burn any vessel nearby, and they all managed to escape unharmed. But in this attempt to set the Spanish armada alight, it broke their formation, and finally, the English were able to attack. The English closed in. This was the beginning of the first great naval engagement in modern history. A total of 200 ships fired bravely, even recklessly, in a fight for their lives, for their homes, and for their countries. The Spanish never backed down. Each of the ships fired until they were out of powder and shot, and then they would sail towards the English vessels, grapple that ship, and do hand-to-hand combat with the men on board, either dying or taking the ship. But still, the Spanish were outmatched. The English ships were too well armed and too fast. The air in the English Channel was filled with smoke, the deafening sound of cannon, and in the interim between shots, the screams of the dying. Any vessel worth her salt was coated in splinter and tattered sail, amidst the gore of men without arms and legs and heads. The seas were covered in a sheen of dead bodies, broken ships, and blood. A storm arose, bringing in clouds and fog to mingle with the smoke from the battle. And in that moment, the Spanish armada set sail and fled. Perhaps Philip was right, in part. He said that God would send them fair weather, and when the Spanish armada was nearly lost and completely destroyed, a storm came in and saved them. Their odyssey was not over, and the trip back to Spain was going to be extremely difficult for these men, but many still made it home, more than would have had that storm not blown in. The English didn't believe that this was the end of the invasion. However, it was. The Spanish had fled. There were no troops coming from the Netherlands. The English had won the day. Now, this undeclared war between Spain and England, though, it would continue. The 80 Years' War, the conflict for Dutch independence, that would continue too. And the hatred between Catholics and Protestants in Europe would continue for centuries. Queen Elizabeth, King Philip, and Francis Drake would continue their dance. But this is a suitable place to stop. The Armada's defeat marked a turning point in the world. It showed the world that Spain was not all-powerful, and it opened up the ambitions of all of the colonial powers in Europe. It was by no means the end of the Spanish Empire, but it marked the beginning of their decline, and it marked the dawn of the British Empire, and the colossal power struggles that would continue for centuries, and really, we're still fighting to this modern day. This Spanish Armada's defeat showed the world that the future would not be won by soldiers on land or on horseback. It would be won by sailors on the back of ships. Elizabeth would continue her rule for years and rule over some of the most prosperous times in English history. Elizabethan England would bring us an English Renaissance. It would bring us Shakespeare and the birth of the modern English language. It would see a shift in English culture towards a more free, open, and democratic society. Sir Francis Drake was far from done. He continued to sail, and his legend continued to grow. He sailed again and again, back to Spain, into the Caribbean, never ending Drake's war, his personal conflict with the Spanish. But he passed away at Portobello at the end of a difficult voyage of raiding and piracy at 4 a.m., January 28, 1596. And with him, we're going to leave the Elizabethan age behind. The reason we've spent so much time on this era, the Elizabethan period, and Francis Drake in particular, is because these conflicts are really what set the stage for the colonial conflicts in the Caribbean. And Francis Drake, more than anyone else, showed the world that a single man with a sleek, small, fast ship filled with guns and manned by a loyal crew of people with insufficient morals would be able to challenge the empires of the old world and make themselves rich and powerful men. His was really the story that all pirates in the years to come would see and believe that they could make a reality. He was the goal that men such as Henry Avery and Edward Teach were, well, that's what they wanted to be. They wanted to be Francis Drake, a man who was a patriot fighting for his country and using less than scrupulous means to achieve it. They also wanted to fill their pockets, which was something that Francis Drake did extremely well. In the end, Francis Drake stole in modern dollars $115 million worth of Spanish loot. This makes him, according to Forbes magazine, the second most successful pirate in history. Next time, we're going to take a jump forward. The politics of Europe are going to go through a lot of upheavals, but most of that is relatively unimportant. We'll talk about the big stuff, but we're going to start focusing on another of the most successful pirates in history. A man who graces the front of many bottles of cheap rum, Captain Henry Morgan. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have, on every episode, a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the 8books.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, 8books is kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. We also have an 8books search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an 8books and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either 8books or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, they're kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps get the podcast noticed, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Thank you for listening. Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Mike. Thank you for listening. In the aftermath of the attempted invasion of England by the Spanish Armada, Europe found itself to be a very different place. The balance of power in Europe had shifted away from Spanish domination, and all the rest of the colonial powers in Europe, they wanted their slice of the pie. In England, many of the young and ambitious ship's captains who had sailed under men like Drake and Hawkins and Winter, they petitioned the Queen to sail for the East Indies. They finally had the strength to sail for the East Indies for decades, even perhaps centuries. The Spanish and Portuguese had kept that from being an option, but Drake had proved that they could sail those waters with relative safety. In the year 1600, Elizabeth granted many of these merchants an official royal charter. This formed the English East India Company, and it gave them a monopoly on trade with the East. Now, the East India Company will be a major player in the story to come. Their interactions with Caribbean pirates is the stuff of legend. But for now, despite their monopoly, their position was not as strong as it might seem. You see, a monopoly really only applied to other English merchants. They had plenty of competition in Asia. First of all, these were Portuguese waters, and the Portuguese were still there. Though this was the Portuguese Empire under Philip, and they were significantly weaker than they had been, they were still a threat that had to be dealt with. But regardless, the English merchants still managed to turn a profit. However, their real competition came on the backs of Dutch ships. In the wake of the Armada, and during a lull in the 80 Years' War, the Dutch Empire was really beginning to bloom. Decades of English and Dutch attacks on Spanish merchant shipping had left a void in international seafaring trade, and it was really more than anyone else the Dutch who filled that void. They had a new ship, the Flute, which was really huge compared to any of the other merchant ships in Europe. It was about twice as long as any of these other vessels, and it had a squared hull that could hold 2 to 3 times the cargo of any other ships. The Dutch quickly came to dominate trade in the Baltic Sea, in the North Sea, and in the English Channel. They pushed the English just aside, and even the Spanish, with whom they were currently at war, were forced to concede to peaceful trade. Soon, the Dutch found themselves in the Mediterranean, and they controlled trade with both Constantinople and Alexandria. These were major trading ports, places that were the centers of trade for both Africa and the Middle East. Basically, the entire Muslim world traded through these ports. So if you wanted any goods from them, you had to trade in one of these major ports. When the Spanish endeavored to push the Dutch out of the Mediterranean, the Dutch sent a fleet into the Strait of Gibraltar and sunk the entire Spanish fleet. This was really how the Dutch did business. Whenever anyone tried to encroach on areas that they had a business interest in, they suddenly found themselves the victims of completely unrelated private attacks until they were either sunk or forced to leave. It really operated kind of like the mafia. It was sort of a, look, do business with us, you're going to make money, for a little bit on the side, we're going to protect you. And if anybody else tries to encroach on our business, they're going to be sleeping with the fishes. And it worked marvelously. The Dutch found themselves in control of the largest trading empire that the world had. In no time, they found themselves in control of all of the ports on the African coast and all of the gold and ivory that the continent carried, as well as all of the other goods, including human slaves. It was in 1602 that the Dutch East India Company opened up for business. As the English crown had done, these merchants who formed the Dutch East India Company were given a monopoly on trade, but this ruffled a lot of feathers back in the United Provinces, so these merchants had to look elsewhere to make their money. Rival merchant firms began plans to form their own companies that would control the West African coast and all of the slaves that let them free. Now, those slaves were traded solely with the New World, North America and the Caribbean primarily. This also gave them access to all of the tobacco and sugar that the New World had to offer. This became the most profitable trading route in the entire world, and everybody wanted in. And soon, every country in Europe was fighting for their place. This is episode number 14, The New World. Dutch tactics at the dawn of the 17th century were very similar to English tactics at the end of the last century. They primarily traded with Spanish New World colonies. Now, they weren't allowed to trade with these Spanish New World colonies officially, but they gave better deals than the Spanish did, and so the colonists preferred to buy from the Dutch. Beyond that, they also replaced the English and the French as the greatest piratical menace in the Caribbean. They turned to the Caribbean first as these legitimate merchants, seeking sources for goods that were denied them by the trade embargo put on them by the Spanish. They were primarily interested in three goods: sugar, tobacco, and salt. Sugar and tobacco were luxury goods that all the best people had. If you went to visit somebody and they didn't have a sugar bowl when they served you tea, it was somewhat embarrassing. If they were unable to smoke a cigar or light a pipe after dinner, then it was also seen as somewhat low class. Anybody who was anybody was using sugar and tobacco at this time. They weren't just luxury goods for the elite, they were luxury goods for the merchant class and even the middle class. Basically, anybody who wasn't the lowliest of peasants wanted a little bit of sugar and tobacco to show off just how fancy they were. Now, sugar was seen as a relatively harmless luxury, something that sweetened the tea and that the young ladies liked, but tobacco was catching on so quickly that people realized soon what a real menace it was. It caught on particularly fiercely in the Protestant nations. The Catholic churches all across Europe condemned belief as a heretical heathen ritual, but even in those Catholic countries, you would find Spaniards and Frenchmen and Germans all smoking tobacco. Even the church's condemnation did not keep the use of this plant back. But in those Protestant countries, it was running rampant. In 1604, the newly raised King James I of England published the Counterblast to Tobacco. It read in part, quote, "Have you not reason then to be ashamed and to forbear this filthy novelty, so basely grounded, so foolishly received, and so grossly mistaken in the right use thereof? In your abuse thereof, sinning against God, harming yourselves both in persons and goods, and raking also thereby the marks and notes of vanity upon you, a custom loathsome to the eye, hateful to the nose, harmful to the brain, dangerous to the lungs." End quote. There's a lot going on in this quote. He says, obviously, that it is harmful to the brain, dangerous to the lungs, hateful to the nose. It looks bad, it smells bad, it's bad for you. These are all obvious things. However, there's a lot of talk of God in there. The vanity line is very important. This was seen as a sinful act because it served no purpose other than as a luxury good and a status symbol. In Europe, the tide was beginning to turn. Vanity was seen as a dreadful sin, and more people were climbing onto this train of Puritanism. We're going to talk a lot more about that later. But for now, despite the Puritan elements and the king's diatribe against belief, tobacco had caught on in England and in the Netherlands and in Spain, France, everywhere across Europe. Everyone was using it. They even took it over to Asia, where it was going to cause a whole slew of its own problems over there. Tobacco was quickly becoming something that everyone in the world wanted a little bit of. Salt, on the other hand, was not a luxury good. It was a necessary element of life. If you lived in the North Sea, or if you lived on the English Channel, you were going to find yourself eating a lot of fish, primarily cod, and salt was used to preserve that cod for transport from harbor to harbor or overland. It wasn't only used for fish, but for curing all sorts of meats, especially at sea. Basically, if you wanted to eat anything that wasn't freshly killed or picked from your own garden, you were going to need some salt to preserve it and keep it edible. And unfortunately for the Dutch, they had recently lost their sole source of salt. Most of the salt in Western Europe came from salt mines in Portugal. Now, the Dutch and the Spanish Empire, including the Portuguese, were still embroiled in the 80 Years' War, and the Spanish decided to use a tactic against them, denying them all sorts of trade. Most of this the Dutch could get around, but they had trouble finding a new source of salt in Europe. So they turned to the New World, where they quickly found an inexhaustible source on the coast of what is modern-day Venezuela, then called Brazil. On the Ararai Peninsula, near Lake Ararai, the Dutch found a salt plain that would supply their entire nation with salt for as long as they needed it. At least, for as long as they could get it from out of the hands of the Spanish. They sent their massive ships to collect as much salt as they could possibly carry, along with a few armed pinnaces and sloops to defend against any Spanish patrols that might come along. This was still all Spanish land, and while the locals had been willing to trade, the governors were well aware that these two nations were at war and would chase off any Dutch ships they found. But no patrols came. Not one single vessel came to question or harass the Dutch. When they started thinking about it, they realized that they hadn't seen a single warship or official patrol boat on their entire trip to the New World. So rather than keeping their pinnaces and sloops on hand to protect them, they sent them out to do a little investigative work. No matter where they sailed, more and more boldly into Spanish-controlled harbors, they didn't find any warships or patrol boats. All they found were fat, heavy, and slow merchant vessels. Merchant vessels that the Dutch quickly relieved of any valuables they might have on board. This quickly became really the primary goal for these missions. Men who were admirals in the 80 Years' War back in Europe would bring their own vessels along, ostensibly, according to European politics, to protect their salt vessels, but really all they did was follow in Drake's footsteps and attack as much Spanish merchant shipping as possible. For 6 whole years, the Dutch sailed around 800 of these large salt ships to Brazil, and for 6 years, their sloops raided and plundered. The New World had always been heavily defended by Spain. It was a place that all of their riches stemmed from, but they quickly realized that this was now the most vulnerable point in the Spanish Empire, and they exploited that fact. As tales spread back in Europe of the rich waters of the Caribbean, the French Huguenot pirates who had for decades terrorized the Spanish came back in numbers. There were more French pirates in the Caribbean at this point in time than there ever had been in the past. The Dutch dwarfed the English fleets in the heyday of Drake and Hawkins. They were a menace that was unseen in the past. Their forebears, men like Drake and Vandermark and Le Pescu, they would have been proud of seeing this new generation of young Protestant pirates taking on the Spanish, but they also would have been shocked. These new pirates faced almost no resistance from the Spanish. The Spanish almost never sent ships against them, even after reports had been sent to the governor of their terrible, terrible deeds. When an especially bold governor would send out a couple of ships to try and take on this pirate menace, well, it was laughable. The Dutch and the French would sometimes just fire some shots at them and some hacking, but more often they would just take their ships and drop off the Spaniards in small boats to get to land. The Spanish quickly realized that the more ships they sent against them, the stronger and stronger these fleets were becoming. The truth was that the Spanish Empire was completely bankrupt. Their wars against France and then against England and then against the Dutch, and then against Portugal, and all the while against the Ottoman Turks, had left them completely destitute. Philip had gotten them into so many engagements that all of the gold and silver of the New World, which they shipped over on massive flotillas twice a year, could still not fund all of these wars. The mood at the Spanish court in the capital has been what would be called somber. Many historians have compared it to the last days of the Roman Empire, when the Visigoths were at the gates and the Huns came knocking, and they knew that their days were numbered, but they tried to project an image of strength. However, despite their best efforts, they could not convince anybody else that they had anything left to hold them back. So the Spanish colonists, who at this point were really Americans, most of the people that lived in the New World had been born in the New World. They huddled in their towns and their ports, and their enemies, the Dutch and the French, ruled the waters. The English, however, are noticeably absent from this time of Protestant piracy in the Caribbean. That new English king, King James, didn't share the former queen's attitude towards piracy. He punished and imprisoned any pirates that he caught, and he encouraged legitimate trade and commerce and colonization. Elizabeth had tried her hand at colonization several times, but it had never really worked out. The English had made a lot more money off of the piracy of men like Francis Drake, so the colonies really got pushed to the back burner, but under James he redoubled his efforts. He focused primarily on North America. He had his dream of a New England across the Atlantic, and he granted a charter to the Virginia Company. They sailed across the Atlantic to North America to the region known as Virginia, named after Elizabeth, the Virgin Queen, and in 1607 they settled Jamestown. The attempted settlements at Roanoke had ended in disaster, but Jamestown, named obviously after King James I, was England's first successful and lasting attempt at a colony. A relief mission carrying supplies to the settlement at Jamestown 2 years later in 1609 was hit by a truly disastrous storm, and it shipwrecked at the island of Bermuda. The captain, a man named Sir George Somers, had sailed under Sir Francis Drake as a young man and under Sir Walter Raleigh, and he led these castaways on the island of Bermuda for 10 whole months. They really built a proto-settlement there. They built homes and fishing huts. This is supposed to be the inspiration for Shakespeare's play The Tempest. But in addition to homes and shelter, they also built ships. And 10 months after shipwrecking, they sailed on to the colony of Virginia. Every person, including the dog on board, had survived. In 1612, this man, George Somers, was granted his own royal license to build a permanent settlement on Bermuda. Now, if you look at a map, Bermuda is kind of perfectly situated between England and the New World. It's not an island in the Caribbean, but it is a ticket stopping place, kind of similar to the islands in the Atlantic that the Spanish and Portuguese used to travel to the New World. But soon, the English realized that the real money was not in tobacco plantations in Virginia or in new Puritan settlements in Boston, but the real money was down south in the Caribbean. We've spent a lot of time on the New World on this show, all over the Caribbean and even on the Spanish Main, but now we're going to be focusing much more heavily on the region, and I'd like to spend just a little bit of time going over some of the basic geography. If you picture the Caribbean, or pull up a map of the Caribbean, there's one at the website, you'll see that the majority of the islands in the Caribbean form a sort of a barrier between the Atlantic Ocean and the Caribbean Sea. This barrier stretches all the way from Florida to South America and forms almost kind of a hook shape. These islands are generally categorized into 3 different groups. The northernmost of these islands, the islands closest to North America, are collectively known as the Bahamas. There are a ton of these islands, and they're all relatively small and kind of packed together. The waters in between them are all shallow and clear and beautiful. They all have miles of sandy beach and tropical palm trees. Basically, it's paradise. You know, it's the Bahamas. The Spanish mostly ignored the Bahamas, at least in terms of colonization. They traded with the natives there and captured a lot of the natives for slaves, but really there weren't too many Spanish settlements in the Bahamas. Now, to the southwest of the Bahamas, there are the largest islands in the Caribbean, namely Cuba, Jamaica, Hispaniola, and Puerto Rico. These are known collectively as the Greater Antilles. The majority, really nearly all, of Spanish colonization in the Caribbean took place in the Greater Antilles. Now, the discovery of gold and silver on the mainland and the subsequent conquest of the Aztec and Inca empires pushed the Greater Antilles a little bit into background. But the oldest and sometimes grandest settlements in the New World were still there on these islands, and they were still kind of a jewel in Spain's crown. And then to the southeast of the Greater Antilles lay the Lesser Antilles. They form really the hook part of that hook shape, kind of wrapping around from where the Greater Antilles and the Bahamas leave off to reach all the way around to the South American continent. The Lesser Antilles are generally split into two different sets of islands, two subsets, the Leeward Islands and the Windward Islands. The Spanish colonies are peppered throughout all of the Lesser Antilles, though mostly they were on the Windward Islands. That's where most of the Europeans first made landfall when they were crossing the Atlantic. That's all part of that triangle trade. If you traveled south to Africa and then traveled west across the Atlantic, the Windward Islands are where you would very first make landfall. And it was here, in these Lesser Antilles, that the Dutch really first made their presence known. They moved fast. These colonies were small and poorly defended, so the Dutch pushed out basically all of the Spanish merchant shipping. It became the only way for the few Spanish who were still left in their colonies there to get many of the goods that they needed just simply to live. As they pushed further and further into the Caribbean, the Spanish basically pulled back just to the Greater Antilles and to the mainland. These were the only ports that were enough import for them to spend the resources it took to defend them. So the Dutch controlled basically the entirety of the Lesser Antilles and the Bahamas. Now, due to the years of the Spanish taking them as slaves and of open warfare, and in many cases, most importantly, the germs, these islands were basically uninhabited. There were almost no natives left on many of these smaller islands. So really, once the Dutch pushed the Spanish out, they had really nobody competing with them. The Dutch began to settle down and put down roots. They started colonies of their own and moved into the established Spanish colonies. At first, this was really just the actions of Dutch merchants who were looking to make a profit in the Caribbean, but soon it became a real place of warfare, an American theater of the 80 Years' War. They not only came in and put down their own colonies, but pushed further and further into Spanish-held waters. Eventually, even all of the colonies on the Greater Antilles were forced to concede to trade with the Dutch. And the Dutch had such massive fleets that really the Spanish could do very little against them. And they began building these truly impressive harbor forts on every place that they had a settlement that really made the thought of reconquest of these islands a non-issue. The Dutch were definitely here and were a presence that the Spanish really couldn't do anything about it. But the Dutch weren't finished there. They pushed further into the Caribbean and then began to push into South America. That is the part at the southern end of the Lesser Antilles, being modern-day Venezuela. They started a really overland war campaign on the mainland against all of the Spanish settlements there. So all of the Spanish resources in the region were pushed into fighting against the Dutch. And the French and English used this as a perfect time to trickle in and begin setting up their own colonies. The very first English colony in the Caribbean was on the island of St. Kitts, or St. Christopher. This was named after Columbus. This was perhaps one of the first places he landed. It was settled in 1623 by the English, and then in 1625 the French established a colony on St. Kitts as well. The French and the English, these were French Huguenot settlements, so they settled the island peacefully and split it between them. Now, the Dutch were happy to have the French and the English. They were all good Protestants, mostly. There were some Catholics there, but it didn't encroach on the Dutch interests in the Caribbean. It really kind of enhanced them. See, the Dutch and the English were building sugar and tobacco plantations in their settlements, but building plantations is kind of an expensive endeavor and really kind of hard work. Trade was really the preferred means that the Dutch used to make a profit. They preferred to bring in tools and all sorts of manufactured goods into the colonies and then export all of their produce back to Europe for sale. This was a lot less work and really made them a lot more money. Notably, the most important and valuable cargo of all was what the Dutch excelled at, the sale of human beings. The Dutch could really be given credit, or take the blame, for starting the early 17th century plantation system. They really built this entire economy in the Caribbean. There were manufacturing centers, primarily Antwerp and Amsterdam, that built all of the machinery needed to process sugar and tobacco. Their slave ships carried untold numbers of Africans to the New World to work for French and English masters, and their merchants carried all of the goods produced back to Europe for sale. Really, the Dutch facilitated this entire New World economy, built entirely on the back of African slaves. The Dutch were really the masters of the New World at this time. But despite all of the profit that this plantation system created, still their most emotionally satisfying venture was piracy. Now, Spanish ships all over were being attacked by Protestant ships, but in 1628, a Dutch admiral named Pieter Hein fulfilled Sir Francis Drake's dream. He sailed toward the Spanish Main with a fleet of Dutch naval vessels, bolstered by another fleet of Dutch Caribbean pirates. It was in the waters near Mexico that they intercepted the Spanish treasure fleet. Initially, Admiral Hein took 8 ships. He had to chase the rest of the fleet down, but in the end, he took a total of 16 ships, some in the open ocean, and finally capturing the last few on the coast of Cuba. Now, all of these ships were virtually unguarded. They didn't have a fleet of warships to guard them because the Spanish couldn't afford it. So he took all of these ships without bloodshed, and he stole enough money from the Spanish to fund the Dutch army for the full 8 months. Now, despite the blow to the Spanish financially, Admiral Hein was not a monster. He released all of his Spanish prisoners with ample provisions and a guide to take them to the bank. He did, of course, take their ships, but the race for colonies in the Caribbean was on. Now, it should be noted that these colonies were not official royal colonies. As the English and the Dutch and the French all spread throughout the Caribbean, their monarchs were all otherwise occupied. Back in England, King James had passed away, and his son Charles had taken the throne. Turns out, Charles wasn't the best of monarchs. That Puritan element in his country was gaining steam and causing Charles a lot of trouble. There were a series of civil wars in England, so the English crown was not really worried of anything that was happening in the New World. Now, on the continent, both the 30 Years' War and the 80 Years' War were still raging, so nearly every nation in Europe was embroiled in some sort of warfare. The only people who cared what was happening back in the New World were the merchants who were trying to make as much money as possible, and the pirates who wanted to steal as much of that money as they could. Now, that's not to say that the English crowns didn't have an interest in their New World colonies. Anybody who had founded a colony in the Caribbean paid their respective monarch a percentage of their profits. It could even be argued, and has been by many historians, that these early days of Caribbean colonization caused many of the wars raging all throughout Europe. The English would go on to take the islands of Barbados, Antigua, Montserrat, and Anguilla. The French would take Guadeloupe, Martinique, St. Martin, St. Barth, St. Lucia, Grenada, and St. Croix. The Dutch, the Danes, the Swedes, the Norwegians, they all took their share, and for a time, the Northern Europeans really ruled the Caribbean. The Spanish, in a drastic and ill-conceived attempt to combat this incursion, well, they greatly aided their enemies, and they really gave rise to Caribbean piracy. They planned to deny these Dutchmen and these English and French the tobacco and sugar that they desired, so they banned tobacco production in Brazil for 10 years. Then they depopulated entire islands and moved all of the people from these islands to larger population centers. One of the most drastic of these was when the Spanish took the entire population of the northwest part of the island of Hispaniola and moved them to the other side of the island. And it was here, just off the northwest coast, that we find a small island. Insignificant, really, that Christopher Columbus discovered on his first voyage. In his journals, he records it. Out of the mists, he saw this island rising, a large, round mountain that reminded him of nothing so much as a massive tortoise. And he gave the island her name, Tortuga. The island of Tortuga was a long-time haunt of pirates in the Caribbean. Dutch and French pirates used the island as a place to launch raids against shipping going to Hispaniola. It had a really great port that was large enough for about 2 gunships to enter, so it could be easily defended. But after the Spanish withdrawal towards Santo Domingo, an even larger host of English and French pirates made landfall. They intended to set up shop on Tortuga for good. They chased off the few remaining Spaniards, and in 1625 they established a colony on Tortuga. For a time they planted crops. They hunted, they fished, and they raided the Spanish. This was a collection of true scallywags who were feasting on boar and pigeon and Spanish loot. But that was, of course, something that the Spanish didn't put up with. Eventually, they did come to reclaim the island. The men who had settled Tortuga saw the Spanish coming, and they ran to their canoes where they rowed over to the mainland. The Spanish followed these pirates over to Hispaniola. They intended to track them down, but they had a lot of trouble. These men were wily and wild, and they were at home on the ocean or in the mountains. These pirates lured the Spanish further and further inland until one night they snuck past the nearly 800 Spanish soldiers, got to their canoes, and they rowed back to Tortuga. Now, when the pirates returned, they found that the Spanish had built a small fort and left a few Spaniards living there. The French and English intended to exile or kill the Spaniards, but as it turned out, they weren't really Spanish at all. These men were locals who had been born and raised on Tortuga, or some of them on the nearby coast on Hispaniola. The men spoke Spanish, but they had no love for their governors or their overlords. They were really these locally born Americans. And it turns out they really liked Tortuga. They showed these pirates how they'd always survived on the island. The locals, along with a growing number of Amerindian natives, showed the pirates which trees they had always cut for timber. There was sandalwood and candlewood, which gave a rich yellow dye. There were palms, which they used for wine, and there were yams that they used to make food and beer. They were shown all around the best fishing grounds and a place where hundreds of thousands of pigeons would flock every year. The natives showed them their traditional methods for hunting or trapping wild boar. They did so without dogs or guns. And the natives showed the European pirates their preferred method for cooking this boar, using a rat to smoke and roast the meat. The Arawak had called this rat a boucan. The French and the English, as it turned out, loved the meat and cooking of this method, and they took that Arawak word as a new title. They were no longer pirates, but buccaneers. This was supposed originally to symbolize a shift in occupation. They meant to be hunters of boar who sold the pelts to the Dutch, and timber merchants selling wood. They meant to produce yams and dye and build a real colony, a sustainable place to live. They sent for wives and families, and they built farms and houses and were trying to build something new. These pirates were trying to give up a life of violence and trying to build a colony that was all their own. It was a place that was unique in the Caribbean, where Spaniards and Englishmen, French, Dutch, and natives, even free Africans, they all flocked to Tortuga. They had an elected governor, but they had no royal authority or national allegiance. These were a free people. Now, they were mostly Protestant, but there were still Catholics there as well. And the Africans and the native people practiced their own religions, and nobody was trying to kill them. These people in Tortuga chose their own leaders, and for a time, it was really a democratic paradise. They called themselves, originally at this time, the Brethren of the Coast. But the old world would soon enough encroach upon them and drag them back into a world of warfare and religious struggle. In England, the civil wars were not going well for Charles, and a young Puritan MP named Oliver Cromwell, along with many of his associates, plotted to found a new English colony along Puritan principles. Now, they had founded the colony at Boston, Massachusetts, and it was flourishing, so Cromwell had his eyes on putting something in the Caribbean. A group of these Puritan leaders, they received a royal commission from Charles to open the Providence Company. In 1631, they planted settlements on Providence and Henrietta Islands. Now, don't worry if you're unfamiliar with these islands, they really didn't last long. Now, these settlements were so far away from the established English colonies and the Lesser Antilles that their efforts to trade completely failed next to the cheaper and more reliable Dutch merchants. So the Providence Company turned their eyes on Tortuga. There, these Puritans established a thoroughly English colony where they imported slaves and planted tobacco and persecuted anyone that wasn't thoroughly Protestant enough for them. They split the island by the old national boundaries, and with the French and English factions built forts to protect their towns and their harbor. Now, after failing at trade and at tobacco planting, which was so lucrative a vocation that even the smallest subsistence farmers cultivated it, the Providence Company learned piracy. The pirates of the Providence Company were the worst kind of pirates. They were the boring kind. Their captains banned drinking. They banned whoring. They banned any music that was not an official hymn. They even banned card playing. All I imagine on board these Providence Company pirate vessels are men who are praying silently and looking for Spanish vessels to sack. They did, however, sack Spanish vessels pretty successfully, and they raised Spanish ire. So in 1635, a Spanish fleet attacked Providence Island and the British settlement there. They were repelled by the Providence Islanders, but then they moved on to Tortuga. On Tortuga, they occupied the island. Now, most of the men were off hunting mountains or raiding at sea, but any men they captured, they hung. There were no questions, there were no trials, just execution. All of the women and children were exiled. Now, attacking a settlement that has an official royal charter might seem like an act of war or the sort of thing that would start a war, but that wasn't exactly the case. While the 80 Years' War was raging, the English and French were both at peace with Spain. But the colonial powers had adopted an unofficial policy known as the No Peace Beyond the Line policy. It meant that below the line of demarcation that was set by the Treaty of Tordesillas from 1494, the politics and treaties of old Europe did not hold. In reality, what this meant was that the New World was up for grabs, and whoever could take land and hold it could have it. There was no such thing as an act of war in the New World, only a quest for colonization. Now, for these attacks on Tortuga and Providence Island, the men of the Providence Company all obtained letters of reprisal against the Spanish. Before they could use them, though, the island of Providence was eventually retaken by the Spanish. They took every man that they found and sent him back to Spain in chains. Now, the Puritan pirates, with these letters of reprisal, remained in the Caribbean, and they rallied under a man named Captain William Jackson. Armed with these letters of marque, they decided to set sail and plunder. Now, in March of 1643, Captain Jackson took his 7 ships and sailed into what would eventually become the port of Kingston, Jamaica, and they went ashore. They marched on a town called Villa de la Vega, which is now known as Spanish Town. There were 500 English buccaneers that attacked the city, which was, at the time, the principal settlement on Jamaica. There was a fierce but brief firefight, and the English took the city. Now, these buccaneers, in fact, really all buccaneers, followed in the footsteps of Francis Drake. Taking ships was all well and good, but tobacco and sugar were heavy, and it took a lot of time to turn them into gold. Taking cities, though, was a much better enterprise. You had the opportunity to ransack the homes of the rich, empty the taverns of all the food and drink, and then ransom the town. For the troubles of these 500 English buccaneers, they received a grand total of 7,000 pieces of eight, 10,000 pounds of cassava bread, and 200 head of cattle. In truth, it wasn't much, but a number of the Englishmen were so enamored with the island of Jamaica that they decided to abandon ranks and stay there, many of them taking on Spanish wives. And even the Englishmen who stayed loyal and went back to England loved the island so much that it filled the entire English consciousness with kind of a lust over the island of Jamaica, which we'll return to eventually. Back on Tortuga, though, the island had returned to life. Now, once again, they had no rulers. The Providence Company was gone, and they had no crown to make them bow. Dutch, French, English, native, and African all called the island home, but it wasn't the idyllic colony it had been. All of the respectable settlers and farmers on the island had been killed, and no more would come to settle down. The only women who would elect to go to Tortuga were prostitutes, and the only children on the island were their bastards. There were few legitimate businesses, and the few that there were only taverns. There were filthy places that served cheap rum and worse ale. Now, there were merchants on the island, to be sure, but there were no craftsmen, no cobblers. If you needed a pair of boots, you would take them from a dead man. And these merchants served only to fence the goods that the pirates stole, selling them to the Dutch. There were only two industries on the island of Tortuga, and every man there took part in both. Once again, they hunted boar, and once again, they hunted gold. This is where history records the brethren of the coast, the buccaneers of Tortuga. It begins to tremble. These men held no allegiance to kings, and they held even less allegiance to each other. No one in the Caribbean was safe from nighttime raids. No ship, save the Dutch merchant vessels, failed to guard against attack from the buccaneers. If the island had once been a paradise, now, in the eyes of everyone in the Caribbean, it was hell. And Lucifer himself resided there. Well, actually, two Lucifers resided there. There was a Dutch pirate named Hendrik Jacob Zoon who sailed with the brethren in the 1620s. He was called by authorities, quote, the worst shark in the sea, end quote, and he was named Lucifer for his propensity to use fire when taking a ship. Now, Jacob Zoon was killed in 1627, but he left behind a man who may have been his son through an African mother. Even if he wasn't his son, he taught this young man the art of piracy. This man's name was Diego the Mulatto, but when Jacob Zoon died, he took on that title, Diego Lucifer. Now, as with most of our pirates, Diego's early life is pretty unclear. He's frequently associated with other men, and his origins are cloudy. There's a lot of confusion over exactly which Diego did this and that. There are several Diego the Mulattos, but this man, Diego Lucifer, becomes much clearer as time moves on. The first records that can be undeniably attributed to him show him living on the Spanish Main, on the Yucatan Peninsula, at the town of Campeche, with his godfather. Now, he received an education, and reportedly spoke several languages. We know Spanish and Dutch, perhaps even others. But his education may not have been all that thorough. After all, Diego the Mulatto was a lower-class citizen. Anybody who had mixed racial blood was seen as secondary in the rigid social stratification in the Spanish system. So Diego's best opportunities were to become an officer, either in the army or on a ship, but even his rank on a ship or in the army was limited. This was something that got under Diego's skin. He railed against it and was known to carry a sword with him everywhere. He was hot-tempered and freely answered any insults that he received with steel. Later in life, he spoke of one such insult. Now, we don't exactly know all the details, but it appears that it was an insult he couldn't give answer to. You see, it was a white man of high standing that gave it to him, and an officer that he could not retaliate against. So Diego left town, and he set out to sea. His first ship was probably a tiny vessel, maybe even just an open rowboat with a couple of casks of rum and water. He took ships and upgraded his vessel until eventually he was raiding all along the coast of the Spanish Main. And then the record states that he joined the crew of Jacob Zoon, who may have been his father. Now, his education in the Spanish Navy really proved useful on a pirate vessel. He knew the use of arms, and he knew sailing, and he knew tactics. Now, if Jacob Zoon was his father, it may have helped, but he quickly rose through the ranks on his vessel, and most of the men looked to Diego for command. But when Jacob Zoon Lucifer died, Diego took command of his ship, and he sailed to Providence and then to the island of Tortuga. It was there that he took on a crew of some of the most fearsome and famous buccaneers on Tortuga. They were mostly Dutch, but French, English, and African. They allied with other captains as well, including one of the most renowned buccaneers in the Caribbean, a man named Cornelius Zoon Joel, who had the nickname Wooden Leg. I'll let you guess why. Joel was, at the time, a more feared and a more famous pirate than Diego, but he decided to ally himself with a young man, the son of Jacob Zoon, the greatest shark in the sea. Now, what Diego was after was simple. There was plunder, of course, he was a pirate. There was fame, as many of these buccaneers craved, but then there was vengeance. Vengeance for that slight years ago against him, whatever it happened to be, and the whole of the Spanish system that had held him back as a child. Diego had a well-trained military mind and an eye for opportunity, but he knew something that all of the great pirate lords shared. While fear is a great weapon, mercy is even more powerful. We're shown this when Diego took a ship that was carrying the widow of a lord and the governor of Mexico City. When this widow was brought before Diego, he ordered all of her goods returned to her ship, and his fleet was going to accompany her to Mexico to ensure that no other pirates assaulted them. And then he gave this woman his own cabin, with a lock on it and a guard to assure that she would not be harassed by any of the men on board. When this woman returned to the mainland, she spread around word of his gentlemanly conduct. This most feared pirate in the Caribbean found that captains who were assured of safe conduct were willing to surrender much more freely if it would save their lives and their ships. Sir Francis Drake knew this, and so would men like Henry Avery, Benjamin Hornigold, and Blackbeard. But one city in the entirety of the New World received no mercy from Diego. It was on the coast of the Yucatan, where he had been raised, Campeche. It was on the evening of August 10th. The people of San Francisco de Campeche came to the docks to watch the trade winds carry in 13 vessels. Former U.S. Navy SEAL Bennerson Little wrote a book describing pirates' military tactics, and he described Diego's raid dramatically. It reads, quote, "Some of the observers noted the quiet beauty of the vessels in the offing, the early sun shining on sails and timbers. Several local merchant vessels, regattas del Puerto, were expected, and such arrivals were always a time for celebration, for with them came goods, money, and news. But not all on shore are assured that their glad tidings were in order. Instead, they scanned the cut of the sails in view, and in the hulls of the vessels themselves, when they finally rose above the horizon. It was soon apparent that only one of the vessels appeared to be a Spanish boat. The rest appeared to be Dutch, and the Dutch were pirates." End quote. On shore, the alarm was raised, and the church bell rang, and the call for the militia was sent out. The militia gathered on the docks, or they ran to erect barricades. They were armed with muskets and bows. They were armed with pikes and swords. They placed powder and shot strategically around the town, and they gave orders to locals and their native allies and the slaves. The women and children were told to run for shelter, and all of the men prepared to be attacked. But the 13 ships laid at anchor and waited. There were no boats lowered from the side, and no cannon fired. These 13 ships sat in the harbor, eerily silent. The militia of Campeche was tense. They were on edge. The pirates might attack at any moment. As the sun creeped towards the horizon, they feared the worst. On board, though, the pirates rested. Let these soldiers wait. Let them fret for hours and grow heavy-witted. The sky grew dark, and the full moon rose, but still hours passed, and the ships sat quiet. Midnight came and went. It was now the day of the feast of Santa Clara de Assisi. The buccaneers of Tortuga called their advance guard the Forlorn Hope, or, more shortly, the Forlorn. The Forlorn of these 13 ships quietly lowered their boats and rowed toward shore. The soldiers were fighting sleep and dread, but they had their matches lit throughout the night. The Forlorn made landfall near town, led by Diego the Mulatto, and they marched toward Campeche. Wooden Leg Joel and the 500 men of the main force lowered their own boats and made for shore. The Forlorn passed the cemetery, then the church on the southern outskirts of town. There was a trench dug here, but no men to defend it. Behind them, Wooden Leg and his men marched forward. Diego and his company moved into town. The hymns were quiet and dark and still all around them. Then, suddenly, the night was filled with fire, smoke, and the roar of 50 muskets, and iron and lead filled the air. Pirates fell and screamed, and Wooden Leg Joel ordered a retreat. Diego raged and argued, but Wooden Leg Joel had the command. As the pirates fled, the 50 Spaniards reloaded and ran to give chase to the invaders, but 500 pirates turned around and waited, muzzles trained on the road. As the Spanish came into view, the pirates fired. This left their commander and half of his force dying on the ground. As Diego led the force back toward Campeche, he saw the commander dead on the ground. He stopped and said a small prayer. It was Captain Domingo Raban Romero, his one-time mentor and his godfather. The force of pirates moved back into town slowly, wary of another ambush, but Diego knew his destination. At the center of town, as in all Spanish settlements, lay the main church, the town hall, and the storehouse. As the sun broke the horizon behind them, they saw a third trench, complete with a wooden barricade and 300 men guarding it. Domingo assessed the situation and gave the order to attack. The morning was filled with volley after volley of shots. It followed a pattern: fire, take cover, reload. Fire, take cover, reload. The men who had fire pots and grenades waited for an opening, but the Spanish were too well organized and they couldn't be approached in their trench, so Diego pulled back and devised a plan. He and 50 of his men left the firefight, while the remaining pirates increased their rate of fire. It covered Diego's group while they rounded a block of houses, snuck in, and attacked the Spanish flank. It was close and dirty combat. The pirates fired their muskets as they were approaching. Then they dropped them and they pulled their pistols. As they ran into the mass of Spanish soldiers, they fired one pistol, then another, then they drew their cutlass or their axe and they lay about them at any Spaniard standing. This gave the remaining body of the pirates that were firing a chance to charge forward and fire, or fling their grenades and shoot their bows. The mayor of the town and 37 men were dead within minutes. The pirates released a final volley of musket fire, and the rest of the Spaniards turned and ran. Diego, searching for his vengeance, told Joel that now was the right time to press the attack and finish all of the town's defenses. But Wooden Leg didn't exactly agree. He wasn't here for vengeance as Diego was. He was here just for plunder. For 2 days, the pirates drank town dry, ransacked homes at will, murdered anyone they pleased, and took any woman they found. This was not the orderly raids of Drake's day, done in service to God and King and country. These men had no country. They were filled with lust and rage. Most of the buccaneers had been taken from their homes, either from European streets where they were pressed into service, or from the coast of Africa where they had been forced into servitude. All had lived hard lives, and each man here had been mistreated by the Spanish in one way or another. This attack was an orgy of violence, wine, and death as they filled their pockets with any trinket that caught their eye. Diego and Wooden Leg Joel would go on, though, to write to the highest officer left in town. He was holed up in a very well-defended church, with every gun, soldier, and woman or child left in town. They demanded 40,000 pieces of eight. Campeche had absolutely no hope of paying 40,000 pieces of eight, and Diego Lucifer knew it. He didn't expect the town leaders to pay up. He expected the commander of town to come and meet with them. With his godfather and the mayor both dead, the only authority left in town was Captain Domingo Rodriguez Calvo. He was the very man who, as a boy, had so insulted Diego. Diego boasted that he planned to cut off his ears and slice his nose, but not to kill him. He wanted Calvo to know who was the better man and to live with that knowledge. But Calvo would not give Diego the pleasure. He wrote the pirates a very simple message. It read, quote, "Do whatever you wish with Campeche." End quote. So this force of 500 pirates included their plunder, richer, but not quite by 40,000 pieces of eight, and they left Campeche behind them in flames. Now this was the first and perhaps the most famous of Diego's raids, but his story is far from over. He's going to continue raiding for years and become the most famous pirate of his generation, and over again he's going to show up in our story. He's going to guide the English in their raid on Spanish Town. He will take captive a young and important priest named Thomas Gage, and he will sail with his successor, a then unknown young man who will become the most famous buccaneer of the century. Next week, we'll look at this story through the lens of 3 books that shape and that record the world around them. The first book is the English Book of Common Prayer. The second is the English American by Thomas Gage. And the third book we're going to look at is The Buccaneers of America by Alexander Explained. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have, on every episode, a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the 8books.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, 8 Books is kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. We also have an 8 Books search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an 8 Books and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either 8 Books or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, they're kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps get the podcast noticed, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening. Thank you.
What did you learn from life from the song The Gambler by Kenny Rogers? You gotta know when to fold them, know when to fold them, know when to walk away, know when to run. You never count your money when you're sitting at the table. There'll be plenty of time to count when the deal is done. Is that you live by those words?
The first part of it, sure.
What did they use?
Yeah, that we win. So basically, it's like, all right, you only like, let's say let's use the market. You bought a stock, right? Or you bought Bitcoin. Well, that's gonna go up a boom, right? Like, okay, well, maybe things have changed. New scenario, new circumstance, new situation. Are you going down with the ship, right? Or are you gonna blaze a hand out? You're gonna pull. Whether it's a relationship, you're with this woman. You're like, all right, I think it's time to pull this. I don't think that we're gonna be able to make this hand work right now.
When to fold them and when to run.
Yeah.
Maybe every gambler knows the secret to surviving is knowing when to throw away, knowing what to keep. Because every hand's a winner and every hand's a loser. It's like a Stoic philosophy. And the best thing you can hope for is to die in your sleep. Every hand's a winner and every hand's a loser. What does that mean?
I like that. For me, that's like the difference between victim and responsible. Like the way that I think about it, right? You can be a victim to circumstance, or you can be responsible for everything in your life, right? So an event happens. The event itself is neither good or bad until you assign it value, right? So like an event happens, and it can be traumatic, painful, but how you respond to it is ultimately going to be up to you. Like you actually do have a choice,
And that's what we the fact that you, Diana Brown, took my commentary about the gambler seriously shows once more that you're a beautiful human being. Thank you so much for being who you are, for inspiring young people about poker, about how to live life. And thank you for giving me your valuable time today. It's amazing. Thank you for talking.
great conversation.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Daniel McGrath. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Joel Rothschild. Poker is a war. People pretend it is a game. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time.
Once this whole thing falls apart and we are inclined to two vines spiral up the spear tower, like they say in Fight Club, Bobby will go back to his gatherer form and be happy as a pig and shit, just walking around in the loincloth, bird hanging out, cracking jokes at people, climbing up on the stool, laughing.
You think someone a little crazy is acquired from comedy? Like, at some point.
Yeah.
Have there been low points in your life?
Yeah.
following conversation with Will Sasso, a comedian, actor, podcaster, and someone I've been a fan of for many years since that TV in the late 90s, and recently with attempting the podcast, and now the new podcast called This is the Left Super Podcast. Supporters, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, it's Will Sasso. So let's call the elephant in the room. You wore a black suit in a recent episode of Tuesday.
Yeah.
You wore a black suit again today. Shakespeare, the Mark Twain said, clothes make the man. What kind of man does a suit make?
Well, me in particular, it makes me a fellow who did not get the dry clean in between, because that episode of the show, as we sit here now, where I do get it. So that's kind of man it makes me.
Well, the nice thing is you're wearing pants.
Yeah, I am wearing
I don't think you were wearing pants in the episode.
That's correct. I prefer to wear shorts, but this is a special occasion, so I'm wearing pants, and I thought it fitting. Obviously, since he's wearing a black tie, and clothes do make the man. And I would not consider myself to be a man of leisure, but I do enjoy shorts because I like to get hot. So that's what kind of man shorts make.
Well, you wear a suit. So what is it? A statement of is it ironic, or are you honoring the gods of this particular podcast?
I'm honoring the gods of this particular podcast. To be a good way to put it. Yeah. This is in reverence of and in dedication to you and our newfound friendship here. That we are making on the podcast. When I just met, everything that we're saying here is the first thing that we're saying to each other. Meeting on common ground.
Yeah, well, I've been actually a one-way friend of yours for many, many years. That TV. Did you start on that TV? So that was in 97. So I was a huge fan of yours and the cast was incredible. It was one of the funniest shows ever created. Your whole journey watching through that incredible. That TV was we do the podcast, the 10-minute pod, the new podcast. Yeah, right. My favorite role that you played was Mountain in the game Thrones. What was it like working with Dragons?
Well, the dragons are usually tennis balls on the end of C-stands, but sometimes they hang out. I am C-stand. It's like, it's like a little like the thing we got the camera on here.
Oh, this is like film lingo.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to impress you with my film lingo. You know what a banana is?
Yeah.
When you walk like this.
Oh,
doing a banana.
I take it back. I did not know what a banana was.
Yeah, see? You do stuff that, yeah.
Yeah.
Normally.
I am the Hollywood folks in the window.
And my name is Bjorn, half-four Bjornson, and I am 7 foot 4. And so dragons do. Even though they've been extinct for a while. News site, right? Is that checked out?
Yeah, I'm really digging it. Again, there's Skyrim video game is part of the Upper Scroll series. For the longest time, there's a legend of the dragon. Started in Dragon Ball. So I grew up playing that video game, dreaming of one day being a dragon in a virtual world. Eventually did. Skyrim stuff. Dragons represent, I don't know exactly what they represent, but they represent maybe this kind of mythical creature that is bigger than anything humans can possibly comprehend, maybe. They show up so often in myth. From the religious stories, snake and so on, purpose. That is breathing fire. That's kind of weird.
It's interesting. Well, I think about dragons is now that you bring it up, these are people that probably wouldn't have access to sex to dinosaurs.
Right.
Maybe they did. If they didn't, they're drawing things that look like, the dinosaur cousins, but cool. They can breathe fire and have wacky wings and a spike tail. Where the heck did they come up with that? Because they're clearly, of course, represented in mythology all the way back to, not cavemen, but the Egyptians probably do it. And they could time travel, so they would have gone back to the caves.
So the aliens that placed living organisms on Earth could time travel and they could plant legends into the collective intelligence of the human species.
Yeah, and perhaps they were thinking of us to do something smart with it, and we did. I don't know.
Sorry, that was very offensive.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to offend you with your video game. I'm more of a burger type monkey dude.
Oh, what is that? That's an original.
Burger Time was an arcade game that later showed up on the television. Television. I believe it was made by Texas Instruments. Horrible first generation video game console. And Burger Time, it's like Super Mario. You just have to stay away from the eggs and the pickles and stuff. And you just like, and the bun balls, and then you go down to the cheese, and then the meat. I'm not going to say it's as complicated as Skyrim, but took me a while to finish it.
Did you play video games? Was that part of your life or part of the source of happiness for you at all?
It was. I played video games up until around I think it was 2010. I got the red ring of death on my Xbox 360. That was it. I never, or whatever the Xbox was. Yeah, I was playing. I finished the Grand Theft Auto that was out. Finished the Red Dead Redemption. So I was doing that thing where you just drive around, streets of New York, or just ride around on your horse, shoot people, and throwing grenades into groups of people in Grand Theft.
You're describing the same thing that happened a decade later. It's now Red Dead Redemption 2, and they're still not expecting right? Yeah, they're working on it. They're always flirting. You know who else plays Skyrim? Another person. You see people, I'm a huge fan of from that side of that. He's Bobby Lee.
He plays Skyrim?
He's a huge fan of Skyrim.
Plays him.
So what Bobby Lee loves to do is to grind, do the boring tasks over and over, gather mushrooms. In Skyrim, you can fight dragons, you can fight all kinds of things. You can also gather mushrooms and different ingredients, make potions, all that kind of stuff. He loves the ingredients. He's in the hunter-gatherer world,
He's the gatherer. Yeah, I've heard him described that way, and he likes to describe himself that way. I worked with Bobby not too long ago. He came and did a couple days on the thing we were shooting, and I was looking forward to catching up with my old pal. If you know anything about Bobby Lee, you'd probably be able to predict that he spent that entire time playing farming on his iPad.
what humans are a source of anxiety. It just escapes from the interaction. So you can't totally follow him on that. He's one of the funniest people ever. What do you think is makes him funny? All the time the non-standard, non-secular way of speaking.
Bobby Lee is one of the most raw performers who lets it all hang out to the degree that he will even get naked in front of his audience, which is usually a metaphor for someone doing stand-up. I'm sharing all, I'm showing you everything, and Bobby Lee is going to pull the bird out.
And welcome to the Podcast.
He embodies
he embodies metaphor. He's the gathering metaphor.
This very day, if you chose to, you could look up information about what was happening anywhere in the world.
dictionary.
But 30 years ago, we would have had to read as far as newspapers, or if we were lucky to hear about it on the news. Right now, we can hear about it exactly as it's happening. The internet, well, it's given us almost instant access to everything in the world. Not just current events, but if you wanted to, you could look up string theory or physics, calculus, or the works of Plato. You could look up how to build a bookshelf or fix your car or boil an egg. This unprecedented access to information has changed the way we look at everything, from politics to economics and society to entertainment. Everything right now and how we view it is in flux, and we're a people that have learned to adapt to that. For most of human history, if you were going to hear anything about what was happening in the wider world, you would be lucky to hear about it weeks or months later, if you heard about it at all. If you were going to learn about history or mathematics or astronomy or medicine, you'd have to be pretty wealthy, and you'd have to find a private tutor. Or you also had the option of joining the church, who would teach you some of that, but you'd have to follow church doctrine and not be able to do whatever you chose with the information you had. Their access to information and new ideas was so restrictive that for generations and generations, things barely changed. One person was unlikely to have vastly different views on the world from the views their parents had held. But then, in the West, by about the late 16th century, things had really begun to change. In a lot of ways, those people would identify with the way that we adapt to information so quickly. They had printing presses everywhere. They were omnipresent. Every town of any size had one or maybe more printing presses, and anybody who had a mind to print something and the money to do so could have it printed. Some of the greatest figures we know of in history come from this time because we know so much more about them. Men like Martin Luther or Sir Francis Drake, the reason that they're such colorful and fleshed out characters is because they've printed works, and other people printed works about them that have been passed down to us. With that information, we're able to come up with a much clearer picture of who they were than the picture we would have of someone like William the Conqueror. In the metropolitan centers of Europe, that would be many parts of Italy, certainly parts of Germany, France, Spain, England, any of the big cities. Some of the greatest celebrities in those regions were the writers. People who wrote works usually of romance or poetry or plays. They were the celebrities because people read these works. They devoured them. They devoured adventure stories, and they devoured political manifestos. They ate up theological arguments. And these bodies of work, these works of the written word, well, they changed the world. Or at least the people who read these works changed the world. Today, we're going to look at 3 such publications and what they did to the world. And 3 examples of the written word that rocked the nations of Europe and forged the new world. This is episode number 15, 3 books. The first book that we need to look at is the English Book of Common Prayer. It's not a particularly earth-shattering work in and of itself. It's really nothing more than a collection of prayers and psalms and liturgical services meant for members of the Church of England. It dates back to the reign of Elizabeth's half-brother, King Edward VI of England. And it started basically as kind of a how-to book for English priests. See, Catholic priests did their masses in Latin, and English priests needed guidelines to know exactly how to do things like perform baptisms and day-to-day masses and marriages and funerals. The book is still in use even today. It's been updated a few times, and most churches in England use a modern version of the book, written in a much more modern vernacular. But the book is so thoroughly British that even if you live in America or Australia or have never been to England in your life, it still impacted you in some very real ways. If you were to picture the movie Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince, when Harry takes that luck potion and runs into Professor Slughorn, and they happen upon Hagrid, who is mourning the death of his very good friend, a giant spider named Aragon. The Professor Slughorn gives a eulogy to the spider after taking a little bit of its venom, which is a very rare toxin. And he says it in a very particular cadence. It goes something like this. Farewell, Aragon, king of the arachnids. Your body will decay, but the spirit lingers on. That is essentially British type of eulogy. That cadence, the way it's almost got that sing-songy sound, that comes from out of the English Book of Common Prayer. And even if you've never been exposed to any British eulogies before, you've heard parts of it. If you've heard a funeral that says ashes to ashes and dust to dust, the first time that those words appeared in written form were in the funeral services for the English in the English Book of Common Prayer. Now, by the time of Queen Elizabeth, the book was still in use, but Elizabeth didn't try to enforce its use. Men like Francis Drake certainly carried one with them and read from it, but if you had a different way you chose to practice your religion, you were free to do so. Many Englishmen, many Scotsmen, certainly probably most of the Irish, and even Catholics were allowed to do their own thing. All Elizabeth really cared about when it came to religion was that you didn't persecute anybody else based on their faith, that you paid your taxes on time, and that you didn't do anything crazy, like trying to blow up Parliament. But Elizabeth's successor had different views on the matter. He was the son of probably her greatest rival, Mary, Queen of Scots, that is, Mary Stuart, Queen of Scots. When she was forced to abdicate the throne by Queen Elizabeth, her 13-month-old son took power. His name was James, and he became James VI of Scotland. Now, for many years, he didn't really rule Scotland. He was under the thumb of one or another English-approved regents or tutors, or someone who was really the power behind the throne. But he did eventually come into his own, and in the final years of Elizabeth's life, King James of Scotland was in close contact with one of Elizabeth's top advisors, a man named Lord Robert Cecil, who informed James that the Queen had agreed to name him her successor. This must have come as something of a surprise because there was no love between the two monarchs, and the history of their two families was rather troubled. But Elizabeth really didn't have any other option. She had no children, and there was nobody who she trusted to do the job as well as she did somebody who had already been a king. Upon her death, James began a stately trip south from Edinburgh going to London. Now, when I say stately, it was certainly grand. There was certainly a lot of pomp and circumstance, but the reality is that it was moving very slow. Part of this is that he wanted to take some time and stop and meet as many of his subjects and see as much of his new country as he was able. He said of his subjects, quote, "The people of all sorts rid and ran, nay, rather flew to meet me," end quote. But the other reality is that he was really kind of going slowly because he wanted to do his best to miss the funeral of Queen Elizabeth. It might seem kind of shocking or maybe kind of uncouth for the new king to purposefully miss the funeral of his predecessor, but we have to remember that Elizabeth is the woman who ordered the execution of King James' mother. So James stopped at every castle that he came across, and every lord and lady that he met, well, they lavished affection on him, and they threw feasts in his honor, and they received him with all the grandeur that they could afford. James realized that his fortunes from his time as the King of Scotland had truly changed. Back in Scotland, he had been really a poor king. His reign behind that series of English-approved regents, and it was always under careful scrutiny from Elizabeth. She didn't want Scotland getting too powerful. The Scottish were not a wealthy people, and Elizabeth intended to make sure that that stayed the case. If they weren't wealthy, they were less likely to be able to rebel. So that was a state of affairs that she approved of, not something that James cared for. But now that he was King of England, or was about to be King of England, well, he realized that he was now a wealthy man. It must have felt kind of like he hit the jackpot. In his own words, he said he was, quote, "swapping a stony couch for a deep feather bed," end quote. That's how his fortunes had changed from discomfort and hardship to extreme comfort and luxury. Now, when he finally did reach London after his long procession, he stayed first not at the castle, but in the Tower of London. He stayed there in the royal apartments. I wonder if this is something of a tradition. It seems like Elizabeth did this. It seems like Mary spent some time in the Tower. Basically, every regent we can remember in our story has spent some time in the Tower of London. Now, for most of these people to stay in the Tower, they were actually arrested and put there by the monarch who was on the throne at the time, but it seems like being there in prison may have given any monarch that stayed there a sense of focus. They realized that they were not superhuman and not gods. They were in fact just normal people, and they realized that their fortunes could change and had to act accordingly. Now, it's said of James, when he stayed in the Tower of London, that he was particularly enchanted by the crown jewels. This was likely a greater collection of wealth than he had seen throughout his entire life, all amassed in one place. And it was his. The crown jewels belonged to him. This was a symbol that he had really made it. Now, he didn't just sit around and stare at the jewels. He wanted to see the city that he was now the king of, the heart of the nation that he was now the king of. But he decided to do so incognito. He would travel around with bodyguards, to be sure, but with his hood up to make sure that nobody could see who he was, which seems like kind of an excessive precaution. Nobody would know exactly what James looked like. But he didn't want anybody to get wind of it, so he traveled around in a carriage or by boat to see as much of London as he possibly could. This must have been kind of a revelation for him. It was the end of the Elizabethan age, the height of the English Renaissance. It was really flowering of English music and fashion and architecture. It must have been a beautiful sight to see. It's even possible, perhaps even likely, that he stopped by the Globe Theatre on one of these excursions, and he saw one of the very first performances of King Lear or Hamlet. James would have heard of Elizabeth's patronage of William Shakespeare. It was national news, and it was a practice that James would go on to continue. And the bard did, at many points in his career, perform plays in front of King James. So it's possible that he wanted to see this famous playwright who was changing things. And this is something that King James would have enjoyed. See, at the time, Shakespeare might seem to you and me in the modern age as kind of hoity-toity, old-world language, but Shakespeare at the time was speaking the language of the people. A lot of his jokes were, in reality, very crass and low, things that Elizabeth could take a certain amount of pleasure in, but James was kind of a crass and crude man himself. He was a Scotsman who liked to drink and liked to make jokes, and many of his jokes were filthy jokes, so he probably would have loved some of the grittier humor in Shakespeare's plays, things that Shakespeare himself probably would have censored if he was performing them before Queen Elizabeth, but had James gone to one of these performances, he could have seen it in all of its glory and seen all of the people and how they enjoyed it, gotten a real sense of who the English commoners were. Seeing these things at court would be an entirely different experience from seeing it in a crowd full of rowdy, drunken Englishmen. But there was another side to his travels around London. At the time, there was an outbreak of plague that kind of dampened his spirits. It was a bad summer, from the time that he heard of Elizabeth's death until the time of almost his coronation. Somewhere around 30,000 people died in the city of London alone. On the day of his coronation, there was a stately procession planned throughout the city, which is something that the people would have loved, and James, it would have really stroked his ego, but unfortunately they had to cancel it because of the plague. They didn't know exactly what could happen at the time. Not only were there dangers of his people getting sick, when an outbreak of plague happened, people were frightened and angry, and they may have taken that out on the new monarch, who they saw as, well, if the plague broke out at the same time that Elizabeth died, this might be seen as a very bad omen, and James may be a harbinger of death. The people might not have been that superstitious, but some historians were led to believe from the attitude at the time that it was less the possibility of infection that worried James and his retinue, but more the possibility of an outbreak of angry people. So they skipped the parade and went directly to the coronation, where on July 25th, 1603, King James VI of Scotland was raised King James I of England. Now, when King James met that counselor, Sir Robert Cecil, that contact that he had in London who secured the throne for him, he said to Robert Cecil, quote, "Though you be but a little man, we shall surely load your shoulders with business." Robert Cecil was King James' kind of a bridge between the Elizabethan reign and his own. He was perhaps the most powerful man in England after King James himself. Cecil was the Lord Keeper of the Privy Seal, as well as the Secretary of State at the end of Elizabeth's reign, and King James kept him on in those roles. It was clear, though, that when he said he was going to load Cecil's shoulders with business, that James didn't really have any interest in the day-to-day running of his kingdom. Really, Cecil had kind of run England while Elizabeth was ill and growing very old, so King James knew that Cecil could do the job, and do it without trying to gain his own power. He was a man who was happy to serve a monarch. This wasn't just James being lazy, though. In a lot of ways, it was really kind of a necessity. James was a monarch, but he was a Scottish monarch. He was, at first, completely ignorant of English law or English custom or the English Constitution. He only knew how things were done in Scotland, and Cecil really knew how things were happening in England. But that's not to say that James didn't have ambitions as the new monarch of England, Scotland, and Ireland. He had huge, big picture ideas. You might even be able to say that King James had plans to make Britain great again. See, King James was the King of England and the King of Scotland and the Lord of Ireland, but these three nations were still, at this time, three distinct nations with their own laws and their own customs. King James was the Lord of all three, but these were three separate titles that the man held. Rather than him being king of all three, he happened to be king of each one independently. It was really just somewhat expedient. The three nations' fates were intertwined, and it made it a lot easier to have one monarch in charge of all three nations, but the crowns were not unified. Well, not yet. Now, historians call King James' accession to the throne of England the unification of the crowns, but that seems to me something of a misnomer. While the crowns were unified in King James' royal person, they were still separate legal definitions. However, James did endeavor to see the two kingdoms of Scotland and England made one, a nation that he intended to name Great Britain. This was, of course, everybody agreed, crazy talk. What kind of a fool would come up with such an idea as a nation named Great Britain? It was madness. This was, to the English, clearly the drunken ravings of a wild Scotsman. However, to the Scottish, it was a clear sign that their own king had gone completely native and turned over to the English. No one but James and his coterie of yes-men was on board with the idea. But the king was a persistent man, and he continued pushing this idea. He took as his personal symbol an amalgamation of the red Tudor rose and the Scottish thistle, which is Scotland's national flower. Now, it's kind of strange. This tradition actually persists today. In Queen Elizabeth II's government of Great Britain, there is a symbol that's reminiscent of that. The heraldry of Queen Elizabeth's government has on one side Queen Elizabeth's lion, symbol of her own house, transposed on the other side against a unicorn, which is actually the national animal of Scotland. The symbol of the Queen's government of Great Britain has on one side an animal that is not native to Britain and has probably never set foot on the island outside of a zoo, and on the other side an animal that isn't native to reality. However, James' primary strategy to unify these two crowns was to unify their religions. See, under Elizabeth, the Church of England had been kind of a fractured institution. Now, in London, and in the urban centers all around England, the traditional English church held sway. The bishops and the priests of the church, they read from the Book of Common Prayer, and they preached the wisdom of the Queen and King, and they generally assured that there was really no distinction between church and state. The organizations were one and the same under Elizabeth. But then in kind of the rest of the country, especially in that West Country region, which is where Francis Drake came from, well, it was a country full of rural areas, and there was a much more orthodox kind of Christianity growing there. They believed, and they even petitioned King James when he came into power, well, things like the priesthood, and the office of bishop, and the sacrament, and the very idea of absolution, and even wedding rings, well, they wanted those things abolished. These were people that believed in personal prayer, and in reading the Bible, and in a ministry of educated Christians rather than a sacramental priesthood. Now, these more Orthodox Christians were still members of the Church of England. They were even a minority in the Church of England, but they were an extremely vocal minority and really kind of zealous. The more traditional members of the Church of England said of them, quote, "They loved God with all their soul and hated their neighbor with all their heart," end quote. These traditional members, these critics, gave these Orthodox Christians a derogatory name. They called them Puritans. Now, James was never a man to shy away from religious debate. It seems like it was one of the things that he really truly enjoyed in life. He would go on in his career to write books on demonology and witchcraft and the divine right of the monarchy. In Scotland, he had frequently called debates, some of which that grew pretty heated, with a group of religious officials from a certain sect known as the Presbyterians. The Scottish Presbyterians were people who believed in, well, they believed in a republican government, and they were almost what you would call egalitarians. They were people who would inspire movements like the American Revolution and the French Revolution. They were really ahead of their time in that manner. And James, I don't know if I can say he really enjoyed it, but he frequently debated with them over issues of faith. He was a king, a man who had been king since he was 13 months old, that was arguing with a group of religious people that believed it was God's will that the people should govern, not the king himself. So naturally, James took kind of an absolute monarchist stance, and he said about the monarchy, quote, "The estate of monarchy is the supremest thing upon earth. For kings are not only God's lieutenants upon earth and sit upon God's throne, but even by God himself they are called gods. End quote. That is a man who has never in his life not been king, believing that God himself calls monarchs gods. That's something that's impossible for me to wrap my head around, for anybody to be quite that wrapped up in their office, even if it is an absolute monarchy. But then, upon becoming James I of England, he thought it was about time to set those Puritans straight. So he called a council between his top bishops and any Puritan leaders that cared to attend. These two groups debated over their Puritan values and how best to incorporate those values into the English church. In the end of the debates, though, James was more divisive than he was unifying. He told the Puritans in no uncertain terms that it was time for them to get on board, use the Book of Common Prayer, and stop bickering and causing so much trouble. He did, though, offer them a single olive branch. He decided to commission a work for these people who held personal Bible study in such high regard. It's a work you may have heard of. The King James Bible would go on to be the most widely read and probably the most influential book in the history of the English language. And the Puritans, after the book was finally finished, well, they wound up liking this new Bible. But it still wasn't enough. They didn't get on board, and perhaps after this first council with them, they were pushed even further from the English church. So King James, failing to convince these Puritans to do his bidding, called his first parliament, and that didn't go particularly well either. The House of Commons, that lower house of the two houses of Parliament, refused to name him the King of Great Britain. They denied his claim of absolute monarchy, and they even balked at his new requests for taxes. The early months of James' reign really weren't going well for him at all. If nothing else, there was a series of fairly deadly plots against his life. There was what's known as the main plot, which was led by several noblemen, including Sir Walter Raleigh, who was foiled but then saw himself imprisoned in the Tower of London. There was a second plot called the Bye plot, which saw several Catholics trying to kidnap James and have him replaced by a Catholic claimant to the throne. That was, of course, foiled, and the conspirators were executed. But then came the third plot on James' life, known to history as the Gunpowder Plot. In 1604, King James banished all Jesuit Catholics from England. These were the most troublesome sect of Catholics to the realm, and King James no longer had any need of them, and the Catholics in England saw this as a sign of his true plans when it came to the Catholic faith. The man who was really behind this plot wasn't who you might be thinking. The real prime conspirator was a man named Thomas Winter, but there were others, of course. There was Robert Catesby, Thomas Percy, and then there was, of course, Guy Fawkes. These men created the core of everybody that was behind the Gunpowder Plot. These men, well, they bought a home near Parliament in London, near the House of Lords, and they recruited like-minded Catholics, men who were Catholic and passionate about their faith and believed that King James meant to root out Catholicism from England completely. Their plan, after buying the house, was to stockpile as much gunpowder as possible. Then they would dig a tunnel from the cellar of the house, under the House of Lords, under the streets of London, kind of a mine shaft, at the end of which they would put all the gunpowder and then light it afire, bringing down Parliament on the first day that Parliament was going to be in session, that being November the 5th, when King James himself would be there. They did begin stockpiling the gunpowder pretty successfully, but the second part of the plan, that digging the tunnel under the streets of London, well, that's a difficult thing to do. That's a serious mining operation in the middle of a very metropolitan town, a very busy part of a very metropolitan town. And these men, they weren't professional miners. These were thinkers and aristocrats and a few merchants, not people who knew anything about how to dig a tunnel. They were having trouble doing it. In fact, some of their gunpowder got ruined when their tunnel got flooded. And one day, they heard a rustling above them, and they opened the door. There was a woman standing there who, it seems she must have had some inkling of what they were doing, because she let them know that she was getting ready to sell her house. She was a coal merchant there in London, somebody who had done quite well and was getting ready to move out of the city. And she told these men, Guy Fawkes primarily, that her house had a tunnel. A tunnel that stayed dry and was well maintained, where she kept all her reserves of coal that ran directly under the House of Lords. Naturally, they jumped on the opportunity. They moved all of their gunpowder into this new cavernous cellar they had found and began to plan exactly how they were going to go about bringing Parliament down. However, there was one of these conspirators who sent a letter to his brother-in-law, who was a member of the House of Lords. His brother-in-law was a staunch Catholic, a man who had argued for the Catholic cause, but had been in the House of Lords frequently, and he didn't want his brother, someone he loved, to be killed on this unfortunate day. The letter read, quote, "My lord, out of the love I bear to some of your friends, I have a care of your preservation. Therefore, I would advise you, as you tender your life, to devise some excuse to shift your attendance at this Parliament. They shall receive a terrible blow this Parliament, and yet they shall not see who hurts them." End quote. Naturally, this Catholic MP showed this letter he had received to King James, who ordered a search of all of the homes and cellars near Parliament. It seems that immediately upon seeing the letter, King James thought and said aloud that there must be some sort of plot to blow up Parliament using gunpowder. When these soldiers entered the cellar of Thomas Percy, the man who had bought the home, Guy Fawkes was there to greet them. Guy Fawkes was not well known, but Thomas Percy was a well-known Catholic, and he told the soldiers that this home belonged to Thomas Percy. Not only that, the cellar that they entered was filled with all sorts of materials for making fire, a good amount of coal. The king, upon hearing about this, immediately ordered that many more troops be sent to that particular cellar to search it as thoroughly as possible. This all happened the night before Parliament was to meet on November the 4th. These soldiers found plenty that the conspirators had hidden in the cellar. They found all of the barrels of gunpowder and all the tools they meant to use to blow up Parliament. There was no question that they were guilty of this plot. After the conspirators were arrested, some of them had to be hunted down. Everybody squealed. Finally, the Catholic resistance in England was put to rest. This plot was the last gasp of militant Catholics attempting to end the reign of King James and the tyranny of the anti-Catholic bias in England. However, some things about this plot kind of ring false. Many historians find that the circumstances are somewhat suspicious. The conspirators were terribly organized. They bumbled most of the things that they attempted to do. However, time and again, things really turned in their favor. They were extremely lucky. Now, of course, the conspirators believed that this was God showing his favor upon them, but many historians believe that this was actually a plot, either by King James himself, but more likely by some group of the Privy Council who didn't want to kill King James, but wanted to support anybody who was trying to bring him down. And trying to bring down Parliament, they wanted to bring these plotters out into the open. So they sent that coal merchant to tell them that she had this cellar that just happened to run right under Parliament. She may not have been a coal merchant at all. King James seemed shockingly well informed about the gunpowder. Nobody knew what the plot was at the time, but King James just sort of jumped to it. You know, he's not Sherlock Holmes, he's just a king. And beyond that, many historians look at the end result. After the conspirators had been arrested and imprisoned or put to death, the king was able to push through many very, very heavy anti-Catholic laws. That Parliament, well, they would have probably argued against King James and anything that he wanted to do at the time, but because of the gunpowder plot, King James was able to remind all of these MPs that it was him, on the night before their first day of Parliament, that had saved them all from a terrible, fiery, explosive death. So they were much more amiable to his suggestions. But the surest sign that King James had nothing to do with the plot, the clearest evidence, is how paranoid he became after it was all said and done. He essentially retired from life at court and left London for Whitehall, where he lived life to the fullest. Every night he had a feast, and every night there was a different play or ball or masquerade that he attended. And it was all really in his honor. It was King James that funded all of these festivities. He surrounded himself with his favorites, all young men who were handsome, charming, courtly, and appropriately dressed. Nearly all of them were Scottish, and nearly all of them were sycophants. He lavished gold and jewels and rich plate upon them, gave them fine fabrics, basically anything their hearts desired that he could provide. And more than anything, he gave his favorites titles. James knighted more men in his first year as king than Queen Elizabeth did in her entire reign. To enter into this elite club of King James favorites, you really needed high fashion, you needed rich discourse, you needed a sharp wit, and you needed a certain amount of flattery for King James. In his book Rebellion, The History of England from James I to the Glorious Revolution, historian Peter Ackroyd gives a rendition of exactly what it took to get into this club, according to one Thomas Howard, the Earl of Suffolk. It reads, quote, Suffolk suggested to Harrington that in his conversation he should not dwell too long on any one subject, and touch only lightly on the topic of religion. Never say that this is good or bad, but modestly state that if it were your Majesty's good opinion, I myself should think so and so. Do not ask questions. Do not speak about the character or temperament of anyone else at court. Remember to praise the king's horse, a roan genet. You must say that the stars are bright jewels fit for Robert Carr's ears, and that a roan genet surpasses Bucephalus and is worthy to be ridden by Alexander. Suffolk also advised Harrington that silence and discretion should be linked together like dog and bitch. The previous sovereign had always spoken of her subjects' love and affections, but James preferred to talk of their fear and subjection. Why did Harrington wish to come to court in the first place? You are not young, you are not handsome, you are not finely, so he must rely upon his learning, which the king would admire. End quote. The man mentioned in that quote, Robert Carr, that Suffolk talked about, was by far the king's most favorite. The king met Robert Carr at a tournament after Carr had been thrown from his horse and broken his leg. The king had his doctors sent to personally care for Robert Carr, and then personally himself tutored the young knight in Latin and politics, and was said to, quote, leaneth on his arm, pinches his cheek, smooths his ruffled garments, end quote. But if James loved his favorites, he really despised most of the rest of his subjects and his parliaments. On many of his frequent hunts, whenever some well-wishers would come to see their king at sport, the king would bluster and he would curse at them until he was named by the Venetian ambassador, quote, despised and almost hated, end quote. King James was not a beloved king, but he is, in the histories at least, remembered fondly. King James' reign is remembered as the what's called Jacobean era. That's a name you should remember, the Jacobean era. That comes from the Latinized form of the name James, Jacobus, and the Jacobean era is a time of prosperity. It saw settlements at Jamestown, Plymouth, and Bermuda. It saw Shakespeare write Macbeth and King Lear and Hamlet and The Tempest, among many other plays. During his reign, Sir Francis Bacon made scientific advancements that would really begin an age of learning in England that would, quote, far surpass that of the Grecian and Roman learning, end quote. And even if King James himself was not loved, all was not lost when it came to the monarchy. His eldest son, Prince Henry, was well loved by the people. He was a polite young man who was fiercely Protestant. He had a keen military mind, and he was enamored with military affairs, especially those of Sir Walter Raleigh, who he thought being kept in the Tower was a crime. All of the troubles of King James' reign, from the religious schism between the English church and the Puritans, the dwindling royal coffers, and the economic situation in England, and the frequent clashes between the king and his parliament over these issues, well, it was thought that they would fade away once King Henry took the throne. But of course, King Henry would never take the throne. One day, while he was playing cards with his younger brother, named Charles, he became quite ill and almost immediately passed away. The court fell into a truly genuine despair. James, the king, had grown fat and old and weak and sick, and he was 50 years old and he was already getting gray and he sweated constantly. He drank to excess every night and he caught colds frequently and coughed nearly all the time. His younger son, Charles, was now the heir apparent, and well, he had many of his father's internal prejudices, and he was also, in ways that James was exuberant, the exact opposite. He was quiet and reserved, timid, and really deeply paranoid of those around him. But at the same time, he had a deep pride, a real ego that would cause some serious troubles down the line. He was mistrusted and genuinely disliked by every faction in the British Isles, from the English to the Scottish, from the Protestants and Catholics, and the Puritans and the traditional English church members. Exactly why he was hated differed depending on your religious or political faction. Before his accession to the throne, he attempted to woo the Infante of Spain, the Catholic princess. Many of the Protestants in England saw this as a clear sign that he had Catholic leanings, but then, on the other hand, to the Catholics, he was just another Stuart, still an anti-Catholic monarch. His bishops and councillors, the men who were really in charge of the nation, were reviled by all of the common people, and every one of the Puritan parliamentarians thought they were truly despicable men. Time and time again, these councillors blundered and deeply offended the masses. So Charles was raised to the kingship upon the death of his father during this deeply divided time on March 27, 1625. The next 17 years of his reign, Charles doubled down on many of his father's mistakes, and it really saw the situation in England worsen dramatically. Most of that story, though, is deeply complex and really not all that important to our story, so I'm not going to get too deeply into all the dates and names and intrigues that led up to what was coming. If you do want a more thorough look at all that drama, and it's really a pretty interesting story, I would suggest either the book Rebellion by Peter Ackroyd, or if you haven't checked out the first few episodes of Mike Duncan's podcast, Revolutions, they cover the English Civil War and the lead up to it, and it's really worth a listen. He does a fantastic job. I'd be kind of surprised if there were any of you out there that haven't listened to the show already, but if some of you skipped that first part on the English Civil War, this might be a good time to go back and check it out. There are a couple of things worth noting that happened during that period, though. The first of these was an attempt to revive some of the glory of the days of Queen Elizabeth and Sir Francis Drake. One of these counselors that was close to Charles I thought himself a keen military and maritime soldier. He decided to emulate Francis Drake's raid on the port of Cadiz in Spain. However, unlike Drake, even though Drake didn't fully succeed in that mission, this next mission to Cadiz was a complete and utter failure that cost the crown and the people of England a lot of money and a lot of pride. But the most important blunder that King Charles made was when it involved that book, the English Book of Common Prayer. He tried to enforce the use of that book even more stringently than his father had. His father had never been foolish enough to try and push that book on the people of Scotland, which is exactly what Charles tried to do. Now, the Scottish, who were steeped in their ideals of republic and the Presbyterianism they followed, well, they didn't really care for what Charles was doing. So almost immediately, they were in open rebellion. They invaded England, which was something that the Scottish hadn't done for some time, and this was quite a blow to Charles's majesty. But then, as he was attempting to raise troops and deal with this Scottish incursion, the Irish looked down and said something along the lines of, "Wow, right now is a really great time to invade. That king is an idiot." Which, at almost that exact same time, the Puritan faction in Parliament and all over England said, "Wow, right now would be a really great time to rise up. This king is an idiot." And suddenly, King Charles was fighting really 3 wars at the same time. It was a situation that I don't think any monarch would envy. But the first major action of the Puritan parliamentarians, well, it really wasn't a military action. What they did on June 1st, 1642, was present the king with 19 propositions. They were less requests and more of a strict ultimatum. What they demanded the king do was cede all power and all rights to appoint state officials, military leaders, religious leaders, and even tutors to his children. He had to hand over all military affairs, including the militia and the navy, to Parliament. Any questions of religion, especially this question over Puritanism that was currently about to tear the realm apart, had to be handled by Parliament. Essentially, what this did was say that King James could continue to be king in name, but essentially hand all of his power over to Parliament. One captain of the parliamentary forces said, quote, "The question in dispute between the king's party and us was whether the king should govern as by God his will, and the nation be governed by force like beasts, or whether the people should be governed by laws made by themselves and live under a government derived from their own consent." End quote. The coming war was a war of religious liberty, but even more than that, it was a question of whether or not monarchy had the right to rule without the consent of the government. The civil wars that were to decide this issue, though, well, they tore England apart. The 19th century English writer Thomas de Quincey would describe the people who lived through the English Civil War as people who, quote, met in peace and sat at the same tables and were allied by marriage or by blood, and yet after a certain day in August 1642 never smiled upon each other again, nor met but in the field of battle. And at Marston Moor, at Newbury, or at Naseby, cut asunder all ties of love by the cruel sabre, and washed away in blood all the memory of ancient friendship. Neither the Royalist army, called the Cavaliers, nor the Parliamentarian army, called the Roundheads, had, before the war started, any real wartime experience. At first, on both sides, but especially on the Cavalier side, the cavalry were prone to attempt to take over the battle. They would gallivant around the battlefield, looking for fights and engagements wherever they could find them, but this left the infantry, and especially the artillery, just out of the battle. If these units got into any engagement at all, it really didn't serve any purpose. However, many people still managed to die in these battles. The situation here reminds me quite a lot of the early days of World War I, where commanders who were looking for glory and honor, but didn't really know too much about actual battlefield tactics, managed to get thousands of men killed before they learned what they had to do to actually win this war. Now, the tide shifted this way and that, depending on who had won the most recent battle, but it was a young parliamentary minister named Oliver Cromwell that really turned the tide. He, first of all, won a number of battles, eventually rising to command an entire regiment himself, and then he built what's been called by history and by Cromwell the New Model Army. That New Model Army was the best army in Europe, potentially, and it turned the tide finally to the Puritan and Parliamentarian forces. When the fighting finally was done, King Charles was executed, and his family was put into exile, and Cromwell was given the title of Lord Protector of the Commonwealth. Cromwell is, he's a big figure. He's not quite up there with a Hitler or Napoleon, but he's close, and part of what makes him so interesting to people who are into history is how divisive he is. How you view Cromwell largely depends on your pre-existing political bias. For example, Winston Churchill, who was a lifelong conservative and deeply British, hated Cromwell with all of his heart. Churchill would describe Cromwell's words as repellent, and called Cromwell cold-blooded, and saw in him nothing more than a military dictator and a communist. Churchill said that Cromwell cared as much for personal property as for religious liberty, which is to say he didn't care for either at all. No, Churchill wasn't all hatred for the Lord Protector, but even when he attempted to offer some sort of praise, it was really peppered with scorn. For example, Churchill said, quote, Cromwell, although crafty and ruthless, as occasion claimed, was at all times a reluctant and apologetic dictator. End quote. He summed up Cromwell's entire rule like this, quote, without Cromwell, there might have been no advance. Without him, no collapse. Without him, no recovery. Amid the ruins of every institution, social and political, which had hitherto guided the island life, he towered up, gigantic, glowing, indispensable, the sole agency by which time could be gained for healing and regrowth. End quote. This is saying that Cromwell's one of those people that, well, he may not have intended good. He destroyed a lot of the old order and a lot of the good that England did, but that destruction made room for some of the new systems to come in place that are still really in place in England today. Winston Churchill might be forgiven for seeing in Cromwell what he did. Winston Churchill did, after all, have some experience with communists and military dictators. However, to get a look at the other side of how Cromwell is typically viewed, let's look at an actual communist. Leon Trotsky, the Soviet revolutionary and communist thinker who was exiled by Joseph Stalin for his opposition to Stalin's authoritarian practices, well, he wrote on Cromwell. He said of him, quote, the revolutionary realist, Cromwell, was building a new society, end quote. He also said, quote, Cromwell was a great revolutionary of his time who knew how to uphold the interests of the new bourgeois social system against the old aristocratic one without holding back at anything, end quote. The reality, though, is that both of these men are looking at a man from the 1600s through a 20th century lens. Was Cromwell a dictator? Certainly. He did take his power through military might, but his reforms gave power and rights to the people of England rather than taking them away. Was he a communist? Well, no, he wasn't a communist, but, however, under his watch, very real communal movements like the levelers and the diggers did take root that sought to do away with things like class and property in general. These are communist ideas, but Cromwell had no intention of turning the nation of England into a complete communal society. However, in my book, with my biases in place, as an American that tells stories about pirates, Cromwell is really kind of a key figure. You see, Cromwell had a lifelong obsession with the New World. As a young man, he nearly moved to Plymouth himself, and then when he became Lord Protector, he pushed for greater American colonization. Before he took office, he was behind the idea of the Providence Company, somebody that we talked about last time, and their particular brand of Puritan piracy. This interest in the New World and the actions of Cromwell that are upcoming are all largely due to the writings of one man, a man who, shockingly enough, began his life as a Catholic and a Catholic priest at that. The man's name is Thomas Gage. He's usually seen in this story as a footnote in the story of British Caribbean colonization, but to me he's a really fascinating character. He wrote his book, the second book we're going to look at, called The English American, His Travails by Sea and Land, and it became a bestseller across England. It was so loved by Oliver Cromwell himself that Cromwell would go on to order a second printing. Now, Thomas Gage's family had been, for a long time, a major player in English history and English politics. Even before Thomas himself, his great-grandfather had been one of the top counselors to King Henry VIII. However, he was a Catholic, and he didn't stand by Henry after he split with the Pope. His father's uncle, his great-uncle, was arrested for conspiring to kill Queen Elizabeth in what was known as the Babington Plot, and his father himself was a baronet. I've heard the family compared to the Kennedy clan, who happens to be Catholic as well, only if America was in a time of extreme repression against the Catholic faith. They were old and they were influential and they were wealthy, but they didn't have the power that they once held. Now, what set the Gage family apart was their age, their honor, and more than anything else, their Jesuit faith. Thomas himself, this young man, was on track to become yet another Jesuit priest in the Gage clan. There were probably 5 priests in his family already. He was on track to become the 6th, and he was training in Spain at a well-respected Catholic seminary. But it seems there that at this seminary he grew kind of disgusted with the Jesuit order, and he left that order to join the Dominicans. Now, this might have been genuine religious dissatisfaction, or maybe it was something that was kind of central to Thomas Gage's character. He had a lifelong streak of rebelliousness and a desire to roam the world. It was the Dominicans that allowed him to indulge both of these desires. See, shortly after joining with the Dominican order, he signed on for an expedition of friars that were bound for the Philippines via the Americas. They were going to go minister there. Now, he arrived first in Mexico. However, he heard horror stories almost as soon as he got off the boat about the state of affairs in the Philippines. Apparently, all of the elder friars there were very corrupt and worldly men that had grown fat on the things that the Philippines offered them, and that was something that Thomas Gage just couldn't stand. So he ran away from Mexico to get down to Guatemala, where he joined a small priory to teach the Catholic faith. However, here he became dissatisfied with the Catholic faith in general. Friars near him would routinely live impious and worldly lives. They would grow rich on the corruption, and they would live in really a splendor that they shouldn't have, according to the rules of their order. Quote, the rules of the order of the Franciscans demanded that they wear sackcloth and shirts of coarse wool, and that they go bare-legged, shod with wood or hay. But these friars wore beneath their habits, which they sometimes tucked up to the waist to better display such splendor, shoes of fine Cordovan leather, fine silk stockings, drawers with 3 inches of silk of lace at the knee, Holland shirts and doublets quilted with silk. They were fond of gambling and acquainted with gamblers' oaths. End quote. He called these friars lupus rapaces, or in English, rapacious wolves. Now, the reason we know so much about Thomas Gage, a random friar in the New World, is because he kept spectacular journals. He kept them about everything in his day-to-day life, as well as many of the bigger picture issues that we saw. However, after he became so disenchanted with the faith, We sort of lose track of exactly what he was doing for a while. His journals don't keep the best records of his actions, and probably for good reason. After being denied permission to return to Europe, he didn't exactly run away, but he traveled into the wilderness to minister to the native peoples. And somehow, during that time when we had so little information about him, Thomas Gage gathered somewhere in the realm of 9,000 pieces of eight. Now, we don't know exactly how he did that. Personally, I like to picture Thomas Gage as, well, kind of like Colonel Kurtz from Apocalypse Now, Marlon Brando's character from that movie. I see him atop an Incan temple with an army of natives doing his will, slowly losing his mind in the hot, wet, mosquito-ridden jungle. However, that's probably not actually how it went at all. More likely, he was somebody who smuggled in goods between the natives and the Spanish colonies because nobody was likely to search a priest, as well as possibly just more traditional old-fashioned banditry. But then, once he had all of these pieces of eight in hand, he traded them in for a bunch of pearls, and he ran away in the middle of the night from his priory to take ship that would take him back to Europe. Shortly after leaving port, however, he ran afoul of a character that we have actually met before. A Dutch ship happened upon the ship that Thomas Gage was on, and it stopped without discussing. Their captain led a boarding party of heavily armed buccaneers on deck, and they began to ransack the ship. Now, while there was little on board of any worth, this strange Englishman, who happened to be, for some reason, a Catholic priest in the New World that spoke fluent Spanish as well as a native, really caught the eye of the pirate captain. This man introduced himself as Diego Lucifer, the scourge of Pampache and the Spanish Main, notorious pirate captain late out of Tortuga. He unburdened Thomas Gage of his purse, but he let him keep basically all of the other valuables he had with him. They were mostly books and paintings and things the pirate wouldn't be able to make use of, but it seems that he had no ill will towards the Yankees. Now, this was the first meeting of these two men, but they would meet again, and in the company of a very young and as yet unknown Henry Morgan. So Gage finally made his way back to England, and he was dumped on the dock, broke, friendless, disowned by his family, and in poor standing with the Catholic Church. He was wearing the black robes of a Dominican friar in a country that was quickly turning towards the Puritan faith and had a strong anti-Catholic bias. He had some very important decisions to make very quickly. First, he traveled to Rome in an attempt to recharge his Catholic faith, but he found that he loved the areas that he traveled through much more, which happened to be the Protestant areas of France and Germany. He had a real spiritual reawakening there. At least, that's what he would say in his later writings. But then, upon returning to England, for some reason, he turned away from the Catholic faith completely. He renounced it, and he became a priest in the Anglican Church, which is a name that around this time we can actually start to use. Up until now, it has been called the English Church, or the Church of England, and around this time is when we start to see the words Anglican Church in the history. Now, it's possible that he turned away from the Catholic Church because he had little choice in doing so. Thomas Gage came from a famous family. A family that was famously Catholic. People knew who Thomas Gage was and knew that he was a Catholic. He was living in a time in England where being a priest of the Catholic faith was enough to get you executed. And at one point, a man who was named Thomas Gage was brought before the Privy Council. Now, it's not entirely certain that it was this Thomas Gage, but it's quite likely. We don't know exactly what was said, but shortly after that record, the Thomas Gage we do know, well, he informed on some of his old Catholic brethren. These were men that he had known when he had been at seminary school, or people that he happened to know were Catholic priests incognito in England at the time. There were at least 4 of them that, after he informed on them, were hung, drawn, and quartered. These men were executed in a terribly violent fashion. They're now, today, all of them martyrs of the Catholic faith, all because of the word of this man Thomas Gage. Now, it's possible that he did it because he had no choice, but it's also possible that he had some sort of retribution he felt these men deserved. They may have slighted him at some time in his past, and this was how he was getting back. Whatever his motivations, these actions brought him a sense of security. He knew that he was safe, and this time of peace gave him a chance in England to finally write about his experiences in the New World. He wrote that book, The English American, and it captured the imagination of everybody in England. The book is a straightforward account of his times in the New World, but at the same time, it's kind of an article of propaganda. It describes in loving detail all of the flora and fauna and the natural beauty of the Caribbean and the New World, and it goes on to speak about the riches that the Spanish bring out of there all the time. But then it goes on to make mention of the Spanish themselves. In large part, it goes on to make mention of their defenses, which Thomas Gage sees as insufficient. He talks about the miles of empty coastline that are not guarded by any navy or any soldiers or even any people that could send word to the Spanish authorities where any nation prepared to could make landfall and invade these Spanish cities. It says that were some nation to do so, there are untold thousands of native Amerindians and slaves who would, without question, rise up against their Spanish overlords and aid this invading nation in destroying the Spanish from within. He makes it sound almost like all they have to do is invade, and the natives and the slaves will tear down the Spanish before they even get to them. Now, Gage hoped that his words would reach some people in influential places. However, I don't know if he expected them to reach the most influential man in all of England. Cromwell read that book and really kind of fell in love with it. He had that lifelong interest in the New World, and that interest, now that he was Lord Protector, was no longer just a romantic fancy. It had very real-world ramifications. See, the Civil War had put a pretty serious dent in England's economy on all fronts, but none more so than the maritime trade. What English merchant shipping had existed before the war had been taken over completely by the Dutch. All of the sea routes that had once been British were now in the hands of the Dutch. The Caribbean colonies that had once been English, well, they had begun to falter. See, during the Civil War, because of those lack of trade routes, no Englishmen were going out to move there, and the Englishmen that were left on these Caribbean colonies were little more than free labor that the Dutch used to grow them tobacco and sugar and coffee and bring back to Europe to make a profit. And this was a state of affairs that no Englishman was happy with, and Cromwell saw as a real slap in the face. One of the other major aftershocks of the Civil War was the huge amount of young men that were in England and Scotland and Ireland with nothing to occupy their time. Most of these had been conscripts into one or another of the armies that had been taken away from their homes or exiled or seen their entire family destroyed, that had nowhere to go and no hope of earning any reasonable income. So there was this huge population of young, healthy, and yet indigent men that were quickly eating up a lot of the resources of England. So, to take care of both of these problems, as well as a few others, one of the very first actions of Cromwell's new government was to pass the Navigation Act of 1651. It stipulated several different things, but the most important was that trade from any English port, including those in the Caribbean, must be carried on the back of English ships. This was most clearly a slap in the face to the Dutch, who had been carrying nearly all of the English trade goods, and it brought the English and the Dutch to war. Now, these nations had been allies for some time, since the early days of Elizabeth's rule, but finally, because of their trade practices, both of them on either side, they were now at war. But this didn't really stop Cromwell. He had his plans, and he intended to see them through. Now that the trade routes were open and Cromwell was able to employ his navy and the merchant ships, he began to ship all of those indigent, poor young men over to the New World. He did this in mass. There were huge numbers of young men going over there, but they weren't going over there to seek a better and new life. These young men were being sold into indentured servitude. They were told that it was their only chance at a better life, but in reality, they were a problem while they were living in the British Isles, and they wound up being cheaper than slaves and thought a lot less likely to rebel by the plantation masters. And more important than that, slaves were all Africans, and to people at the time, black Africans were second-class human beings. These indentured servants, while cheap, nearly free labor, they were still good young white boys who spoke at least an approximation of the king's English. And then, with his plan fully in motion, Oliver Cromwell got in touch with Thomas Gage, who was essentially in retirement at that time, occasionally teaching at one or another priory around, but mostly he was just resting. However, Cromwell needed him. You see, the English didn't have anything near an intelligence service in the New World. They had nobody, aside from Thomas Gage, who had really intimate, first-hand knowledge of what it was like in that part of the world. So Cromwell ordered Gage to write him a bit of information about his experiences there that would go into more detail than his book had. He wanted to know about emplacements and potential military encampments and the best way for the English to invade. Naturally, Thomas Gage complied, and the results, what he came up with, were, to Cromwell at least, encouraging. Gage wrote, quote, "There are no people more sinful than the Spaniards in America, both great and small, viceroys, judges, and poor peasants, who in general sin, and hide not their sin. Therefore their sins will betray them, and fight against them, if any nation shall oppose them. It hath been for these many years their own common talk, from some predictions, or, as they call them, prophecies, vented out amongst them, that a strange people shall conquer them, and take their riches from them." End quote. This was a Puritan preacher telling a Puritan head of state that these people are sinners, and they know they're sinners, and they even know that were somebody else to invade them, a more righteous people, God's judgment would fall on the side of the righteous and against them. This was exactly what Oliver Cromwell needed to hear, so he began his plans in earnest. Cromwell's plan is known as the Western Design, and what he intended was nothing if not bold. He intended to send an army across the Atlantic Ocean and take, by force, the islands of Hispaniola and Cuba. These were the two great jewels of Spain's empire in the Caribbean, and if England was able to take care of them, he saw the rest of the Spanish empire falling like dominoes. He gave command of his force to two men, the Admiral, William Penn, and General Robert Venables. And then he ordered Thomas Gage himself to accompany them as something of a guide and an advisor. Gage was somebody that Cromwell really trusted. These men gathered a fleet of somewhere in the realm of 60 ships, perhaps a bit more, and they sent one entire Royal Naval vessel to pick up the aging, quarrelsome, and black-robed monk and brought him back to the port at Portsmouth. Then they began to gather an army. In historian Stephen Talty's book, Empire of Blue Water, he describes this force that they gathered thusly. Quote, "The approximately 2,500 men emerged from their lodgings and were judged harshly. These were not the soldiers of Cromwell's new model army, the famous Roundheads, a force whose ferocity was matched by its discipline. To look at them, these men came straight out of the gutter. Cut-purses, drunks, knights of the blade, incipient murderers. I believe they are not to be paralleled in the world," wrote Major Robert Sedgwick, who would later command the men, or try to. "People so lazy and idle as it cannot enter into the heart of any Englishman that such blood should run in the veins of any born in England. So unworthy, so slothful and basely secure, and have, out of a strange kind of spirit, desired rather to die than to live." But there was one man on the ships, anonymous as yet to history, who would give the lie to Sedgwick's words. In the space of 8 short years, this brilliant leader would turn men like these stumble-bums into what were perhaps pound for pound the best fighting men in the world. End quote. This is an introduction to, well, the key character of the third book that we need to look at. A man who was really our first great pirate lord that we're going to talk about, a man who is known as the king of the pirates. However, as yet, it's not quite time to look at the Buccaneers of America or in any depth to look at Henry Morgan. When he got on those boats in Portsmouth, he was not a famous man. He was a low-born Welshman, somebody who had very little experience and was no better than those cut-purses and drunks and insidious murderers. But he was, certainly, on board this fleet that was going to travel from England to the New World. The fleet set sail, and immediately things began to go wrong. At the forefront of the mind of every man on the voyage, well, there was a shortage of fresh food and water. The people who had been in charge of supplying the fresh food and water had, as so often happens on these voyages, decided to line their pockets by buying not enough and poor quality. Then there was the conflict between the two commanders, the admiral and the general. They quarreled over exactly who was in command of this mission. See, Cromwell was a man of vision, but not a man who gave specific orders to his commanders, and they weren't sure exactly who should be in command and fought over it almost constantly. Then, to make matters worse, there was a rumor that began to go around that this wasn't a military action at all, but it had been a trick to get rid of so many of these men who came out of the gutter, send them to the New World, and sell them to a foreign prince. But the thing that drove these men almost to the edge of mutiny, that caused this voyage to almost end in disaster before it began, was when they learned that they weren't going to be getting any share of the spoils. They weren't going to be getting any loot from this vessel. They were going to get the stipend that they were agreed to be paid, which was not enough to support themselves or their family, and that was it. The question that these men must have been asking themselves is, exactly what am I fighting for? To the men in charge of the mission, men like Oliver Cromwell, the answer was simple. They were fighting for God and glory. But in the minds of these thousands of hungry and nearly mutinous sailors, they needed something a little more material to inspire them. But they managed to avoid an outright mutiny. They made landfall at Bermuda, where they picked up 3,000 more soldiers. These weren't really soldiers, though. These were men much like those that had set off from the voyage, only these were indentured servants that had been sent off from England's shores to get them out of the homeland and into the faraway places in the Americas where they could work on a plantation. They were desperate to escape their life of toil. One of the soldiers who had left England with the voyage at the outset, who was not much of a soldier himself, said of these new recruits, quote, "This island is the dunghill wherein England doth cast forth its rubbish," end quote. See, these men that they were picking up, they weren't even the kind of notorious and tough robbers and murderers and bandits that the original party was made up of. These indentured servants, these men were so beaten down by their life in the New World that any circumstance must have been better to them than what they had. Even the potential of facing down musket fire and arrows and any sort of blood and death and fire that was coming their way. Now, this wasn't the end of the soldiers they picked up. They picked up some 1,200 more soldiers at the island of St. Kitts and Montserrat. And then, on March 31st, 1655, this army, which was the largest force that was in the Caribbean at the time, and perhaps the largest force that had been in the Caribbean ever, made landfall on the island of Hispaniola. Now, they were the largest force that had ever been in the Caribbean, but they were not, I would say, the largest army, because these men were not an army at all. None of them had any training at all. They were undisciplined and disorganized. You see, this force never even reached their target. Their intention was to raid the town of Santo Domingo in Hispaniola. That was the place that Francis Drake had taken years before, that was one of the oldest settlements of Spain in all of the New World. However, after landing only about 40 miles down the coast from Santo Domingo, they wandered the wilds of Hispaniola for days upon days. See, Thomas Gage, who was to be their guide during this, had never been to Hispaniola, except for potentially stopping there to pick up wood and water on one of his ships. He went to the Spanish mainland. They did meet one other man who was not Spanish, an Irishman, who they insisted could guide them to Santo Domingo, but he didn't know where Santo Domingo was either, and the commanders of the voyage wound up hanging this guy because he couldn't lead them to the town they were looking for. After weeks of wandering around, finally, they didn't find Santo Domingo, but they came into some sort of encampment. Unfortunately, it was a military fort they ran into. And as these soldiers, who were tired and hungry, some of them starving, many of them ill, injured, well, they just sort of wandered up to the fort, thinking that they might be able to take it. And of course, these Spanish soldiers, who were well-trained crack shots, shot off volley after volley of shot against them, and hundreds of English soldiers died. So there was no orderly retreat. They just ran away as fast as possible. And worse than that, there was a dispute between that general and that admiral, so they had no naval support from the sea whatsoever. They weren't even nearby the fleet. The fleet had stayed where they put these men ashore, so it took them, again, days and days and weeks to get back to their vessels. Now, this was Hispaniola in the Caribbean, in a time where there were no settlements. Any time that a force who is not native to the Caribbean invades there with no experience, things go badly for them, even without a different army. See, they were marching through a veritable fog of mosquitoes, all of which were carrying malaria. The only fresh water that they had to drink was filled with yellow fever and dysentery. As they attempted to get back to their ships, men were dying and falling behind every day. They lost more men to illness on the march back to their vessels than they lost in the attack itself. But finally they did manage to make it back to their ships. However, they knew that if they landed at any Spanish port, they would be attacked and fired upon, and at the very least arrested, if not executed. They could potentially make it back to one of the English colonies in the Lesser Antilles, but that was a long trip away, and they needed supplies and aid desperately. The closest place that they were likely to have been able to make landfall, and we do know that they made landfall, was just a little bit to the northwest. On the northwest coast of the island of Hispaniola lay the island of Tortuga. See, they knew that Tortuga was friendly to English sailors. In fact, the English had a colony on Tortuga not very many years ago. Had they sailed there, they would have found fresh supplies, food and water, probably medicine. They also would have found women and drink, things that these sailors would have been in very desperate need of. They also would have found an island full of men who were much more familiar with the Caribbean than they were. Men who knew the weak points of all of Spain's empire. Now, assuming that they did land at Tortuga and not somewhere else, it was there, most likely, that they met up with a man. A man who was, at this point in life, getting on in years. He was graying at the temples, round cheeked, going a little bit chubby, but he still had that swarthy, villainous smile. He was still armed to the teeth, and whenever he did meet up with these English soldiers, he would have introduced himself as Diego Lucifer, and told these Englishmen who were lost as to exactly what course of action to take, that the weakest point to attack the Spanish Empire was at a smaller island just to the southwest called Jamaica. You see, Jamaica is the best option for the English to attack in the Caribbean, and any decent commander at the time, who at least had any knowledge of the surrounding lands, would have known that that was the place to go. If it had been Francis Drake ordered with command of this mission, Jamaica is clearly the place he would have chosen. You see, Jamaica was a rich and fertile land, like most of the islands in the Caribbean, but it was also a key link in the treasure fleets that they were sending twice a year from the Americas to Europe. Beyond that, though, it was so poorly defended. At this time, in 1655, the entire population of Jamaica was only, at the most, 2,500 people. That was a little bit less than half of how many soldiers were on this voyage. So, Diego Lucifer led this voyage to the island of Jamaica. They landed near the largest city there, the city that is today known as Spanish Town, and the English marched right in. It was only a few hours later that they were in complete control of the city, and only a couple of days after that the Spanish capitulated and they were in complete control of the island. But though that might seem like the English fortunes were turning around, they truly weren't. See, the troubles that had affected them throughout this entire voyage were still dogging them. They still didn't have enough food to eat, and the Spanish, after they had left the island, had taken most of their food with them. The diseases that had been plaguing them this entire time, malaria, yellow fever, they were still plaguing them. They happened in Jamaica too. And the lack of order and discipline that these soldiers had was still a major problem. They may have been in command of the island, but it was very quickly becoming apparent that this was not going to be a by-the-numbers military action. Men continued to die in shocking numbers. By November, only a few months after initially taking the island of Jamaica, there were only 3,000 English soldiers left. At that point, it was clear that there was no command structure. The general and the admiral who were supposed to be in charge were not at all in charge. It was also clear that there were no relief supplies or reinforcements coming. These men were on their own, on an island they had taken from the Spanish, who were still mighty in Spanish-held lands. But in those intervening months of chaos and turmoil and death, one man had really risen into a leader. He was a man who could rally all of these men around him and get them to all work together towards their own best interests. That was a young Welshman who up to this point was entirely unknown. All these men who were angry and starving and scared, well, they looked to this man that they raised to be their leader, to be their captain. They looked to Captain Henry Morgan for what to do next. Next week, we're going to finish our look at the 3 books through the eyes of Alexander O. Exquemeling and the Buccaneers of America. We will look at the very first days, the rise of Captain Henry Morgan as that pirate lord, that pirate king, what he did and how he did it. For the next several weeks, we're going to be looking at Captain Morgan. We're going to focus almost entirely on him because his story is central to the pirate mythos and to what's to come in the world of Caribbean piracy. If you're enjoying the show, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com. Over there, you can find some supplemental information, such as maps and works of art relating to our topics. We also have, on every episode, a list of the sources used. If you're interested in learning more about any of the topics that we cover, those source lists also have links that go to the abebooks.com page for that book, where you can pick up a copy of anything you'd like to read more about. If you do use that service, Abe Books is kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. We also have an Abe Books search bar at the website. If you'd like to support the show, there are several ways you can do so at the website. There's a PayPal donate button, as well as a link to our Patreon page. That's going to patreon.com/piratehistorypodcast. There's also an Abe Books and Amazon search bar, so if you need to search for anything on either Abe Books or Amazon.com, if you do so through the website, they're kind enough to throw me a couple of bucks. In addition to any of that, you can also leave a review on either iTunes, Stitcher, or Podbean, all of which we have links for at the website. Doing this really helps get the podcast noticed, and we really appreciate it. Once again, and most importantly, thank you for listening.
What do we find compelling and beautiful about the art form itself? So certainly in art that's being pushed. That question is great. Is AI...
Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. When I had the idea to do an episode looking at 3 books, I wanted to use those books as a jumping off point to look at the influence that those books had on the world around them. However, considering the topic that we're going to talk about today, that was really just an impossibility. The book that we're going to be talking about today is so important, not just in its influence, but as a source material that really to try and lump it in with any other books would do it an injustice. In fact, today, we're going to look exclusively at this book, and we're not even going to begin to get through it. This book, if we were to talk about its influence, single-handedly started Europe's love affair with pirates and piracy. It's the only source on most of the pirates in this generation, and it took men who would have otherwise been entirely unknown throughout the world and made them famous, or at least infamous. This book went on to make the author quite a wealthy man who had quite a bit of renown of his own. The book we're going to be talking about today is The Buccaneers of America by Alexander Exquemelin. This is episode number 16. 3 Books, Part 2. Now in The Buccaneers of America, the author himself, Alexander Exquemelin, is a character as well. He's not just the narrator, he plays a role in what's happening in several parts, and he's there all throughout it. So we should look at Exquemelin himself a little bit. Now, as with nearly all of the figures we talk about, his original European origins are unknown. He was probably born in France, but it's also likely that he was Dutch or Flemish. We really don't know, and people from all of these regions argue about exactly where he came from. What we do know of the author, especially in his early life, before he became a household name, is what he told us himself. In the beginning of the book, he tells us that in the year 1666, he sailed as an indentured servant with the Dutch West India Company, which is why many people believe him to be Dutch. The fleet he sailed with was large and multinational. There was somewhere around 30 ships and only a couple of warships, and he goes into some detail on the crossing. He talks about the possibility for meeting pirates in certain areas, how the warship went and chased after a known pirate ship that had been spotted just off the coast and failed to capture them. And then he goes into quite a bit of detail about a couple of initiation rituals that he had to go through, along with some of the other passengers. He calls them baptisms, and the way that they're performed does kind of mirror a baptism. The first of these baptisms takes place as they pass a place called the Race, which was a narrow and rocky passage that was, assumedly, somewhere that was dangerous for ships to pass. And if you were someone who had never gone through the Race before, you had to undergo this little baptism. They had a man, the bosun, dress up in kind of a strange costume that mirrored a priest, maybe. He wore a long sackcloth robe, and he had a necklace on that was made out of all sorts of ship's tackle. And in one hand, he had a bucket of tar, some of which he had slathered all over his face, and on the other hand, he had a wooden sword. Now, each of the people who had not passed through the Race before had to kneel before the bosun. When they did, he, with one of his fingers dipped in the tar, drew a cross on their forehead and then hit them on the back of the neck with his sword. After this, the rest of the crew would dump seawater on the people who were being baptized. And then, with their sins washed away, they would get incredibly drunk. However, not on the ship's wine. The people who had never made this voyage before had to bring brandy and wine of their own that would be drunk up at this ceremony, and everybody had a grand old time on their wine. Now, there was another initiation that happened when you passed the Tropic of Cancer that was a little bit more terrifying. You had to hang from one of the masts on the ship over the water and willfully drop yourself into the water. Now, you weren't required to do this, but if you refused to do so, you had to pay, depending on your station, either 1 or 2 pounds silver. Exquemelin says about these initiation rituals, quote, "Nobody from either nation can give the reasons for doing these things, apart from its being an old tradition among the seamen. Some say that the matter was so ordained by the Emperor Charles V, but it is not to be found in his Book of Laws. Having in passing described these ceremonies of the sailors, we will now continue our voyage." End quote. Now, all of the ships in this fleet were headed to different locations. A few of them were headed to Newfoundland, some of them were headed to Plymouth, some of them to Bermuda. Most of them were headed to the Caribbean, but the ship that Alexander Exquemelin was on was headed to a very particular little island called Tortuga. Now, the next 2 or 3 chapters of Exquemelin's book are dedicated almost entirely to describing the flora and fauna of a place like Tortuga and the coast of Hispaniola nearby. This might seem somewhat excessive to you, and it did to me reading it the first time, but I realized that this is something that the people in Europe would have no notion of. This would be like somebody traveling to Mars and writing about whatever they were seeing there. This was somebody who made it to the New World, something that most of the people in Europe were never able to do, sending a report back to them to tell them all about the sights and the sounds and really set the stage that they were to find themselves in. You and I, we've all seen video or pictures of the Caribbean if we haven't been there ourselves, but for the people in Europe, this was an entirely alien world, and Exquemelin really wanted to set the stage as much as possible. Now, this couple of chapters also discusses the locals on the island of Tortuga, the men who had lived there for some time, those people who hunted boar or chopped timber, those people who used the old native cooking custom as the bucan, those people that would be known as the buccaneers. Exquemelin goes into some detail about the conflict between Spain, France, England, and the Netherlands over this tiny little island of Tortuga. And that's actually one of the few things in the early part of his book that can be corroborated. See, there are records kept by the great powers in Europe of this conflict, so we know what exactly Exquemelin tells us that's true and what of it is not true. Many of the things that he heard here were secondhand because this happened long before Exquemelin came to the Caribbean, even before he was born, but he gets the gist of it right. Some of the names, some of the dates aren't exactly correct, but he gets essentially what happens there, at least on the road to being right. So that can give us an indication that Exquemelin knows what he's talking about, even if he doesn't get all of the facts exactly correct. But that's something that's a major problem with the Buccaneers of America. Alexander Exquemelin speaks with the authority of somebody that was there, that has firsthand knowledge, but when there are sources of evidence that come from other places, usually the Spanish, who kept excellent records, they almost always contradict what Alexander Exquemelin told us. So we have to take everything he said with a grain of salt. Unfortunately, for so much of what we're going to be talking about, there are no other sources about it. There are going to be pirates in this story that he's going to go into some detail talking about that don't appear anywhere else in any other narrative. There are no other records of these people, so they may be complete fabrications of his imagination. Now, they probably weren't. The things that we know he talked about turned out to be mostly true, but we have to assume that since we can't find any other proof, that they're not exactly historical fact. You see, part of the problem is that Alexander Exquemelin was working off of eyewitness accounts, or at least the tales told by some pirate he met in the tavern. See, he didn't have access to court records or the governor's mansion in any of these places. He merely had to talk to people who were there, who hopefully knew what they were talking about, but we can't know any more than he did whether or not these people were telling accurate tales. To give a picture of these contradictions that we can't exactly know if they're true or not, I'll give an example. After Alexander Exquemelin is freed from his indentured servitude, and then after he goes on at some length about how indentured servitude is so much worse than slavery, he goes on to say, quote, "When I was free once more, I was like Adam when he was created. I had nothing at all, and therefore resolved to join the privateers or buccaneers, with whom I stayed until the year 1670, accompanying them on many various voyages and taking part in many important raids, as I shall describe later on in this account. End quote. He then goes on to tell us of the first buccaneer on Tortuga, the first man who raided from the island. The man's name is, as Exquemelin records it, Pierre Legrand, and he tells us of Legrand's greatest success. Pierre was at sea in a small bark, little more than an open rowboat, and things weren't going well for him. His ship was in such poor repair that it was barely seaworthy, and all of the men with him were going hungry. They had no food and little water. They were just out there in the ocean, searching for prey, unable to find anything and baking in the hot Caribbean sun. As his men scanned the horizon, finally, one day they saw it, a lone ship, just sails in the distance. Legrand sailed his small bark towards the ship. Clearly, it was a Spanish merchant vessel that had become separated from its convoy and didn't have any protection out on the high seas. So as night fell, Legrand ordered his men to board the vessel. He told them that the Spanish aboard were unprepared for an attack and unlikely to repel them, although he did say that they had, at worst, a 50-50 chance. He had his men swear an oath of loyal endeavor, and then Legrand ordered the ship's carpenter to bore a hole in the ship's hull, allowing it to sink as they boarded the other vessel. This emboldened the men who were with him because they knew that they had to take this ship or they had nothing to escape to and nowhere to go. It was either take this ship or face prison or death. Each of his men, armed with a cutlass and, if they were lucky, a pistol with maybe one shot, they came up on the side of the vessel, climbed aboard her silently on their bare feet, and moved across the deck. They scanned the deck and saw that no guard had been posted. They were able to move around the deck freely. But as they moved below deck, they heard laughter and raucous conversation. Each of these pirates drew their sword and their pistol, if they had one. Then the pirates burst into the captain's cabin, where there were a number of men sitting around the table playing cards. The pirates moved so quickly that they didn't have a chance to react. Many of the men probably still holding their cards or their mugs of ale. Suddenly they had a cutlass to their throat, and the captain had a pistol clapped against his chest. Legrand ordered the captain to surrender his ship. The captain must have thought quickly, thinking if there was any hope of repelling these pirates, when he heard a sudden report coming from the arms chamber. The smile on Legrand's face told him that the men in the arms chamber had been taken. The ship belonged to the pirates, and the captain had no choice but to surrender. The crew of the small vessel was led on board and clapped in irons. As they looked around, they saw surrounding the ship nothing but empty ocean. There was no way that these pirates could have boarded their vessel, unless, as the captain assumed, they were demons sent from the sky. He was said to have said, quote, Jesus son demonios estos, end quote. Apparently, his men, the captain's men, had warned the captain that those sails off in the very, very far distance might have been pirate sails, but the captain said that he needn't fear of such a small vessel, and so he didn't order any special watch to go on deck. This, of course, sealed his fate. Now, after dropping off the crew on land as quickly as they could get to it, Legrand took his new boat and he sailed all the way to France, never to be seen on the high seas again. Now, that's the end of the account given by Exquemelin, but this raises some questions for me. How exactly would Exquemelin have any knowledge of an attack at sea that happened in the year 1602? This was some 40 years before Exquemelin himself was even born. Now, Exquemelin said that he got this story from the journal of a, quote, trustworthy man, but it's just as likely that this was something of a creation myth, that the buccaneers on Tortuga told of how they began their raiding. The one man, Legrand, Pierre the Great, who showed everybody on the island exactly how they could fight the Spanish and make a whole lot of money in the process. Now, Pierre Legrand is one of those pirates that there is no other account of. This is the only source on him at all. The only source anywhere else in the world that carries somebody around the right time that sort of matches his description comes from harbor records. A man named Pierre came into this harbor that apparently came from the same place that Legrand claimed to be from, although he didn't call himself Legrand there, he used his given name. But this didn't happen in France, which is what Exquemelin tells us. This happened up in Canada. So in the one place that potentially we can corroborate some part of this story, it's actually incorrect. So we have to take this story not exactly at face value. It might not be true at all. But since we have no evidence to disprove it, we just sort of have to accept that this is the story that the man who is the source for all of these pirates we're going to be talking about over the next few weeks, this is just a story that he decided to tell us. So we have to at least accept that it was something that the pirates at the time believed. Now, after talking about the origin of the Buccaneers on Tortuga, Exquemelin goes on to talk about several of the other well-known buccaneers of the time. He talks about a Dutchman, a couple of Englishmen. He goes on to talk at length about a French pirate who was very active in the area, who we will talk about later, but this all happened after Exquemelin arrived in the Caribbean in 1666. When we left our story off last time, Penn and Venables had just taken the island of Jamaica in the year 1655. Now, we mentioned a couple of times last time that on board that voyage, one of the soldiers in Oliver Cromwell's Western design was a young man named Henry Morgan, which of course is the prime subject of Alexander Exquemelin's work. He goes into a great deal about his time with Henry Morgan, so we're going to look at some of that. But if you try to look at it in a narrative flow from the year 1655, when Morgan arrived in the Caribbean, the puzzle isn't exactly complete. Exquemelin writes in his introduction to Captain Morgan, quote, "Henry Morgan was born in that part of Wales known as Welsh England. His father was a well-to-do farmer, but Morgan, having no liking for farm work, decided to go to sea. He reached a port where ships leave for Barbados and signed on for the voyage. On arrival, he was sold as an indentured servant in the English manner. Having served his time, he went to Jamaica, where he found several buccaneer ships ready to put to sea. He joined the expedition and soon learned their manner of life. After making 3 or 4 voyages with the buccaneers, he and his comrades had made enough money out of the loot and dicing to buy a ship of their own. Morgan was made captain, and they went marauding along the coast of Campeche, where they captured several ships." End quote. Now, that short paragraph, that brief introduction to the man who would be known as Captain Morgan, is all that Exquemelin writes about the first 25 years of Henry Morgan's life, even the first 6 years of his time in the Caribbean, the time that made him Captain Morgan. So today I want to take a long, hard look at that paragraph to fill in some of the gaps and correct some of the inaccuracies. I'd like to do this by taking that paragraph sentence by sentence. Exquemelin begins, quote, "Henry Morgan was born in that part of Wales known as Welsh England." End quote. That much is essentially true. Now, I had trouble finding out exactly what he meant by Welsh England. They were, at the time, united, so perhaps that's what he's talking about. But yes, Henry Morgan was born in Wales, probably in the county of Monmouth, although people in Wales argue divisively over where exactly he was from. Exquemelin continues, "His father was a well-to-do farmer, but Morgan, having no liking for farm work, decided to go to sea." Now, that is essentially correct in spirit, although there are a couple of pretty serious issues with it. Mostly the fact that it's incomplete. There's a lot more to that story. See, Henry Morgan was the son of a man named Robert Morgan. Now, Robert did own a farm, but neither he or his son actually got their hands dirty tilling the soil. They had many other men working for them to do that work. You see, the Morgan clan was an old and distinguished family. Robert sent his son off to school because he wanted him to become a lawyer. Henry would later say, quote, "I left the schools too young and have been more used to the pike than the book." End quote. Now, the people in the part of Wales that Henry came from were renowned across the British Isles for their military prowess, and very little else. The English had a lot of fun at the expense of the Welsh, but they didn't ever take them for granted when it came to their power on the battlefield, and Henry Morgan almost certainly would have learned quite a bit about the pike. You see, he was a teenager during the English Civil War. He probably would have been a little too young to actually serve, but men who were members of his family, both of his uncles, his father's brothers, were involved deeply in the Civil War, on opposing sides, as it turns out. His uncle Thomas was actually somewhat well known. He was one of the top-ranking officers in Cromwell's New Model Army. He was kind of the right-hand man to the top general in that army, and Thomas Morgan himself was a decorated war hero, and something of a mild celebrity. Now, his other uncle, Edward, would have had quite a bit more influence on the young Henry Morgan. Edward was a colonel in the Royalist side of the Civil War, the Cavaliers, and he was posted at a pretty key position there in Wales. Now, Henry Morgan, to say that he was more used to the pike, almost certainly had some experience with them, and this suggests to some historians that likely he served under his uncle, not as a soldier, but as something of a squire or an assistant, or somebody who was essentially just there to help him out and kind of learn the trade. So, Henry Morgan, growing up as a young teenager, would have learned things like siege warfare and artillery, and the rudiments of battlefield tactics and how to lead men into battle. Now, as he grew a little bit older, 16, 17 years old, there's a possibility that he even did fight. Probably not as a grunt soldier, but somebody who led a small battalion of men, somewhere probably around 10 men. There's no record of that, but it seems quite likely. Now, if Swimmerlin says that part about how Henry Morgan went to sea, and while that's true, he didn't go to make his fortune on the oceans. He went as part of a military expedition under Penn and Venables. Now, Exquemelin goes on, quote, he reached a port where the ships leave for Barbados and signed on for the voyage, end quote. And that, yes, that did happen. That was the voyage of the Western design, Cromwell's plan to take over the Caribbean, and that port was Portsmouth. That much is undeniably correct. Then Exquemelin continues, quote, on arrival, he was sold as an indentured servant in the English manner, end quote. Now that, however, is not true. Now, there is a possibility that Henry Morgan told his men that tale to partially ingratiate himself with them, but that's pretty unlikely. Now, I should note that some historians take this line of Exquemelin's at his word and believe that Henry Morgan was at one point sold as an indentured servant. But then most historians argue that the evidence proves that this line is just factually inaccurate, and I tend to agree with that side of the argument. You see, Henry Morgan wasn't just some dockside ruffian. What we said last time about what Major Robert Sedgwick said, who is a character we're going to meet in just a little bit, but Major Sedgwick said about that expedition to the Caribbean that they were, quote, so unworthy, so slothful, and basely secure, end quote. And that really doesn't fit the Henry Morgan that comes down to us from history. He, from the Morgan clan, came from a proud tradition of military men, a family that was wealthy enough that Henry, as a young man, as a teenager, had his portrait painted. This portrait is the only painting that still exists of Henry Morgan, and it's the only description that's been given of him physically up until the time right around his death. So, it's the only thing that we have to go on about what Henry Morgan probably looked like, and it shows a boy who's unlikely to have been sold into indentured servitude. The fact that he had a portrait itself is some evidence, but he's wearing rich clothing, ruffles around his neck, he's got a curly, probably a wig, but it may be his natural hair, he's got a mischievous smirk, he's dressed kind of like a dandy. You might imagine this kid running around chasing the maids around his father's home when his father wasn't looking. That doesn't sound like what somebody who would be sold into indentured servitude lived their life like, so most historians agree that that bit is totally incorrect. However, there is another possibility. It is possible that Henry Morgan was forced into military service by the government of Oliver Cromwell. You see, if Henry Morgan had served in the Civil War, he would have served on the Royalist side. However, he wouldn't have been just a grunt soldier, he would have been an officer, somebody with a little bit of experience. So, if he had served, it's quite likely that he would have been pressed into service to go across the world, something that nobody from the new model army wanted to do, but they needed some experienced soldiers to keep these ruffians that were going to the Caribbean a little bit in line. Exquemelin, his passage goes on, quote, having served his time, he went to Jamaica, where he found several buccaneer ships ready to put to sea, end quote. Once again, no, that's not how it happened at all. See, assuming that we agree that he didn't serve his time as an indentured servant, that part just isn't true, and he did go to Jamaica, but he didn't just arrive in Jamaica. He was one of the first Englishmen ever to set foot on the island in that invasion force. So instead of finding some buccaneers to put to sea, all he would have found there are a couple dozen poorly defended Spanish plantations. Moving on, quote, He joined the expedition and soon learned their manner of life. End quote. Now, this is true. However, there's so much more to this story of how Henry Morgan learned the life of a buccaneer. You see, Henry Morgan's first months in Jamaica, in fact, the lives of all of the men on that expedition, well, they were horrifying. You see, the English had taken that town, the capital of Jamaica, with no fighting at all. But there was far more to come. There was still going to be quite a bit of resistance over the island. So the men, these Englishmen, they had sleepless nights sleeping on the beach. You see, the Spanish soldiers that had been at the garrison there fled into the hills in Jamaica. And while there weren't many of these soldiers left, Jamaica was their home. These soldiers had lived there their entire lives, or at least for many years, and these English soldiers had never been there before. They didn't know the island at all. So the soldiers, naturally, well, they feared attack from the Spanish, coming from an unsuspected direction. However, it wasn't just the Spanish that they had to fear. The Spanish had freed their slaves who had gone to join up with the communities of Maroons deep in the wilderness that did not want the English there either. So the escaped slaves and their Maroon brethren were fighting against them. And then the Maroons and the Spanish were both allied with the local Taino people who knew the island even better than the Spanish did, knew all of its nooks and crannies. And these three groups, sort of loosely connected allies, led a very successful guerrilla operation against the English. But even when the soldiers were completely safe, they would be sleeping on or near the beach, and they would hear thousands of crabs that were coming ashore. Then the scuttling of these crabs, as recorded, sounded almost exactly like the rattling of cartridges that would be carried on a Spaniard's belt. So they spent all night hoping that it was just the crabs and not the Spanish, unable to sleep because the possibility of attack was so real. So as the men spent their sleepless nights and long, unpleasant days, their stores of food began to dwindle, and all of the men on the expedition started to go hungry. The Spanish had taken a lot of the food with them, destroyed what food they could before they left, and so the Englishmen had almost nothing to eat. Now, Jamaica is, of course, a rich place with lots of wildlife, but hunting on the island, for the Englishmen at least, was a dicey proposition. You see, many times when people would go hunting for either boar or tortoise, well, if too many men went to go hunt those boar or tortoise, they would scare the animals away. However, if there were too few men going hunting, well, most of those hunting parties that only had a few men with them never returned. The only news that the men back at base camp would have of that hunting party would be the vultures they would see circling in the sky deeper into the island. So the men were going hungry. The men spent their nights consumed by fear, and then, in August, a few months after they had taken the island, Admiral Penn and General Venables, with several hundred of the top officers in the group, well, they set sail and returned to England. It would turn out, as they kind of expected, that Penn and Venables would be thrown into the Tower of London for failing to take Hispaniola. However, that wasn't a concern for Henry Morgan and the other soldiers that were left in Jamaica. The men were all alone on a foreign island, halfway around the globe from their homes, and they were surrounded by hostile eyes from the tree line, from the Taino, the Maroons, and the Spanish. They were going hungry, they were growing desperate, and then, as things began to get worse and worse for them, the men began to get sick. The yellow fever and malaria that are still to this day notorious killers of people that are unused to the Caribbean, well, they began to take their toll on the men as they had on Hispaniola on a daily basis. Now, these months have very little record. There was essentially no authority on the island. However, it's likely, given his notoriety and popularity that would crop up almost immediately once records did start taking shape, that Henry Morgan was a leader among these men. Someone who rallied them and got them what food they could find and organized their defense as best as he could. But there were only about 2,000 men left. And then, even though there weren't that many Spanish soldiers, they didn't know how many natives or how many Maroons they were. So this seemed like a pathetically small force. But then, a few months later, after about 6 months on the island of people dying, going hungry, and living in fear, a ship from England finally arrived there in what was called Kagwe Port. The men on the island must have rejoiced. The ship carried the island's new governor, that man we talked about earlier, Major Sedgwick, who, when the operation had left English shores, had said of the men that they, quote, desired rather to die than to live, end quote. He found, when he got to Jamaica, that if that was their wish, it had certainly been granted. The men were dying left and right, and he realized that the Jamaican expedition was in a a dire situation. So he wrote back to Lord Cromwell, the Lord Protector in England. He told him, quote, "You must, in a manner, begin the work over again," end quote. But Sedgwick did what he could to improve the island. He organized their defenses, and he gave them whatever form of health care he could find. Then he secured hunting and fishing grounds for the men. These were military operations that he used to secure certain tracts of land that had plenty of game on them for the men to eat. And he gave command of what ships they had there in Jamaica to a man named William Goodson. This made him the admiral of what was known and would go on to be known for centuries as the Jamaica Station. Then, in January 1656, the ship called the Marston Moor sailed into harbor, and her captain, a man named Christopher Mings, was named sub-commander of the Jamaica Station. He would go on to be vice admiral of their fleet there. And then, after about 9 months, the island of Jamaica began to take on something resembling civilization, and something that kind of surprised me, but I found really interesting began to happen. You see, the men who would call Jamaica their home would occasionally be captured by the Spanish, and the Spanish record over and over again that they use the same defense whenever they are being interrogated by their Spanish jailers. They would say that it wasn't them acting of their own volition, they were actually under orders from the Jews. You see, now I'd heard about this before, but I always just kind of chalked it up to being a clever lie. I thought that since probably the only people that the Spanish hated more than the Protestant English were the Jewish people around Europe. Aside from, I guess they probably hated the Arab people in the Middle East more than any of them, but only slightly more than they hated the Jews. However, it turns out that many of these immigrants from Europe, these Jewish immigrants, played a major role in this era of Caribbean piracy. Now, if you recall, way back in the 1490s, after Ferdinand and Isabella took Spain back from the Caliphate of Cordoba, they called an inquisition that aimed to cleanse their realms of any non-Catholics. Now, of course, they targeted thousands, maybe millions of Muslims that were still living on the Iberian Peninsula, but they didn't stop with the Muslims. For years, the Inquisition scoured the lands for any Jewish families that were living there. They whipped up mobs and violent pogroms that would execute or exile any Jews that they found. Now, as you might imagine, most of these exiled Jews, and certainly any that were still living there secretly, well, they fled the country as quickly as possible. Now, most of these people went to Portugal or Germany, many went to the Netherlands, some went to England. However, for a lot of Jewish families, that wasn't far enough. They decided they had to get out of Europe entirely. In fact, they had to get into a different hemisphere. However, they would have still found most of the New World and the early 1500s controlled by the Spanish. Naturally, places like New Spain, which would be modern-day Mexico, or Terra Firma down south a little bit, were just completely out of the question. They were centers of power for the Spanish Empire. Some of the larger islands, places like Cuba or Hispaniola, were almost as solidly in the hands of the Spanish government and not the local planters. However, there was one island just slightly to the southwest of those two that was smaller and had a tiny population, but that was rich and offered them something of an opportunity, and that was Jamaica. Now, to be sure, Jamaica wasn't perfect. There was still a governor and a garrison there, but they had a lot less interference from Europe and from the higher-ups in the Spanish government. So the Jews in Jamaica were able to just keep their heads down. They took to calling themselves Portuguese, and they practiced their religion in private, and nobody bothered them. However, then in 1655, when the English took the island, that man Venables made mention in his journals of a surprisingly large number of Portuguese nationals that had not fled with the Spanish. But when Major Sedgwick came and became governor of the island, he found out the truth, and he was elated. These Jewish people who had stayed in town were locals, people who had lived there their entire lives, sometimes for generations, but locals that he could trust. They weren't Catholics. They were people who hated the Spanish just as much as he did, so they were going to be powerful allies in this fight. He wrote back to Cromwell, and Cromwell made all of the Jewish people on Jamaica officially English citizens, and they were finally able to practice their faith out in the open, just as they were in England. Now, Sedgwick had plans to make use of these locals, but they happily obliged. I mean, can you imagine it? Living in a place at the edge of the world, hiding in the shadows for centuries, and then all of a sudden, a new tolerant government who was at war with your previous overlords shows up. That must seem like a gift from God and something that you're going to make the most use of you possibly can. So, several of the prominent men from their community, along with William Goodson, Christopher Mings, and a few of the higher up officers, joined a council that was going to help the new governor govern the nation. And they had several pretty pressing concerns, the least of them not being the Spanish who were nearby and some of them still on the island. So, this council began to formulate a plan. What it came up with was a two-pronged approach. You might call these two approaches forced trade and proactive defense. Now, the proactive defense side of that two-pronged attack was essentially sending out ships filled with buccaneers to sweep the oceans clean of any Spanish vessels, be they warships or merchant shipping that they could find. The second part of that two-pronged attack, that forced trade, after the seas were clear and the trade routes that had been controlled for centuries by the Spanish were in the hands of the English, well, they would fill that gap left. English merchant vessels would show up in many of these ports that were traditionally visited by their Spanish brethren and offer to buy all of the tobacco or coffee or sugar that they had stored up. They would tell them that their Spanish ships weren't coming to pick it up, and if they wanted to sell it, they were going to have to sell to the English. Now, if any of these patriotic Spaniards living in the colonies decided they didn't want to sell to the English, they might just let it know that some of those notorious pirates these people had heard about roving the high seas might just pay their little town a visit. Nearly all of them sold their goods to the English, who then made a huge profit selling them back in England. This dealt a blow not only to the Spanish, who they were at war with, but to the Dutch, who had a monopoly on trade in the Caribbean and who they had been at war with only about 2 years prior. However, they weren't able to begin this plan immediately. What they needed, they had some ships, not enough, but they didn't have nearly enough men to enact this plan. So some of the locals suggested that this man Ming, and probably some of his top aides, which almost certainly included Henry Morgan, set sail and go to a little island just to the northeast called Tortuga, where they could recruit as many of the buccaneers there as they needed. And it must have been a sweet offer when they got there. Tortuga was a dangerous place that was in the hands of usually the French at this period in time, which was fine by most of them, but it was still contested and deep in Spanish waters. However, this island, Jamaica, it was previously Spanish, but now they had a fort, they had a good harbor, and they had a government, an official English government that was going to do all they could to protect these pirates. A government that would make use of them to be sure, but that these pirates could rely on. At least they had one port and potentially a series of ports that would be a friendly empire to them. But before they could begin this plan in earnest, in May their governor, now General Sedgwick, passed away. His replacement, who showed up a few weeks later, passed away almost immediately. So, finally, they appointed a man named General Edward D'Oyley, who had been there since the 1655 invasion. He had been there the entire time. He was as local as any Englishman in Jamaica got. Now, the new governor's first order of business was to fight off an invasion from those Spanish guerrillas who were living up in the hills. There were 2 invasions. The first one was bolstered by about 300 Spanish soldiers from the island of Cuba. So there were in total somewhere around 400 Spaniards and around 100 native and African guerrillas, but they were fought off pretty easily. However, then another invasion occurred a few months later that was somewhat larger. That one involved some actual fighting, however, with very little loss of life. The English came out on top, and the Spanish guerrilla force fled back to Cuba. So, finally, Christopher Mings, along with almost certainly Henry Morgan and several of the other most notorious names to come, set out and began their practice of forced trade and proactive defense, which amounted to little more than piracy on the high seas and raiding any of the Spanish coastal towns that were within their reach. Most of the records about where they actually raided are kept by the Spanish around this time, but it looks like they raided Rio de la Hacha and Santa Marta, along with a few other old favorites. And it was during this time that what Esquemeling said about Captain Morgan learning the ways of the buccaneers during this last few months of 1656 going into 1657, he would have truly learned what it took to be a buccaneer on the Caribbean Ocean. So let's move on with that passage from Alexander Xwimmerman. He writes, quote, "After making 3 or 4 voyages with the buccaneers, he and his comrades had made enough money out of loot and dicing to buy a ship of their own." End quote. This is correct, at least in spirit. In the year 1659 or maybe 1660, Henry Morgan was finally, it is recorded, captain of his own ship. However, whether he bought it with his own money or took it from a Spanish captain is unclear. However, we do know that in 1660 he did take 3 ships, which he sold to 3 of his closest and most trusted friends. The Dolphin, the smallest of those vessels, he sold to his friend John Morris. Robert Serle took the largest, which was an 8-gun, 80-tonner that was called the Cagway, and then his friend John Lawrence bought the Pearl. Oddly, however, we don't know the name of Captain Morgan's own ship at this time. But these 4 captains, this Captain Morgan, Captain Morris, Captain Searle, and Captain Lawrence, they become probably the most popular and maybe the most feared pirates operating in the Caribbean at this time, at least out of the port there on Jamaica. They were men who were a terror to the Spanish, but back in port they were extremely popular, lots of fun, and apparently spent their money for other men's pleasure. They ingratiated themselves very well with the local brethren of the coast who had moved into the port of Jamaica. And in that passage, that one single paragraph written by Alexander Xwimmerman is concluded. It reads, quote, "Morgan was made captain, and they went marauding along the coast of Campeche, where they captured several ships." End quote. This little sentence encompasses what is arguably the greatest raids that the Caribbean had seen since the time of Francis Drake, and what is most certainly the largest pirate fleet ever seen in the Caribbean, rivaling those of the Greek and Roman pirates and even the Barbary pirates. Now, sources do differ here on a few of the times of some of these raids, however. Reputable historians, people who are scholars on this period, disagree exactly on how many and when these raids occurred over the 18 months or so between late 1659 and early 1661. In truth, though, the Brethren of the Coast were so active from this port of Jamaica that it's almost impossible to expect them to have exact dates. You see, the Spanish kept their records, but the English only kept sparse records at best, so we know when they came back with huge amounts of money, but we don't know exactly how those correspond to what the Spanish were recording. However, I did my best to synthesize all of these sources down to make a sensible narrative that actually makes sense, and it goes something like this. In late 1659, Captain Ming led a series of raids on the Spanish Main. These are likely those raids that Captain Morgan and his compatriots earned their ships on, or perhaps used those ships on. However, Captain Ming did quite well. Now, when he got back to Jamaica, he sent a boat ashore asking the governor for letters of marque to make all this official. He did this, of course, after the fact, which was common practice at the time. These Jamaican officials were unbelievably corrupt. Now, he got these letters of marque. However, when he came ashore, he had no money to send back to England. You see, Cromwell's protectorate operated much like Elizabeth's Admiralty had a few decades before. Men were welcome to pirate their way all across the 7 seas, but the only way that they were allowed to do so by the English government is if they paid their dues back to the Admiralty in London. Piracy was officially sanctioned as long as they didn't attack England or her allies and paid their share. But Captain Ming didn't do that. He blamed his men, the Brethren of the Coast, on why he didn't have any money, saying that they had taken all the money and divvied it up among themselves, but the governor there wasn't having any of it, so he was sent back to England to face trial. Oliver Cromwell certainly wasn't going to be happy about this. But instead of a stint there in the Tower, or perhaps the hangman's noose he must have feared he faced, something much better awaited Ming when he got back to England. Oliver Cromwell, the usurper, had passed away. King Charles II had been restored to the throne of England, and the House of Stuart was back firmly in control. Now, King Charles had promised to return Jamaica to the King of Spain. However, the testimony of this vice admiral of the Jamaica station really swayed him. He learned that this pirate, or what Charles might have considered this upstanding young gentleman, well, Jamaica was a profitable place, a place that King Charles would be wise to hold on to. It was something that was said to be a dagger pointed at the King of Spain's heart, as well as a really great moneymaker for the English throne. So, King Charles, instead of punishing Christopher Ming, sent him back to Jamaica. He sent him on a new flagship, a 46 gunner called the Centurion, which arrived in the spring of 1661. However, Captain Ming here wasn't the only surprise on board the vessel. The new governor, a man named Lord Windsor, descended the gangplank. General D'Oyly, who was the former governor, was replaced effective immediately. The port of Cagway, where they had been for years now, was renamed Port Royal. Also, the name of the fort, which had been Fort Cromwell, was changed to Fort Charles. And Captain Ming himself was to take over that role of admiral of the Jamaica station from William Goodson. And Christopher Ming had a lot of work to do. Historian Stephen Talty writes, quote, "On September 21st, 1661, Morgan and the other adventurers were given a hero's send-off, with wives, whores, and merchants lining the shore to cheer the boys away. It was the middle of hurricane season, which runs from June to November, and the ships tacked to Negril in Jamaica and then headed north for Cuba at 3 knots. End quote. Their goal was the former capital of Cuba, Santiago, which was on the southeastern side of the island, probably the closest major Spanish port to their home at Jamaica. Now, Captain Ming sailed the Centurion, which was the flagship. There were a host of other brethren vessels with him, though, including Captain Morgan and his friends. Just off the coast of Cuba, they encountered a friendly vessel, captained by none other than Oliver Cromwell's no-good playboy nephew, Sir Thomas Whetstone. Back in England, he had been a man who liked to dice, chase after women, and spend as much money as he could get his hands on, but he had to run away from several of his creditors to the Caribbean to try and earn his fortune. So he was here with a ship full of natives and a few Africans, and only 1 or 2 other Englishmen on board, and the fleet of Christopher Ming's was going to make use of him. You see, these natives and these Africans had quite a bit of intimate knowledge of the island of Cuba, so they had a council of war on board Ming's flagship, the Centurion. The harbor there at Santiago was guarded by an imposing castle, the Castillo de Moro, and her gun batteries were aimed squarely at the very small entrance into the harbor. So these buccaneers plotted. But while they discussed, they had even more vessels arrive, latecomers from Port Royal, and even several vessels that were coming from Tortuga, swelling their numbers. So they decided that the best place to land was about 2 miles down the coast, at a little village called Aguadores on the mouth of the San Juan River. The locals there were only a few people living there, fled as soon as the brethren marched into town. So for several hours, the brethren of the coast had their fill of all of the goods that they could have in town. And then they went ahead and burned the entire village down. Behind them, the village was burning, which kept them warm through the night as they slept a peaceful night. However, in the morning, they got up and marched towards Santiago. Now, the locals had run to Santiago and warned them that there were a large number of English, Dutch, French buccaneers who were coming for Santiago, so they had time to prepare, but it still wasn't even nearly enough. You see, at the fort there in Santiago, the man who was in charge of the garrison was the same soldier who had been in charge of that guerrilla operation against the English in Jamaica. Now, exactly what happened here is unclear. Perhaps he worked out a deal with the English, or perhaps he just learned his lesson and didn't want to fight these buccaneers anymore, or perhaps he was terrified. He had been unable to defeat the English any time in the past, so this man, the Spanish commander, turned and fled. Many of the soldiers that were manning the walls fled with him. The governor did show up and managed to rally what soldiers were left, but it wasn't nearly enough to stop the English. Within only a couple of hours of musket fire, they had taken the fort. They spent a total of 5 days ransacking the town of Santiago. They had their run of the town, taking anything, any women, any goods, any food, any drink that they cared to take for 5 whole days. And then, as they left one of the richest towns in the Caribbean, they found the gunpowder store in the fort, lit a fuse, and marched away. 700 barrels of gunpowder blew up the fort and burned down the town of Santiago, which they said didn't recover for a full 10 years. Back in Jamaica, they were seen as heroes. You can imagine that these men who had stolen thousands of pieces of eight were suddenly very rich and making all of the merchantmen, tavern keepers, and whores back in Jamaica extremely wealthy as well. Now that must have made all of these local merchants very happy, but the Buccaneers and the Brethren of the Coast, as well as pirates all throughout history, are notoriously bad about keeping any money in their pockets. They spend it freely. But they also realize that they're going to need more very shortly, and their commanders know the same thing. Christopher Mings was eager to get back out there on the ocean. However, while they had been gone, their lord, Lord Windsor, had retired, and the new governor of Jamaica, was a lot less willing to sign these letters of marque that would allow them to attack the Spanish settlements. However, it was on Christmas Day, 1661, that the new governor finally relented. According to Alexander Exquemelin, quote, "The English celebrate Christmas with a great deal of eating and drinking, and at that season the masters let the slaves have whatever they ask for." End quote. This sounds to me quite a bit like the old pagan Roman tradition of Saturnalia. That's actually exactly what the Romans did, so perhaps that's how Captain Mings got the new governor to relent and sign the letters of marque that he needed to go attack the Spanish again. The day after Christmas, Ming began to assemble his fleet, made up of English vessels, Dutch marauders, some French Huguenot allies, and then the usual ragtag Brethren of the Coast from Tortuga. In all, more than 20 ships left Jamaica and were joined by several more en route. This was that fleet that was the largest pirate fleet ever seen in the Caribbean. Now, these weren't all massive warships, but they carried plenty of guns and were filled with men armed to the teeth and ready to do extreme violence. This was a fleet that would have made any Spanish city tremble. Even the great centers of power like Havana must have worried if they had gotten news of it. However, those islands had nothing to worry about. This fleet was headed to the west. It was actually the vice admiral of the fleet, a man named Edward Mansvelt, who was captain of the Griffin, that saw their destination first. A place that we visited before, San Francisco de Campeche. That was the same place that Diego Lucifer attacked when he was a young man, and it's in fact even possible that Diego the Mulatto was here, captain of one of these ships from Tortuga, one of these Brethren pirate vessels, here to attack Campeche. You see, the men on this voyage had some knowledge of this part of the Spanish coast, and they suggested to the admiral, Admiral Mings, that he wait until nightfall and attack under cover of darkness, which is exactly what Diego the Mulatto had done. However, that wasn't something that a man like Mings thought was honorable. It's kind of funny considering he's about to march into town and burn it to the ground, but he wanted to attack with his drums and his trumpets announcing their coming. Graham A. Thomas, in his book The Pirate King, gives a beautiful narrative. He says, quote, "Mings attacked the town, his men only armed with pikes, swords, and pistols against the cannon. The fighting was intense. For almost an entire day they fought. The buccaneers had to take the stone houses one by one while being shot by Spanish snipers and soldiers. Shot whizzed around, bouncing off cobblestone, embedded into stone walls, tearing through clothing, and ripping into flesh and bone. Men shouted as they attacked. Spanish soldiers were impaled by pikes. In close combat, men were cut down by pistol shot and swords. Shards of wood, stone, and metal flew in all directions from pistol and cannon shot. Mings was wounded 3 times, but by the end of the day, the buccaneers were successful. In the harbor, they captured 14 vessels. Crews were chosen to take them back to Port Royal. The Spanish counted their losses at 150,000 pieces of eight." End quote. That's a low-end estimate. The highest I've read, translated into modern American dollars, is that the Buccaneers in Campeche stole $75 million worth of goods. Now, Captain Mings had been injured, and the man who took over the operation was his vice admiral, that man Mansvelt. Mings would go on to retire shortly thereafter, go back to England, and lead a prosperous life with all of the money he had made in the Caribbean, and Mansvelt was to take over. Now, Alexander Exquemelin has a little blurb about Mansvelt that comes right after that passage we spent so much time looking at today. It reads, quote, At this time, there was in Jamaica an old buccaneer called Mansvelt who planned to get a fleet together and raid the mainland. Seeing that Morgan was a young man with plenty of courage, the old buccaneer invited him to join the expedition and made him vice admiral of his fleet. End quote. Now, if we were going to give that passage the same treatment that we gave the passage in this episode, it would take an entire episode to cover everything that was wrong with it. You see, it was a complete fabrication, and we know that because we know where Captain Morgan was. And in fact, that's exactly what we're going to do. Next time, we're going to take a long, hard look at exactly what Captain Morgan was doing on his 22-month-long first great raid against the Spanish. I'd like to thank everybody for listening, and I mean that. We hit a huge milestone this week. It snuck up on me. I didn't even see it coming, but I'd like to thank every single last one of you. We hit 100,000 downloads, and that's a huge number, way bigger than I expected to hit anytime this soon. I'd also like to thank everybody that has been kind enough to support the show, either through Patreon or through PayPal, through the webpage. We wouldn't be here doing this without you guys. Anybody who has been kind enough to leave a rating or a review anywhere you listen to the show, you guys really help get the word out, and I appreciate everybody out there. You guys are really the best. 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 Are really the best.
International agency apparel for I can't wait sneakers, I can't wait for all these
Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. When we left off last time, Henry Morgan was preparing for his first great raid on the Spanish Main. His last raid under Mings and Mansvelt was a resounding success, and now Captain Morgan and his closest allies were about to embark on a voyage that would see them gone from the shores of Jamaica and Port Royal for a full 22 months. Now, 22 months is a long time to be gone from home, especially when you're going to be in hostile waters, deep in enemy territory. Now, Captain Morgan didn't intend to be gone for 22 months. There were some setbacks and unexpected surprises. However, he knew it was going to be a long voyage, and they prepared thoroughly for it. This week, I'd like to do something a little bit different. You see, this great raid could really be considered the dawn of the golden age of piracy. And I'd like to take a step back before we set sail with Captain Morgan and look at what they were doing while preparing for this voyage. I'd like to take a look at the ships that they were loading with all of their victuals and arms. I'd like to take a look at exactly what those supplies were, what kind of food and drink they had on board, as well as what kind of weapons they were using and loading on board. This will be a step back from our narrative history and a look at the technical side of the early days of buccaneering, privateering, and piracy. This is episode number 17, Guns, Rum, Ships, and Steel. The reason that I chose this time period to look at the tools that these buccaneers were using, well, it's because things have changed drastically from the times of Francis Drake. Not only the political and religious landscape, but the tools that these men were using. You see, the European powers were in something of an arms race. The most important factor in that arms race were the ships that they would be on board, but everything from the guns they were using to the supplies that the men on board had were highly important to see who would control the New World. And here, in the 1660s, we're seeing the first fruition of that arms race. We're seeing things change to what they will be in the golden age of piracy. Now, there will be some pretty stark differences between the 1660s and the early 1700s, but some of the things we're going to be talking about today can be applied not only to Captain Morgan, but to men like Blackbeard and Charles Vane. One of the primary differences, though, is exactly how these men saw themselves. When you're reading the histories about Captain Morgan and his brethren of the coast, the word privateer pops up a lot, but really, the word privateer wasn't coined until about the mid-18th century. So men like Francis Drake and Henry Morgan, who very much were privateers, would never even heard that word, not thought of themselves as such. But it's still the best description that we have of what they were. Now, Francis Drake obviously worked directly for the Queen and her council. He was a royal man, but by the time of Captain Morgan, things were a bit less well-defined. In their early days, operating out of Tortuga, the Brethren of the Coast were outright pirates. They had no screen of legitimacy to hide behind. That was part of what made Jamaica so attractive to the Brethren of the Coast. They were safer than they were in Tortuga because there was less threat from Spanish ships, and while they had to sail under orders from the admiral of the Jamaica station, they essentially operated just as they had before, sometimes with better equipment than they'd ever had in their lives. They also had, through the governor of Jamaica, a certain amount of royal authority. Now, that probably wouldn't have held up too well in a Spanish courtroom, but it allowed them to be much more bold than they ever had before and claim a lot better prizes. But to be clear, Jamaica and Port Royal weren't exactly high society. This was the farthest flung corner of the empire, and they operated essentially without any interference from London. There were supply requests and letters to the crown in London that wouldn't be answered and wouldn't even be found until sometimes decades later. The message to these men, these Brethren of the Coast, was clear. Their mission was to survive by any means necessary. Now, of course, the most important tool to, well, really anybody living in the Caribbean at the time, but especially the Brethren of the Coast, were their ships. It's important to take a look at exactly what ships they were on. They've changed so much over the past few decades. For many, many years, the most powerful ship sailing the high seas was the Spanish galleon. The Spanish galleon was an impeccably engineered ship, perfect for the Spanish Empire in the New World. It was very well-rounded. It was made for speed and durability. It had room for guns as well as large holds for hauling gold and other treasure across the Atlantic. And while it had all of these aspects, which made them perfect for the Spanish treasure fleet, they didn't really excel at any of these. These weren't specialized ships. The defeat of the Spanish Armada under Queen Elizabeth and Francis Drake showed Europe more what naval warfare was going to be in the century to come. All of the naval powers of Europe, but especially the Dutch and the English, began developing what could really be called warships. While the galleon was a powerful vessel, it wasn't specialized enough to be a warship. The English warship was called the man of war, colloquially. It was a ship that was larger and slower than any of the Spanish galleons, but it had much more room for guns by sacrificing its cargo holds. These ships were huge and imposing, really what could be described as a floating fortress, and they terrified anybody who had never seen one before. But as the ships began to evolve, so did the tactics of naval warfare. You see, really since the dawn of naval warfare, ships focused mostly on speed and maneuverability. The goal was to ram another vessel as fast as possible and then board that vessel, killing anybody aboard and taking the ship for your own. That was how the Greeks and the Romans did it, and really, that was how the Spanish and the English did it up until about the time of the Armada. But now that that time had passed, we were seeing things like durability and firepower come to the fore. The European powers were moving towards something that they called the line of battle. This was a deeply complex naval military maneuver in which two fleets would come into contact in the high seas and then form up in these big, long, straight lines and then shoot at each other. And that's basically it. The reality is that the focus became more and more on hitting the other ship with cannons. However, it's really, really hard to hit a moving ship on the sea, so these admirals and captains just sort of sailed about 100 or so ships and shot cannonballs at the other side's ships until one side sunk more than the other. Now, of course, eventually, naval tacticians would come up with much more advanced stuff, like what's called crossing the T. That's where a captain attempted to sail his ship in a perpendicular fashion to another ship, kind of like the top of a capital T. If he were the top of the capital T, all of the guns on his broadside would be facing the other ship, who had maybe a couple of guns at her fore. So they would be able to catch that ship in a hail of cannon fire, with her being able to respond with hardly anything at all. It was a devastating tactic, but it didn't come around until some time later. Around the time of the 30 Years' War back in Europe, the line of battle was really the height of naval tactics, and there really wasn't much to it. You see, it was these broadsides that are the big difference. Ships had always, of course, had guns on them, but now they were packing more and more guns, as much firepower as possible, on board their vessels. They called these ships, due to the line of battle, ships of the line. and broke their ships of the line down into different classifications. A first-class ship of the line would have been a terrifying sight to any enemy navy. These ships had 3 or 4 decks on them that were devoted entirely to cannon. When these ships fired a full volley, the air would be so filled with smoke that the ship would become almost invisible to their enemies, and consequently, their enemy ships would become invisible to them. Now, these decks would not have been pleasant places. This is a cramped space. They were trying to fit as many decks and as many guns on these ships as they could. There would have been very little light, virtually no sunlight. The only access to the outside were their gun ports, and the air inside would have been filled with gunpowder and the sound of explosions. These decks were so small that men couldn't even stand upright in them, and sometimes they would have 10 or 15 guns on both sides, and in the center of that deck would be filled with gunpowder and shot, things that they would need to light their cannon. I can think of few places that sound more terrifying to me than one of these gun decks. Very little light, probably unable to hear from the frequent sound of explosions, not only from your deck on both sides, but from the deck above you as well. The air so filled with smoke that it's almost impossible to breathe, and really no way to see anything but the room around you. The only time that changes is when the other side scores a hit on your vessel and holes open up into your ship, showing you the outside world. Now that might almost for a second seem like a gift because some of the smoke begins to roll out and you're able to see some of the light from the outside world until you realize that those holes are getting your ship closer and closer into sinking into the depths of Davy Jones' locker. And it would have been almost impossible to escape from these ships. If your ship begins to go down, there's going to be a scramble to climb up to the deck above you, where there's going to be another scramble and the chaos of men dying and bleeding and screaming. You're not going to be able to make it to the top deck to swim away, and then when you are, hopefully you are close enough to shore to be able to swim. Working the gun decks of any of these large battleships for many of the great European powers seems like one of the most terrifying jobs in human history. That's why most of the men who were on board were not volunteers. These men were forced into service. These men were victims of the press gangs back in Europe. The lucky ones hoped to win their battle and head home. The unlucky ones hoped to win their battle and see land ever again. That land would have been halfway around the globe from home, but it would have been safer than on the back of a ship owned by the king. Now these ships, these first-class ships of the line, carried sometimes as many as 100 or more cannon, and they were massively expensive. Not just expensive to build, but to sail and maintain as well. Any nation, though, that wanted to play at empire needed to build as many of these ships as possible. Whoever had the most and the best would rule the waves. But there were, of course, smaller ships as well. There were the second and third rate ships of the line that held slightly fewer guns. However, they were virtually the same ships, just with perhaps one less gun deck and a few less guns on board. But then there were still smaller ships. Ships that were less imposing. But using the right tactics, these vessels could be just as successful against the larger warships and the empires of old Europe. The most common and most prominent warship in the Caribbean was the frigate. Now, exactly what the name frigate implies is a little bit difficult to ascertain. According to Samuel Pepys, who was an English admiral that would, a few years after these events, categorize the English Navy into different subcategories, a frigate was a warship that was directly below the first, second, third, and fourth class ships of the line. In practice, according to the English, that meant that it was a 3-masted vessel, ship-rigged, that carried one above-board gun deck. It was fast, it was maneuverable, but it still had quite a lot of firepower. Now, the French and the Dutch had their own variations on the frigate, and the Spanish fragata had its own key differences. But essentially, what a frigate was a single-deck warship that was built low and long. These were very long, maneuverable vessels that could cut through the water, unlike any other warship of their time. The frigate was the bread and butter of the men who lived in the Caribbean. At Port Royal, Jamaica, the best warships they had would likely have been the frigates. Admirals Mings and Mansvelt, and certainly Morgan, had frigates. These were their vessels. Later on, the greatest pirate ships we know of were frigates. For example, Blackbeard's Queen Anne's Revenge was a frigate. One of these ships, under the command of one of these buccaneers, privateers, or pirates, made him a superstar that was able to take on the local navy. However, it was a difficult ship to come by. You had to be very lucky or highly skilled to get one of these out of the hands of the Spanish, English, Dutch, or French. Most pirates were unable to do so. They usually traveled in convoys, so there would be several frigates there, so a single pirate ship or even a group of pirate ships would be unlikely to take one. A more common pirate vessel that was a bit smaller than the frigate was the brig. A brig is a slightly smaller vessel that, instead of having a ship's 3 masts, only has 2 that are square-rigged. So it's quite quick and very light and carries a fair number of guns, but not nearly as many as a frigate and nowhere near as many as one of the larger ships of the line. But a brig, well, it started off as a modified brigantine. The brigantine was a vessel local to the Mediterranean that had the 2 masts as well as oar power to help it move. The brig had no oar power, but still kept only those 2 masts and the sail thereon. They were useful ships to the pirates, but not that common in the Caribbean during the golden age of piracy, so only a few notable pirates actually sailed on a brig. The most common type of vessel employed by most of the pirates in the Caribbean was the sloop. A sloop was a small and sleek vessel. It didn't have a ship's rigging either. It had fewer sails that were rigged to catch the wind. They would be able to go where larger vessels wouldn't be able to follow, up an inlet or a river, or perhaps across one of the many Bahamian sandbanks where any larger ship would run aground. These were vessels for pirates who preferred to take what they could and run, while a pirate who had a frigate had the ability to stand their ground and frighten away any potential hunters that didn't have a larger vessel or a fleet. The sloop was the quintessential pirate vessel. It carried enough guns to frighten merchant ships, sink smaller vessels, and anybody that it could not defeat run away at the fastest pace possible. It had a small amount of cargo space, but not enough to carry cotton or sugar or tobacco, at least not enough to make any money. It did have enough room, however, for the necessaries: rum and guns and gold. Now, Captain Morgan himself most likely sailed a frigate. He was, at this time, second in line to be admiral of the Jamaica station, so he would have sailed a ship that was a little bit more worthwhile. However, the other 3 men in his fleet, those friends that he had sold his vessels to, were sailing either a brig for one of them, or the other 2 what really should have been classified as a sloop. Now, the sloops would have been carrying just enough to sustain the men on board, but the larger vessels, the frigate and the brig, would have had cargo space allotted for, well, anything that they managed to take from the Spanish, as well as all of their necessary victuals, most notably the rum. Now, alcohol on board a sailing vessel was a tradition that was really an essential tradition that dated back to time immemorial. Now, until the year 1655 and the English invasion of Jamaica, the English usually carried on board French brandy. Brandy was really the first distilled alcohol, the first hard liquor in the world. You see, French wine manufacturers were shipping a lot of their wine to and from the New World. However, this wine takes up a lot of space. Wine barrels are huge and heavy and aren't exactly economic to ship across the Atlantic Ocean, so they were looking for a way to more economically ship their wine. They decided the best way to go about this was to dehydrate some of the water that was in the wine and ship it across the ocean where it could be reconstituted back into its good wine self. However, that's not exactly how it worked out. I like to imagine one French sailor, late at night, singing on deck, found by his comrades with a huge, stupid grin on his face and an open cask of concentrated wine next to him, inviting his friends to come and share a drink with him. Brandy, which was the name for this concentrated and distilled wine, caught on like wildfire in the New World. At first, it caught on primarily among sailors who thought it was just a fantastic drink that really took all their woes away, but these sailors brought it into port, and then many of the people in these New World colonies found it just as fantastic. They also discovered that the longer it aged in the oak wine barrels, the better and better it tasted, and sometimes they would let casks of brandy sit for as long as they could stand before trying it, and that was the best brandy of all. Rum was probably the very next type of hard alcohol made. Its base ingredient was discovered by Jamaican slaves on sugar plantations. You see, the process of refining sugar creates a byproduct called molasses that the plantation owners had no use for. Now, the process of refining sugar is an extremely dangerous and often painful, if not deadly, occupation for the slaves, so the slaves needed something to take their woes away. They took this molasses, which the slave owners didn't need, and fermented it. This created a thick, sweet, and highly alcoholic drink. But the Europeans decided to take it a step further. They took the process of distillation, which they used for brandy, and applied that to this molasses-based alcohol. This was the basis of modern rum. The island of Jamaica was rich in sugar plantations and also had several rum distilleries. The Englishmen, upon seizing Jamaica, found themselves swimming in the stuff. They had not only all the raw materials needed, but all of the infrastructure to produce as much rum as they could drink. So, in effect, the English colony at Jamaica became the center for Caribbean rum production in the 17th century. Now, obviously, they shipped and sold this rum all over the world, but the Royal Navy put it to good use there in Jamaica. Under their Jamaican pirate admirals, they began a policy of serving a ration of rum called a tot or a toddy to their sailors every day. This traditional ration was probably not given to them initially to give them something to drink, but to keep them from drinking too much. Now, years later, George Washington, during the American Revolution, would order a tot of rum given to his soldiers, and the English Navy would actually continue this practice of giving rum to their sailors until the year 1970. Now, while the Jamaican pirate admirals put this into full effect, the tradition actually dated back to the time of Francis Drake. If you recall in one of our previous episodes, Drake actually discovered a drink that the natives used when his men were coming down with scurvy. It combined a medicinal tree bark tea that the natives employed and lime juice, which Drake then decided to mix with a small amount of rum. This was really the world's first cocktail. It was called, at the time, the El Drake, and it was the basis for the modern mojito. Now, Richard Hawkins, the son of the famous John Hawkins, made it official naval policy to have all of the ingredients for making the El Drake on board to cure men who might come down with one of the terrible diseases at sea. This was the precursor not only of the El Drake, but of a drink that wouldn't actually be invented for about a century yet, a drink that would become ubiquitous on board naval vessels. That would be grog. Now, grog would come after the time of the golden age of piracy, but essentially what it was a drink that took rum and lime juice, very similar to the El Drake, and mixed that instead of with medicinal tea bark, with a light beer, so that it would hydrate, protect against scurvy, and keep the men nice and drunk so that they could do their work free of pain. This sounds like a spectacular drink. To be sure, the hard-drinking buccaneers with Henry Morgan were loading all of the ingredients for the El Drake on board their vessel. They didn't know exactly what might happen to them at sea, and these were necessary and highly available on the island of Jamaica. Now, in addition to the rum, they would have had jugs of fresh water that they would try to stretch as long as possible. However, fresh water at sea isn't going to last very long, no matter how you try to store it. So, to keep themselves hydrated, they would have had jugs of alcoholic beverages that were very low in alcoholic content. This would have been something similar to about 2% beer, just enough to keep any bacteria from growing and souring the water. Now, this beer would have been not exactly like a bottle of PBR. They probably wouldn't have used any of the ingredients that we're used to in beer today. There would have been no hops in it, first of all, but it also likely wasn't even made with traditional grains. They would have used local ingredients to make as much of it as possible. It's entirely possible that they had beer made out of the molasses, similar to what the slaves drank on the plantations, but much more likely, because they were the brethren of the coast, they drank some of their traditional beverages. First of all, they would have probably had a sweet potato beer, or a yam beer. You see, sweet potatoes were a staple food in the Caribbean at the time, and it wasn't only eaten, it was also made into a hearty and slightly alcoholic drink. Now, this is different from the sweet potato beer you can get today, and I fully intend to make some and try it out before too long. The other drink they probably would have had that I also very much want to try would have been a palm wine made from local palm trees that sounds thick and creamy and almost sickly sweet, but much more alcoholic than the yam beer. Now, they probably wouldn't have mixed that with the water because it sounds like they both would have soured, but these are all of the alcoholic drinks that they would have had on board. The rum, they would have kept drinking that to a minimum, unless they were celebrating something, because really they had to be on their toes. They never knew when they were going to run across a patrol that they had to run from at top speed. Then, after that, they would have loaded on board all of their foodstuffs. Most importantly, for any ship going to sea, they would have loaded on board hardtack, which was a biscuit made out of flour and water, and sometimes salt, that was baked 4 times until it was an unbelievably dense cracker. A cracker that would never go bad and was extremely nutrient dense. Now, this food has a lot of nicknames that sailors gave it throughout the years, and most of them are some variation of tooth cracker or jawbreaker. It appears that the only way to actually make this food edible is if you soaked it in a small amount of salt water or more commonly coffee on board. Now, in addition to the hardtack, they'd also have loaded quite a bit of salted meat on board. This would have been almost certainly pork because there was probably no beef on the island of Jamaica at the time, and there were quite a few pigs that the Brethren of the Coast were adept at shooting from their time on Tortuga. So they would have had a fair amount of what amounted to very hard pork jerky. But these two types of foodstuff, well, they would have been well known to all of the sailors in Captain Morgan's fleet, were not what they were likely going to be eating. These were really nothing more than a last resort. These were foods to be eaten if the ships were becalmed or lost at sea and they had no other way of getting food. You see, the buccaneers would have put on board enough fresh food to last them a few days, perhaps a week, however long the food would stay fresh, and then after that, they were mostly going to subsist on tortoise. Fresh tortoise, which they could catch almost anywhere in the Caribbean or the New World. These tortoise were so common that nearly every visitor to the Caribbean, in their writings afterward, would make a mention of them. Columbus did, saying that the bays he stopped in were so filled with tortoise that they made a racket that kept the men from sleeping as they banged against the hull of the ship. Exquemelin said they were, quote, very good to eat, end quote, and another visitor said, quote, the choice of all for fine eating is the turtle or sea tortoise. The flesh looks and eats very much like choice veal, but the fat is of a green color, very luscious and sweet. The liver is likewise green, very wholesome, searching, and purging. End quote. So their diet would have consisted primarily of rum, stale water, fermented yam juice, hard crackers, pig jerky, and fresh turtle meat. Yum, a pirate's life for me. However, I do have a plan, in fact, to put out a video where I make, try, and review some of these pirate victuals. Now, don't worry, I'm not going to eat any turtle meat, but I am going to try some pork jerky, some hardtack, several of these pirate beverages, and several other pirate-themed drinks I can get my hands on, as well as a selection of rum. Me and a few friends are going to try these out, make a video of it, and put the results on YouTube, because why not? But most of what we've talked about so far, sloops and frigates, hardtack, and fresh tortoise meat, these were par for the course for really any sailor in the Caribbean at the time. So what is it that sets the buccaneers apart? Well, most notably, it's how they modified their ships. Historian Stephen Talty writes, quote, the first order of business was to rip out the wooden bulkheads in the holds, which were used in merchant ships to keep barrels and trunks from sliding. Cabins, first class and steerage, were gutted, creating an open space below decks, for reasons both piratical, to accommodate large numbers of men these ships often carried, and philosophical. Pirates were democrats and decreed that no man should have better quarters than the next. Carpenters would reinforce the deck to support extra cannon and cut slots in the hold for guns, or mount them fore and aft as chasers, cannon that could be fired on anyone trying to pursue or escape them. Above board, the forecastle and any superstructure behind, in seamen's terms, abaft, the mainsail was removed, as were the cabins, roundhouses, in the stern, creating a clear deck ideal for boarding vessels or stashing excess numbers of privateers, captives, or booty. Finally, the rig of the converted vessel could be altered by stepping the mainmast aft for increased power in the wind. Pirates adored speed. An extra knot could mean the difference between riches and hanging. Like grease monkeys cackling as they dropped a supercharged V-12 into their father's vintage olds, the brethren took a stock mercantile vessel and made it into a thing built to fly. End quote. Now, the thing that truly set these ships apart is partly what Stephen Talty was talking about there, the rigging. The rigging is called today Jamaica rigging, which was, at the time, the fastest rigging in the world. That rigging, in addition to the fact that these ships were built not out of heavy English oak, but out of much lighter Caribbean cedar, made these ships the fastest ships anywhere known. Some years later, but still during the Age of Sail, and even in the Golden Age of piracy, that Jamaica rigging would be slightly modified into something called the Bermuda rigging, which is still today used by sailors in sailing races across the world. These ships were so fast that they would be used throughout the Age of Piracy, into the American Revolution as blockade runners, and even up until the American Civil War and the Spanish-American War. These are ships so fast that they were even used well into the age of steam power because they can outrun the fastest steamships out here. Now, there was something else. One other thing that differentiates the Brethren of the Coast from common mariners. And it also puts them in kind of a stark contrast to the pirates of the Golden Age of piracy. It was their weapons. A typical merchant vessel in the region would have been armed, but poorly. A Spanish vessel, for example, would have made for a ripe target to the Brethren. On board, that merchant vessel would have had no cannon. They would have only had a few nearly useless firearms. You see, the Spanish government strictly regulated firearms in their colonies, at least for the colonials. They didn't want anybody there getting ideas of rebellion and jeopardizing their trade in gold and silver. The Navy, however, was a bit better supplied, but it was so weak by the year 1660 that they couldn't defend Spanish interests at all. The captains of these Spanish merchant vessels would have carried a sword, but for most of them, it's unlikely that their crew would have been armed with anything past a knife to prevent the possibility of a mutiny. Now, their firearms, which they did have, were the arquebus, which was a design dating back to the pre-Elizabethan days. It dates back in parts of Asia even earlier, into the High Middle Ages. The arquebus we discussed before, but it was a long-barreled gun with a hook to help stabilize it, and it had what amounted to little more than an open reservoir for the gunpowder. It was essentially a very small caliber cannon that worked to repel boarding parties in Francis Drake's day, but now it was very outdated. Unlike the Spanish, the Dutch and the French and the English didn't have the same restrictions on firearms. The Dutch and French were making some of the best firearms in the world. The 30 Years' War, as well as the English Civil War, saw the rise of a class of soldier called the musketeers. They used much, much better firearms than the arquebus. They used, naturally, the musket, which was a long-barreled firearm that had a flared muzzle, which made it much easier to load, and it was made to be carried by hand, unlike the arquebus, and also made to be fired quickly. The first major advance to the musket was the matchlock design. This was essentially a trigger attached to a lit wick that would be dropped onto the powder reservoir, which would light it on fire. It made it a lot easier to fire and kept you from having an entire other step in the firing process. But it still wasn't perfect. A burning match would give away your position, especially at night. It wasn't a stealth firearm. So the next step was the wheel lock, which improved upon that design, but that paled in comparison to the flintlock musket. If you, in your mind's eye, right now, picture a pirate gun, a pistol, or a musket, it's a flintlock design. This was the cutting edge of firearm technology. It was reliable, it was fast, and it was accurate. Well, it was relatively accurate. It was accurate for the time. You see, the musketeers, that class of soldiers, well, they weren't sharpshooters. In battle, they were trained to load quickly, to point their guns in a general direction, and fire. Rinse, reload, repeat. The buccaneers of Tortuga, however, were some of the best shots in the world. You see, on Tortuga, before the Brethren of the Coast became buccaneers, they were hunters by trade. Alexander Xquimlin writes, quote, "Hunters go off in groups of 7 or 8, one man carrying all the guns and another leading the hounds. One of the party stays on his own at the boucan to look after the goods, smoke the flesh, grind salt, and do the cooking against the return of the rest of the party. They kill great numbers of animals, sometimes shooting 100 wild swine in a morning, only to take 7 or 8 of them, because in general they prefer to have sows." End quote. That's perhaps 6 or 7 men, hunting and killing perhaps 100 boar in a morning, using probably matchlock but perhaps flintlock muskets from the 17th century. If any of that's true, then these men are amazing shots. Now, you might be thinking that these were just a bunch of guys exaggerating their hunting tales, kind of like that time that I caught a 100-pound catfish by myself, barehanded. And yeah, there's probably some of that in there, but then again, the victims of the buccaneers mention time and again their prowess and accuracy at shooting their muskets, so there must have been something to how good they were using their guns. They were reported to, on command, shoot down a Spaniard in the rigging of the other vessel while at sea, reload, and then fire again quickly. That's a feat that none of the musketeers back in Europe would have been able to perform. But if that separates the buccaneers from the more typical merchants and seamen of the era, what separates the buccaneers from the later Golden Age pirates? Well, first of all, it's their choice to use muskets over pistols primarily. Now, certainly they all had both the musket and the pistol with them, but the later pirates were well known for carrying multiple pistols, perhaps a sash with as many as 4 to 6 pistols on it, and perhaps a musket or 2 among them if they could spare the space. The buccaneers, on the other hand, all had a musket with them, and only the captain or some of the better shots might have a musket to shoot again below decks if necessary. Something that I think most of us would notice almost immediately, though, would be the difference in their swords. Now, on board a ship, nearly every man from Europe carried a cutlass, but the cutlass carried by the buccaneers under Captain Morgan and the one carried by, say, Calico Jack Rackham would have been very different animals. They were both one-sided blades that were slightly curved and had something of a hand guard. This was typical of every naval blade. However, the cutlass being used by Blackbeard or Jack Sparrow is an elegant weapon from a more civilized age. The cutlass used by Captain Morgan would have been something that looks to our eyes a lot more like a common machete with a small handguard on it, which is because more frequently than being used as a weapon on board a ship, it would have actually been used as a machete. Now, certainly, on board a ship, if they had run out of shot and powder, they would have pulled their cutlass and used it on any man that dared to oppose them, but more often than not, the cutlass was used to cut underbrush. They were only used in violence if truly absolutely necessary. You see, that highlights really the key difference between the buccaneers and the Golden Age pirates. The buccaneers of America engaged in piracy and took unbelievable amounts of loot at sea, but their primary occupation, more than pirates, especially under Captain Morgan, was soldiering. The most stark difference in the armaments between the buccaneers and the later pirates was the fact that all of these buccaneers carried with them pikes. Long, steel-tipped spears, very similar to all of those used in the English Civil War, a conflict in which Henry Morgan probably learned how to lead men on the battlefield, which is where he would be leading these men primarily. They would fight at sea if necessary and take vessels if they needed wine, water, or lumber. But really, what Captain Morgan was leading these men into was not a fight at sea, but he was leading them to the Spanish Main to carry their pikes and their cutlasses and their muskets and bring them to bear on unsuspecting Spanish settlements. And they would prove to be very, very good at it. I hope this gives you an idea of what the buccaneers under Henry Morgan of the early 1660s were loading onto their vessels. They certainly prepared well, because the raid that was coming would go down in history as a raid that rivaled or even surpassed the greatest raids of Sir Francis Drake. Next week, we'll set sail with Captain Morgan on his voyage to Villa Hermosa and the Spanish Main. I'd like to thank everyone for listening. I'd like to thank especially everybody that has supported the show, either through the PayPal button on our website or becoming a patron on Patreon. I'd like to go ahead and give a shout out to those of you who have. That's Andrew, Garrett, Talon, Brandon, Brad, Philip, Stross, Adam, Barton, Mark, Anders, Patrick, Keith, Preston, Dave, Levi, and Emma, Rasmus, Bill, Heather, and Linda. All of you guys on Patreon really help keep this show afloat, and we appreciate all of you. There was a hiccup in the first major reward planned for those of you on Patreon. However, we are back on track. We've got an artist working on that map of the Caribbean, which is looking spectacular. In the next few days, I'm going to post pictures of it to Patreon and to Twitter and to Facebook, and then I'm going to go ahead and send everybody who has pledged their support on Patreon thus far a copy of that. If you'd like to support the show, there are many other ways to do it. We really appreciate everybody out there who has left a review or a rating on iTunes, Podbean, Stitcher, or any of the other places people listen to the podcast. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you're enjoying that music, I suggest you go on over and check them out at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not go on over and check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, or you can check us out at Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, or SoundCloud. Most importantly, to everybody out there, thank you for listening. 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 Listening.
You were the founder and CEO of FXTV, which is a big company that was acquired by another big company, Smart Eye. And you're now the deputy CEO.
Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. In the spring of 1664, the future of Jamaica sailed across the Caribbean. That future was embodied in Sir Thomas Moody Ford. The ever-changing world of European politics had shifted drastically in the 9 years of English occupation in Jamaica. Lord Protector Cromwell had died, the Stuart monarchy had been restored under King Charles II, and the Anglo-Spanish War that had seen Jamaica seized from Spain was over. The two nations were finally at peace. That peace, however, stood on an uncertain foundation. King Charles had been backed by many prominent Catholics in Europe in his bid for the throne, most notably the King of Spain. He secured that support largely with a promise to return Jamaica to the Spanish Empire. However, he didn't. He changed his mind, and there was little that Spain could do about it. You see, in England, with the Stuart monarchy so recently returned, the entire institution of monarchy was in question. The other European monarchs were hesitant to act against King Charles for fear of a return to that democratic Puritan parliamentary system. But that hesitation was very nearly overcome in 1661 and 1662 when Captain Mings sailed against the Spanish cities of Santiago and San Francisco de Campeche. The Spanish king and his ambassador in England flew into a rage over these attacks. You see, these raids had been officially sanctioned. The captains of all of the vessels had been carrying a royal commission and letters of marque. King Charles II saw clearly just how dangerous this situation was to England and to him personally. Very possibly facing a serious war if he didn't address this situation, he wrote personally to the acting governor of Jamaica, Sir Charles Littleton. He told the governor that the law was clear. These raids on Spanish territory were illegal in a time of peace, and in the eyes of God and the English court, they amounted to no more than piracy. The Stuart kings, all the way back to Charles I, had always been clear on exactly what a pirate was. They drew their definition from Marcus Tullius Cicero, the Roman orator from the time of Julius Caesar. Cicero called pirates, quote, hostis humanae generi, or in English, enemies of the human race. Now that's what pirates were, but exactly who were pirates was a lot more fluid of a question. Douglas R. Burgess Jr. writes in his history, The Pirates' Pact, quote, kings may have employed the term piracy loosely, applying it ad hoc for political purposes, not unlike our present government's fungible definition of terrorism. End quote. That allegory between pirates and terrorists is fantastic. If you were to look at, for example, the Taliban or certain Islamist rebel factions in the Syrian civil war, well, these groups were once allies to the United States until the political landscape changed. Now, these groups were terrorists or hostis humani genera, enemies of the human race. King Charles saw things much the same way. He was happy to employ the buccaneers of Tortuga in defense of Jamaica until the politics in Europe forced his hand away from that. His letter to Littleton ordered a cessation of all piratical acts against the Spanish, an expulsion of the Brethren of the Coast from Jamaica, and greater circumspection in the issuing of letters of marque. Littleton replied in a letter that I imagine Charles' counselors hesitated to show the king. Littleton refused to rein in the buccaneers. He would not recall Mings or Mansvelt, and he would not cease issuing letters of marque. His reasons were both personal and piratical. The buccaneer raids on Spanish shipping were making Littleton a wealthy man, to be sure, but they were also good for Jamaica. They brought gold and goods, things that the island desperately needed. But they brought also the most important factor in Jamaica's survival. They brought Jamaica a navy. The Jamaica station had only 2 or 3 Royal Naval frigates at any time, but Port Royal, well, it had such a glorious harbor. It had merchants that were willing to deal in pirated goods and more taverns per block than any other city in the world. And this attracted the pirates and buccaneers like flies to honey. At any time, that glorious harbor was filled with upwards of 500 vessels, anything from small barks and sloops to brigs, carrying hundreds of guns and thousands of violent men. All of these men were well-armed, battle-hardened, and hostile to the Spanish, willing to defend their home in Port Royal. In his reply to the king, Littleton argued that the buccaneers were essential to the survival of the colony. King Charles, however, didn't see it that way, and he wrote another letter. This letter, however, wasn't to Littleton. It was to another governor, the most powerful and influential man on Barbados, Sir Thomas Modiford. Modiford was a rich planter. He'd worked his way up the political ladder of Barbados, finally becoming the governor, and he was a factor for a group known as the Royal Adventurers, which was an English corporation that had a monopoly on slavery in the Caribbean. Charles gave the governor a new commission. He handed him the governorship of Jamaica. Modiford was tasked with developing Port Royal into a proper English colony, complete with all of the trappings of Caribbean life, including hundreds of new plantations. In order to accomplish this, Modiford sailed with his lieutenant governor, a man named Edward Morgan, who, as it happens, was Henry Morgan's uncle. He also had at least 700 planters and the thousands of African slaves and English indentured servants that came with them. Modiford was bringing not just men, but the entire slave-based plantation system with him. His first action upon arriving in Port Royal was to stop any further piratical raids from leaving the harbor. However, he was already too late. Only a few months prior, a fleet of buccaneer vessels under Captain Henry Morgan had sailed. Nobody knew exactly where they were going, but everybody knew that they were going to go ransack, plunder, and terrorize Spanish colonies somewhere in the Caribbean. This is episode number 18, Grenada. In December 1663, 5 vessels left Port Royal, carrying Captains Henry Morgan, William Jackman, John Morris, and David Martine, along with somewhere in the realm of 200 men. They sailed due west, along the same route that they had taken the previous spring, when they were returning from Ming's raid on Campeche. San Francisco de Campeche was a favorite target for buccaneers from the time of Diego Lucifer. It was a right prize on the west coast of the Yucatan Peninsula, but that wasn't the pirates' destination this time. Their first stop was in Cuba. They hoped to collect some wood and water and hopefully buy some supplies, but the small fleet was turned away. From Cuba, they sailed directly west to the Yucatan, and as soon as they reached land, they collected their wood and water. They rounded the peninsula and started heading south, where they entered the Bay of Campeche. The Bay of Campeche was a shallow stretch of sea that was filled with reefs and constantly shifting sandbanks that threatened to run any ship aground that wasn't wary. So the ships in Captain Morgan's fleet dropped sounding lines to test the depths, and they continued southwest along the coast. Occasionally, the buccaneers stopped at any village that was large enough to support a tavern. Now, these weren't exactly raids per se. However, I don't imagine that a huge number of rough English buccaneers crowding into your tavern, eating up all of your stores, drinking up all of your wine, and fondling all of your serving girls were exactly pressed when it came time to collect the bill. There was a skirmish or two with Spanish patrols that they ran into, but the Spaniards retreated almost immediately, and the English continued due south. However, as they headed further south, they stopped going ashore and stayed further and further away from the coast. They had easily outrun any alarm that would have come from the northern Yucatan, but now as they neared their destination, they required surprise and stealth. They set watch for a telltale brown stripe in the crystal blue waters, made by silt from inland rivers that would be meeting the sea. They were looking for the second such stripe, and when they found it, Morgan ordered the fleet to make for the coast, where they anchored their ships and they rowed ashore. 107 men made for the mouth of the Grijalva River, which led directly to their destination, Villahermosa. Villahermosa was, and still is today, the capital of the province of Tabasco. It was at the time a rich city that hadn't seen privateers or pirates or really any foreign sails for a generation. But Villahermosa wasn't intended to be Morgan's first stop. 3 miles upriver, they found the village of Frontera. Frontera was an ancient enclave. It was a small trading town that predated the Spanish by centuries. The inhabitants there were natives, the descendants, or maybe the remnants, of the Maya. Now, when you picture Frontera, don't picture the great stone pyramids of the Maya that the Yucatan is so famous for. And don't picture the temples or sacrificial altars or monoliths. The Mayans hadn't built structures like that for at least 600 years before the Spanish arrived in the New World. When Hernan Cortez, the conquistador, finished up with the Aztec Empire up to the north, he marched south to the land of the Maya. But he didn't find the legendary empire. He found a fractured group of warring and feuding city-states that he conquered really with ease. It was actually near Frontera that he found an altar that was covered in blood, deep in the jungle for human sacrifice. He had that altar destroyed. By the time Henry Morgan arrived in Frontera, the Maya were a defeated people. The Spanish routinely took their strongest boys and their most beautiful girls from them. The boy slaves worked at the most dangerous jobs that were deemed too deadly for valuable property. These were jobs like pearl diving that you could only do for so long before your body just gave out on you. You see, nobody would employ African slaves to do something that was definitely going to kill them, but you didn't have to pay for Indian slaves. The girls, if they were lucky and exceptionally beautiful, might be taken as a personal mistress for some local dignitary or another, but most of them, the unlucky ones, were sold into a sexual human trafficking ring that's on an unparalleled level. So, as you can imagine, when a group of strangely dressed, blonde-haired, odd-sounding men arrived and informed the natives in a broken Spanish that they intended to kill all of the masters in Villahermosa, the natives were happy to help. This would have been a tense moment for the buccaneers. Nobody knew exactly how they would be received by the natives in the region, but Henry Morgan took a gamble, and that gamble paid off. The Mayans there told the captains that taking the river directly to Villahermosa was out of the question. The river was lined by some settlements and many guard posts that would lose them the element of surprise. Now, in most cases, they would just go a mile or two inland and follow the river, but that was out of the question as well. The land for some 20 miles or more on either side of the river was impassable swamps, filled with deadly snakes, man-eating caimans, and mosquitoes carrying malaria and other deadly diseases. But these Mayans were happy to provide guides to the buccaneers that would see them safely around the swamps and take them far from Spanish eyes. The trek wound up being more than 300 miles, but the company marched through the jungle of the Yucatan. They were taking a wide berth around the Spanish to avoid any possible settlements or Spanish patrols. Their trek mirrored and really collapsed that of Francis Drake across the Isthmus of Panama some 91 years before. At the end, they neared Villa Hermosa, completely undetected. Stephen Talty writes, quote, Villa Hermosa was many hundreds of miles away from the pirate haunts of Port Royal and Tortuga, and its citizens believed that the distance ensured their safety. Towns might see 10 or 20 years of peace before a horde of buccaneers suddenly appeared on the horizon one day. Guards slept at their posts, the round shot, small cannonballs, for the cannons rusted in the soft night air until they'd no longer fit into the mouths of the guns. Keys to chests full of gunpowder hadn't been seen in a decade. Vigilance under the hot sun was a challenge few commanders could meet. So when Morgan's men burst into the town square, the Spanish defense collapsed. Morgan reported that he quickly took and plundered the village. The pirates searched the houses for plate and jewels, gathered a few hundred prisoners, and headed back to their ships. End quote. This was not a battle for the ages, but really that's how Morgan and, honestly, pirates in any era wanted it. A sudden, frightful appearance followed by a quick surrender was just perfect. This is really, though, a testament to Henry Morgan as a military commander. Sun Tzu wrote in The Art of War, quote, rapidity is the essence of war. Take advantage of the enemy's unreadiness, make your way by unexpected routes, and attack unguarded spots, end quote. This is how many of history's greatest commanders strategize. This is Genghis Khan marching through the Gobi Desert, or George Washington crossing the Delaware. Henry Morgan went well out of his way to surprise Villa Hermosa, and he was rewarded with chests full of gold and silver and jewels. But Morgan, his luck wouldn't hold, and he wasn't prepared for every eventuality. They commandeered several river vessels to carry the men and their chests full of treasure back to their ships. However, when they got there, they found their ships waiting, but in the hands of more than 300 Spanish troops. Now, here we finally get the fight that was missing in Villa Hermosa, but even still, it was one-sided. The Spanish were carrying those outdated and antique firearms, while the Buccaneers were carrying some of the best muskets in the world. The Buccaneers were crack shots who had been trained in raids on the Spanish, while the Spanish themselves had possibly never seen a pirate or any real enemy before. The Buccaneers faced imprisonment or death if they failed in this battle behind enemy lines. However, the Spanish, well, they were in possession of 5 newly acquired pirate ships that they could use to escape should they fail. Which is exactly what happened. After a few volleys, the Spanish troops retreated back to the ships they had just taken from the English and sailed away on them. So the 4 captains found themselves deep in enemy territory. They had no food or drink, but they were carrying chests of treasure, and they had only a few small river craft, not even remotely suitable for getting them home. These were little more than open canoes that may have had a single sail on them. And here, once again, Henry Morgan shows his quality as a commander. These were hardly the only men of the Brethren of Tortuga and the Buccaneers of Port Royal that were sailing around attacking Spanish cities. However, usually when these groups were faced with similar setbacks, most of these companies dissolved or were captured. But Captain Morgan allowed neither. He kept fear from taking command of his men. He ordered food and water gathered, and then the men rowed their tiny boats along the shore. They soon came upon 2 small barks, which were tiny vessels but large enough to carry the loot and a few of the men. So this tiny fleet of 2 small barks and maybe as many as 4 canoes rowed hard against a current of 1 knot, which would have added about 24 leagues a day to their voyage. But they rowed day and night until they had gone back around the peninsula. Now, these ships couldn't have carried them home, but as long as they hugged the coast, they would be sure to find food and water, and along the way, perhaps a trinket or 2 that they could add to their chests. In a letter written by Governor Moody Ford of Jamaica, dated 1666, he wrote of the expedition, quote, they then fitted up 2 barks and 4 canoes, took Rio Garta with 30 men, and stormed a breastwork there, killing 15 and taking the rest prisoners. Crossed the Bay of Honduras, watering at the Isle of Raton, took the town of Truxillo and a vessel in the road, and came to the Mosquitoes, where the Indians are hostile to the Spaniards, and 9 of them willingly came with them. They then anchored in Monkey Bay, near Nicaragua River, which they went up in canoes, passing 3 falls for a distance of 37 leagues, where began the entrance to a fair laguna, or lake, judged to be 50 leagues by 30, of sweet water, filled with excellent fish, with its banks full of brave pastures, and savannas covered in horses and cattle, where they had as good beef and mutton as any in England. Riding by day under keys and islands, and rowing all night, on the 5th night, under the advice of their Indian guide, they landed near the city of Grand Grenada. End quote. That's a brief and very British description of something that my modern mind can hardly imagine. That's 107 men on 2 barks and 4 canoes rowing around the Yucatan Peninsula and down south along the coast of modern-day Mexico, Belize, Guatemala, and into the Gulf of Honduras. They hunted and fished, and they drank stolen Spanish wine, and all the while they continued to row. By this point in the expedition, the men had been gone from home for more than a year, but, well, to me, they were living a fantasy. They were sailing the entire Caribbean coast of Central America, sleeping under the stars every night with a belly full of sweet Spanish reds and roasted venison, turkey, or fish, or tortoise. When they wanted some company, they found a town that couldn't refuse them and a brothel that wouldn't refuse their custom. When they happened upon a city, such as the city of Trujillo, they would enter the city and take whatever loot they could find. In Trujillo, as at that same town that they had taken the breastwork, the buccaneers stormed the fort, they ransacked the town, and they stole everything of value. And in Trujillo, they stole something they desperately needed, a proper Spanish galleon. So the buccaneers sailed east along the coast of Honduras and then turned south along the Mosquito Coast, which is modern-day Nicaragua, until finally they came to Monkey Bay. At Monkey Bay, they found another native enclave, who once again were glad to help in aiding these Englishmen against their Spanish overlords. Now, the guides that the natives lent them led the Englishmen downriver to Lake Nicaragua, which is a massive freshwater lake in the west of Nicaragua. Look at any map and you can clearly see it down there in Central America. It's not as large as the Great Lakes in North America, but it's still a very, very large body of water, so big you can't even dream of seeing from one side to the other. So the buccaneers rowed around the lakeshore, hunting and feasting and preparing for battle. Now, when they finally went ashore, it was on the far side of the lake, near the town Grand Grenada. Grenada was a large, old city and very wealthy. It was at least 2 times larger than Portsmouth in England and was home to at least 3 colleges, 7 stone churches, as well as hospitals and monasteries and mansions. And most importantly to the buccaneers, it had at least 7 companies of cavalry and on-foot militia. Grenada was the best defended town in the region, and the natives told them that it was nigh impregnable. However, Captains Morgan, Jackman, Morris, and Martin aimed to prove them wrong. In that letter of Governor Modi Ford, he continues, quote, hiding by day under keys and islands and rowing all night, on the 5th night, by the advice of their Indian guide, they landed near the city of Grand Grenada, marched undiscovered into the center of the city, fired a volley, overturned 18 great guns in the Prada Palace, took the sergeant major's house, wherein were all the arms and ammunition, secured in the great church 300 of the best men prisoners, abundance of which were churchmen, plundered for 16 hours, discharged the prisoners, sunk all the boats, and came away. This town is twice bigger than Portsmouth, with 7 churches and a very fair cathedral, besides diverse colleges and monasteries, all built of freestone, as also are their houses. They have 6 companies of horse and foot, besides Indians and slaves in abundance. End quote. Now, something that he doesn't mention here is who exactly was marching into Grand Grenada. Now, we know that there were 107, perhaps a few less by this time, members of the buccaneer crew. However, their Indian guides did not come alone. As they grew closer and closer to the city, they collected more and more of their brethren. As they snuck into the city, the natives began to free and collect any native men, any African slaves, and any disenfranchised people they could until there was an army of over 1,000 men marching through the cities who had very good reason to despise their Spanish masters. After those 300 best men, mostly churchmen, had been gathered up in the cathedral there, a group of the natives and Africans drew knives and prepared to kill every last one of them. However, Captain Morgan reminded them that the English weren't going to be ruling there in Gran Granada. They were going to leave the city, and when they left, the Spanish would still be there, controlling the entire region, and if they killed these 300 important churchmen and civil leaders, then the Spanish authorities in the region would certainly send out parties and militias to destroy the natives there. So, the men who had drawn their knives stayed them. So these Africans and Mayans left the city of Gran Granada to make a life in the mountains of Nicaragua. Now these men, these slaves, took all of the guns and spears and swords that they could carry to defend themselves. However, Captain Morgan took all of the cannon. He put those guns on board a ship they found there in the harbor, along with their chests of plunder. They added to those new chests as they searched Gran Granada for gold doubloons and silver plate, indigo, silk, and fancy clothes, comfortable shoes. Basically, they took anything that they took a fancy to that wasn't nailed down. They sunk all of the boats that were there to keep anybody from following them or leaving too quickly to raise the alarm. And then they took this small ship back upriver and returned to the Caribbean. In that letter, Governor Modi Ford continues, quote, "At the end of the lagoon, they took a vessel of 100 tons, and an island as large as Barbados, called Leda, with a fine, neat town which they plundered. The air there is very cool and wholesome, producing, as the inhabitants told, all sorts of European grains, herbs, and fruits in great plenty. That 5 leagues from the head of the lagoon is a port town on the South Sea called Raillo, where the King of Spain has ships built for trading between Panama and Peru, and that there is a better passage to the lake by Bluefields River to the northeast, and another to the southeast, through Costa Rica, almost to Portobello, a country inhabited by Creolians, mulattoes, and Indians, whom the Spanish dare not trust with arms." End quote. That is to say that Morgan and the buccaneer crew took the northernmost river from Lake Nicaragua to the Caribbean, where they set sail north by northwest for Jamaica. By the time they were sailing that stolen Spanish vessel out into the open ocean, they had been gone from home for 21 months. They had had quite a grand adventure, and they were different men than when they had left. However, they were returning to a very different place. Next week, we'll look at that very different place, at the Port Royal that Henry Morgan found, and the next steps of Governor Modi Ford, Admiral Mansvelt, and the pirates of Port Royal. I'd like to thank everybody for listening. I'd also like to thank our new Patreon supporters, Tomer Dan and Skip, as well as those of you who have been kind enough to donate through the website using our PayPal. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you enjoy it, you should definitely go over and check them out at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, we're not going over to our website at piratehistorypodcast.com, or check us out on Facebook or Twitter. If you're enjoying the show, we do really appreciate anybody that leaves us a review or a rating at iTunes, Podbean, Stitcher, or any of the places where you live. Hello, and welcome to the Pirate History Podcast. My name is Matt. Thank you for listening. In the summer of the year 1665, a lone Spanish fragata sailed north across the Caribbean basin. Her holds were filled with pieces of eight, with Spanish silver such as coin, plate, and candelabras. They were filled with pearls, rubies, diamonds, jewelry, silk, and indigo. Every gunport held a Dutch cannon, and the armory was filled with Spanish steel and Dutch muskets. The men on board were bearded, they were blonde, and they had been bronzed by the sun. They wore the clothes of a Spanish lord, from their rich silk shirts to their very fancy hats, their embroidered coats down to their very fine leather boots. Those men feasted on European breads, roasted meat, and sweet Spanish red wine. They were men who were alive, and they were rich, and they were headed home to Port Royal, Jamaica. Their captain, Henry Morgan, must have been thinking, though. He must have wondered exactly what they would find when they arrived. Port Royal had been a raucous town peopled by Jewish and Dutch merchants who were willing to trade in ill-gotten goods, peopled by rum and wine mongers, prostitutes, and pirates. Mostly pirates. But the men on board had been gone nigh on 2 years. Morgan must have wondered if the English still even held the island. It was possible that the Spanish had invaded in force and taken Jamaica back. His superiors were probably waiting for him. Governor Littleton, Commodore Mings, and Captain Mansvelt would surely be there to debrief him. As they sailed north, the sun sank beyond the horizon to their larboard, and the brethren of the coast sailed home to what they would find a very different Port Royal. This is episode number 20, Providence. In Jamaica, the new governor, Thomas Modiford, had arrived and replaced Littleton. He brought with him hundreds of planters from Barbados. These were respectable English colonists and plantation masters. With them came all of their slaves and the entire slave trading infrastructure. Modiford himself was a factor, or what you might consider a wealthy investor, or a shareholder who held a large number of shares. He was a factor in a group called the Royal Adventurers, who held a monopoly, a royally stamped monopoly, on the English slave trade. He was one of the top investors in a company that had no competition, dealing in the richest and most profitable industry in the entire world. Modiford also brought with him his lieutenant governor, a man named Colonel Edward Morgan. Colonel Morgan was the uncle of Henry Morgan, who had sided with the Royalist cause during the English Civil War and who had gained a small amount of wealth and prestige. His loyalty paid off after the Stuart dynasty was returned to the throne. He was given an estate back in England, he was given a plantation on Barbados, and then given the second highest position on what was potentially England's richest colonial holding. But Edward Morgan's expertise wasn't in growing sugar or rum production. He was a military man with more than 40 years' experience leading men into battle. And Charles II meant to see that experience put to use. Edward Morgan had one job: defend Jamaica. And he had his work cut out for him. In that long and undeclared war for the Caribbean, the English, the French, and the Dutch all chipped away at centuries-old Spanish possessions, but they would still happily snipe an island or two from each other if politics and circumstances allowed. For Jamaica, and for Colonel Morgan, the French were not really a threat. England and France were, for a time, at peace, and the closest French holdings were on the northwest side of Hispaniola. The only real threat that the French embodied was an economic one. Tortuga, just off the coast of Hispaniola, was something of a rival of Port Royal's, but still an ally. Both were pirate haunts, or what the people of the time would have called privateer havens, that dealt largely in rich goods obtained from the Spanish. They were usually bought at the point of a cutlass. The Spanish, though, well, they were always a threat to Jamaica. It was, after all, an island that had previously belonged to the Spanish. Their nearest neighbor was Cuba, which was, to the Spanish Empire, the jewel of the Caribbean. It was one of Spain's oldest, strongest, most highly prized, and jealously guarded possessions. In addition to Cuba, Hispaniola and the Spanish Main completed the Spanish encirclement of Jamaica, and an attack could come from any direction at any time. In fact, Spain was known to frequently mass fleets in Portobello, at Cuba, and on the Yucatan. These were really, when we look back on history, really sort of just fleets in being, meant to intimidate the English and keep them from raiding too heavily on their coastlines. These were fleets that were huge and impressive, but they never sailed and never invaded Jamaica. Part of the reason they didn't invade was because in the previous few years, relations between England and Spain had begun to normalize somewhat. This had a lot to do with changes back in Europe. The Habsburg monarchy in Spain, and indeed really the entire Spanish Empire, was beginning to fail. While Captain Morgan was gone, Philip III had died, to his own great relief, and his son, Carlos II, was when he wasn't a healthy young boy. The Habsburgs, perhaps even most European monarchies in general, are kind of notorious for their inbreeding. It's meant to keep the bloodline strong and as royal as possible. Much like the Ptolemaic dynasty in ancient Egypt or the Targaryen dynasty in A Song of Ice and Fire, they married as closely related people as they could find to keep their blood as blue as they could. And generations of inbreeding creates genetic abnormalities. These couplings wind up with weak, sickly, sometimes deformed children, frequently disabled or otherwise impaired, and usually not at all suited to rule. Carlos II was one such child. The Spanish government officially claimed that he was as hale as healthy as could be, but foreign monarchs and ambassadors knew better. The child was called a quote-unquote monstrosity, and he was not possessed of his full mental functions. He had a veritable army of wet nurses, something like 40 of them in total, who were intended to nurse him back to health. These women were forced to undergo a shockingly thorough examination. They had to be between the ages of 20 and 40. They had to have ample breasts for milking, and they had to have a family tree that held no hints of Jews, Muslims, or any witchcraft at all. But despite all of this, Carlos was still a weak and sick child. His mother, Mariana of Austria, would go on to become Queen Regent, and she would eventually sign some very important treaties between England and Spain. Her job was to strengthen the Spanish Empire, and she couldn't do that fighting a losing battle over Jamaica. So Spain, for a time at least, was not a huge threat to the island. But there was one threat to Port Royal that Colonel Morgan did take very seriously. That was the Dutch. What was called the United Provinces, one time called the Low Countries, was once England's strongest ally. The English and the Dutch, though, by this time were in a cycle of on-again and off-again wars for control over the trade of the North Sea, the English Channel, and in the Caribbean. And once again, in 1665, things were heating up. King Charles II sent Governor Moody Ford and Colonel Morgan to Jamaica with three main directives. The first was to end piracy against Spain, their new best friend. The second was to forge Jamaica into a rich, prosperous colony, complete with slave plantations and rum distilleries, much like they had elsewhere in the Caribbean. And their third was to make war on the United Provinces holdings in the Caribbean. They were to prepare, outfit, and go on expeditions against any nearby Dutch colonial holdings. This is all very kind of 1984, isn't it? We are not at war with Oceania, we are at war with East Asia. We have always been at war with East Asia. We're not at war with Spain, we're at war with the Dutch, and we've always been at war with the Dutch. It's all about who has the most power in the New World at the time, and everybody's struggling to be top dog. So the new governor immediately went to work. He sent Admiral Mings and his predecessor, Governor Littleton, back to England. They were both, for different reasons, in some level of trouble with the crown, and they weren't to be permitted in Jamaica anymore. He then announced that there were to be no more letters of marque against the Spanish signed by his office. And then he moved the capital of Jamaica away from Port Royal, inland, to a place called St. Iago. Port Royal was a rowdy and violent place filled with pirates. The beach was a forest of tents and lean-tos filled with pirates sleeping off last night's rum. The few paved streets leading from the docks were mostly filled with Spanish-era merchant shops and warehouses, but from there, town became a maze of dilapidated Spanish buildings, muddy alleyways, and a few hastily built structures that were offering rum, song, food, company, and prostitutes. Really, it's mostly just the rum and prostitutes. 1 in 4 buildings in Port Royal was either a tavern or a brothel, catering to the soldiers, but mostly to the buccaneers that made up the majority of Port Royal's population. It was said of the pirates of Port Royal, quote, "Wine and women drained them of their wealth to such a degree that in little time some of them were reduced to beggary," end quote. That was kind of the cycle of the pirates and privateers of Port Royal. They would go on a raid, earn a little money, and then come home to spend it on wine and rum, and, most of all, on women. Most of the pirates had a favorite lady waiting at home for them, a prostitute that knew their name and catered to their particular desires and needs. Not always just sexually, but many of these prostitutes knew these men well enough that they kind of catered to their emotional needs as well. Some women, though, didn't have time for that sort of luxury. One local woman, named Mary Carleton, was likened to a barber's chair. When one man was out, another man came in. There were, of course, religious men in Port Royal of many different faiths. There were Jews, of course, that had been there for some time. There were many English Protestants, but they accepted both the Puritan element and the more traditional Anglican element, and they also had a number of Quakers and somewhat more radical Christian faiths. However, a local minister called Port Royal, quote, the most wicked and sinful place on earth, end quote, which gave rise to the saying that Port Royal was the richest and wickedest city in the world. But Governor Modiford's job was to change all of that. His planters were bringing more than just slaves with them. They were bringing their families. Edward Morgan brought his whole family. Unfortunately, his wife and one of his daughters died on the passage, but the rest of his family took up residence on a plantation and attempted to build a real life on Jamaica, away from the pirates of Port Royal. These women that came with the governor, the lieutenant governor, and many of his planters were the first women on Jamaica since the English seized the island that were at all respectable. Prior to this, it did occasionally happen that a very lucky or a particularly lovely prostitute might catch the eye of a local merchant or a planter and become his wife, but these new proper English women were trained and educated in England to be truly marriageable women. They were courteous, they were poised, they were witty at the dinner table when it was proper, and the influence of these women on Jamaica really can't be understated. Men who had seen before a life of rum and whores with no prospects now saw the possibility of setting down roots and maybe even starting a family. A number of the more successful and somewhat more respectable privateer captains took note of this. When Modiford stopped granting his letters of marque, these few men would take what little coin they had to buy some land, perhaps a couple of African slaves, and start looking for a wife. Others, however, didn't exactly care for that option. One pirate, a man named Captain Monroe, cared so little for having his royal authority stripped that he turned true pirate. He went and captured a Spanish prize and sailed it boldly into Port Royal. He, his crew, and his ship were all captured by the governor's authorities. Captain Monroe and his crew were all hanged in the town square as a warning to any other potential pirates. However, that ship was not returned to Spain. With Admiral Mings having been sent back to England, that Dutch captain, Edward Mansvelt, became the Admiral of the Jamaica Station and the unofficial leader of the Brethren of the Coast. He and the new Governor Modiford and Edward Morgan, well, they conferred. They found themselves with something of a dilemma. The orders of the king were to stop any piracy against the Spanish. However, they knew the reality of that situation. As requests for new letters of marque were denied, the men of Port Royal found themselves out of work and unable to buy themselves that rum and those women. The Jamaican Navy was comprised primarily of the privateer ships that raided the Spanish and spent the proceeds back in Port Royal. However, now they were bringing in no prizes and no gold. The merchant families that had operated in Jamaica for generations were furious. There were no more goods and no more gold coming into Port Royal, so they had no one to do business with left on the island. You see, the harbor there in Port Royal began to empty, and all of their naval vessels began to flee to other harbors, mostly to Tortuga. Tortuga was, at this point, controlled by the French, and the governor there was happy to issue letters of marque against the Spanish, so the buccaneers fled there. Their militia back in Jamaica was down to only about 150 men from the height where it had been just a few months before of 600, and all of the proper English planters, well, they now had nobody left to protect them. However, Modiford, Morgan, and Mansvelt had plans to counter this. King Charles had been explicit in his commands. The Dutch are our new enemies. Unfortunately, the Dutch were farther away than the Spanish, and their shipping lanes were better guarded. Any attack on them had to be really a major expedition, not just a couple of ships on a privateering raid. So Edward Morgan's job was to provision, outfit, and collect a fleet to attack the Dutch. His first job was to entice the Brethren of the Coast to join the fleet, so he let it be known that every sailor on board this mission, despite the fact that it was an officially sanctioned royal mission, would receive equal shares of any loot taken. He then wrote a will, leaving all of his New World possessions to his sons and his estate back in England to his eldest living daughter, Mary Elizabeth Morgan. In a few months' time, the fleet was ready to sail. It was comprised of about 10 ships and more than 650 men, with Colonel Edward Morgan leading them, being the most experienced English military man in the Caribbean. The plan was to attack the unsuspecting Dutch fleet at St. Kitts, and then, with them out of the way, they could go on and take their Dutch settlements at St. Eustatius, Sabo, and Curacao. However, in their first engagement at St. Eustatius, quote, Colonel Morgan with 319 men landed, and, after small opposition, took the place, and the good old colonel, leaping out of the boat, and, being a corpulent man, got a strain, and his spirit being great, he pursued over earnestly the enemy on a hot day, so that he suddenly died, to almost the loss of the whole design. End quote. Despite this loss, however, they did take St. Eustatius, but when they found the storehouses, they were in for something of a shock. They found in there only cotton and a few muskets. This wasn't exactly the rich haul they were hoping for, so about half of the fleet, mostly Brethren of the Coast, left to go find richer hauls, and then the loyal English vessels gathered the 900 or so slaves that they found for transport back to Port Royal. That second group, those Brethren of the Coast, those pirates, took the island of Nevis, but found little more plunder there. In the end, the entire fleet sailed home, whether it be to Port Royal or Tortuga, with their slaves and cotton, but having lost their most experienced military man. In a letter written by Moody Ford, he blames the, quote, loss of the design of Curacao, end quote, on the, quote, covetousness of some of the officers and soldiers, end quote. He went on to say that they, quote, plunder them and hide the goods in holes and creeks, end quote. This was because the haul that they brought back was so paltry, just some cotton and muskets, that he believed they had found richer plunder and hidden it away from his eyes. He thought that it was something of a personal insult to him because he had stopped issuing those letters of marque. It was around this time, though, that Henry Morgan sailed back into Port Royal. Captain Morgan would have been surprised to find his family there waiting for him on the island. He didn't know that they were coming from Barbados and from England, but his family were waiting for him. A decade ago, their cousin had left England to help take Jamaica, and in the New World, he was beginning to make something of a name for himself. The last that anybody in Jamaica had heard of Henry was from a Dutch sailor who sailed into port, saying that the Welshman had not died on some lonely Spanish shore, as everybody had assumed, but he had sacked the great city of Grenada and was headed home. His arrival must have been kind of a balm to his cousins after losing their father, and also something of a shock. That one portrait that we have of a very young Henry Morgan shows us a plump-cheeked Welshman, but the man that sailed into harbor was tanned and blonde and dressed in those lordly Spanish clothes. He was swarthy and confident and rich. The Morgans in Jamaica were not rich, however. They were forced to write the crown for their father's back pay, and they were trying to scratch a living out of the soil of Jamaica. Unfortunately, we don't have much in the way of personal journals or records around this time, but we do know that soon Henry Morgan married his cousin, Mary Elizabeth, and sort of became the patriarch of the Morgan clan on the island. He was wealthy, he was experienced, he knew the island well, and he knew military matters, and he was married to the eldest of Edward Morgan's children. So he was not only the colonel's nephew, he was also married directly into his family and the eldest Morgan on the island. He would have, of course, met and debriefed the new governor, as well as his commanding officer, Mansvelt, on his raid along the Spanish Main, giving them their first real news of it. Back in England, though, King Charles II already knew most of that story. The Spanish ambassador was livid, bringing King Charles news of Morgan outrages in their holdings, comparing them to those of Francis Drake about a century before, even calling Henry Morgan El Drake. Henry Morgan wasn't yet the most famous man in the New World, but his name was on everybody's lips. From the monarchs of Europe, of Spain and England, down to the governors such as Moody Ford, down to the Port Royal merchants who were grateful for all of the swag and haul that he had brought in, revitalizing their business, down to all of the whores of Port Royal who were grateful for much the same reason. Morgan had been gone for 2 years, and now he was seemingly back from the dead, walking down the streets of Port Royal. Then, after he was recently back in town, Moody Ford called a council. Mansvelt, Morgan, and a few of the prominent planters and leaders of the Jewish and Quaker communities were all present. The governor and the admiral put Morgan to work. He wasn't to go back to sea, at least not yet. He had a new wife and a family to look after, but he was given charge of the Jamaican militia and rebuilding Fort Charles. His military experience was perhaps the best on the island, at least now that his uncle was dead, and Moody Ford had need of his skill leading men in battle. So Captain Morgan was seeing to the rebuilding of the army, but their navy and economy were still hurting. This was doubly important as the Spanish were harassing the English despite their nominal peace. More so, the Spanish were amassing the Windward Fleet in Cuba, a real threat from Spain. The other fleets that they had gathered in Cuba and on the Spanish Main were threats to be sure, but the Windward Fleet was something else entirely. They had been threatening to amass the fleet ever since the English took the island in 1655, but for one reason or another, usually economy, they weren't really able to get it started. However, now in 1665, after the raid of Henry Morgan, that fleet existed. They were all coming together, and it was a sight to behold. These were galleons as well as ships of the line that Spain was building that could really demolish the English presence on Jamaica. They knew that this fleet could represent the end of the English holdings in the New World. That threat was the real reason that the governor called this council. They elected to send messengers to Tortuga and Hispaniola. The governor was once again granting letters of marque. These letters of marque were not intended to amass a large fleet for a huge expedition such as they had had under Colonel Morgan. This was meant to rebuild their navy, have lots of privateer vessels in port at Port Royal, guarding their shores. And the Dutch were rich, but not as rich as the Spanish. But the English still had orders from King Charles to attack Dutch settlements in large numbers, something that couldn't be done by some merchant raiding by a few privateers. So a fleet was gathering in Jamaica. With Colonel Morgan dead, this fleet was to be led by the admiral of the Jamaica station, that man Mansvelt. I should note that some historians believe that Captain Morgan was in fact on board this fleet that was massing in Port Royal. Alexander Exquemelin writes, quote, "At this time there was in Jamaica an old buccaneer called Mansvelt who planned to get a fleet together to raid the mainland. Seeing that Morgan was a young man with plenty of courage, the old buccaneer invited him to join the expedition and made him vice admiral of the fleet. When the fleet put to sea, it consisted of 15 vessels with 300 men, including Walloons and Frenchmen on board." End quote. Some historians take this at face value, that Henry Morgan was made vice admiral and was part of the fleet. However, this account from Exquemelin comes before Exquemelin met Henry Morgan, and there is very good evidence that he was in fact in Jamaica rebuilding the fort and the militia. That evidence coming from official English sources. The most convincing evidence that Henry Morgan stayed on the island of Jamaica, to me at least, is how capable a commander Henry Morgan turned out to be, and how disastrous this voyage turned out. The target of this expedition, on orders from King Charles, down through Governor Moody Ford, down to Mansvelt, was the Dutch city of Curaçao. This was the same city that the voyage under Edward Morgan had failed to take. They had failed to even reach it. Curaçao, though, was rich. It was undefended, and it was technically at war with the English. But the Dutch were Protestants. Their traders were friendly with the pirates and merchants of Port Royal, and they worked together to make everyone richer. If you took European politics out of the equation, and really you should, because the people living in the New World had very little contact, at least ready contact, with old Europe, then these men were friends. The Caribbean was officially the dominion of kings, but around this time, They really had very little influence in there. The men and women in the Caribbean were not beholden to the whims of their monarchs. Beyond that, a large number of the Brethren of the Coast who made up this fleet were themselves Dutch. The fleet's own commander, admiral of the English fleet at the Jamaica station, Edward Mansvelt, was Dutch himself. The fleet never even sailed in the direction of Curacao against the wishes of King Charles. Now, all manner of excuses were given after the fact. Everything from secret information from clandestine sources to unruly and mutinous sailors. The reality was this: the Spanish were hated, the Spanish were Catholic, and the Spanish were very, very wealthy. And the Spanish settlement at Carthago, never before sacked, was undefended. So, for whatever reason, probably the plunder, the fleet set sail for Almirante Bay on the coast of Costa Rica. They made landfall at Cape Blanco, where 600 men, unlike the 300 that Esquemeling said, disembarked and began a 70-mile trek inland. This army subsisted off the stores of unsuspecting villages on their route, but one native woman escaped to raise the alarm in Carthago. When Mansvelt and his 600 men arrived at the city, they found the militia waiting for them. Here, once again, the sources begin to disagree, but some argue that the buccaneers made themselves a menace. They were raping women, burning churches, looting what they could, and drinking all of the rum. But most sources say, and I tend to agree with them, that this army saw the fort and all of her cannon manned by hundreds of ready soldiers, and they turned around and went back to their ships. As the English fled back into the mountains and the jungle back to their ships, the Spanish pursued them, and at least once they came into contact, and the Spanish dealt a pretty severe blow to the English. But most of the men made it to their ships, and Mansvelt had some thinking to do. To quote Stephen Talty in his book Empire of Blue Water, quote, "With his men exhausted and famished, Mansfield knew that attacking a Spanish town without permission would be trouble. Attacking a Spanish town without taking it was worse. London tended to look with more favor on illegal missions that were at least successful. Desperate for a prize, the marauders turned toward two islands in a long-held dream, a pirate republic." End quote. The dream of a pirate republic was old. Ever since the days of the Greco-Roman pirates, when they had been named enemies of the human race, pirates had been outcasts. They were rebels and, in many cases, anarchists. They were criminals who rejected their rulers, which in turn made them reject their societies and their families. If the urge to rejoin civilization ever came to them, they found themselves facing death. So, the dream of a place peopled by pirates, run by pirates, for the good of pirates, went back centuries, millennia even, and it would continue long after this era. But Mansvelt's dream of a pirate haven was also fiercely practical. He had just recently failed, and that failure would have dented his reputation with the Brethren, as well as his standing in Jamaica. He needed desperately a success that both the Brethren, the government in Jamaica, and the crown back in England would look upon with favor. He chose a pair of tiny islands that were southwest of Jamaica, much closer to the Spanish Main and the rich Spanish shipping that came out of there. They were the island of Providence and the nearby islet of Santa Catalina. Now, we've talked about these islands before on this show, actually. Providence was the chosen home, a group of pious, patriotic, Puritan pirates that took the island from Spain in the time of Oliver Cromwell. Those pirates who banned drinking and gambling and whoring and all of the fun stuff about pirates, and mostly just prayed silently and attacked Spanish shipping. Now, after those Puritan pirates took the island, the Spanish retook it quite quickly and easily, but it was so close to terra firma and right in between the mainland and Jamaica that it was really a perfect home for the Brethren of the Coast. It had everything that they needed. The islands themselves were surrounded by barrier reefs that prevented any ship from coming close to the island. The only way to get into their pretty fantastic harbor there was through a winding, moving passage that was difficult to navigate and dangerous for any ships that didn't know the voyage. If you managed to actually make it through that passage, the harbor itself was very defensible. It was large enough to hold several ships and had a pretty excellent fort guarding the harbor, so The guns on all of your vessels could be pointed directly at the harbor entrance, as well as the even larger guns on top of the hill fort. That sort of potential defense, an island that no ship could approach except for one difficult passage that was heavily guarded, well, it was perfect. It could prevent invasion from Spain, or the Netherlands, or France, or even England. These men, the Brethren of the Coast, would be beholden to nobody. They would have no rules and no rulers. Governor Modi Ford wrote in a letter after the fact, quote, "The old fellow was resolved, as he tells me, never to see my face until he had done some service to his majesty. And therefore, with 200 men, which were all left him, and about 80 of them French, he resolved to attempt the island of Providence, which was formerly English, and by the Spaniards' whole armada taken from us in 1641, and ever since carefully garrisoned. In order to this he set sail, and, being an excellent coaster, which is his chief, if not only virtue, in the night he came within half a mile of it, by an unusual passage among rocks, where they say ships never came, and in the morning early landed, and marched 4 leagues, and surprised the governor, who was taken prisoner. The soldiers got into the fort, being about 200, but on conditions to be landed on the main, they yielded 27 pieces of ordnance, 100 double jars of powder, shot, and all of the things necessary were found, and, the fort very strongly built, they acknowledge but very little plunder. Only 150 Negroes. They brought off 100, and left 35 men and Captain Hatzel, keeper of the magazine. They say many of the guns have Queen Elizabeth's arms engraven on them." End quote. Before we move on, I'd like to take a look at that very last line about the guns having Queen Elizabeth's mark upon them. Several episodes ago, in the episode about the Spanish Armada, we discussed the guns on board the English vessels. Most cannon, especially the best cannon made in Europe, are made of bronze. Bronze is a tough and malleable metal that can take repeated uses as a cannon. However, bronze was difficult to come by in England, and because of the embargoes put on England by Spain around the time of the Armada, they were forced to look elsewhere. Iron, which was pretty plentiful in England at the time, didn't really make the best cannon. When you tried to put it on board a ship, it could be used a few times, but the possibility of it exploding and injuring or killing everyone around was much higher. Even if that didn't happen, it was still likely to crack and become essentially useless as a gun on board a vessel. However, they needed as many guns as they could to defend the English shores against this impending Spanish Armada, so they made a lot of cannon very quickly out of iron, and they engraved all of these with the mark of Queen Elizabeth. So those guns were meant to be used no more than a few times in a very specific battle. But those guns had fallen into the hands of the Spanish, and were still being used almost 100 years later to man the fort on Providence Island. So it's no wonder that when the English attacked, they took the fort and the island, with the loss of not one Englishman and only one Spaniard dying in the attack. Alexander Exquemelin wrote about this attack as well, but there's something I'd like to note very quickly. He calls in the most recent translation the island St. Catalina, which is the smaller islet off Providence Island. In the older editions, which I'm actually attempting to record an audiobook of right now, he calls that island St. Catherine, which is a different island altogether. So to be clear, the island fort that they're talking about is the fort on Providence Island. Quote, "The first landing was on the island of St. Catalina, lying off the mainland coast of Costa Rica, some 35 leagues from the River Cargue. The buccaneers forced the Spanish garrison on the island to surrender all of the fortifications. Some of these Mansvelt ordered to be demolished, and other of these to be enforced. Here he left a garrison of 100 men, together with all the slaves who had belonged to the Spaniards. All of the rest of the artillery was carried over to an offshore islet, so close to St. Catalina the distance could be spanned by a bridge. When all of these defenses had been put in good order, Mansvelt burned down all of the homes on the larger island and put to sea, taking all of the Spanish prisoners with him." End quote. So that's a bit confusing, but when he says St. Catalina, he means Providence Island, and when he says that smaller islet, he actually means Santa Catalina. But that small island, St. Catalina, was a likely place to draw the pirates. You see, that small islet was used as sort of a prison colony for the Spanish. It was a place where any Spanish colony in the New World would send any of its convicted whores, witches, or adulterous women. So the pirates made that their new home, with plenty of wine, guns, plunder, and booty. So Mansvelt sailed back to Jamaica and left about 200 of his men garrisoned on Providence Island. You see, he needed reinforcements from Jamaica, so he hurried to speak to the governor and hoped to acquire them. The governor, however, was not exactly pleased. The brethren had not followed any of the king's orders and attacked the Dutch. They had instead attacked two Spanish settlements, failing to sack the first and occupying the second. This was a hassle that the governor really didn't need at this time. You see, all of this came after the English and the Spanish formally and finally signed the Treaty of Madrid, ending any hostilities between them. And then this Dutch captain, who was his highest ranking naval officer, has the nerve to come to him and ask for reinforcements? Mansvelt was rebuffed, and he was sent away. Mansvelt climbed back on board his ship and sailed directly for Tortuga. His goal was to spread word of his new pirate haven and enlist as many men as possible. Once again, Alexander Exquemelin writes, quote, Mansvelt decided to go on to Tortuga and ask the governor for assistance, but he did not put this intention into effect, being prevented by death. End quote. So Mansvelt perished and was unable to gather the reinforcements he needed. This put Modi Ford in something of a tight situation. He was no fool. He realized exactly all of the problems that this presented. You see, originally he had intended Mansvelt to deal with the Providence Island problem and keep his own hands clean, but the Englishmen there really needed supplies and reinforcements if they were to keep the island. The governor didn't want to have anything to do with it officially, but now he didn't really have any choice. The man who was the admiral of the fleet had died. So, once again, he called a council and laid his plan. It was essentially twofold. One, on the island of Jamaica, he would raise the call for volunteers to aid the brethren on Providence Island. You see, the island of Providence was now essentially a new English colony, so the governor promised any man who volunteered a parcel of land and either a certain amount of gold or a few slaves. The leaders of that expedition, not just the regular volunteers, would be given high offices on this new colony. And for the second part of his degree, Moody Ford finally decided to issue letters of marque against the Spanish. This news was very well received. You see, the promise of once again buccaneering saw so many men leave their jobs on sugar plantations that all of the slaves on Jamaica couldn't hope to harvest it all. A lot of sugar cane went to waste. And then the promise of high office, namely the governor and lieutenant governor, called specifically to two men. The first man to volunteer as a leader and to help gather other volunteers was named Thomas Whetstone. You might remember a few weeks ago we talked about a young privateer who was actually a nephew of Oliver Cromwell. Back in England, he was a gambler and a rogue and a playboy, and he had acquired so much debt that the Crown, King Charles, gave him a 100-pound loan, which he was told to reimburse by his actions in the Caribbean. We first met him off the coast of Cuba when the brethren were about to attack, with some very important news and a well-manned vessel with himself, a bunch of natives hostile to the Spanish, and freed slaves. However, after that raid on Cuba, this man, Whetstone, paid back his debt to the crown and really did well for himself in Jamaica. He had been raised to the Speaker of the Assembly there on the island, and he had a ship and a mind to be a lieutenant governor. The other man to answer that call was one Major Samuel Smith, who was ostensibly Captain Morgan's superior in the Jamaica militia. He was a military man who, at this time, outranked Captain Morgan, but he decided to join the expedition with the promise of becoming Providence Island's governor. These two ambitious young men, who were on Whetstone's ship that was filled with relief supplies and reinforcements, set sail for Providence Island in the summer of 1666. For a full 2 years, there would be no news from the island. In the meanwhile, though, back in Jamaica, Henry Morgan had done pretty well. After Smith left, he was given a promotion and was now Colonel Henry Morgan, in charge of the Jamaica militia. His brother-in-law, Major Bendloss, had been given his former position and taken command of Fort Charles. Morgan had, with the proceeds from his last raid, bought his first sugar plantation and begun the production of rum, and he had begun work on a family. He still wasn't the most famous man in the Caribbean, but he was almost certainly the most famous man on Jamaica. Being the nephew of Edward Morgan and a military leader, well, he was a frequent guest at the house of the governor. His future looked bright. He had promising prospects as a rich planter and probable politician, until things took a turn for the worse. In August of 1668, a ship carrying two ragged, skeletal, bone-thin, and haunted-eyed men sailed into port. One was Samuel Smith, the prospective governor of Providence Island. The other was a man named Captain Henry Wasey, who was master of the merchant vessel Concord. The men were hungry, haggard, and covered in scars. They were barely clinging to life. Some say the only thing keeping them alive was their rage. They were brought immediately before Henry Morgan and the governor. They had quite a tale to tell. The tale was one of betrayal, suffering, and woe at the hands of the Spanish. It's, to me, reminiscent of that troublesome voyage of John Hawkins in Elizabeth's day. It would have much the same effect as well, sending one man on a lifelong personal crusade of revenge against the Spanish Empire. Next week, we'll get into the gory details of what happened to these men on Providence Island. It's October right now, and Halloween is coming upon us quickly, so we're also going to talk about the gory details of the career of a French pirate who was called a monster, a devil, and in modern times, a sociopath. We'll also look at the aftermath of Providence Island and the first moves of what would make Henry Morgan one of the most famous pirates in history. I'd like to thank everybody for listening and for your patience. This episode took a little bit longer than I would have liked. Some things in the real world came up and I had to deal with those. However, we're now right back on track. I'd also like to thank everybody who helps to support the show. I'd like to thank those of you who have left a review on iTunes, Podbean, Stitcher, TuneIn, or wherever you listen to the show, and those of you who have helped donate to the show. Many of you have made donations through the PayPal button on our website, and I'd like to thank all of you. I'd like to thank especially our Patreon supporters and give a shout out to some of our new supporters. That is Casey, Rebecca, Grindalsh, Tara, and Mark. Thank you guys so much for pledging your support. I really appreciate it from all of you. Our theme music was, as always, The Old Captain by the fantastic band Brillig. If you like the music, I definitely suggest you go on over and check them out at brillig.com.au. That's BRILLIG.com.au. After you're done over there, why not check out our website at piratehistorypodcast.com or check
But like I would, of course, welcome it. That would work for me. Just that.
Well, it would know. I think it would. It's really like smart. It would optimize its nothing based on what works for you, right?
That's whole point. Personalization. In every way, do personalization. You were a part of a webinar titled "Advancing Road Safety: The State of Alcohol Intoxication Research." So, for people who don't know, every year 1.3 million people around the world die in road crashes. And more than 20% of these fatalities are estimated to be alcohol related. A lot of them are also distraction related. But can AI help with alcohol?
I think the answer is yes. There are signals, and we know that as humans, that we can tell when a person, the difference is being drunk, right?
Yeah.
And I think you can use technology to do the same. And again, I think the ultimate solution is going to be a combination of different sensors.
How hard is the problem?
I think it's non-trivial. And I think the biggest part is getting the data, right? It's like getting enough data. So for this research project, we partnered with the transportation authorities of Sweden, and we literally
automate their data. Hilarious.
Right. Yeah, but the liability.
Liability, the ethics, how do you get it right? It's tricky. It's really, really tricky. Because like drinking is one of those things that's funny and hilarious and we love and social, so on and so forth. But it's also the thing that hurts a lot of people. Like a lot of people, like alcohol, one of those things is legal, but it's really damaging to a lot of lives. It destroys lives, and not just in the driving context. I should mention people should listen to Andrew Huberman, who recently talked about alcohol. He has an amazing talk. Andrew Huberman is a neuroscientist from Stanford. He's a good friend of mine. He's like a human encyclopedia about all health related wisdom. There's a podcast.
I would love that.
No. Oh, you don't know Andrew Huberman? Okay. Listen, you listen to Andrew. If you were on that podcast, this is your assignment. Just listen to one. I guarantee you, this will be a thing where you say, Lex, this is the greatest human I ever discovered. So.
Oh my God, I'm really on a journey of kind of health and wellness and learning lots and trying to like build, I guess, atomic habits around just being healthy. So I'm definitely.
His whole thing is great. Like he's a legit scientist, like really well published. But in his podcast, what he does, he's not talking about his own work. He's like a human encyclopedia of papers. So his whole thing is he takes a topic and in a very fast mention atomic habits in a very clear way, summarizes the research in a way that leads to protocols and he's really big on like not like this is what the science says, but like this is literally what you should be doing according to science. So like there's really big. There's a lot of recommendations. He does several of them. I definitely don't do like get sunlight as soon as possible from waking up and like for a long period of time. That's a really big one. And there's a lot of science behind that one. There's a bunch of stuff that's very simple.
Totally gonna.
You're gonna be like, Lex, this is my favorite person. And if you guys somehow don't know Andrew Huberman and you care about your well-being, anyway, so what were we talking about? Oh, alcohol and detecting alcohol. So this is a problem you care about and I'm trying to solve.
Actually, like broadening it, I do believe that the car is going to be a wellness center. Like because again, imagine if you have a variety of sensors inside the vehicle, tracking not just your emotional state or level of distraction and drowsiness, drowsiness and intoxication, but also maybe even things like your your heart rate and your heart rate variability and your breathing rate. Um, and it can start like optimizing, it can optimize the ride based on what your goals are. So I think we're going to start to see more of that. I'm excited about that.
Yeah, what are the challenges you're tackling with smart economy? It's like the trickiest thing to get. Is it basically with more and more car companies that having AI inside the car is a good idea, or is there more technical algorithmic challenges? What's been the message?
I think a lot of the car companies we are in conversations with are already interested in definitely driver monitoring. Like, I think it's becoming a must-have. But even interior sensing, I can see like we're engaged in a lot of like advanced engineering projects and concepts. I think technologically though, and even the technology, I think the path to making it happen, I think it's the use case. How does the car respond once it knows something about you? You want it to respond in a thoughtful way. It isn't off-putting to the consumer in the car. I think that's the user experience. I don't think we've really nailed that. And we usually, we're the sensing platform, but we usually collaborate with the car manufacturers to decide what the use case is. So say you figure out that somebody's angry while driving. Okay, what should the car do? You know?
Do you see yourself as a role of nudging, like basically coming up with solutions essentially, and then
less on brand for them, right? Like maybe when it figures out that you're distracted or drowsy, it shows you a call, right? And maybe it takes more aggressive behaviors and basically says, okay, if you don't take a rest in the next 5 minutes, the car's gonna come back, right? Like there's a whole range of actions that happen and doing the things that, yeah, there's the driver and the passenger, I think that's important.
Yeah, because they have their own, and that's why people get cars still. I hope that changes, but they get it, they search speed and look, so they become proud, like, Mercedes Benz, BMW, or that's the thing, that's the family brand, Ford, GM, whatever, they stick to that thing. It's interesting. Like, it should be, I don't know, it should be a little more about the technology inside. And I suppose there too, there could be a brand innovation, style, luxury, or fun.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, I have an AI focused fund investment early stage AI driven companies. And one of the companies we're looking at is trying to do what Tesla did, but for both. So both, yeah. So they're building an electric and kind of autonomous. Well, it's kind of the same issues, like what kind of sensors can you put in, what kind of state can you detect both exterior and interior within the boat. Like really interesting. Do you vote at all?
No, well, not in that way. I do like the lake, or the fish. That's a tip. That's a boating.
Low
Boating. Get away from vehicles and nature, but I guess going out to the ocean is also that's it. That's the rich. Like that's the highest quality. Yeah, I guess that's what people love it. That doesn't go either. Like I don't know what he was enormity of the water. You know, like a Nokia model. I love the. I love both. I love salt water. It's like big and just it's in front of this giant thing that's so powerful that it's here before us and here after. But also love the piece of small, like wooden like another abduction experience that he's had because he's had. And this one he came across in a regression. You tweeted that I'm excited about Amazon that's producing a robot. I think it's a super documentary about the trajectory of which you're part of. Alien abduction in New York City, right? Over the, I believe it's a Brooklyn Bridge, right? So, it is an interesting moment in time for Amazon with AKA John, I imagine people with home robots are ubiquitous and calculated. Here are 3 reasons why I think this is exciting. Why?
I mean, I think the first reason why this is exciting, I can't remember the exact like order. But one is just it's going to be an incredible platform for understanding our behaviors within the home, right? Like if you think about Roomba, which is the robot vacuum cleaner, the flagship product of iRobot at the moment. It's like running around your home, understanding the layout, understanding what's clean and what's not, how often you clean your house, and all of these like behaviors are a piece of the puzzle in terms of understanding who you are as a consumer. And I think that could be, again, used in really meaningful ways, not just to recommend better products or whatever, but actually to improve your experience as a human being. So I think that's very interesting. I think the natural evolution of these robots in well, so it's interesting. Roomba isn't really a special robot, right? But I want to give you one of the chief engineers on the Roomba team. He talked about how people name their Roomba. And if their Roomba broke down, they would call him and say, my Roomba broke down, and the company would say, oh, we'll just send you a new one. And no, Rosie, like, I want you to fix this particular robot. So people have already built like interesting emotional connections with these home robots, and I think that again that provides a platform for really interesting things to motivate change. Like it can help you. I mean, one of the companies that come out of MIT, Talia Health, started to spend a lot of time building robots that acted with manage the weight management, eating better. Yeah,
But if I'm being honest, Amazon is not exactly have a track record of winning over people from. Now, that said, it's a really difficult for human beings to let a robot in their home. That's really, really Roomba actually, I think but I'm pretty sure now, or for some time already, has some camera. They're doing the most recent Roomba has so many users.
oh, you actually do?
So I programmed it. I don't use a Roomba for that. People that have been to my place know, yeah, you definitely don't use Roombas. Good.
That could be a good. I can't tell like the valence with the comment. Is it a compliment or like?
No, it's a giant. It's just a bunch of electronics everywhere. Have some computers, have robots everywhere, leg robots, small robots, big robots, giant piles of robot stuff. Uh, but including the Roombas, they're being used for their body and intelligence, but not for their purpose. I've changed them, repurposed them for other purposes, deeper, more meaningful purposes. Like the water robot, yeah, which is pretty cool. They have a camera because the thing they advertise. I had my own camera too, but the camera on the new Roomba, they have like state of the art poop detection as they advertise. It's very difficult. Apparently, the big problem for vacuum cleaners is if they go over a dog, it just runs over, creates a giant mess. So they have like, and apparently they collected like a huge amount of data, different shapes and looks, whatever food and how acres of food it is. So they're very proud of this. So there is a camera. We don't think of it as having a camera. Yeah, you don't think of it as having a camera because you've grown to trust it, I guess. Because our phones, at least most of us, seem to trust
Right.
this phone, even though there's a camera directly at you. I think that you can trust that the company is taking security very seriously. I actually don't know how that's done. I think they just started to provide a lot of positive value to your life that you can put it in. And then the company over time has shown that it takes privacy very seriously, that kind of stuff. But I just, Amazon is not always, in its social robots, communicated this is a trustworthy thing, both in terms of culture and confidence. I think privacy is not just about what you intend to do, but also how good are you going to do that kind of thing. So that's a really hard problem to solve.
But a lot of us have Alexas at home, and Alexa could be listening in the whole time, right? And doing all sorts of nefarious things to data.
Yeah.
It's not, but I don't think it is.
But Amazon is not such a tricky thing to help you get right, to earn the trust. I don't think Alexa is people's trust quite yet.
Yeah, I think it's not fair. But yeah, I agree.
It's probably great. That's right. In fact, when these topics are brought up, people are always getting nervous, and I think if you get nervous about it, that the way to earn people's trust is not by just be open, be frank, be transparent, and also create a culture of where it radiates at every level from engineer to CEO that you're good people that have a common sense idea of what it means to respect basic human rights and the privacy of people and all that kind of stuff. I think that propagates throughout. That's the best PR. Because over time you understand that this is
Right.
Right. Anyway, speaking of social robots, have you heard about Tesla Bot? The humanoid robot?
Yes, I have. I don't exactly know what it's designed to do. You probably do.
No, I know it's designed to do, but I haven't given a perspective on it. But it's designed to, it's a humanoid form, and it's designed for automation tasks in the same way that industrial robot arms automate tasks anything like it, honestly, but humanoid form especially, we anthropomorphize it most sensitive. So the possibility to me is exciting to see both Atlas, developed by Boston Dynamics, and anyone, including Tesla, trying to make humanoid robots cheaper, more effective. The obvious way transforming the world is social robotics versus automation of tasks in the factory. So yeah, I just wanted to, in case that was something you were interested in, because I find its application of social robotics.
We did a lot of work with Pepper, Pepper the robot a while back. We were like the emotion engine for Pepper, which is SoftBank's humanoid robot.
How tall is Pepper? Like, yeah, yeah.
Pretty big, pretty big. And it was designed to be at like airport lounges and retail stores, mostly customer service, right? Hotel lobbies. Um, and I mean, I don't know where the state of the robot is, but I think it's very promising. I think there are a lot of applications where this can be helpful. I'm also really interested in, social robotics for the home, right? Like that can help elderly people, for example, transport things from one location of the home to the other, or even like just have your back in case something happens. Yeah, I don't know. I do think it's a very interesting space. It seems early though. Do you feel like the time is now?
Yes, 100%. So it always seems early until it's not.
Right.
I think the time. I definitely think that the time is now, like this decade, for social robots. Whether the human form is right, I don't believe so. I know. I think, like we just look at Jibo as an example. I feel like most of the problem, challenge, the opportunity, social connection between an AI system and human being does not require you to also solve the problem of robot manipulation and bipedal mobility. So I think you could do that with just a screen, honestly. But there's something about the interface of Jibo that can rotate. But you get to see all these robot companies that fail. Incredible companies that keep going. The iRobot in some sense is a big success story that was able to find each thing and focus on it, but in some sense it's not a success story because they didn't build any other robot. Like any other, it didn't expand into all kinds of robotics. Like you want here in the home, maybe that's what happened with Amazon, is they'll flourish from all kinds of other robots. But do you have a sense, by the way, why it's so difficult to build robotics? Like why so many companies are failing?
I think it's like you're building a vertical stack, right? Like you're building the hardware plus the software, and you have to do this at a cost that makes sense. So I think Jibo was retailing at like I don't know, $800, $700, $800, which for the use case, right? There's a dissonance there. It's too high. So I think cost is a cost of building the whole platform in a way that is that is affordable for what value is bringing. That's a challenge. I think for these home robots that are going to help you do stuff around home, that's a challenge too, like the mobility piece of it.
Well, one of the things I'm really excited with Tesla Bot is people working on it. And that's probably the criticism I would apply to some of the other folks who work on social robots is the people working on Tesla Bot know how to, they're focused on it, know how to do mass manufacture, operate a product that's super cheap.
Very cool.
That's the focus. The engineering focus isn't on, I would say, criticism for that is they're not focused on the experience of the robot. They're focused on how to get this thing to do the basic stuff that the humanoid form requires to do it as cheap as possible. The fewest number of actuators, the fewest number of components, the increasing efficiency, they decrease the weight on it. company, you have to run robots. If you're going to cook the millions of robots, you have to figure out how to do that. Where the final thing, I mean, if it's Jibo type of robot, is there a reason why Jibo, like we could have this lengthy discussion, is there a reason why Jibo has to be $100?
It shouldn't be.
Right, like the basic,
Right.
the basic components.
Components of it, right?
Like you could start actually discuss like, okay, what is the assessment thing on Jibo? How much? What is the cheapest way I can have a screen? What's the cheapest way I can have a rotating base?
Right.
All that kind of stuff, and then you get continuously drive down costs. Speaking of which, you have launched an extremely successful company. You have helped others. You've invested in companies. Can you give advice on how to start?
I would say have a problem that you really, really, really want to solve, right? Something that you're deeply passionate about. And honestly, take the first step. That's often the hardest. And don't overthink it. Like, like this idea of a minimum viable product or a minimum viable version of an idea, right? Like, yes, thinking about, this like super elegant, super beautiful thing. Let's reduce it to the littlest thing we could bring to market that can solve a problem or that can, that can help address a pain point somebody has. They often tell you, like, start with a customer of one, right? If you can solve a problem for one person, then there's probably
Sell for some other person.
Right.
Pick a person.
Exactly.
It could be you.
Yeah.
That's actually often a good sign that you enjoy things. Right. Enjoy things. You do have a specific problem you like to solve. That's a good MS1 to focus on. What else? What else is there to actually? That one is the hardest, but there's other stuff as well, right?
I also think who you bring around the table early on is so key, right? Like being clear on what I call like the core values or your North Star. It might sound fluffy, but actually it's not. So, and Rob and I feel like we did that very early on. We sat around her kitchen table and there's so many applications of this technology. How are we going to draw the line? How are we going to set boundaries? We came up with a set of core values that in the hardest of times we fell back on to determine how we make decisions. And so I feel like just getting clarity on, like for us, it was respecting people's privacy, only engaging with industries where it's clear opt-in, so for anywhere from security and surveillance. So things like that. Just we're very big on, one of our core values is human connection and empathy, right? That is, yes, it's an AI company, but it's about people. Well, these are all, they become encoded in how we act, even if you're a small, tiny team of 2 or 3 or whatever. I think that's another piece of advice.
So what about finding people, hiring people? If you care about people as much as you do, it seems like such a difficult thing to hire the right people.
I think early on as a startup, you want people who share the passion and the conviction because it's going to be tough. Like, I've yet to meet a startup where it was just a straight line success, right? Even not just startups, like even everyday people's lives, right? You always run into obstacles and you run into naysayers and people who are believers, whether they're people on your team or even your investors. You need investors who are really believers in what you're doing because that means they will stick with you. They won't give up at the first obstacle.
What about raising money? What about finding investors? First of all, raising money, but also raising money from the right sources, and that ultimately don't hinder you, but help you, empower you. What advice would you give there? You successfully raise money and many times you want.
Yeah, again, it's not just about the money. It's about finding the right investors who are going to be aligned in terms of what you want to build and believe in your core values. For example, especially later on, in my latest round of funding, I try to bring in investors that really care about the ethics of AI, right? And the alignment of vision, mission, and core values. It's like you're picking a life partner, right? It's the same kind of.
So you take it that seriously for investors?
Yeah, because they're gonna have to Like
you're stuck together.
for a while anyway. Yeah. Maybe not for life. For a while.
Better or worse, I forget what it was. Yeah. Oh boy. Yeah. Anyway, it's romantic and deep, and you're in it for a while. So it's not just about the money. You tweet about going to your first capital camp investment get together. You learned a lot. So this is about investing. So what have you learned? What have you learned about investing? From both, because you've been on both ends of it.
I mean, I try to use my experience as an operator now with my investor hat on when I'm identifying companies to invest in. First of all, I think the good news is because I have a technology background, right, and I really understand, machine learning, computer vision, AI, etc. I can apply that level of understanding, right? Because everybody says they're an AI company or they're an AI tech. And I'm like, no. Show me the technology. So I can do that level of diligence, which I actually love. And then I have to do the litmus test of, if I'm in a conversation with you, am I excited to tell you about this new company that I just met, right? And if I'm an ambassador for that company and I'm passionate about what they're doing, I usually that's important to me when I'm investing.
So that means you actually can explain what they're doing, and you're excited about it.
Exactly. Thank you for putting it. Like a rambling, but exactly that's it.
No,
I
but
understand it.
sometimes it's funny, but sometimes it's unclear exactly. I'll hear people tell me, they're talking for a while, and it sounds cool, like they paint a picture of the world, but then when you try to summarize it, you're not exactly clear of what, maybe what the core powerful idea is.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just build another Facebook. There has to be a core, simple to explain idea that then you can or can't get excited about it. It's there. Right. Like that. Yeah. But how do you ultimately pick who you think would be successful? It's not just about what you're excited about. Like there's other stuff.
Right, and then there's all the questions. With early stage companies like pre-seed companies, which is where I'm investing, sometimes the business model isn't clear yet, or the go-to-market strategy isn't clear. There's usually it's very early on that some of these things haven't been hashed out, which is okay. So the way I like to think about it is like, if this company's successful, will this be a multi-billion/billion-dollar market, for company? And so that's definitely a lens that I use.
What's pre-seed? What are the different stages? What's the most exciting stage? Or no? What's interesting about every stage?
Yeah, so pre-seed is usually when you're just starting out. You maybe raise the friends and family rounds. You raise some money from people you know, and you're getting ready to take your first institutional check-in, like first check from an investor. And I love this stage. There's a lot of uncertainty because some investors really don't like the stage because the financial models aren't there. Often the teams aren't even formed really early. But to me, it's like a magical stage because it's the time when there's so much conviction, so much belief, almost delusional, right?
Yeah.
And there's a little bit of naivete around with founders at this stage. And I just love it. It's contagious. And I love that I can. Often they're first-time founders, not always, but often they're first-time founders, and I can share my experience as a founder myself, and I can empathize, right? And I create a safe ground where
30th and 31st, you can snuggle up in the cold with your loved ones, or all by yourself, or with a bottle of tequila, or whatever your crazy were. Snuggle up, stay warm. December 30th and 31st is completely super annual, amazing event. It is our biggest night event of the year, and we're super excited about it. It is on sale now. Go to live.com, get it for your loved ones, get it for yourself, love it or hate it. Hey, this is Rabbi, coming live from the coffee mothership here in Austin, Texas, for a brand new episode of Camp Out and Get Up for Cody. Who's ready for the best fucking night of their life? Make some noise for Brian Rankin, ladies and gentlemen. Give it over the best damn band in all the land. That's the Quill Tony Band. Great Michael Gonzalez on the drums. Fernando Castillo, Raul Vallejo, and Carlos Sosa on the horns. Matt Hewling on the electric guitar. John Dees on the keys. And the great and powerful D Madness on the bass guitar, everybody. Having fun in here tonight. Feels electric. Before we get started, here's a little bit more.
The Sunset Strip Comedy Club in Austin, Texas is now open. Check out Red Band's secret show every Thursday. Go to sunsetstripatx.com for tickets.
Are you guys ready to start tonight's episode? Well, here we go. This is going to be fun. Ladies and gentlemen, one of my favorite human beings on planet Earth, one of the funniest people I know. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the great, the powerful. This is RFK Jr. Wow, live in the flesh. Good to see you again.